He is the unparalleled Wu Tiaowu, revered both in heaven and on earth. He is the languid yet compassionate King Yi. He is the world's foremost swordsman, Soren. He is the embodiment of the sun, Enzo Rengoku. He is the twin souls, Lu Mingfei and Lu Mingze. Currently, roles in consideration include Haku, Aizen, Levi, Lelouch, Dazai Osamu, Wangquan Fugui, Kakarado, Jintoki, Kaneki Ken, Kofuquin Kyoma, is Death, among others. At a certain award ceremony, the host is grandly introducing the versatile actor, Jiang Chen. In front of the drone cameras. Jiang Chen, casually cracking sunflower seeds, nods and smiles. I'm a bit nervous, just cracking a seed to ease my mood. Please don't mind, everyone. Feel free to carry on with what you were doing. Witnessing Jiang Chen's laid-back demeanor, the stars and moguls in attendance are left speechless. They never expected that the former tyrant of the Jing Circle, a pest that everyone in the entertainment industry sought to eradicate, would transform into a true behemoth of the current entertainment realm. Even more astonishingly, King Yi is portrayed by none other than him. He is the Prince of the Jing Circle, Chapter 1. Transformed into the Tyrant of the Jing Circle, planning the live-action adaptation of Jiushou Huizhan. Not enough time to mourn for teacher Wu Tiao. The next to appear is Jiang Chen. In 2018, at the idol creation campsite. In a daze, Jiang Chen hears a chilling voice, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He suddenly opens his eyes and performs a sit-up, surveying his surroundings. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, he was lounging on his sofa at home, engrossed in the latest chapter of the Jiushou Huizhan manga, eagerly anticipating what thrilling plot twist would unfold. Upon witnessing teacher Wu Tiao being stitched up, followed by Yotai Odo piloting Wu Tiao's mecha, boom! His mind exploded like a shattering storyline. Ugh, is my brain about to burst again? Suddenly, a surge of memories floods Jiang Chen's mind. Indeed, he has transmigrated, becoming a trainee, a member of the group Tongwa Chaoyan. Yet, he has not even taken the stage to perform before he collapsed and died from exhaustion after a late-night workout. As for the original soul of this body, it is rather coincidental. He is a parallel version of himself from another world. Comparing his circumstances in this world to those of his previous life, there is indeed a slight disparity. In the past, he was the top performer in the Beijing Film Academy during the college entrance examination, maintaining the top rank throughout university. However, after graduation, due to lack of connections and relationships, every time he successfully auditioned for a role, the well-connected individuals could easily replace him. With just a few words in this world, he has grown up in a military compound. His mother, Su Wan, is the head of the largest entertainment company, while his father, Jiang Tiancheng, is a tycoon in another industry, and his grandfather's background is shrouded in mystery and PowerPoint. One could say this is an extraordinarily fortunate start. What kind of super-rich second-generation heir is he, the prince of the Jing Circle, that he would choose to be a mere trainee? How absurd. And what's with this Tongwa Chaoyan? It's more like Tongwa Huxian. Jiang Chen, unable to contain his temper, nearly slapped himself in frustration. The original soul of this body harbored a foul temper, having been sent abroad since childhood, and upon graduating from university, he refused to inherit his father's business. Insisting on bravely venturing into the entertainment industry alone, that he even made a 3-year pact. During this time, he resolutely rejected family support. Should he fail, he would obediently return home. Yet soon, reality revealed to him the harshness of life. Some directors merely valued his looks. He nearly learned the meaning of cruelty in a most painful way. Yet miraculously, he began landing roles, even several leading parts. The reason behind this is, of course, the covert support from his sister, Jiang Tingxue. Regrettably, Jiang Chen had already spiraled into a pit of scandals. For instance, this year, several headlines soared to the top of trending news. Paparazzi captured Jiang Chen, who was subsequently assaulted in the streets, later demanding $2 million in damages. The male lead of the film Rondong Jiang Chen clashed with the director, reportedly beating him for 2.5 hours. The male lead of Wada Renjian Yinhua Jiang Chen indulged in a bar late at night, clashing with a top star surnamed Wu, leading to the latter's official ban the next day. Jiang Chen, with his mediocre acting skills and lackluster character, secured top-tier resources. Considering all of this, it is hardly surprising that wild speculations arose. Gossip marketing accounts began to speculate that Jiang Chen might be the son of some mob boss. Others questioned whether he was an illegitimate child of a major figure in the Jing Circle. Even more bizarrely, some claimed Jiang Chen was being financially supported by a powerful figure within the industry. Ultimately, he earned a notorious nickname: the Tyrant of the Jing Circle, Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the extraordinary live-action adaptation system. Suddenly, A crisp voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. An extraordinary live-action adaptation system? Just how extraordinary is it? Congratulations, host, for receiving a beginner's extraordinary gift pack. Extraordinary directing ability. Extraordinary acting ability. Extraordinary physique of a mighty dragon. Extraordinary computer special effects skills. Extraordinary voice acting ability. Ding ding ding. As the system's voice chimed repeatedly, Jiang Chen's previously exhausted physique, plagued by dark circles from overindulgence, gradually transformed. His pallid complexion began to regain a healthy glow, and muscles started to develop in his abdomen. Truly extraordinary. Praise be to the system. Jiang Chen mentally gave the system a thumbs up. System, dear host, through filming live-action adaptations, you can accumulate prestige, which can be exchanged for any skills and wishes, including the abilities of anime. Characters, Jiang Chen, okay. My dear system, my magical lamp. After a mere 0.2 seconds of contemplation, Jiang Chen had already decided which anime to adapt. Gojo Satoru. Indeed, this was the anime that had taken the world by storm in his past life. It would outshine Shingeki no Kyojin and overshadow One Piece. Once the pinnacle of global popularity among anime, it has now merely reached such heights once. This transitory achievement was disrupted by Gojo Satoru's sudden plot twist during the serialization of the manga, resulting in the abrupt demise of Wu Tiaowu, who was then transformed into 25 Tiaowu. This alone was disheartening. But the most aggravating aspect was during a fleeting moment when Wu Tiaowu failed to mention his most cherished student, yet offered a rather unwarranted compliment to Suonua. My apologies, Suonua, for not allowing you to give your all. One could say that the character's integrity and dignity have collapsed entirely. In light of this, Gojo Satoru can take a back seat as I embark on crafting the narrative. Wu Tiaowu's stature must be upheld. As for those who might believe that adaptations of manga are invariably subpar, that notion arises from the plethora of poorly executed adaptations and lackluster performances, which have led to a generalized bias among viewers. However, series such as the previous iterations of In Tian, Lang Ku Jian Xin, Buliang Run, Shao Nian Guxing, and Chi Han have been executed with such finesse that they often surpass their original counterparts. Ultimately, the quality hinges on the integrity of the production team. With Jiang Chen possessing a system at his disposal, these challenges are mere trifles. Even if we were to assume, for the sake of argument, that this world had yet to witness anime, he would still be regarded as an original creator. Having resolved to take action, Jiang Chen prepared to initiate his first plan. His current deficits lay in funding and connections. How might he acquire these two essentials? A name sprang to mind. His sister, Jiang Tingxue. She represented his most significant connection, as she was currently the most influential figure in the company, second only to their mother. Once his sister agreed to assist, selecting any actor would surely be within his grasp. As for funding, Jiang Chen had little interest in monetary matters. He subsequently found a quiet place and made a phone call. Sister, I am weary of striving. Jiang Tingxue responded with confusion. What? Actually, I have a script that I wish to adapt into a film. Upon hearing these words, an anxious voice emerged from the other end of the line. Little brother, we cannot engage in illegal activities. Chapter 2. Securing investment for Jiao Shu Huizhan. A perfect hierarchical system. What are you suggesting, sister? Am I that sort of person? Indeed. Never mind. Tell me, is it again a matter of financial need? Sister, you are remarkably astute. I do require funds, 50 million, but it is a loan. And I will repay you 100 million in 5 months, as a means of settling my previous debts to you. When shall I transfer it to you? To Jiang Chen's surprise, Jiang Tingxue readily agreed. However, she swiftly altered her tone. But you must agree to one condition. Jiang Chen paused. What condition? Withdraw from the entertainment industry, return home to apologize to our father, and then remain in the company. Jiang Chen fell silent for 2 seconds before responding earnestly. Sister, I intend to use this money to produce a television series, but I assure you, if this project fails to gain recognition, I will immediately return home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tingxue was momentarily taken aback. How many arguments had ensued over this very issue? And now he was in agreement? No problem. Is there anything else I can assist you with? But let me clarify. You just stated that you would repay me 100 million in 5 months. If you cannot do so, then you must obediently return home. Jiang Tingxue astutely seized upon Jiang Chen's previous statement. 100 million? Surely, this lad has not inadvertently inflated his expectations? No problem. Aside from the funding, I would also like an excellent production team for the series, Jiang Chen continued. Jiang Tingxue hesitated for a few seconds. After all, she was not lacking in funds. However, Assembling a top-notch production team would involve leveraging personal connections, which, given her brother's current notoriety, could prove somewhat challenging. Jiang Chun was aware of her predicament. How about this, sister? I will share the script with you tomorrow. And you can decide then. Are you serious? Very well, I shall see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Jiang Chun exhaled deeply. This world was markedly different from his previous life. For instance, over 2 millennia ago, the Qin dynasty swept across the lands, annexing the Sakura kingdom. Now, only a place called Sakura Village remains, inhabited by nearly extinct ethnic minorities. In terms of entertainment, there exists a grading system for films, television dramas, and anime. In his previous life, incidents where children's anime such as Shi Yang and Hui Tai Lang faced bans would be inconceivable today. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chun could not help but feel exhilarated, especially considering titles like Hui Fu Shu Shi and Mei Li Xin Shijia. However, he found it perplexing that, in comparison to his previous life, the current entertainment industry remained stagnant. The market was saturated with romantic dramas, be they urban romances, fantasy romances, youthful romances, or damei romances. Whether audiences had grown weary of these tropes, Jiang Chun did not know. Having been reborn, he was resolute in avoiding such cliched narratives. Furthermore, he was aware that many renowned anime from his previous life had yet to materialize, such as Jiao Shu Huizhan, Yiren Ji Xia, Si Shun, Huiying, Shi Ri Zhongyan, Wabu Shi Shishan, and Bai Lan Ji Hai, among others. He also intended to develop a series focused on healing-themed anime, including titles like Wei Wen Hua Ming, Siyu de Huiyin, and Clannad, which would undoubtedly delight audiences. To return to the matter at hand, Jiang Chun refrained from immediately succumbing to complacency for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the original owner's unfulfilled aspirations prior to his untimely demise compelled him to strive for success in the entertainment industry, thus helping to fulfill the original's legacy. Secondly, his initial reputation as a drama enthusiast stemmed from his passion, as his ultimate dream had been to become a global film emperor. Having come to this realization, Jiang Chun resolved to embody the spirit of a new era's youth from this moment forward. He then approached the chief director backstage, wearing a benevolent smile. "Director, I wish to withdraw from the competition." Director Wang, observing the striking youth before him, swallowed hard. He had heard numerous tales of Jiang Chun's notorious reputation within the Beijing circle. Moreover, prior to this variety show, he had received explicit instructions from the producers to avoid provoking Jiang Chun. Ensure the cameras capture him as much as possible. Present him in the best light. Edit the footage to showcase him at his finest. In short, guarantee Jiang Chun's debut. Director Wang, is that acceptable? Jiang Chun inquired, noticing the director's silence and raising an eyebrow. This is quite demanding. Little Jiang, you are surprisingly polite. Director Wang recalled the colleague who had endured 2.5 hours of beating and felt a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth. As he departed, Jiang Chun glanced back at the stage with a hint of amusement. He noticed a boy, dressed in a fishnet long-sleeve shirt, introducing himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Kai Kuan, an individual trainee with 2.5 years of practice, who enjoys singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball." Thus, the gears of fate for both individuals began to turn. The following afternoon, in the bustling metropolis of Modu, at the Tianlong Entertainment Group, a poised and elegant woman, clad in a white OL professional attire, exuding the charm of an independent woman, was diligently focused on her work. A series of knocks interrupted her concentration, causing her legs, tightly wrapped in black silk from Balenciaga, to pause their fidgeting. "Come in." Jiang Chun pushed open the door, a radiant smile gracing his face as he entered. A stack of stapled A4 sheets, his script, in hand, which he casually placed on the desk. "Sister, this is the script I stayed up all night to write. Take a look." Jiang Tingxue shifted her gaze to the cover of the script. Jiao Shu Huizhan. She regarded Jiang Chun with a hint of skepticism. If she heard correctly, he had written this overnight? Could this possibly be worthwhile? Observing his panda-like eyes, she felt a pang of sympathy. "All right, let me see." 10 minutes later, Jiang Tingxue became engrossed in the script. Her initial indifference gradually transformed into a serious demeanor. Curses, sorcerers, Gojo Satoru, Rhyme and Sukuna, as the narrative unfolded. Various exhilarating battles and the intricate world-building captivated Jiang Tingxue, igniting a spark of excitement in her eyes. Passion, heroism, healing? Upon reaching the final bold tagline, Jiang Tingxue exhaled deeply, glancing at the clock and realizing half an hour had slipped by. Pleased with her reaction, Jiang Chun was equally delighted. He had even localized Jiu Shu Huizhan, such as changing the scene where Yuta Okatsu plays with a fox spirit in class to him playing with a pin spirit instead. He transformed the katana into a tang sword, recognizing that the former is but a descendant of the latter, a fitting homage. Geographic names were also altered, with Shibuya becoming Mo-do, Tokyo becoming D-do, and Kyoto transforming into Yuhang. Regarding names, given the population of the Dragon Kingdom at 18 billion, unique names comprised of 4 or 5 characters were plentiful, much like Wang Zhirong Yao, which boasts over 90,000 bearers nationwide. Is this truly your work? Not something you purchased? Jiang Tingxue collected her thoughts, peering at Jiang Chun with mild suspicion. Well, sister, I had a burst of inspiration while showering, Jiang Chun explained nonchalantly. All right, no problem. Jiang Tingxue refrained from further inquiries, yet her mind raced. After a moment's hesitation, she cautioned, Jiang Chun, do you intend to portray Gojo Satoru? This role may appear straightforward, yet it is anything but. If performed well, it will shine, but a poor portrayal could undermine the entire production. Jiang Chun was well aware of Jiang Tingxue's concerns. After all, in his previous life, the focal point of Jiushu Huizhan had been Gojo Satoru. Jiang Chun humbly replied, no worries, I shall do my utmost. Upon hearing the phrase do my utmost, Jiang Tingxue realized the likelihood of this production floundering was high. After all, her brother's acting had always been, at best, an attempt. Chapter 3. The cast for the live action of Jiushu Huizhan is confirmed. A few minutes later, Jiang Tingxue reiterated her disbelief. You aspire to be the director? Discovering that her brother intended to write, direct, and act, her gaze shifted from skepticism to one of incredulity. Indeed, Jiang Chun nodded calmly. Ultimately, after some discussion, Jiang Chun acquiesced to his sister's wishes, agreeing to let her handle the direction while he would serve as a nominal assistant director. This arrangement suited Jiang Chun, as his current reputation was rather tarnished. Should actors learn of his ambitions to write, direct, and star, they would likely be too frightened to participate, leading to an awkward situation. As he prepared to leave, Jiang Tingxue urged him to visit their parents and, if time permitted, check on their younger sister, Jiang Kiki, who was studying at Beijing Film Academy. Shortly after returning to his rented upscale apartment, Jiang Chun heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he was momentarily stunned. Brother Chun, a girl with a somewhat naive demeanor, her hair styled in a bun, and a youthful, vibrant aura peeking through, greeted him. Jiang Chun scrutinized the girl before confirming. Is that not Zhao Liying? The celebrated actress of his past life, renowned alongside Yang Mi and Liu Yifei as a top-tier star of the post-85 generation. Chu Qiaochuan, Hua Qiangu, and Ji Fo were just a few of her immensely popular works. Furthermore, Zhao Liying's greatest asset lay in her lack of scandals, particularly among older audiences, which perhaps contributed to her widespread appeal. Gazing at the youthful version of Zhao Liying, Jiang Chun recalled that she was an employee at Tianlong Entertainment, dispatched by Jiang Tingxue to assist him once he began landing leading roles, though she remained unaware of his true identity. Brother Chun, are you all right? Zhao Liying observed Jiang Chun's peculiar expression with trepidation, sensing something was amiss. After all, any dissatisfaction from him typically resulted in her being reprimanded. Truth be told, had it not been for Jiang Tingxue's specific instructions and the attractive salary, she would have fled long ago. Come in. Jiang Chun snapped back to reality and invited Zhao Liying inside. After closing the door, he poured 2 glasses of water. Noticing Zhao Liying still standing awkwardly, he handed her a glass, saying, sit down. Why are you just standing there? Thank you, Brother Chun, Zhao Liying replied, visibly astonished as she accepted the glass. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily set the glass down and retrieved a USB drive from her bag. Oh, this is from Jiang Jie for you. It contains a wealth of actor information. All right, thank you. Jiang Chun accepted the USB and plugged it into his computer, poring over its contents. Upon hearing the words thank you, Zhao Liying's eyes widened in disbelief. The notoriously difficult Jiang Chun had actually expressed gratitude? Had he taken leave of his senses? At that moment, Jiang Chun remained oblivious to Zhao Liying's complex internal dialogue, engrossed in the actor information. After a thorough review, he marveled at the prowess of the nation's leading entertainment company, which boasted a diverse roster of talent, from seasoned veterans to fresh faces. Among them were several actors who had once enjoyed great popularity in his past life, yet were currently less prominent, ripe for discovery. By the way, Liying, have you considered becoming an actress? Jiang Chun casually inquired. Zhao Liying, resting her chin on her hand, pondered whether Jiang Chun had lost his mind. After hearing his question, she responded almost instinctively, Brother Chun, are you feeling unwell? Taken aback, Jiang Chun realized why Zhao Liying had earned the nickname Zhao Xiaodao in his past life. I have a drama to film, and I believe there's a role that would suit you perfectly. Why not give it a try? Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled as he assessed the treasure before him. With Zhao Jia's appearance and acting skills, not utilizing her for acting would be a sheer waste of talent. Before Zhao Liying could respond, he added, by the way, remember to lose some weight. You could audition for the female lead in my next production. At this point, Zhao Liying's mind had already short-circuited. A drama to film? She was to act? As the female lead? Wait, this guy, who had yet to grasp the nuances of acting, was now running off to direct. Watching Jiang Qin's self-assured monologue, Zhao Liying couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, Jiang Chun remains Jiang Chun, ever unreliable. An hour later, Jiang Chun finalized the cast. In his eyes, these actors, regardless of their appearance, demeanor, or acting skills, met the requisite standards. He casually recorded their details on his phone, intending to send the information of several lead actors to Jiang Tingxue. Wutiao Wuzhu's actor Jiang Chun, Hu Zhang's actor Yi Lei, Fu Heiwei's actor Zhang Xinqing, the male lead from Daizong Xianyanji. Not yet aired. Yi Qiangwei's actor Bai Lu, Xia Youjia's actor Zhang Ruiyun, the male lead from Qing Yuyan 1. Iguan Yutai's actor Cheng Yi, the male lead from Lianhua Lu. Not yet aired. Zhenyuan Maqi's actor Zhou Yuhuan, the female lead from Daizong Xianyanji. Zhenyuan Mei's actor Zhou Yi, the second female lead from Xianyanduanai. Not yet aired. Sanluan Xia's actor Zhao Liying, Qihai's actor Wang Yang, the bodyguard from Qing Yuyan. Dongtong's actor Shi Xiaolong, a martial arts child star. Xiaozi's actor Gu Linaza. Some of these young actors might lack the necessary skills, yet the essence of a director is to guide the overall production. Training actors is a fundamental skill within that realm. With a system at his disposal and the extraordinary director ability buff, Jiang Chun found it effortless to train actors, capable of achieving remarkable results even with the most challenging of talents. As for appearance, once the actors possessed a certain charisma, combined with acting prowess and makeup artistry, they could essentially embody their roles flawlessly. For instance, despite Shi Xiaolong's height being inadequate, he could utilize insoles for a physical boost, or employ camera angles and visual effects to enhance his stature. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that in his previous life, these leading stars, irrespective of their acting capabilities, were capable of single-handedly shouldering an entire drama based solely on their popularity. Now, with them all gathered, one could only speculate about the potential for success. Chapter 4. The official commencement of Zhou Shu Huizhan, Jiang Chun's infamous reputation. 5 days later, in the morning, at Hongyan Film City. Within the makeup room of the Zhou Shu Huizhan production team, preparations for the cast's official photo shoot were underway. Zhang Ruiyun, Yi Lei, Zhang Xinqing, Bai Lu, Zhou Yuhuan, Cheng Yi, and several other actors had assembled. However, Jiang Chun was not present. Director Su Ku from Xiangjiang had not disclosed the identity of Wutiao Wuzhu's actor to the group, merely stating that it was a secret that would be revealed in due time. In truth, it was Jiang Tingxue who had specifically instructed that Jiang Qin's name remain undisclosed until the actors were lured in. Moreover, with Su's name attached to the casting, the remuneration was quite reasonable. The actors were curious about the identity of Wutiao Wuzhu's actor, as they had never seen this individual during the script reading, rendering him somewhat enigmatic, particularly for Bai Lu, Zhou Yi, and Zhou Yuhuan. As for the supporting characters like Xiaozi, due to their limited screen time in the first season, their photo shoot was scheduled for the following day. Nonetheless, these supporting roles were meticulously selected by Jiang Chun, perfectly aligning with the essence of their characters. Merely from reading the script, the female actors found themselves captivated by Wutiao Wuzhu's charm, quickly becoming devoted fans. After all, who could resist a character that was exceptionally talented, strikingly handsome, exuberantly spirited, and bore an unfortunate childhood, having been targeted for assassination? They paid little heed to the remuneration, given that the director was none other than the illustrious Su Ku, renowned for his works such as Chang Jin Hu, Ing Xiong Ben Sei, Qian Nu Yuhan, and the Huang Fei Hong series. They felt immensely privileged to be chosen by director Su for this collaboration, confident that the quality of the production would be assured, and perhaps, they might even achieve a modest level of fame. Beyond the female actors, Zhang Ruiyun, Yi Lei, and Cheng Yi, among the male actors, were fervently engaged in discussions about the plot, overflowing with enthusiasm. They had long grown weary of romantic dramas, and the exhilarating action genre was undeniably invigorating. As the group completed their makeup and donned their costumes, they gathered in the photography studio, eager to speculate on the identity of Wutiao Wuzhu's actor. Who could possibly portray Wutiao Wuzhu? Could it be Hu Ge? That seems unlikely, as Hu Ge is slightly older now. Perhaps it could be Xiao Yu? Stop speculating. Director Su Ku has promised us a surprise, so he must be a gentle and kind-hearted handsome actor. Could it be Jiang Chen? Come on, that's too far-fetched. He is even less likely than Xiao Yu. If he were to portray Wu Tiao Wuzhu, Bai Lu, would simply cosplay as Cheng Yaojin on Weibo. Ha. Don't take it seriously. I'm just joking. As the female actors fervently debated and anticipation reached its zenith, the door to the studio swung open. A tall, leisurely figure entered. Excuse me, where is the makeup room? The newcomer was none other than the tardy Jiang Chun, accompanied by a young girl, Zhao Liying. Jiang Chun had arrived only after confirming the filming location for the Jiu-Jitsu high school. His absence from the morning script reading was due to his overwhelming schedule, as he had been entirely engrossed in selecting scenes and overseeing costume and props personally. With the assistance of the system, the preparatory work had been executed flawlessly. The makeup room is just around the corner on the left. Bai Lu, who had been playing with a hammer, turned to see Jiang Chun and momentarily froze. Thanks. Jiang Chun turned and departed, leaving the others in stunned silence. Bai Lu, feeling somewhat awkward, finally asked, that person seemed a bit familiar. Does he resemble the legendary Jiang Chun? Is he sure he didn't walk into the wrong set? But in the next moment, that languid and oddly timed voice echoed again. Hi. Hello everyone. I was a bit delayed due to some matters. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Jiang Chun approached the group from the studio door, waving his hand in greeting, exuding an air of familiarity. As everyone's attention converged on Jiang Chun, a singular thought spontaneously emerged in their minds. Wait, who is this handsome guy? Before them stood a tall man clad in a black uniform, wearing a black eye mask, with striking silver hair that was particularly eye-catching. They were all left speechless. Even though the boy's eyes were concealed, they could still perceive an overwhelming allure emanating from him. This was undoubtedly a visual assault, coupled with his nonchalant, yet audaciously carefree demeanor. It was impossible for them to look away. Even with numerous male stars present, all possessing admirable looks, this young man surpassed them all, easily scoring at least 95 points. As the group became enraptured by Jiang Chun's captivating appearance, Zhao Liying, portraying Sanluan Xia, inadvertently faded into the background. Initially, Zhao Liying had adamantly resisted acting, claiming she had no experience. Jiang Chun had only needed 2 words to persuade her, more money. At that moment, the room fell silent. Although they had anticipated Jiang Chun would be the actor portraying Wu Tiao Wuzhu, the tension in their hearts had not dissipated. Why are you all staring blankly? Have you finished your shoots? Jiang Chun approached Bai Lu, who was staring at him, and playfully waved his hand in front of her eyes. Stay calm. You must remain composed. He is just a morally questionable man, after all. Bai Lu, despite her usual carefree demeanor, found herself blushing uncontrollably in the presence of the strikingly handsome face before her. Rumor had it that this fellow was quite the flirt, often sparking romantic gossip with co-stars during filming. Nevertheless, with such captivating looks and those long legs, perhaps it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. The other actresses and crew members buzzed with excitement upon the arrival of Jiang Chun, whispering amongst themselves in awe. Is this the legendary Jiang Chun? Is he really this handsome? Have I perhaps forgotten a piece of my memory? Wow. Suddenly, I feel that Wu Tiao sensei from the script has found his match. I've heard Jiang Chun isn't a good person. Today, I shall plunge into the fray to tame this rogue. Move aside. Allow me to bear the pains of love. Are you Wu Lei? Jiang Chun inquired, noticing Wu Lei's dazed expression. He greeted him with a warm smile and extended his hand. As the male lead of this series, Jiang Chun was certainly going to offer guidance to this younger brother. Or rather, one of the male leads. Unlike in his past life, Jiang Chun had made some adjustments to the casting hierarchy for this drama. After all, it was often joked in the anime community that Wu Tiao Wugo was the true protagonist. With that in mind, Jiang Chun had taken the liberty of including himself in the leading role. Wu Lei had long heard of Jiang Chun's formidable reputation, yet seeing him greet him with such warmth was disarming. Perhaps he wasn't as fearsome as the rumors suggested? No, Wu Lei reminded himself internally. What if this man was merely a smiling tiger? It would be wise to remain cautious. Thus, he mustered a smile and replied, It's me. Good morning, Brother Chun. I look forward to your guidance. The following day, at 8 in the morning, after a simple opening ceremony, the filming of Jiushu Huizhan officially commenced. In a bid to save time and resources, the series was filmed according to scenes rather than in sequential order. The first scene to be shot today was from the first episode of the animation, featuring Fubukahui retrieving Sukuna's finger from the school, leading to a battle with curses, followed by Tiger Zhu's assistance, and culminating in Wu Tiao Wugo's entrance. Under Director Su's guidance, preparations were completed, as the various departments readied themselves. The first scene of Jiushu Huizhan was called to action. With the clapboard falling, the filming officially began. Chapter 5, an Oscar-worthy performance. As the filming progressed to the scene where Wu Lei swallowed the finger and transformed into the dual-faced Sukuna, he struggled to find the right emotion. The disparity between the personalities of Sukuna and Tiger Zhu was simply too vast. After 18 retakes, director Su, exasperated, remarked, "I think the 6th take was decent. Let us go with that. Director, may I have a word with Wu Lei? I believe he has significant room for improvement," Jiang Chun interjected from the sidelines. Watching the performance with keen interest, the crew members around him tensed up at his words, aware that in the film industry, the director held absolute authority, and questioning him could lead to dire consequences. Bai Lu, Zhou Yuhuan, and Zhou Yi, along with several actresses, watched the scene unfold with anxious anticipation. Director Su was indeed a renowned filmmaker, but Jiang Chun's formidable reputation was not to be underestimated. Just as everyone anticipated a clash between the two, Director Su surprisingly adopted a spectator's attitude, stating, "All right, you may assist him." Wu Lei, initially believing he had passed the scene, was taken aback by Jiang Chen's approach, thinking the man was here to confront him. Instead, he heard an intensely suppressed yet frenzied voice resonate. "Wu Lei, have you ever killed anyone? I hear that the flesh of children and women is quite easy to cut." The moment Wu Lei's gaze met Jiang Chun's eyes, his legs turned to jelly. What kind of eyes were these? They radiated madness and lethal intent. The overwhelming aura made Wu Lei feel that this man before him would crush him without hesitation at any moment. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun raised his hand. Instinctively, Wu Lei shut his eyes, recoiling and raising his hands to shield himself. However, he suddenly felt a warm touch resting on his shoulder. When he opened his eyes, he found Jiang Chun smiling gently as he patted him. "Brother Wu Lei, do you remember that feeling just now? The dual-faced Sukuna is the king of curses. Sealed away for centuries, his suppressed nature will surely erupt. However, you must contain your performance. It cannot be merely superficial gestures. On the contrary, you may allow your gaze to be more liberated. For instance, this line, 'The radiance must be personally felt to be delightful. The flesh of curses is utterly lacking in flavor. What about humans? What about women?'" Thus, Jiang Chun elucidated every nuance to Wu Lei, combining the meanings of his words with his character. He even demonstrated the performance twice on the spot. When Wu Lei once again beheld Jiang Chun's gaze, a chill coursed through him. Could this man have truly taken a life? It felt far too genuine to be mere acting. A thorough investigation was warranted. Once Jiang Chun deemed it was time for Wu Lei to perform again, they proceeded to the first scene, the 8th take. Action. As the clapboard was captured, Wu Lei commenced his performance. This time, it was as if a light had flicked on within him. Director Su, observing through the monitor, could clearly sense a remarkable transformation in Wu Lei's acting. Jiang Chun, witnessing this change, felt immense satisfaction, though it hadn't yet reached his ideal standard. It was certainly at a commendable 90%. It appeared that this system's skills were indeed extraordinary. Okay, cut. With Director Su's approval, this take was finally deemed successful. During the ensuing break, when the crew learned that the script's creator was Jiang Chun, they were left astounded. "Director, did you just say that Jiang Chun is the creator of this script?" Bai Lu asked, her uncertainty evident. "Indeed. Jiang Chun was late yesterday because he was finalizing the filming locations," Director Su explained, somewhat surprised himself. Initially, he had thought Jiang Chun was merely trying to elevate his status, but it turned out that he indeed possessed remarkable talent. Upon hearing this, the other lead actors were once again left speechless. However, after witnessing Jiang Chun's intense and deadly gaze during the previous scene, many began to harbor suspicions regarding the presence of some dark forces behind him. After a brief respite of merely 10 minutes, filming resumed with the 9th take of the first scene. With Jiang Chun's confident and composed delivery of the iconic line, "No worries, I am the strongest," the entire cast was once again captivated by his performance. They felt as though he had truly stepped out of the script as Wu Tiao Wugo, exuding an arrogance intertwined with calm self-assurance. "Brother Chun, how has your acting seemingly improved so dramatically?" Finally, Bai Lu voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Other actors and even director Su leaned in, intrigued by this inquiry. Not only they, but also Zhao Liang, who had been closely following Jiang Chun, was equally astonished. Having spent every day by his side, she was acutely aware of his acting prowess. It felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different person in such a short span of time. "Do you all wish to know?" Jiang Chun surveyed the crowd. A collective gulp echoed among the onlookers. "Then let me share my secret." Jiang Chun adopted a serious expression. "Firstly, it could be that the character aligns closely with my personality. Moreover, I have been diligently watching films recently, studying the performances of acclaimed actors, which has contributed to my progress. For instance, In a drama featuring Liang Chao Wei and Tang Wei, their acting was remarkably impressive, and they were unreserved in their performances. The audience regarded him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Time passed swiftly, and in less than 2 months, the day of the final shoot for Zhou Shu Huizhan arrived. The last scene involved Wu Tiaowu removing his eye mask to face the antagonist, Lu Hu. The crowd gathered around the director's monitor, eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen's imminent reveal. For the past month, Chen Ge had displayed exceptional dedication, always being the last to leave, and no one had witnessed him remove the mask. I am genuinely curious if it aligns with the script's description. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, almost drooling in anticipation. Xiao Lu, mind your expression, Zhou Yuan chided, casting a glance at Bai Lu, yet her phone was ready for a snapshot once Jiang Chen finished filming. He would undoubtedly look impressive. Zhou Yi, too, awaited the moment with excitement. A group of infatuated women surrounded them. Zhang Ruoyin shook his head in resignation, though his gaze remained fixed. I think Chen Ge is indeed quite handsome. After 2 months of guidance from Jiang Chen, Wu Lei's acting had dramatically improved. The obstacles he once faced in his performances now felt as if they had been effortlessly resolved. Zhang Xiancheng shared the same anticipation. Throughout these 2 months, the female actors discovered that Jiang Chen was not as intimidating as rumored. Instead, he was quite approachable. Coupled with his striking looks and remarkable acting skills, this contrast swiftly endeared him to the women, leading them to appreciate him deeply. The male actors also bonded with Jiang Chen. As the name implies, they genuinely engaged in physical sparring. Whenever a male actor's martial arts movements fell short or lacked grace, Jiang Chen personally stepped in to teach. After numerous successful cases of Jiang Chen mentoring actors, Director Su was almost ready to relax. In these 2 months, Director Su had been vocal about his observations. Why don't you take over as director, Jiang Chen? I can just nap on the side. The rest of the crew felt the same way, regarding Jiang Chen as nothing short of a phenomenon. Whether it was actor positioning, martial arts direction, or camera angles, he consistently enhanced Director Su's efforts. When Jiang Chen finally removed the eye mask, the expressions of Zhou Yi, Bai Lu, Zhou Yuan, and even Zhao Liying became fervent, as if they wished to devour him. Bai Lu exclaimed, "I'm hungry." "Me too." Zhou Yi swallowed hard. Wu Lei chimed in. "Hey, are you really hungry, or are you just being gay?" Zhang Ruoyin shot a disdainful glance at Wu Lei, though his own throat involuntarily moved. "Cut!" Director Su shouted. As Jiang Chen completed his final scene, Wu Tiaowu's rap marked the conclusion of the production. "Rap party!" someone exclaimed. The actors and crew leaped with excitement. "We finally rapped." Upon hearing the words, Jiang Chen inexplicably recalled the wrap-up joke associated with teacher Wu Tiao. Chapter 6. The PV production is complete. Zhou Shu Huizhan is officially airing. Jiang Chen descended from the filming location, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng eager for photographs. Many young actors expressed reluctance to part ways, as they had learned a great deal from Jiang Chen over the past 2 months, significantly aiding their future careers. Subsequently, everyone gathered for a rap party. At the party, Zhao Liying had a bit too much to drink, downing 2 bottles of liquor solo. She left Jiang Chen utterly baffled. "Jiang Chen, you seem like a completely different person. I can barely recognize you." With a flushed face, Zhao Liying inadvertently leaned against Jiang Chen's chest. She looked up, blinking her large, sparkling eyes. "They all say I'm silly, but I'm not silly at all. Sometimes, I'm quite clever. I think you're not Jiang Chen, you're Wu Tiaowu." With that, Zhao Liying began to twist and dance in a bizarre manner before the crowd. Observing her antics, Jiang Chen approached and gently restrained her, pointing to her head while explaining to those around, "This is my sister. She's always been a bit off. And when she drinks, she becomes even more excitable. Please don't mind her. Who says I'm off? I'm going to bite you." Zhao Liying retorted, feigning disgust. At 8 in the evening, after the rap party, Jiang Chen carried Zhao Liying home. Upon returning, he settled her onto the bed and began his editing work. With the support of an advanced, high-tech computer and software, Jiang Chen not only saved a considerable amount of money, but also a great deal of time. Unbeknownst to him, a trending topic about him was brewing online. It all began when Bai Lu posted their rap photo on Weibo. "Bai Lu, the new drama Zhou Shu Huizhan has rapped. My little companions are all so adorable, especially teacher Wu Tiao, who is incredibly handsome." As netizens recognized the silver-haired heartthrob as Jiang Chen, many took to the comments section with playful jibes. "Bai Lu, if you've been abducted, just blink. Is Jiang Chen really that handsome? The last time I saw him in person, he looked like he was about to faint. Every time I see young Master Zhang's roles, I can't help but think of gutter oil. Oh my, is Jiang de Yuang ruining another character?" In response, Bai Lu attempted to clarify, but only found herself digging a deeper hole, subsequently choosing silence. Thus, Jiang Chun inexplicably made his way onto Weibo's trending topics. Jiang Chun stars in the new drama Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, which has just wrapped. What new levels of charm will he unveil? The male lead of Qin Yun Yin Wan, Zhang Ruiyun, and Jiang Chun are set to collaborate, and audiences eagerly anticipate their acting showdown. The notorious Jiang Chun's new drama is about to air, so viewers should prepare their cleaning supplies. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruiyun sat on the sofa with his wife, Tang Xin, scrolling through their phones. Honey, do you think you'll struggle with Jiang Chun during your scenes together? To be fair, Jiang Chun's acting is quite oily. You have my sympathy, Tang Xin consoled him. Zhang Ruiyun had indeed seen the trending topic, which was evidently drawing comparisons between him and Jiang Chun, highlighting Jiang Chun's perceived lack of skill. However, after spending 2 months with Jiang Chun, he felt as though he was being roasted over an open fire, feeling quite embarrassed. This guy clearly possessed the talent of an award-winning actor. While portraying a brain-dead character, he had received significant guidance from Jiang Chun. Late at night, Zhang Ruiyun recalled the trending topics and felt an urge to slap those marketing accounts. The next day, Jiang Chun rose early, seeking a recording studio to lay down some tracks while also providing voiceovers for 2 characters. For the background music and ending theme of Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, Jiang Chun decided to adapt the original songs into Chinese, utilizing the system to flawlessly merge the original tunes with the new lyrics. After all, one must admit, the original songs indeed carried a unique charm. At noon, after completing his work, Jiang Chun casually purchased 2 boxed lunches and returned home. At that moment, Zhao Liying had already awakened and was washing her face in the bathroom. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, her cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly recalling the events of the previous night. Thank you, Zhao Liying managed to utter with an awkward smile. No need to thank me. It was merely a small gesture, Jiang Chun replied with a calm demeanor. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, I also happen to record a video." Huh, no way. Zhao Liying abruptly raised her head, her expression shifting. She had believed Jiang Chun had genuinely transformed into a good person, only to discover his true nature. Jiang Chun, with a grin, observed the transition in Zhao Liying's demeanor. Rest assured, Xiao Zhao, I shall not disseminate it indiscriminately. However, you must fulfill one of my wishes in return, and I will delete it. Under pressure, Xiao Zhao reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right, I may not be very educated, so do not deceive me. Do not worry. I never lie, Jiang Chun responded, his smile more pronounced than ever. By the way, Jiang Chun suddenly inquired, how is your proficiency in Sichuan dialect? I heard you spent some time there. It's decent. I studied at Shidu for 3 years and attended classes for another 2, Zhao Liying answered obediently. Good to know. Jiang Chun affirmed with satisfaction. That evening, Jiang Chun edited the trailer, naming the theme song, Zhou Shu Qi Ji. As he edited, he felt a surge of excitement, as if reliving the thrill of following the first season. The next morning, Jiang Chun posted the trailer and the premiere date on the official Weibo of Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, garnering numerous retweets from the cast members. As expected, the trailer attracted considerable attention from netizens. However, the comments section was rife with skepticism, with many implying that Jiang Chun's involvement might ruin the entire production. As the clock struck 7 that evening, Zhou Shu Hui Zhan officially premiered. A wave of Jiang Chun's fervent detractors flooded the video platform, ready to pass judgment. As viewers clicked on the video, some checked the total number of episodes, realizing there were 12 in total, with 3 airing on the premiere date and subsequent episodes released every 3 days. Many detractors scoffed at this, remarking that current dramas typically release 2 episodes per day. How dare you release just 1 episode every 3 days? Who gave you the audacity? Liang Jingru, do you really think we will follow the series? Chapter 7. Jiang Chun's acting lacks depth, so why does Wu Tiao not show his eyes? As the plot of Zhou Shu Hui Zhan unfolded on screen, a melodious male voice resonated, "Good morning." The character Yu Lei, played by Wu Lei, awakened from his seat, glancing around to discover he was in a room adorned with talismans. In front of him stood a man with a black eye mask and white hair. Smiling enigmatically, "Which version of you are you now?" With a puzzled expression, Yu Lei replied, "You seem to be." Jiang Chun, portraying Wu Tiao, calmly introduced himself. Wu Tiao, first-year homeroom teacher at the Jiu-Jitsu High School. The audience was momentarily stunned upon Jiang Chun's appearance. Wait, who is this handsome guy? And why does he look so refreshingly charming? Hey, bring back our human oil. Jiu-Jitsu? Fu hey, what is this? As Yu Lei seemed to recall something, he suddenly realized he was bound to the chair. Wu Tiao casually leaned against the chair, carelessly stating, "Now is not the time to worry about others, Yu Lei. You are about to face a secret execution." With those words, the scene shifted, and the opening theme, Zhou Shu Qi Ji, began to play. In a flashback, the lyrics echoed, "I have nowhere to go. Do not bury your head in tears in the crevice of dreams. I know how to face it. Please do not abandon me. Exorcise the darkness. Exorcise the darkness. When the veil of night falls, it signals our call. Facing formidable foes, we shall never yield." As the chorus swelled, many viewers could not help but hum along. At the Beijing Film Academy, in a multimedia classroom, over 30 students from the acting department gathered. These were Wu Lei's classmates, ostensibly there to watch his new drama and offer acting advice. Yet it was also an opportunity for him to flaunt his achievements. In the front row sat his close friends, including Jiang Yi, Guan Xiaoyuan, Zhang Shuiying, and Wang Junkai. Among them was also a stunning girl with a high ponytail, fair skin, and a striking aura, Jiang Kiki. As the top student in her major and widely regarded as the most beautiful freshman, Jiang Kiki had drawn significant attention since her enrollment. Although she was only in her second year, many had already labeled her as the most beautiful campus flower. Jiang Kiki had met Wu Lei and Jiang Yi during a school performance, seamlessly integrating into their circle, eventually becoming best friends with Jiang Yi. Due to her low profile and her parents' protective nature, few were aware of her other identity as the daughter of Su Wan, the founder of the leading entertainment company in Longhua. "Kiki, I heard you have an older brother. Is he handsome?" Jiang Yi inquired curiously as they awaited the drama's premiere. Jiang Kiki seemed to recall something, her brow furrowing. "He's just average." Jiang Yi persisted with a smile. "You're so beautiful. Surely your brother must be attractive as well?" Jiang Yi had always believed her friend had high standards, as too many boys had confessed their feelings to Jiang Kiki over the past year, only to be rejected with a uniform response. "Thank you for liking me, but I'm sorry, I only like good looks." Consequently, few dared to confess to Jiang Kiki anymore. However, this time Jiang Kiki claimed her brother was merely average. Sensing Jiang Yi's intrigue, Jiang Kiki quickly defended, "I'm not lying. He truly is average, lazy, and unaccomplished." With an ordinary appearance, Jiang Kiki vented her frustrations, her cheeks puffed in indignation. It was no wonder she was upset. Over the past 3 years, she had sent countless messages to Jiang Chun, yet he had never replied or even visited home, as if she were an invisible sibling. Their once strong bond left her perplexed, leading her from affection to resentment. Jiang Yi was taken aback. She had never seen Jiang Kiki so emotionally charged. Yet she could sense it was merely an expression of frustration. At that moment, Wu Lei suddenly exclaimed, "Time's up, everyone quiet down." Though he was the star of the show, he had not seen the final cut and was equally eager to watch. As the opening sequence began, with the theme song Zhou Shu Qi Ji playing, Wu Lei anticipated compliments from his classmates. However, he noticed that many were fixated on Jiang Chen's portrayal of Wu Tiao. "So handsome. What is that actor's name? Oh wait, it's Jiang Chun. Haha, he is Jiang Chun. I still prefer Wu Yanzu from Liangguang. No wait, don't worry. Everyone, Jiang Chun will probably hold it together at first, but he will surely reveal his true self later." The director intentionally designed the character to wear an eye patch, likely to prevent the audience from being captivated by his gaze, which is quite amusing. The theme song is truly captivating and invigorating. It has my grandmother almost bursting out of her coffin with excitement. Wu Lei shook his head with a wry smile. Yet the controversies surrounding teacher Jiang Chun were even more pronounced. However, upon the emergence of Sukuna, he believed he could regain some ground. In stark contrast to the raucous classroom environment, Jiang Kiki's pupils dilated upon spotting Jiang Chun. For the past 2 years, she had instinctively avoided any news regarding him. Thus, she was only just learning that Jiang Chun portrayed Wu Tiaowu. Hearing her classmates' teasing remarks, Wu Lei could not help but defend him. "Classmates, teacher Jiang Chen's acting is truly impressive." Yet, the moment he spoke, the surrounding chatter intensified. Someone even quipped from behind, "Wu Lei, did you receive money from Jiang Chen to speak up for him?" Frustrated, Wu Lei could only shake his head and redirect the conversation. He was now quite eager to see the expressions on their faces when they witnessed Wu Tiaowu remove his eye patch and spring into action. On screen, the plot unfolded continuously. Yuji learned of his grandfather's passing. "You will perish surrounded by others," was the final message left by his grandfather. Many viewers felt a pang of sorrow. They remembered the series being tagged with the word healing, yet they questioned whether it truly offered solace. Nevertheless, the audience did not dwell on it, as there might be a twist ahead. Subsequently, Fushiguro Megumi headed to school, hoping to thwart the unsealing of Sukuna, only for Yuji to be ensnared by a one-eyed cursed spirit while attempting to assist him. The two fought valiantly, yet they could not defeat the monster. "Fushiguro, is there not a way to save everyone?" I only need to consume this finger, right? Yuji shouted, facing the monster's gaping maw, as he hurled Sukuna's finger into the air and swallowed it whole. At this moment, the audience collectively held their breath for Yuji. Chapter 8. Wulei's Breakthrough Performance. Wu Tiaowu makes his entrance. Transforming into Sukuna, Yuji's face became covered in dark patterns, with two eerie eyes sprouting beneath his own, lending him an appearance both terrifying and strangely beautiful. When Sukuna merely waved a claw, the cursed spirit dissolved into the air amidst a deluge of blood. Indeed, the sensation of brilliance must be experienced firsthand. The curse's flesh was rendered powerless, but what of humanity? Where were the women? Under the moonlight, the dual-faced Sukuna tore off his clothing, grinning malevolently atop the rooftop, arms wide open as if to embrace the era that was rightfully his. The audience was left in stunned silence. This dual-faced Sukuna appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Yuji and Fushiguro together could not defeat the beast, yet Sukuna dispatched it effortlessly? The comments began to flood in. Wow, the dual-faced Sukuna looks so wicked yet somewhat handsome, and frighteningly strong. Is it a dark transformation that enhances strength? What do you mean enhanced by 3 points? It's clearly boosted by 1,000. So charming. Wulei's acting is commendable. He has improved significantly. This is my first time seeing him as a villain, and it feels exhilarating. Who voiced the dual-faced Sukuna? So impressive and commanding. Even as a male, I feel overwhelmed. Wulei, your performance here is truly commanding and handsome. Your acting has exploded. You've transcended from fighter level to king level performance. Zhang Yi could not help but praise upon witnessing this scene. Having grown up together and acted side by side, she was acutely aware of Wulei's acting shortcomings, which often led to a formulaic and monotonous portrayal, rendering all his roles similar. Yet this time, she could distinctly sense a qualitative leap in Wulei's performance. What do you think, Kiki? Zhang Yi turned to Jiang Kiki. Indeed impressive. This segment exudes a wicked and commanding essence. Jiang Kiki nodded in agreement. Their flattery made Wulei feel somewhat bashful. He scratched his head and chuckled. It was all right. This is my first time playing such a role. And the director helped me a lot. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with envy. To be able to act in a major director's production is truly wonderful. Just as everyone anticipated the emergence of a formidable antagonist, Yuji and Sukuna began their struggle for control. Fushiguro's forehead glistened with blood as he gritted his teeth, torn between whether the person before him was Yuji or Sukuna, and whether he should exorcise him. At this juncture, many viewers began to empathize with Fushiguro's dilemma. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a calm and magnetic voice suddenly resonated. What is happening now? As the words fell, a white-haired man wearing a black eye patch made a striking entrance. Teacher Wu Yao, what are you doing here? Fushiguro turned to the newcomer. I hadn't planned on coming. Jiang Chun, portraying Wu Tiaowu, remarked, suddenly pulling out his phone with a mischievous grin, snapping pictures of the scene. Let's show the second-year students. Come on, Megumi. Strike a pose. What is happening? The audience was caught off guard by this scene. Hey, teacher, can't you see your students are on the brink of death? And you have time to take commemorative photos? Are you planning to use them for memorials? The audience internally scoffed, yet they found the absurdity of the situation oddly amusing. Upon learning that Yuji had consumed Sukuna's finger, Wu Tiaowu became intrigued. He leaned closer, tilting his head with an excited smile. It seems they have merged. This is quite interesting. Is there any abnormality in your body? Yuji moved his arm. It seems fine. Can we switch bodies? Wu Tiaowu suddenly asked. It should be possible. Satisfied, Wu Tiaowu nodded, stepping aside, spreading his legs, resting his hands on his knees, and casually swaying his body, stating, then let's do it for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, we'll switch back. Hearing this, Yuji looked astonished, but, no worries. I am the strongest, Wu Tiaowu replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips. His tone was utterly nonchalant, as though stating a mundane fact. In stark contrast, the audience erupted in excitement at Jiang Chen's composed yet slightly pretentious demeanor. Teacher Jiang Chen, you never fail to amuse. This line has me smelling the essence of Greece. No way, I think it's quite cool. Jiang Chen's acting has evolved remarkably, and his lines are impressive. Fellow fans of Jiang Chen, I am already preparing to screenshot. Let us fight for Jiang Chen. You shall not speak ill of our Jiang Chen. Should we produce eggs from our pigeons, do not eat them. You haven't spared him either. However, I must say, I sense a hint of handsomeness emanating from him. Subsequently, when the audience discovered that Wu Tiaowu was a glutton, they were astounded by his nonchalance amidst such a critical moment. To my astonishment, I first went to purchase the specialty delicacy shui meinyang before leisurely making my way here. I was utterly speechless. Fuhei Kuei couldn't help but comment. This person actually went to buy a specialty before arriving. I could almost perish from this. However, I observed Wu Tiao shaking his head, earnestly explaining, "This is not just any specialty. It is something I plan to enjoy on the high-speed train during my return journey. Shui Mei Nyang is quite distinct from other specialties." In that moment, while Wu Tiao had his back turned to Hu Zhongyuren, Fu Hei Kuei suddenly shouted. In the sky above, a shadow filled with malevolent energy launched an attack. Boom. A tremendous crash reverberated throughout the entire rooftop. Goodness! This unexpected spectacle startled the audience, causing many female viewers to scream in fright. Just when everyone presumed Wu Tiao would be injured, the dust beneath the moonlight began to settle, revealing a trembling pair of blood-red pupils. Indeed, the owner of these eyes was none other than the dual-faced Sukuna. To the astonishment of the audience, Sukuna was kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Wu Tiao sat leisurely atop Sukuna's back. And this cream is truly exceptional, Wu Tiao continued with a serious expression. Teacher Jiang Chun is simply breathtaking. Jiang Yi gazed at the scene on the screen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. If anyone dares to say Teacher Jiang Chun is oily again, I shall be the first to object. Guan Shaowan shared the same starry-eyed admiration. Not just the two of them, but the image of Jiang Chun portraying Wu Tiao, exuding an air of nonchalance, effortlessly toyed with the formidable dual-faced Sukuna, creating a striking visual contrast for the audience. So much flair. Do you sell plastic bags at home? Fine, I admit it. You truly managed to show off. Jiang Kuku, still a young girl at heart, couldn't help but concede that Jiang Chen's portrayal of Wu Tiao was undeniably impressive at that moment. The classmates in the classroom were equally taken aback by this scene. I must admit, in this instant, you, Jiang Chun, are indeed more handsome than my Guangdong Wu Yanzhu. Darn it, Wu Tiao's charm is nearly on par with my 10th. Huh, how shameless. Have I, Beiying Wu Yanzhu, spoken yet? Character actions, please do not elevate them to reality. The battle did not cease. Kneeling Sukuna suddenly propelled himself forward, brandishing his claws in an attempt to strike Wu Tiao. Wu Tiao, with his hands in his pockets, moved with ethereal grace. Each time Sukuna swung his claws or kicked, Wu Tiao vanished like a specter, evading even the hem of his clothing from being touched by Sukuna. After all, I must show off a bit in front of the students, Wu Tiao jested, standing behind Sukuna, facing away. Sukuna's sharp claws swiftly sliced backward. Wu Tiao grasped Sukuna's arm, flinging him aside with remarkable speed. Sukuna, in midair, looked at Wu Tiao with confusion. This is not right. Suddenly, Wu Tiao unleashed a powerful punch. A colossal shockwave sent Sukuna flying, along with the floor, crashing against the rooftop railing. Honestly, it has always been so troublesome to deal with sorcerers, regardless of the era. Sukuna's lips bled crimson as he shouted, charging at Wu Tiao while swinging a claw. Boom. Another resounding crash. Half of the rooftop was utterly obliterated. But this is merely the beginning, Sukuna remarked with a grin, surveying the ruins before him. Yet, the next moment, his pupils widened in alarm. Amidst the dust, the man smiled and pointed his finger. 7, 8, 9, that should suffice. Thud. As Wu Tiao's voice echoed, Sukuna's consciousness abruptly faded. Observing this, many viewers were left puzzled. Though their skirmish was brief, it had been so fluid and elegant. When did Jiang Chen practice fighting scenes to such a degree? The skeptics began to sense an odd shift in the development of events. As the plot rapidly unfolded, Hu Zhongyuren consented to become the vessel. Wu Tiao subsequently brought Hu Zhong to Jujutsu High, introducing him to Sukuna. Upon learning that Sukuna had survived for over 1,000 years and had once defeated a collective assault from all sorcerers, even his remains could not be eradicated. The audience assumed he must be the ultimate indomitable final boss. Yet simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity. Who would triumph, Teacher Wu or Sukuna? In the next moment, they heard the answer. Teacher, between you and him, who is stronger? Hu Zhongyuren, intrigued by Sukuna's origins, inquired. Well, if Sukuna regains all his powers, it could be a bit challenging, Wu Tiao replied. Hu Zhongyuren, puzzled, asked, will you lose? I will win, Wu Tiao confidently asserted. This seemed to be the undisputed correct answer, instilling an inexplicable trust in him, even though they had never clashed. The audience, upon hearing his words, expressed no doubt. He was indeed the strongest. He would prevail. Even the seemingly invincible Sukuna appeared inadequate before Wu Tiao. In an instant, the audience was swept up in Wu Tiao's confidence. He will win. Wow, Teacher Wu is so charming and self-assured. I feel incredibly powerful right now. Could I defeat Tyson in a one-on-one? Absolutely. Dude, are you getting a bit too cocky? Just tell me. If Tyson lands a punch, I'll just lie down, count my money, and be done with it. So did I win or not? 6. But honestly, Jiang Qin's acting and dialogue have truly transformed. There's not a hint of oiliness. I love it. Soon, the scene transitioned to the interview segment with Principal Yi. Hu Zhang continued to push himself internally, ultimately achieving enlightenment. The audience began to appreciate Hu Zhang's sunny disposition. Principal Yi looked at Hu Zhang with a hint of satisfaction and said, "You are qualified. Welcome to Jujutsu High." Thus, the first episode concluded after 40 minutes. As the ending theme played, the audience was left in a state of disbelief. What just happened? Is that it? They had never experienced time passing so swiftly while watching television. I still hadn't captured Jiang Qin's oily expressions. How could I not watch again? I must see another episode. Just one more. Chapter 10. Wu Tiaowu's little fan girl Reba. The Wild Rose makes her entrance. Joshing Entertainment Company. In a home theater room, a captivating girl with alluring fox-like eyes and long legs, as exquisite as white jade, sat cross-legged in the front row, watching Jujutsu Kaisen on the big screen. Beside her were many prominent stars: Di Li Ba, Gao Wei Guang, Zhang Yunlong, Zhu Suzhun, Zhuang Dafei, and Dai Si, among others. Yangmi casually opened a can of cola, took a couple of sips, and asked, "What do you all think of this drama?" As the silence enveloped the room, she casually remarked, "Relax, we aren't in a meeting today. Usually, I see you all laughing and joking, yet now, why the sudden quiet?" Initially, she had merely been idly browsing for television dramas when she stumbled upon Jiang Qin's new series. Without hesitation, she invited her companions to join her in watching it, considering it was the weekend and there were no work obligations. Although Jiang Qin was not particularly close to her, their contractual agreement was merely a formality. Nonetheless, out of curiosity, she wished to see what subpar drama Jiang Qin could produce. To her surprise, her inquisitive nature was piqued when she witnessed the intense fight scene between Jiang Qin and the dual-faced Sukuna, which instantly captivated her. Reba was particularly animated, exclaiming with enthusiasm that Wu Tiaowu was incredibly handsome, transforming into a giddy fan in the process. In her excitement, Reba rallied her fellow actors in the company chat to support Wu Tiaowu, gathering a considerable crowd. Reba, strategically clearing her throat, declared, "I find it absolutely captivating. The first episode has a brisk pace, an innovative theme, and seamless action sequences. Most importantly, Wu Tiaowu is extraordinarily dashing." Before she could finish, Yangmi rolled her eyes in response. "Wu Tiaowu's handsomeness is what you truly mean, isn't it?" With a chuckle, Reba defended her statement. "What I said holds true. I just wonder what Wu Tiaowu looks like without his blindfold. Would he be even more handsome?" At that moment, Zhang Yunlong interjected, "By the way, Mi Jia, we haven't met Jiang Qin yet. If I recall correctly, he should be one of our company's artists, right? Though his reputation isn't stellar." "Ah, how could I almost forget?" exclaimed Zhu Zuling, rising excitedly from her chair. "Jiang Qin is indeed part of our company. Mi Jia, could you bring him to the office for us to meet?" Yangmi shot her a withering look. "Do you think Jiang Qin is some sort of exhibit for you to gawk at?" Yangmi felt exasperated. In the past, these young ladies would distance themselves at the mere mention of Jiang Qin's name. Yet now, after he portrayed a dashing character, they were utterly enchanted. Admittedly, she too was somewhat curious to see the fabled bully of the Jing Circle, Jiang Qin. She had only met him once upon signing him, and the memory had since faded. "Let it go. Mi Jia, let's hasten to the next episode. My membership at E Factory is set to expire today. I'll just renew it for a decade," Reba urged, her excitement bubbling over. As the plot of Jiangji Huaizhan unfolded in the second episode, Jiang Qin's character, Wu Tiaowu, informed Fu Hui and Yuji that they would be picking up a third first-year student the next day. When a girl with short orange hair and matching eyes made her entrance, she immediately drew everyone's attention. She appeared both cool and striking, with a lively and amusing personality. The audience was entertained as she confronted a modeling agent on the street, humorously demanding to know why he hadn't handed her his business card. The viewers found her antics delightful, especially during the moment when Yi Qiangwei made witty remarks about their inner thoughts. "Haha, Yi Qiangwei's character is so entertaining. She seems like a social terror. I wish I had a friend like her. So hilarious. I adore interesting souls. But what if an interesting soul weighs over 500 pounds? Would you still like them?" As the story progressed, the main characters encountered a special grade cursed spirit. After witnessing Yuji being brutally attacked, the audience felt a pang of sympathy for him. Then, Sukuna reappeared, casually inserting his hand into his pocket and with a swift motion, appeared beside the special grade cursed spirit, gripping its head with a menacing command. "You shall perish here." Subsequently, an unrelenting slaughter ensued, with the special grade cursed spirit being mercilessly dismantled. The scene where Sukuna established his domain, seated upon a throne of scattered bones, exuded an aura reminiscent of a lord of the underworld, thrilling the audience immensely. Wow! The portrayal of Sukuna by Wu Lei is simply magnificent. Zhang Yunlong and Gao Weiliang could not help but cheer for Sukuna's prowess. Imagine if all fingers were united. Who could possibly rival him? What if Yuji ever loses control? Yang Mi expressed her concerns. Mijie, don't be a harbinger of doom. Even if they joined forces, wouldn't we still have Wu Qiaowu to rely on? What is there to fear? Reba countered Yang Mi's worries, as her admiration for Wu Qiaowu reached new heights. Just in case, Yang Mi attempted to continue, but the screen displayed Sukuna extracting the cursed spirit's heart with a look of impatience, muttering, "Done. Now hurry up if you want to change." After a brief pause without any response, Sukuna's sinister grin emerged. As the second episode concluded, the audience was left in shock. Had Sukuna taken control of the body? Without a moment's hesitation, they eagerly clicked to watch the next episode. In the bustling metropolis, Jiang Chun and Zhao Liang were comfortably seated on the couch, engrossed in the drama. Jiang Chun Gij, can you give me a spoiler? I want to know if Wu Qiaowu can defeat Sukuna. Please, Zhao Liang implored, blinking her bright eyes and shaking Jiang Chun's arm while adopting a feigned coy tone. Hold on. Speak normally, Jiang Chun urged, suppressing the urge to cringe as he covered Zhao Liang's mouth. If you spoke normally, would you tell me? Zhao Liang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jiang Chun nodded. No. Humph. You're ruthless. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's phone chimed, indicating a new WeChat message. Jiang Tingxue, by the way, the copyright fee for Jiang Ji Huaizhan has arrived at 1.2 billion. It will be transferred to your account shortly. The first installment will arrive in 2 weeks, with subsequent payments made monthly. Jiang Chun, okay. Chapter 11. Sukuna. Yuji, I have something heartfelt to share with you. To return to 2 weeks prior, Jiang Chun had presented the complete series of Jiang Ji Huaizhan to Jiang Tingxue. After watching, she immediately called him, her voice brimming with excitement. Brother, your acting has skyrocketed. It's as if you're on a rocket. By the way, let me handle selling the rights for your drama. Although Jiang Tingxue often expressed her desire for Jiang Chun to return to inherit the family business, she was genuinely thrilled to see her brother achieving success in his passion. All right, no problem. Jiang Chun was contemplating the matter when an unexpected opportunity arose. He promptly agreed, stating that the copyright fee would be 30 million per episode, totaling 3.6 billion for 12 episodes, with a bottom line of 25 million per episode, amounting to 300 million in total. Jiang Tingxue found this offer exceedingly reasonable, considering the special effects alone were worth the price. Beyond the copyright fee, there was also a significant share of the revenue to consider. Typically, web series operate on a model where the copyright fee is shared. For instance, if an individual watches for over 6 minutes, it counts as a valid view, allowing for a revenue split where 1 yuan could yield 30 cents. Although 30 cents may seem minimal, if each episode reaches 100 million valid views, it would accumulate to 30 million, leading to a total of 3.6 billion across 12 episodes. However, contrary to Jiang Chun's expectations, a few days later, Jiang Tingxue informed him of the outcome regarding the copyright fee. Manager Wang from the video division of the Goose Factory expressed, albeit diplomatically, that due to Jiang Chun being an unpredictable factor, they rejected the 30 million offer, stating they were only willing to pay 15 million per episode, translating to a total of 1.8 billion. In response, Jiang Chun proposed a bundled sale at 12 million per episode. Nevertheless, the original revenue split of 19% swiftly transformed into a split of 91%, with Jiang Chun receiving 9% and the Goose Factory 1%. The Goose Factory, not lacking in acumen, eventually settled on a 73% split after negotiations. Typically, in dealings with such a substantial entity, most individuals would be fortunate to negotiate a 37% split. Thus, a 73% split was an extraordinarily lucrative arrangement for Jiang Chun, who stood to gain immensely. Manager Wang felt a sense of satisfaction, believing he was still coming out ahead, given the exceptional value of the special effects. Yet, only Jiang Chun comprehended the explosive potential of this series. To illustrate, with a valid view generating 1 yuan that splits into 70 cents. If the viewership reached 100 million, the total for 12 episodes would soar to 8.4 billion, surpassing original earnings by 500 million. Additionally, considering the intellectual property value, merchandise, game adaptations, and animated adaptations, future projections indicated a baseline of at least 2 billion. Furthermore, he planned to adapt the Huayu chapter into a film before proceeding with the adaptation of Igu Jiotai's Pure Love Warrior, which would surely yield significant box office success. At this moment, audiences had reached the 3rd episode. The screen depicted a gentle rain falling outside, as Zhang Xinqing's character, Fuhai Hui, awaited the emergence of Yuji Itadori. To his astonishment, it was Ryman Sukuna who appeared. Without hesitation, he exploited my vulnerability, and this was the cost. Ryman Sukuna tore open his shirt, and amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, he raised his right hand high and plunged it into his heart. In an instant, blood gushed forth as Ryman Sukuna grasped the still-beating heart and yanked it out. This gruesome scene unfolded before the viewers. What was happening? The male lead was dead? This character, who had only survived 2 episodes. The audience was momentarily taken aback, and then the barrage of comments erupted. Ryman Sukuna. Yuji. I have something heartfelt to share with you. This villain is utterly outrageous. The male lead is dead. How will he continue? I thought Sukuna was akin to the old man in the ring, gradually getting to know Yuji and growing together. After all, the label mentions healing. These special effects are astonishingly realistic. They wouldn't actually extract Yuji's heart during filming, would they? I just thought Sukuna was cool, and he turned out to be a real menace. Meanwhile, Yangmi watched the flurry of comments and the bloody scene on the screen, rendered speechless. Her ominous predictions had come true. Yuji truly lost control. She glanced at Reba and cautiously inquired, Reba, didn't you act alongside Yuji? Could you call him to see if he's alright? Reba shot a look at Mijia, unable to contain herself. Mijia, please stop. Don't let it be true that Yuji is really dead. Alright, I'll keep quiet. Yangmi raised her hands in apology. Within the storyline, Ryman Sukuna, devoid of a heart, showed no signs of diminishing strength, leaving the audience in awe. Indeed, Sukuna was like a cockroach. The Sukuna possessing Yuji's body then launched an attack on Fuhai Hui, leading to another exhilarating battle. Fuhai Hui summoned Shikigami, a colossal bird wielding the power of lightning and a gigantic serpent that could traverse the heavens, engaging Sukuna in a fierce confrontation. These breathtaking special effects surpassed even the most thrilling Hollywood blockbusters, rivaling even the effects of Marvel films. Yet, as expected, Fuhai Hui ultimately succumbed. Confronted with the advancing Sukuna, feeling certain of his demise, Fuhai Hui solemnly declared, I saved you without any reason. Even in danger, I couldn't bear to see a virtuous person like you perish. Although I hesitated, I ultimately acted on emotion. Nevertheless, that is sufficient. I am not a hero, but a sorcerer, and I have never regretted saving you. The audience felt a stirring in their hearts upon hearing these words. Even as Fuhai Hui faced death by Yuji's body, he showed no remorse for having saved Yuji in the first place. Is that so? Yuji's dark markings suddenly vanished, revealing a bright, radiant smile. After all, you are wise and have undoubtedly contemplated more than I. I believe your thoughts are correct, but mine are not wrong either. With that, Yuji Itadori coughed up a mouthful of blood, which flowed from his mouth, chest, and down to the ground. Apologies, but time is up. You and Nobara, as well as teacher Gojo seemingly recalling something, Yuji Itadori displayed a bittersweet smile. You need not worry about living longer. As the rain intensified, Yuji Itadori's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this brutal scene, and Yuji's final moments filled with concern for others, both Fuhai Hui and Yuji were thinking of one another. The audience in front of the screen paused for 2 seconds, unable to hold back their tears. How shocking. They are already delivering blows in the 2nd episode. I declare this the finale. Everyone disperse. The male lead is gone. Director, come out. I need to show you something from the kitchen. Hui and Yuji are truly gentle souls. I'm in tears. That despicable Ryman Sukuna is such a little darling. In a separate room, Gojo Satoru gazed at the lifeless body of Yuji Itadori, a rare expression of anger surfacing within him. I had instructed them not to engage with special-grade curses, Ijichi explained nearby. Do you think they could flee upon encountering a special-grade curse? Gojo Satoru asked pointedly. This is likely the higher-ups attempting to take advantage of my absence and betray me. It's too troublesome to find the culprit among the planners. I might as well eliminate the higher-ups entirely. In that moment, Jiang Chun's portrayal of Gojo Satoru exuded a chilling aura of murderous intent. This performance, even through the screen, sent shivers down the spines of the audience. They could sense that this man was genuinely enraged. Should those so-called higher-ups appear before him at that moment, they would likely meet an immediate and unhesitating demise. Chapter 12. The Leaky Pot. I shall solo kill Wu Tiaowu. On the other side, why do you seem so unusually gloomy, Ahui, as if someone has died? Zenin Maki, portrayed by Zhou Yuxuan, appeared before Fushiguro Megumi and Yi Qiangwei. Maki, do you not know the reason for their somber demeanor? Suddenly, a delightful panda appeared from behind, accompanied by Inumaki Toge, who sported a head of sleek white hair. What are you talking about? Zenin Maki asked, perplexed. It's true. Someone has died. Yesterday, a first-year student passed away. The panda gently reminded. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zenin Maki's expression turned awkward as she pointed at the panda. You're making me seem heartless. You already are, the panda retorted. Initially, the audience felt sorrow for the two friends mourning Itadori Yuji's death, yet they restrained their emotions, unable to suppress their amusement upon witnessing the scene, particularly the panda, who was simply too adorable. Of course, Inumaki also appeared both handsome and charming. The characters introduced from the Jujutsu High School thus far all seem to possess delightful personalities, adding a humorous touch. As the scene transitions to the innermost thoughts of Itadori Yuji, if you wish for my revival, there are two conditions. Sukuna extended two fingers, grinning ominously. First, the moment I utter the words Chikwa, you must relinquish your body to me for 1 minute. Second, forget this agreement. Itadori shook his head. I refuse. I do not know your intentions, but your nature is malevolent, and I suspect no good can come of it. Sukuna appeared displeased. I assure you, during that minute, I will not harm another. Of course, he left unspoken the fact that another did not include himself, planting the seeds for Sukuna's later possession of Fushiguro Megumi. I would never trust you. Itadori insisted once more. This is not about trust. It is a binding. It is also a vow. Should it be violated, I shall face punishment. Naturally, the cost and reward of the binding were equal, a notion added by Jiang Chun himself, considering Sukuna's previous space slashing that had swiftly defeated Wu Tiaowu. The most distasteful aspect was that Sukuna had unleashed a lethal attack on a formidable foe like Wu Tiaowu at the expense of a minimal binding. Hence, from the outset, Jiang Chun intended to establish the rule of binding. In the room where Itadori's body lay, Wu Tiaowu bore a sorrowful gaze. He then articulated his ideals, which resonated deeply with the audience. He believed that violence could not resolve fundamental issues. Otherwise, with his power, he could easily overhaul the jujitsu world in an instant. Thus, he sought to transform the entire jujitsu society through education. This pronouncement instantly rendered Wu Tiaowu a more relatable character, imbued with dreams, helplessness, and sorrow, elevating the audience's affection for him to new heights. At that moment, Naozi donned gloves and turned to Wu Tiaowu, who sat nearby. I am about to commence the dissection. Will you watch from there? Oh my! Iji exclaimed suddenly. The audience witnessed Itadori's corpse slowly rise. Why am I completely naked? Even the typically composed Wu Tiaowu could not conceal his joy upon seeing this scene, while the audience erupted in excitement. Oh yeah, I knew Yuji wouldn't die. Whoa. Thankfully I just watched a 2-minute advertisement, or else Yuji would have perished. Clearly, it was my resurrection coin that brought Yuji back. Having finally grown fond of Yuji's character, I am relieved he did not die. However, the vow set by Sukuna should serve as a foreshadowing, right? Suddenly, I feel that Guli Naza's acting has improved significantly. I wonder if it's just my imagination? In the Beiying classroom, oh my, he has finally revived. I must say, Wu Lei, you have quite the physique. Those abs are impressive, a male classmate exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration. I really want to touch them. A bold female classmate gazed at Wu Lei's abdomen. In response, Wu Lei smirked and waved his hand. It's nothing. I exercise regularly. In truth, during the filming period, Jiang Chun had compelled him and other actors to work out together daily, even ensuring he did several push-ups and crunches on the day of this scene to enhance his physique. Of course, he would never disclose this to his classmates. He felt fortunate to have heeded Jiang Chun's advice. Otherwise, standing before his classmates in the nude would have been mortifying, particularly if they had seen his less-than-ideal physique. The narrative shifts to a restaurant where Nao Hua, played by Zhang Riyun, converses with Lu Hu. Nao Hua advised Lu Hu to seal Wu Tiaowu using the prison gate, rather than confronting him directly. How many fingers do I possess compared to Sukuna? Lu Hu suddenly inquired of Xiaoyojia. If we're being generous, around 8 or 9, Nao Hua replied. Lu Hu displayed a confident expression. That is sufficient. I shall be the one to eliminate Wu Tiaowu. Observing Lu Hu's overconfident demeanor, the audience couldn't help but worry for Wu Tiaowu, as such confidence typically indicates formidable strength. However, the audience was most pleasantly surprised by Zhang Riyun's portrayal of Xiaoyojia, who appeared to embody a villainous role, starkly contrasting with his character from earlier works. Anticipation brewed among the viewers regarding how Nao Hua and Xiaoyojie's narrative would unfold. Meanwhile, in pursuit of strength to protect his comrades, Itadori implored Wu Tiaowu to make him the strongest. Subsequently, Wu Tiaowu commenced training Itadori on how to harness cursed energy during heightened emotions. This involved watching films to enhance emotional control. After spending some time with Itadori, Wu Tiaowu had to depart. On a highway, Wu Tiaowu instructed the accompanying driver to proceed first. He then exited the vehicle, hands in pockets, seemingly awaiting something. All right. As Wu Tiaowu finished his sentence, a diminutive figure soared through the sky. Boom. Lu Hu's body crashed down where Wu Tiaowu stood, causing the concrete to buckle and scattering debris everywhere. Wu Tiaowu sidestepped, calmly observing the cursed spirit before him. Who are you? Suddenly, a piece of music began to play as the ending theme rolled in. The audience was left in disbelief. Is this it? This is far too brief. It was evident that an exhilarating battle was on the verge of commencing. Just as the audience was momentarily stunned, the preview for the next episode emerged. As they saw Wu Tiaowu preparing to remove his eye mask and unleash his ultimate technique, the viewers erupted in excitement. Damn! Stopping here feels like being constipated halfway through a bowel movement. It's incredibly frustrating. Which incompetent director edited this? Give me an address. I'll send you some local specialties. Come on, director, I have something heartfelt to say to you. Director, go chop some electric poles or national defense cables instead. Chapter 13, The Distressed Director Suku. Jiaxing Company Building. What? Is this really the end? Just like this. Li Riba gazed at the barrage of comments from the director on the screen, feeling utterly numb. So this is how the director plays it, huh? Wu Tiaowu was about to remove his eye mask, preparing to make his move. You want me to wait for 3 more days? Zhang Yun's mouth turned downwards, resembling a bitter melon. It was one thing not to mention it, but once the words left his lips, everyone around fell silent. Indeed, they had to wait a full 3 days. Initially, they had come to judge Jiang Chen's work, only to be met with this. It was akin to consuming chocolate-flavored excrement. Why not? Mijia, give Director Suku a call and ask if we can get a sneak peek or some resources. Riba finally could no longer sit still and turned to Mijia. At that moment, Mijia was still fixated on the comments, seemingly lost in thought. A sneak peek? I wish I could, but unfortunately, I am not well acquainted with Director Su. The film industry is not my domain. Her highest-rated film to date remained Wu Zhuang Yuan Su Qi. Alas, Riba sighed, feeling as if countless ants were crawling all over her body. If she couldn't see the next episode soon, she feared she would be sleepless tonight. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she turned to Yang Mi Mijia. Don't you have Jiang Chen's WeChat? If we can't watch the show, it would be great to chat with the male lead directly. Yang Mi looked at the starry-eyed Riba with a helpless expression. All right. At the Didu Film Academy, what is going on? Is that it? Jiang Yi stared blankly at the screen. Other students around her exhibited the same reaction. Soon, many students began to press Wu Lei for answers. What happened next? What were Teacher Wu Tiao's moves? Wu Lei, can you spill a little bit? Yeah, why does Teacher Wu Tiao wear an eye mask? Is he insomnia? Can you defeat Teacher Wu Tiao? Wu Lei looked at the impassioned students with glimmering eyes, hesitating before conceding. Fine then, I'll reveal 6 points. Jiang Ku sat beside, pretending to be indifferent, but her perked ears betrayed her. However, as Wu Lei continued speaking, his eyes darted, and he dashed out of the classroom. The crowd snapped back to reality, shouting, Stop! Su Nuo, don't run. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Especially for those who had just watched the latest update of Zhou Shuhuijan. They initially sought Jiang Chen's emoticons, then marveled at his acting, and ultimately became engrossed in the plot. They could be said to have completely succumbed to being fans of Zhou Hui. Thus, they swiftly shifted their focus, bombarding the official Weibo account of Zhou Shuhuijan with fervent comments. Don't rush. I'm waiting for the group that just finished watching Zhou Shuhuijan. Dear Zhou Shu, I beg you darkly, just one more episode will do. Crawling. I've never begged anyone in my life. Please. Roaring, Director Suku. Dude, are you hooked? It's been over an hour since the update paused. Why hasn't Zhou Shuhuijan resumed? Angry face, Director Suku. It's been 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 31 seconds. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to rest this long. Hurry up and update. Red face, Director Suku. At this moment, the viewers who had just completed the first 3 episodes of Zhou Shuhuijan were in agony. They had suffered too long from domestic romance dramas. After finally encountering a passionate battle series, how could they not be deeply affected? As the audience gathered, the comments began to split into 2 factions. One group of Jiang Chen's detractors gathered beneath the official blog to mock. It is said that the gaze is the most telling aspect of an actor's skill. Goodness, the director has completely blindfolded Jiang Chen. Haha, Jiang Chen's eyes under that mask aren't cross-eyed, are they? Director Suku, a true master, knows Jiang Chen's acting prowess well, directly transforming him into the Wu Zhu of Qing Yunyan. Brother Chun's performance was excellent. I've completely switched from a hater to a fan. Of course, alongside the detractors, many true fans had shifted from casual supporters to ardent admirers. Chen-gu, if you can maintain this state through the first 3 episodes, your acting skills could elevate you to the second tier. Xiao-chun, you must seize this immense fortune. Keep it up. In the future, our resources will be first tier. Acting will be second tier, and character will be third tier. Those with third tier character are Jiang-chun. What does that have to do with Wu Tiao? Hands on hips, setting aside the rivalry between detractors and supporters, the heat was undeniable. Just tonight, Zhou Shu Huizhan had reached a heat value of 28,000 points. It had shattered the record for the fastest show on Goose Factory to surpass 28,000 points this year. Only 2,000 points remained until the threshold of 30,000. To date, only 5 productions in Goose Factory's history have surpassed the 30,000 mark. As the saying goes, even negative attention is still attention. Jiang-chun was indeed making the most of this. Furthermore, the trending topics related to Zhou Shu Huizhan on Weibo and Douyin were skyrocketing. What is concealed beneath Wu Tiao's mask? Is it the distortion of humanity or the degradation of morality? Director Su Ku of Xiangjiang, with his first drama, has taken the internet by storm. However, none of this is important. We want to ask you, can you update it? Director Su Ku, I advise you to release the next episode tomorrow. Do not be ungrateful, or I shall kneel and plead with you. If we speak of the overnight success of this drama, who is the most infuriated? Without a doubt, it is Director Su Ku. His various social media accounts, and even his phone and WeChat have been bombarded with requests for updates. Even his daughter, who usually only calls every 3 to 4 months, made a special call, inquiring about his health before directly pressuring him for updates. Who understands my suffering? Just as Director Su Ku was on the verge of tears, an idea struck him. He posted a message on Weibo. Director Su, everyone, first of all, I apologize, I am not the overall director of this drama. Jiang-chun is. So please urge him for updates. I am getting old and cannot bear it. Once this statement was made, who would believe it? The audience scoffed. Jiang-chun. That Jiang-chun, the main director? Haha, this was undoubtedly the funniest joke they had heard all year. Director Su was clearly making this joke to avoid the pressure for updates. However, when observant viewers went to check the opening and ending credits for the cast list, they were dumbfounded. Goodness, a whole line of Jiang-chun. Writer, Jiang-chun voice of Liang Mian Su Nual. Jiang-chun assistant director. Jiang-chun theme song composer. Jiang-chun lead actor. Jiang-chun head of post-production editing. Jiang-chun martial arts director. Jiang-chun chapter 14. CCTV drama competition. The 4th episode of Zhou Shu Huizhan is about to air. Most viewers were initially immersed in the plot and completely overlooked these details. But now, they were left in shock. Surely, this cannot be a case of multiple individuals sharing the same name in the production team? How could this person excel in every aspect? As the online discourse escalated, in a high-end residential area in the magical city, at the dining table, the steaming water in the pot wafted upwards, filling the entire room with the distinctive aroma of hot pot. Chen-gu, you've made it to the trending list. Zhao Liying, her belly round from indulging, sat in a chair scrolling through her phone. Jiang-chun picked up a piece of cooked beef tripe, dipped it in sauce, and as he chewed calmly remarked, "Isn't it quite normal for me to trend?" Zhao Liying, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, replied, "After all, this is your first time trending with a positive image. I think we should celebrate. You little rascal, even daring to tease me? Have you forgotten the saying 3 days without a beating, and the roof will be lifted?" Jiang-chun raised his middle finger, pointing it playfully at Zhao Liying's forehead with a mock fierce expression. In response, Zhao Liying shut her eyes in mock fear, only to feel a cold touch on her forehead as Jiang-chun withdrew his hand and continued enjoying the hot pot. He had long anticipated such trending topics, akin to the character Chang-gu from his previous life in Kwangbiao. Once overlooked, a single show catapulted him to the status of a top-tier star, garnering fervent enthusiasm from all. His current popularity was merely a prelude. The true peak would arrive with the airing of the 4th episode. Just as in his past life, Zhou Shu Huizhan truly exploded in global popularity after the 6th episode aired. Moreover, there were even more breathtaking moments ahead. When Wu Tiao resurrected, the scene of his unparalleled dominance would surely send fans into a frenzy. This could be regarded as a minor shock that the 2-dimensional world imparted to the 3-dimensional realm. Presently, Jiang-chun pondered what his next project should be. He had 2 ideas in mind. First, to film a movie adaptation of Zhou Shu Huizhan, Huayupian, which would serve as a prequel introducing Wu Tiao. This way, audiences would grasp the emotional bond between Wu Tiao and Xie Yojia before watching the theatrical version, enhancing their immersion. Second, He considered producing a new television series with titles like Yi Ren Ji Xia, Hai Ji Wang, and Ri, Song Ling Kai Shi De Yi Shi Jiesheng, Hu, piquing his interest. To elaborate on Yi Ren Ji Xia, a pinnacle of domestic animation, Jiang Chun was particularly intrigued by Feng Baobao, whom he regarded as his favorite female character in domestic animation. Hai Ji Wang, while lengthy, could be serialized, with each arc addressing the plot holes and critiques from audiences. Lastly, Ri, Song Ling Kai Shi De Yi Shi Jiesheng Hua, was particularly fascinating. This series could even be titled The Male Protagonist's 86 Ways to Die, and featured the true man, not Suki Subaru, who could be considered one of the most unfortunate male leads in an alternate world, constantly facing cycles of death. The plot was exceedingly engaging and explosive. While some viewers found the male protagonist's character unappealing, Jiang Chun believed this to be an authentic representation. After all, who could maintain a normal disposition after enduring various torturous deaths? Just as Jiang Chun was lost in thought, the phone rang abruptly. "Hello, sister." He answered immediately. On the other end, Jiang Tingshue's voice resonated. "Little brother, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. I told you you'd definitely make it big." Jiang Chun coughed. Cough, cough. "Sister, when did I ever hear you say that? Besides congratulating you, I have something important to discuss. I've just received a document from CCTV indicating their intent to steer the direction of television dramas. In 4 months, during the summer vacation period, CCTV will host a television drama competition themed excavating and promoting the cultural heritage of Longhua. The first prize includes 3 rewards. 1. A cash prize of 50 million. 2. Direct airtime on prime channels, CCTV 1 and CCTV 8, with the copyright fee surpassing market prices. 3. The champion's next drama, provided its quality meets standards, will also be granted direct airtime on these prime channels. Would you like to register? You just need to submit your work." Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback by this news. Wow, CCTV is quite generous. Leaving aside the 50 million cash prize, the second and third points are astonishing. He understood that the entertainment industry operates on a hierarchy, where films look down on television dramas, and television dramas, in turn, look down on web series. To be aired on prime channels not only signifies the quality assurance of the drama, but also adds an honorific glow to it. Most importantly, it entails a long-tail effect. As the name suggests, web series often sell their copyrights to specific platforms, limiting viewership to that platform alone. However, a drama aired on prime channels can continually sell its copyright. For instance, if I sell the premiere rights to CCTV, I can subsequently sell secondary rights to other satellite channels. After CCTV airs the drama, major satellite channels will air it, followed by local, provincial, municipal, and county television stations, leading to hundreds of broadcasts. The copyrights can be sold numerous times, even if a satellite channel appears less popular than a streaming platform. If it airs something like Journey to the West from 1986 over 4,000 times, the cumulative viewership and impact will far surpass that of any single platform. This is the essence of the long-tail effect. Moreover, the rights can simultaneously be sold to streaming platforms, with the only difference being that CCTV airs it an hour earlier. Additionally, there is a rating system for television dramas in this world, allowing for the production of numerous dramas, such as the original Yi Ren Ji Xia, without any plot alterations. With system support and exceptional acting, this adaptation would undoubtedly surpass any past remakes of Yi Ren Ji Xia. Within mere seconds, Jiang Chun had already decided on the next drama to produce. With this competition on the horizon, it was indeed a double-edged sword. In a few days, he planned to visit Bing to scout actors for Yi Ren Ji Xia, while also catching up with his sister Jiang Kiki, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. "All right, sister, I will register." "Great. By the way, our company has 2 dramas to submit as well, so be cautious." "Hee, no problem at all. I'll handle you guys effortlessly." "All right, enough chit-chat. Your 1.2 billion copyright fee for Jiu Shu Hui Zhan should be in your account now. Check it out." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chun eagerly opened his mobile phone to check the messages. "Your card ending in 6722 has received a transfer of 120,000 yuan today from Longhua Bank. Balance 121,500,000 yuan." Jiang Chun gazed at the string of zeros, and the beef tripe in his mouth suddenly seemed even more delectable. This was the first time he had encountered such a substantial sum of money. Even though he was now a wealthy second-generation individual, the money earned through his own efforts felt far more satisfying. He had previously claimed to be uninterested in money, which was indeed true. However, while one might not care for money, it is essential to have it. Drawing from his memories, Jiang Chun realized that the current influencer market was still in its nascent stages. Many popular streamers had yet to emerge. When the time came, he could establish an influencer company, signing talents like De Yang and Xingba, and the live streaming commerce alone would be sufficient to build a commercial empire. If he felt inclined, he could also recruit other influencers, such as Cheng Nushi, Shi Jie, Man Yu Mei, and Fang Yuan, which would also yield promising results. Indeed, the prospects seemed increasingly favorable to Jiang Chun. Certainly, that is a matter for another time. For now, he has resolved to establish an entertainment company to unearth some hidden gem actors. Just then, a new message popped up on Jiang Chen's WeChat. I am Dili Riba, Shinjin. Upon seeing that friend request verification, he promptly declined it and tossed his phone aside, nearly losing his composure. The current crop of scammers is utterly unprofessional. As Jiang Chun pondered over perfecting the script for Yi Ji Xia, the fourth episode of Zhou Shu Hui Zhan was finally set to premiere. Chapter 15. Jiang Chun is truly dead. The leak is too formidable. With just 1 hour remaining before the broadcast, a throng of eager viewers flocked to the video platform, eagerly awaiting. Many found themselves with nothing to do, unable to endure watching other romantic dramas, so they resorted to rewatching the third episode of Zhou Hui, with some even urging for updates within the episode. Gojo Satoru is my 1998th husband. At first, I thought 3 days for an episode was a joke. Little did I know I would become the punchline. Zhou Shu Hui Zhan is my father. Father. 3 whole days. Do you have any idea how I've managed during this time? Zhou Shu Hui Zhan is my mother. Mother. Please release more episodes. I would gladly pay 100 yuan per episode for additional content. I want to kiss the dual-faced Sukuna, Director Su. As long as you provide more episodes, I, Zhang Mingnan, am willing to offer you a favor. At Jiaxing Entertainment Company, stars like Yang Mi, Ri Ba, Zhang Yunlong, Zhu Shulian, and Zhuang Dafei congregated once more at their usual spot. It appeared that the number of attendees had increased since their last gathering. Sighing, Ri Ba expressed her sorrow, resembling a distressed maiden. What's wrong? Why the sigh? Yang Mi inquired with concern. It's just that the last time you gave me Jiang Chun's WeChat ID. Ri Ba hesitated, her expression reflective of indecision, before finally speaking. I tried adding him 9 times, and he blocked me, calling me neurotic. Uft. Yang Mi covered her mouth, waving her hand with a chuckle. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Ri Ba huffed. Forget it. Let us just watch the show. Next time, I'll add him right there. Yang Mi nodded yes. It's almost 7 o'clock. I haven't watched a drama in ages. I wonder what the 4th episode of Zhou Shu Hui Zhan will be like. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlong eagerly set up the indoor projector, while the others waited with anticipation. In truth, not only Yang Mi, but many of them had not been this passionate about following a series in quite some time. At the Dido Film Academy, the self-media classroom was bustling with more than 30 attendees. This time, the classroom was completely packed. There were even individuals standing at the back and sides. A room originally designed for 60 now accommodated over 100. The large turnout was attributed to the vibrant atmosphere of watching a show together, especially with Wu Lei, an actor from Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, present, enhancing their viewing experience. Wow, so many people? Wu Lei gazed at the crowded classroom, his mouth agape. Indeed, it's quite a lot. Jiang Yi frowned. It seems we will need to arrive early next time to secure seats. Jiang Kikek nodded in agreement. Absolutely. At least 2.5 hours in advance. Wu Lei, could you please sign this? At that moment, Wu Lei turned to see a lovely junior shyly gazing at him, holding a piece of paper and a pen. Of course, Wu Lei readily agreed. While he was in the midst of signing, the junior's delicate face turned crimson as she bashfully asked, could you also get a signature from teacher Jiang Chun for me? Of course, I don't want to impose, if it's too much trouble. Wu Lei suddenly realized the intent behind her request. Noticing her pitiful expression, he felt a surge of generosity and declared loudly, no problem at all. How many signed photos do you want? I have a great relationship with teacher Jiang Chun. Hearing this, several other juniors approached, eager for signed photos. Caught up in the excitement, Wu Lei impulsively agreed to all their requests, thinking that with the current popularity of the series, securing a few signed photos for a celebration banquet in the future would be a piece of cake. In the bustling metropolis, within Jiang Chun's apartment, 5 individuals gathered in the living room, all actors from the Zhou Shu Hui Zhan crew. Brother Chun, I saw your performance on set, but I haven't seen the edited version with special effects yet. Bai Lu exclaimed, munching on an apple with palpable excitement. Zhou Yuxuan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Watching the show together creates such a lively atmosphere. I feel so bored at home alone. Zhou Yi tugged on Zhou Yuxuan's hand, cheerfully suggesting, Sister Zhou, how about we go shopping together sometime? Count me in. Zhao Liang raised her hand enthusiastically. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat nearby, observing the animated group of charming girls. Each of them possessed delightful personalities. Zhou Yuxuan was a social butterfly in her previous life, well acquainted with everyone, while Zhou Yi, despite her seemingly aloof exterior, was a sweet and playful girl, her laughter reminiscent of an adorable puppy. Bai Lu, without a doubt, was the life of the party and the atmosphere's anchor. This gathering was organized by Jiang Chen. Beyond casual conversation among friends, he had another purpose in mind. Both Zhou Yi and Bai Lu were without representation, one lacking a company and the other nearing the end of her contract. He aimed to secure them under his wing. It's starting. It's starting, Bai Lu exclaimed, glancing at the time on her phone. As the clock struck 7, she immediately powered on the projector in Jiang Chen's home. With her cue, the others fell silent, eagerly awaiting the start of the 4th episode. The screen unfolded, continuing from the previous episode. The character Lu, who descended from the heavens. Jiang Chen's portrayal of Gojo Satoru effortlessly dodged the attack, calmly asking, "Who are you?" No sooner had he spoken than Lu, who waved a hand, causing a small volcano to erupt from the wall behind Gojo Satoru. Intense crimson light surged from the volcano's mouth. Boom! A massive pillar of fire erupted, reaching from the highway deep into the forest. Gojo Satoru's figure was engulfed within the towering flames. The special effects of this scene were nothing short of explosive, thrilling the audience. In no time, the words "budget explosion" flooded the comments section. Lu, who gazed at the charred remnants of the asphalt, a smile creeping across his lips. Ha, nothing more than this. Just as he finished speaking, his single eye widened in shock. Amidst the inferno, a familiar figure emerged, reigniting the battle. With a whoosh, a gust of wind surged. Lu, who, having stealthily approached from the side, conjured a small tornado of fire within his palm. Boom! To the astonishment of all spectators, Gojo Satoru's head was struck, instantly transforming into a flaming sphere. The audience stared blankly for 2 seconds, momentarily stunned. The special effects were so strikingly real that they genuinely doubted whether Jiang Chen's portrayal of Gojo Satoru had been set ablaze. Their hearts raced, nearly reaching their throats. Is it possible that Wu Tiaowu is truly gone? How astonishing! This short figure appears incredibly formidable. Surely, Wu Tiaowu cannot have met his demise. Absolutely not. This is unequivocally impossible. Have we all forgotten the law of no harm with smoke? How could this being have slain Wu Tiaowu? This is simply too outrageous. Can even this insignificant creature wreak havoc in high-stakes battles? Alas, let us mourn for our esteemed teacher Wu Tiao for 3 minutes. Chapter 16, The Shy Lohu. The Technique Reversal. Hey, is this all you are capable of? In actual combat, it becomes evident that his strength is merely a figment of the overestimation by the weak. Indeed, humanity today is patently false, living a life devoid of authenticity. All that is ugly is utterly nauseating. Lohu gazes at the dust ahead, nonchalantly retracts his palm, lifts his robe, and turns to depart, an air of calm arrogance adorning his countenance. Allow me to teach humanity the essence of reality through death, that they may comprehend true strength, he muses with satisfaction as he walks. Did this scene not just transpire? Suddenly, a languid voice leisurely drifts through the air, alleviating the tension of many spectators. Lohu is taken aback, for behind him stands Wu Tiaowu, left hand in pocket, right hand brushing away the surrounding dust, reminding him to be mindful, lest he choke. Lohu spins around, his pupils dilating in disbelief. How could this be? Wu Tiaowu patiently explains. To put it simply, you missed. How can this be? This cannot compare to the preceding strike. I struck you directly. Lohu's face contorts with incredulity. Wu Tiaowu, with a smile gracing his lips, gestures. What you struck was merely the infinity between us. Let me enlighten you. Extend your hand. Wu Tiaowu beams a charming smile, extends his right hand, swaying it gently as if coaxing a child. Come on, extend your right hand. At this sight, the audience erupts with laughter. The earlier tension dissipates instantaneously. How delightful! What is this adorable expression and childlike tone from Wu Tiaowu? He is simply too charming. Would you allow me to extend my hand? I wish to be close to you. Lohu retorts. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Just because you ask, I shall not extend my hand. I wager. Should Lohu comply, I, Zhang San, will eat dung while standing on my head. But to the astonishment of all spectators, Lohu gradually approaches Wu Tiaowu, devoid of malice, thinking that a little more understanding is worthwhile. As his hand nears Wu Tiaowu's, mere centimeters apart, Lohu freezes, pupils constricting. Is it unreachable? Will it be obstructed in midair? Is this what infinity entails? Wu Tiaowu elucidates. It cannot be said to be obstructed. Rather, the closer you get, the greater the resistance. How will you approach me then? Lohu, Now the curious child responds, I am not averse to a handshake. Wu Tiaowu chuckles, intertwining their fingers. The audience is left bewildered. Just moments ago, fierce combat ensued. And now the atmosphere has suddenly turned ambiguous. How perplexing. Hop Ba, witnessing this scene, cannot suppress an exclamation. This cursed little figure ambushed Wu Tiaowu, and yet, I have not even touched Wu Tiao's hand. And here he is, intertwining fingers. Louhu must perish. Yang Mi, observing Hot Ba's indignation, cannot help but laugh. Strangely enough, this segment has taken on a comedic tone. Louhu appears shy, yet I must admit, aside from his striking appearance, Wu Tiaowu is quite endearing. As the two converse, the scene reveals Louhu, infuriated, shouting, You little rascal. However, before he can complete his sentence, a shadow flashes by. Wu Tiaowu has seized his right hand. A fist the size of a sandbag crashing into his abdomen, lifting him into the air. This speed is astonishing. It is not merely enhanced by cursed energy. What is happening? I cannot discern. I must understand. As Louhu, suspended in midair, spews forth a stream of purple blood, his thoughts race. But it is not over yet. Wu Tiaowu, transforming his right hand into a palm, delivers successive blows to Louhu's abdomen, followed by a powerful kick that sends him flying. Infinity is omnipresent. Wu Tiaowu stands poised, extending a finger. My sorcery merely manifests infinity into reality. As he speaks, a small pink sphere coalesces at the tip of his finger. Surrounded by waves of magnificent red energy swirling in the air, continuously rotating around the red sphere. Contracting, expanding. What do you suppose would occur if this were to touch the void? Technique reversal, hey. Wu Tiaowu's lips curl into a smile. With the utterance of his words, the surrounding red energy is swiftly absorbed into the pink sphere. Brilliant red and white light erupts from the center of the sphere, instantaneously illuminating the night in a crimson hue. Louhu, engulfed in this terrifying energy, pales in countenance. Boom. With the resounding explosion, a thrilling battle soundtrack fills the air. Louhu is propelled by this red energy, crashing through several massive trees. In a flash, a figure as swift as lightning pursues, delivering another kick. Louhu, caught off guard, is sent flying like a rubber ball. As he ascends into the air, Wu Tiaowu, ever the shadow, seizes Louhu's head, pressing it down into the ground. Louhu is scraped along the earth, propelled several dozen meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Louhu leaps out and retaliates, unleashing that peculiar purple energy shockwave once more. This time, its power is evidently greater than before. Yet it proves futile, as Wu Tiaowu has already appeared behind him, eyes gleaming with azure light. With a swift side kick, Louhu is sent crashing into a small lake, sending up a tremendous splash. All of this transpires at breakneck speed. The audience, captivated since witnessing technique reversal, cannot take their eyes off the spectacle. This marks Wu Tiaowu's first offensive move, and they are instantly enraptured. Simultaneously, it is their first glimpse of Jiang Qin's extensive battle sequence. Each strike lands with precision, fluidity, and power, showcasing a mastery that leaves the audience exhilarated. Is this not 1,000 times more engaging than the sluggish, feeble fight scenes of contemporary domestic dramas? Chapter 17. You are feeble. Remove the blindfold. Expand the domain. In the classroom of Beiying, Tai Kula, Wale hears the incessant gasps from the female students. Though a tinge of envy and jealousy for Jiang Qin lingers, he cannot help but concede that the combat scenes of teacher Jiang are truly exceptional. When did he become this powerful? Jiang Kiki murmurs. A couple of days ago. She also caught the news, mentioning that Jiang Chun was taking on multiple roles in this drama. She held a skeptical view on this matter. After all, it is not unusual for someone to pay others to perform tasks and then take the credit for it, given Jiang Qin's character. However, the action scene before her was undeniably real and could not be dismissed. The character Wu Tiaowu, portrayed by teacher Jiang Chun, was nothing short of charismatic. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, appeared utterly convinced, as if she had anticipated this all along. At that moment, she had completely succumbed to being a devoted fan of Jiang Chun. Simultaneously, Wu Tiaowu utilized his teleportation ability to bring over Itadori Yuji to commence his teaching. Upon seeing Itadori's arrival, Louhu displayed a look of disdain, questioning what this little brat was doing there, serving as a shield? A shield? No, Wu Tiaowu chuckled. He is merely here to observe. I am imparting knowledge to him, so do not hesitate, just unleash your attacks. Unable to restrain himself, Louhu remarked, how foolish to have brought along a dead weight. No worries, Wu Tiaowu replied with a confident and audacious smile. After all, you are quite weak. The tone of this statement was excessively audacious and dripping with contempt. Particularly the last 4 words, you are quite weak, which were drawn out in a mocking manner. This instantly elevated the level of ridicule. Lu Hu's anger surged to its peak. The volcano atop his head and the earplugs beside him erupted simultaneously. Intense flames surged forth. The dramatic interplay between Wu Tiaowu's sardonic tone and Lu Hu's furious expression heightened the theatrical effect of the scene, causing many viewers to erupt into laughter. The audience was in stitches, exclaiming, "Haha, the defenses have crumbled. I won't reveal who it is. Why does Lu Hu seem so adorably foolish? So cute. I want to keep one as a pet. It can keep my hands warm in winter and roast sweet potatoes in summer. Teacher Wu Tiao is simply too entertaining. I can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Lu Hu. You are quite weak. Ha ha ha. If I win first place in a 100-meter race at school and then turn to 7 people and say, 'Do you know why I won? Because you are all weak,' wouldn't that be exhilarating? I don't know if it will be exhilarating for you, but you will undoubtedly receive a thorough beating. Do not underestimate others. You little brat. Watch how I devour you along with that smug face." Lu Hu's rage peaked as he bellowed. With this roar, the fiery energy shot skyward, coloring the night sky crimson. The surrounding lake waters were also sent flying by this terrifying energy. Itadori Yuji stared in astonishment at the cursed spirit before him. Is this guy really weak? Recalling the curses he had previously encountered, he mentally scoffed. He is far more terrifying than any monster I have faced before. Itadori felt a hand patting his head. It's all right. Do not stray from my side, Wu Tiaowu said calmly. At the same time, Lu Hu wore a confident smile as he crossed his arms and formed a hand seal. Domain expansion. As those 4 words left his lips, the entire world seemed to be engulfed in darkness. It rapidly enveloped Wu Tiaowu and Itadori within. Just as Itadori turned to look at Lu Hu, cracks suddenly appeared beneath his feet, with flames bursting forth from them. The ground around them heaved, forming small mountains that encircled the two. This was a small world reminiscent of a fiery hell. What is this? Itadori's pupils dilated in shock. The audience watching this scene felt their scalps tingle. This Lu Hu is truly terrifying. The spectacle of his domain was overwhelmingly grand and fearsome. The special effects were explosively impressive and undoubtedly expensive. It can be said that the reason Jujutsu Kaisen became a sensation after just 3 episodes is that, from acting to special effects and costume design, everything is top-notch. Especially the special effects. Every frame of Jujutsu Kaisen appears as though it belongs to a cinematic masterpiece. The effects even surpass all the American blockbusters they had previously seen. At this moment, the audience's hearts were roaring. This is what watching a show is all about. What were we watching before? Thus, artistic mastery. Many of Jiang Chen's critics have now been completely transformed into loyal fans of Jujutsu Kaisen. The Iron-Walled Mountain. With Lu Hu's voice echoing, the domain was completed. Itadori once again asked in astonishment, "What exactly is this?" "This is domain expansion." Wu Tiaowu patiently explained from the side. It constructs a space imbued with the technique using cursed energy. Meanwhile, terrifying attacks continuously rained down within Lu Hu's domain. The most effective way to counter a domain is to expand our own. When multiple domains are simultaneously activated, the more experienced sorcerer will control the battlefield. However, compatibility and the strength of cursed energy also play a role. Wu Tiaowu remained calm and collected, continuing to instruct Itadori. At the same time, he slowly raised his hand, preparing to remove his eye mask. At this sight, all the audience members felt their hearts leap into their throats. They had been waiting for this moment for a full 3 days. For a whole 72 hours. Do you know how they endured? I will turn you to ash. Wu Tiaowu. Lu Hu roared, making a gesture with his right hand. Countless rocks shattered around them, and a torrent of fiery lava erupted from the ground. Like a massive tornado, it swept up boulders and flames, charging toward the two. This apocalyptic scene was clearly an ultimate move. However, when the tornado was merely a meter from Wu Tiaowu, it seemed to come to a standstill. At that moment, Wu Tiaowu slowly removed his eye mask. Softly murmuring, domain expansion. Chapter 18. Jiang Chun transforms into a male succubus. Thus, artistic mastery was achieved. The moment Jiang Chen's Wu Tiaowu removed his eye mask, those azure blue eyes, akin to exquisite artwork, gradually opened. His long white eyelashes fluttered slightly. Upon witnessing this, the audience held their breath. With white hair, blue eyes, a youthful visage, and a voice imbued with magnetism, at this moment, all viewers, regardless of gender, could not help but entertain a singular thought. This is not merely a man. He is unmistakably a male succubus. His beauty and charisma transcended the simple label of handsome. He should be described as a beauty. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments on screen suddenly fell into a peculiar silence. As the audience finally exhaled the breath they had been holding, A torrent of messages erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. Hubby, I love you. Jiang Chun, my beloved, I shall be your one and only true fan. Take me. Celestial being, celestial being, tentative, celestial being, hesitant, celestial being, trembling, celestial being, astonished, shouting while walking, celestial being, crying, raising hands, devouring, woo-woo, choked up, such a stunningly fragrant handsome man, excited, roaring to the heavens. With those eyes. Which bastard claimed that Wu Tiao Wu had cross-eyed eyes? Have him come out. Ah, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I worship teacher Jiang Chun. Wu Tiao Wu is simply explosively handsome. I hereby declare that Jiang Chun has officially replaced Jiao and Juan as the most handsome male lead in my heart. Within the realm of domestic dramas. Are you talking about me? I am Jiao and Juan. If you don't believe me, just look at my ID. Attached image. In the Jiaxing Company building, a wave of excitement surged through the room. Ah, teacher Wu Tiao. YYDS. You are my eternal idol. Upon witnessing the breathtaking visage of Wu Tiao as he removed his eye mask, Reba couldn't contain her exhilaration and jumped up, squealing. This is simply enchanting. Yangmi, as the company's owner, found her calm demeanor replaced by awe. Just this scene alone might be enough to redeem Jiang Chun and propel him into the ranks of top celebrities. My goodness, he is simply stunning. Beside her, Zhu Suling excitedly whipped out her phone, snapping several pictures. Indeed, he was extraordinarily handsome. Zhang Yunlong, observing the reactions of Reba and the others, couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. Yet, as a male, he felt a competitive spirit arise within him. With a smile, he surveyed his companions, remarking, Teacher Wu Tiao is undeniably handsome, but I believe I am not lacking either. How would you rate my looks compared to Wu Tiao? Reba turned to appraise him. I would say a 3-to-7 ratio. I get 3, and he gets 7? Upon hearing this score, Zhang Yunlong was not disheartened. Rather, he felt a sense of joy. After all, in the portrayal of Wu Tiao by Jiang Chun, he deemed him to possess the utmost charm among male stars. However, Reba shook her head, declaring, he possesses 7 parts of handsomeness, while you have 3 parts of humor. At the Imperial Capital Film Academy, the atmosphere was electric. Wow, he is simply breathtaking. The media classroom erupted with excitement. All present were students from the acting department, each aspiring to enter the entertainment industry. Witnessing such a magnificent scene fueled their dreams. My goodness, teacher Jiang Chun's eyes are absolutely mesmerizing. Jiang Yi gazed at Jiang Chun's azure eyes, her own eyes shimmering with admiration. She vigorously shook the arm of Jiang Kiki beside her, cheerfully inquiring, what did you think of Wu Tiao before? Now, what is your opinion? Noticing Jiang Kiki's stunned silence, Jiang Yi turned to see her friend utterly captivated. Isn't this the reaction we anticipated? Who among you claimed I was being paid to speak for teacher Jiang Chen? Wuya glanced at the expressions of his classmates, recollecting their earlier skepticism, which now felt like a slap in the face. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, having seen this moment on set beforehand. Yet, truthfully, even through the screen, he was still in awe. In the Jiang Chun household in Modu, Zhao Liang, Zhou Yuhan, Zhou Yi, and Bai Lu, for stunning beauties, were glued to the screen. Fearing they would miss a single second of Wu Tiao's eye mask reveal, Jiang Chun sat in the center of the sofa, cracking sunflower seeds, surrounded by the 4 lovely ladies, who had insisted he take this prime seat for a more immersive experience. In the scene, the battle raged on. In Wu Yongkong Chu, as Wu Tiao removed his eye mask and extended his right hand, forming a finger seal, a dazzling white light emanated from his feet, enveloping the turbulent flames of the inferno. But that was not all. From the perspective of Lu, countless beams of purple, blue, and white light surged toward Wu Tiao. Lu's pupils reflected these beams, leaving him frozen in place. At that moment, the world fell silent. With a crash, 2 sounds reverberated. The purple, blue, and white beams transformed into colossal black and white pupils, engulfing him entirely. The intersection of these colors felt like a massive boulder crashing into Lu's mind. What was happening? Was my domain being suppressed? Lu's pupils shrank, trembling violently. He could see nothing, feel nothing. No, he could perceive everything. Information flooded in, rendering him powerless. As Lu pondered slowly, a hand descended upon his volcanic head. Wu Tiao grasped Lu's head with one hand, while the other held Yuji Itadori, saying, perception. The transmission of life activities will be enforced indefinitely. Isn't it ironic? You have everything, yet can do nothing but slowly perish. However, I have a question for you. So I shall spare your life. With a forceful grip, Wu Tiao's innocent, beaming smile contrasted sharply with the gravity of the situation. The audience watched in astonished silence as he exerted more strength, causing Luhulu to tremble. In the scene, Luhulu's neck erupted like an ink wash painting, spewing forth torrents of black liquid. Wu Tiao held Luhulu's head aloft, exuding a striking presence. The audience gazed at the somewhat terrifying yet profoundly beautiful spectacle. Reflecting on the previous release of the domain Wu Liang Kong Chu, which boasted exquisite visual effects, they were left utterly entranced. This was nothing short of spectacular. Of course, the key to this brilliance was the man himself, Jiang Chun as Wu Tiao, truly outshining the cosmos. In that moment, the audience was left speechless, unsure of what to say. As if they had fallen under the spell of Wu Liang Kong Chu. The feeling was simply exhilarating. It had been ages since they had experienced such a thrilling drama. Thus, the artistry culminated. Episode 19. These astonishing special effects surely cost a fortune, right? Nanami makes his entrance in the Jiaxing Company building. This drama was undeniably a labor of love. The special effects alone were likely beyond the capabilities of more than 3 domestic companies. Even if they could produce them, the costs would be astronomical. That 40 seconds of battle effects alone likely required a minimum investment of 50 million. Yang Mi marveled at the spectacular combat visuals. Unable to contain her astonishment, this production was truly generous with its budget. As the owner, she had also invested in several Xinxia dramas, but in most cases, 2/3 of the budget was consumed by actor salaries, leaving little for special effects. Now, she was beginning to doubt whether this drama could even break even. These special effects are exhilarating. I'm completely captivated, Zhu Suling suddenly exclaimed, her expression revealing pure delight. Hearing this, Yang Mi, Ri Ba, Zhang Yunlong, and the others turned their gaze toward her. Zhu Suling seemed to realize she had misspoken and quickly clarified, "What do you mean by that look? Don't misunderstand. When I say captivated, I mean it as an adjective, not a verb." In the scene, clang. As Luhulu's head was severed, the domain shattered. "Now, tell me, who sent you?" Wu Tiao's long legs pressed down on Luhulu's head, applying a slight rolling pressure. "Is this really the strongest sorcerer?" Yuji Itadori stared intently at Wu Tiao, filled with astonishment. As living beings, we are not even on the same level. The scene shifted back to Wu Tiao, standing over Luhulu, his left hand pulling away the eye mask to reveal one azure eye. This moment sent many female viewers into a frenzy, nearly shouting, "My husband, step on me. On a high ground in a forest, what should we do? Should we save him? I cannot be seen by those from the esteemed institution. So I shall take my leave. If you wish to save, then go ahead," remarked Nao Hua, portrayed by Zhang Riyun, with a smile. Hua Yu whispered something in response before taking flight. Nao Hua turned away, a sardonic smile playing on her lips, such a trivial cursed spirit. Yet the words sound quite charming. On another front, it appears you are not merely a puppet. What advantage would you gain from killing me? Wu Tiao intensified his pressure on the head of the leaking pot, inquiring, "Who is advising you? Speak up. I would never divulge that, you little brat." The leaking pot retorted defiantly. "You truly dare to speak so boldly? Speak, or I shall extinguish you." Wu Tiao replied calmly, "Yet even if you do speak, I shall still eliminate you." At that moment, Hua Yu launched a sudden attack, seizing the opportunity while Yuji Itadori was ensnared by a massive tree root. Wu Tiao intervened just in time to save him, while Hua Yu made off with the leaking pot. The scene then shifted to a comically absurd moment where Wu Tiao encountered the principal of Lian Temple. Wu Tiao spoke with a hint of disrespect, to which Sanluan Xia, standing nearby, solemnly remarked, "That is an inappropriate comment. I shall report it according to regulations." Just as the audience assumed this girl was serious, the scene shifted to Sanluan Xia's inner world. Astonishing. It is the real Wu Tiao. Wu Tiao indeed. Zhao Liying, portraying Sanluan Xia, had a flush on her cheeks. Her inner thoughts vividly expressed. This moment left the audience in stitches. Yet they could understand Sanluan Xia. Wu Tiao is undeniably striking, especially when witnessing Sanluan Xia being instructed by Lian Temple to fetch tea, then rushing off in a frenzy to ask Wu Tiao for a photo. They erupted in laughter. Time passed swiftly, and soon the 4th episode was nearing its end. Some viewers glanced at the progress bar, feeling reluctant to part with it. "Brothers, I must share a terrifying revelation. There are only 2 minutes left on the progress bar. Oh my, you nearly scared me to death. This is the most terrifying ghost story I've heard this year." At the conclusion of the plot, a disturbance erupted in a cinema. The real person and Shumping appeared in an alley, seemingly plotting something sinister. Meanwhile, Nanami and Itadori were tasked with investigating this incident. Thus, several new characters emerged alongside a new case. Just as the audience eagerly anticipated the unfolding narrative, the screen went black. The 4th episode came to an end. In a classroom at Beiying, students, upon seeing the screen darken, began to murmur and complain. Is this it? Too abrupt, isn't it? It felt instantly bland. No? I still want more. This episode was astonishing. Teacher Jiang Chun was truly remarkable. Oh, if only I were as handsome as Wu Tiaowu. My roommate wouldn't have turned me down that night. Come on, fellow student, please share your story. As the fourth episode concluded, the students in the classroom did not leave, but remained seated to listen to the ending theme of Zhou Yu Hui Zhan. Then, someone mentioned asking Wu Lei for a signed photo of Wu Tiaowu, recalling that he had promised it would be easy to obtain. However, as the person in question, Wu Lei's face was already as dark as coal. The 20th episode of Zhou Yu Hui Zhan is a sensation across the internet. An irate Ma Huading gazed at the classroom door besieged by dozens of people, lamenting internally. This time, it seems I am truly inescapable. Wu Lei, could you help me get a signed photo of Teacher Jiangchen? Wu Lei, you are the best. Could you please get me a signed photo of Teacher Jiangchen? Wu Lei, you are such a letdown. My sister also likes Wu Tiaowu. Could you please get me a few more? My sister is single and looks like Louis Fei. I can give you her WeChat. Wu Lei looked at the senior and junior students before him, regretting his earlier promises. He had indeed confidently stated that obtaining Jiang Chen's signature would be easy. Yet now, judging by the current situation, it seemed he would need several hundred signatures. Beside him, Jiang Kiki and Jiang Yi observed the scene, expressing their inability to assist. Jiang Yi even attempted to coerce Wu Lei by leveraging their relationship, insisting he secretly procure a few signed photos for her to adorn her bedroom wall. At Jiang Chen's home, what? We were all chosen by Chengge, not Director Su? Bai Lu stared blankly at Jiang Chun, then turned to Zhao Liying. Is that true? Zhao Liying, with her dark, sparkling eyes, glanced at Jiang Chun, and upon seeing his silence, nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was indeed chosen by Chengge. I was present at the scene. In truth, Zhao Liying was not naive. After spending time together, and given Jiang Chen's role in selecting actors, she had discerned that Jiang Chun and Jiang Tingxue shared a unique bond. Jiang Chun, not wishing to conceal this, understood it was not a secret. Zhou Yi looked at Jiang Chun, somewhat apprehensively, and asked, Chengge, did you truly assemble this entire production team on your own? Jiang Chun nodded calmly. In a way, yes, it seems fate has brought us together. I have seen your work and believe you are quite suited for those roles. Thank you, Chengge, Zhou Yi said softly, a bit shy. Seeing her awkward demeanor, Jiang Chun found it amusing. Do not be nervous. Just interact with me as you normally would. With that, he swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Yezi, in a few days, I plan to establish a company. Would you like to sign with me? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's intense gaze, Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned. Then her heart warmed. Sure, Chengge, but may I have 2 days to consider? After all, I am in my final year and quite busy lately. Zhou Yi was genuinely grateful to Jiang Chun, studying at Beijing Film Academy. She was preparing for an internship when she unexpectedly landed a role in this drama, with Jiang Chun directly assisting her in obtaining her internship certificate. He was truly a benevolent person. No problem, it is wise to consider carefully. The company has yet to be established, so I will await your response, Jiang Chun reassured her. What about me? Chengge, Bai Lu suddenly exclaimed with excitement, raising her hand. The others in attendance were not foolish. Based on current observations, Jiang Chen's resources and connections were top-notch, his background undoubtedly impressive. Most importantly, after spending 2 months with the production team, they had come to understand Jiang Chen's character and learned a great deal from him. Indeed, the old adage holds true. One cannot truly know a person through rumors. Only by interacting can one grasp the essence. Of course, that is not an issue. Jiang Chun replied with a smile. Hearing this, Bai Lu excitedly grabbed an orange from the table, peeled it, and offered it to him. Boss, please enjoy this orange. Bai Lu's enthusiasm was not mere whimsy. She originally worked as a Taobao model and later casually signed with a company to act, but had not received any noteworthy projects since then. Before being selected by Jiang Chun for this role, she had not acted in nearly 6 months. With her contract nearing its expiration, Bai Lu decided to align herself with Jiang Chun. What is happening here? Zhou Yuxuan gazed in bewilderment at the 2 young ladies who had suddenly been summoned. Yuxuan, have you given it any thought? Jiang Chun asked with a cheerful smile as she munched on an orange. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuxuan replied, I still have 7 months left on my contract. Jiang Chen's heart leaped at the prospect. No problem, I'll wait for you. You're always welcome to join us anytime. As the conversation unfolded, the online world had already erupted in a frenzy. The trending topics on platforms like Weibo, Douyin, Bilibili, and Kuaishou were dominated by entries related to Wu Tiaowu. On Douyin, despite Jiang Chun not having an account, 5 out of the top 10 trending topics were linked to him. The first trending topic read, Wu Tiaowu removes his eye mask. instantly transforming into a captivating male demon. With accompanying images, the second, Wu Tiaowu finally makes his move. Exquisite, simply exquisite. With accompanying images, the third, the fourth episode of Zhou Shu Huizhan premiered an hour ago, with a heat value soaring past 30,000. The comments from fans of Zhou Hui were equally fervent. Wu Tiaowu's dog. That year, Wu Tiaowu strolled with his hands in his pockets, effortlessly defeating opponents. Wu Tiaowu's hair. I see Jiang Chen still exudes charm. Jiang Chen's second disciple. Haters, speak up. Is Jiang Chen handsome or not? I want to kiss the demon. Oh no. Poor Luo Bao. He only wanted to befriend Wu Tiaowu, and now his head has been used as a ball. My heart aches for Luo Bao. Moreover, data spoke volumes. Within just 2 hours of the fourth episode of Zhou Shu Huizhan airing, its heat value skyrocketed to 31,520. It was only about 2,000 away from the record of 33,600 held by E-Factory's video dramas. The figures continued to surge. Most crucially, the total view count had surpassed 4 billion. This meant that in a mere 3 days, the average view count for each episode had exceeded 1 billion. Such numbers, regardless of the platform, crowned it as the undisputed king of dramas. In the office of the general manager of E-Factory's marketing department, a computer displayed Zhou Shu Huizhan. Wang Dahai watched the show with great interest, cradling a thermos of goji berries. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of confusion and anticipation. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Cousin? Ma Huiding. Wang Dahai jolted in surprise and immediately answered the call. Cousin, what's the matter at this late hour? On the other end, Ma Huiding was also engrossed in watching Zhou Shu Huizhan. I told you, during workdays and in public, do not call me cousin. Wang Dahai was taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly crossed a line. It was after working hours and a personal call, yet Ma Huiding typically wouldn't mind. Wang Dahai quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Mr. Ma. Unfazed, Ma Huiding directly inquired. I called primarily regarding Zhou Shu Huizhan. I heard you signed this drama with a 37 share? Hearing this, Wang Dahai panicked. Was Mr. Ma here to reprimand him? However, to his surprise, Ma Huiding did not elaborate further. Regardless, this drama will certainly have a sequel. You must secure it, even if it's under the current terms. Wang Dahai sighed in relief. Understood, Mr. Ma. He was genuinely curious why Ma Huiding, usually so busy, would take a personal interest in this drama's success. In truth, Ma Huiding was once an avid fan of martial arts and action dramas. However, due to the dismal quality of domestic dramas in recent years, he had refrained from watching to avoid disappointment. Zhou Shu Huizhan was the first domestic drama he had followed in 5 years. As a top-tier businessman, his insights into the IP value behind Zhou Shu Huizhan were far beyond Wang Dahai's comprehension, and he believed it held immense potential, possibly surpassing any current domestic production. In the Jiaxing Company building, after the conclusion of the fourth episode of Zhou Shu Huizhan, the stars remained gathered, gossiping about Jiang Chen. I've decided from now on. Wu Tiaowu is my idol. I'm changing my Weibo background picture to Jiang Chen. Reba, still dazzled by the previous episode, declared resolutely. Honestly, I heard Jiang Chen had a prior altercation with the director of Randong. Bless, Su Ling suddenly chimed in. Old glass. Zhang Yunlong interjected, his eyes lighting up with realization. Could it be that Jiang Chen is being targeted? Yang Mi coughed twice to interrupt. All right, let us refrain from gossiping. While there have been rumors about his inclinations, they remain unverified, and discussing such matters behind his back is inappropriate. How infuriating. If that's the case, the director deserves it. Reba exclaimed indignantly. She then couldn't help but voice her longing. I wonder when I'll get to meet Jiang Chen. His WeChat is so hard to add. By the way, is there a contact number? Just as Reba turned to Yang Mi, her phone began to vibrate. She glanced at the caller ID, her eyes sparkling. Swiftly, Yang Mi gestured for silence and lowered her voice. It's a call from Jiang Chen. At that moment, silence enveloped the group. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Reba eagerly leaned in closer, eager to catch a glimpse of Wu Tiaowu's voice. Hello. Is this Jiang Chen? Yang Mi's voice trembled slightly, her throat dry. Yes, it's me. A melodious male voice responded from the other end. I was wondering if you're free tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. I would like to meet and discuss the termination of the contract. Yang Mi was taken aback. She had initially hoped merely to meet Jiang Chen, only to find the conversation veering towards contract termination. However, she had no grounds for refusal, as Jiang Chen's contract imposed minimal constraints on him, allowing him to terminate at his discretion. Resigned, she replied, all right then, I'll be waiting for you at the company. Once the call ended, Reba was stunned. What is going on? Jiang Chen is terminating his contract? She had envisioned collaborating with her idol, only to realize tomorrow would be their last encounter. Yet, as she pondered, She felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of meeting him in person, perhaps even getting his WeChat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunlong, Zhu Zuling, and Zhuang Dafei shared a tinge of disappointment but were still thrilled at the chance to meet Jiang Chun. "I must put on some makeup and dress beautifully," Reba exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The previously tense atmosphere brightened with joy at her enthusiasm. "I'm curious to see just how handsome Jiang Chun truly is. I'll make sure to look sharp tomorrow as well." Zhang Yunlong puffed out his chest, resembling a proud rooster. The next day at 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Chun casually tidied himself up and hailed a Didi to head to the Jiaxing company. To address the question of why he didn't go in the morning, it was simply because he wanted to enjoy a leisurely sleep. Inside the Jiaxing company building, an atmosphere of exuberance permeated the air. Last night, Reba had conveyed the news of Jiang Chun's impending visit to the company within the actor group. Somehow, the information leaked, and soon everyone in the company was aware, even the cleaning staff. Jiang Chun's recent drama had skyrocketed in popularity. While it may be an exaggeration to claim that the entire nation knew of Jiang Chun, those working in the entertainment industry were undoubtedly the quickest to grasp such news. Numerous employees, who were supposed to be on leave or business trips, stealthily returned to the office, eager to witness the real-life embodiment of Wu Tiaowu, curious to see if he was as striking in person as he appeared on screen. After all, many actors often look vastly different in reality compared to their televised portrayals. As the hour approached 10, everyone in the building congregated at the entrance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the man himself. One might wonder why they were not working. The answer was simple. Both senior and junior leaders had descended to wait, leaving others disinterested in their tasks. Today, Jiang Chun donned a casual ensemble of a white shirt paired with beach shorts, complemented by a pair of sunglasses, exuding an air of nonchalance. Over an hour later, Jiang Chun alighted from his vehicle at the base of the towering 20-story building. The entrance bustled with individuals, mostly clad in suits, all possessing commendable looks. Aside from the regular staff, the remaining individuals were all fashionably dressed. After reporting his name to the security, Jiang Chun entered the company without further registration. "Welcome, Teacher Jiang Chun." The crowd erupted in a warm, albeit scattered, applause. As he stepped through the threshold, Jiang Chun was met with this enthusiastic reception. Confused, he noticed a group of staff gathered nearby, including several cleaning ladies wielding mops. At the forefront stood a striking beauty from Jiang Province, Di Li Riba. Her features distinctly mixed race. Dressed in a flowing red gown with her black hair cascading like a waterfall, her fiery red lips accentuated her captivating beauty. Clearly the result of meticulous preparation. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. It felt as if he were here to terminate a contract rather than for a leadership inspection, yet the cheers persisted. Thank you all for the warm welcome." Despite his bewilderment, Jiang Chun graciously acknowledged their enthusiasm. "Teacher Jiang Chun, I am your super fan." Reba, undeterred by Jiang Chun's awkwardness, approached him in her high heels, her excitement palpable. With her sparkling eyes, she implored, "Could you please sign my name? I've tried adding you on WeChat several times, but you never responded." Jiang Chun removed his sunglasses and looked at her with a hint of confusion. "Are you referring to the friend request I received 9 times? "Yes." Reba nodded, her expression somewhat aggrieved. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it. Who in their right mind would introduce themselves by saying, "I am Di Li Riba, your superfan?" At this moment, the surrounding crowd began to scrutinize Jiang Chun with keen interest. Is this truly the actor who portrays Wu Tiaowu, with his silver hair and azure eyes? Upon witnessing Riba rush to greet him, they were taken aback, as she typically upheld a refined image within the company. What had transpired today that seemed to transform her completely? However, when Jiang Chun removed his glasses, their eyes lit up with admiration. Handsome, strikingly so. It was evident that he wore no makeup, and his attire appeared casual and inexpensive, yet on him, it exuded an air of sophistication. It was a rare sight to witness a star, unfiltered and unadorned, appearing so grounded in reality. Many had never encountered such authenticity before. Additionally, Jiang Chun carried with him an unmistakable aura of Wu Tiaowu, a lazy confidence that was undeniably captivating. Whispers began to circulate among the young women. "Wow, Teacher Jiang Chun must not have worn makeup while portraying Wu Tiaowu. His skin is flawless. And those long legs. Oh, how I wish I could be underfoot. Hey, after all these years, I never imagined you could be so peculiar. You're actually gay. That Ferrari at the entrance must belong to Teacher Jiang Chun, right? He is stunning and immensely wealthy. Why isn't he my husband? Oh heavens, I curse you. Uft. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're just after his body. So this is the actor named Jiang Chun? My granddaughter adores him. If only I could get an autograph." I dare anyone to speak ill of teacher Jiang Chun after today. I, by Z, will be his first defender. Wait, weren't you a hater before? How did you become a fan? Amidst the murmurs, Yang Mi approached from behind Reba. Reba, you've truly become more mischievous, creating such a spectacle. Yang Mi gazed at her with a mix of exasperation and amusement, recalling a humorous incident involving the international superstar, Little Leo, whose mere presence during the audition for Titanic had captivated the entire building, drawing staff away from their duties to witness him. At that moment, Reba was engrossed in adding Jiang Chun on WeChat. Sister me, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Just let me finish adding him first. Once she completed the addition, Jiang Chun, along with Yang Mi and Reba, ascended to the upper floors. The corridor was bustling with onlookers, all eager to catch a glimpse of him. Teacher Jiang Chun, I admire you. A bespectacled young man suddenly shouted, his voice cracking in excitement, prompting laughter from the crowd. Jiang Chun couldn't suppress a smile as he responded, thanks for your admiration, buddy, but I'm not fond of your voice crack. This playful banter further endeared him to the audience. Initially, they had encountered a slew of online posts depicting Jiang Chun in a monstrous light, yet in reality, he was amicable and humorous. Even if it was merely a facade, they resolved to support Jiang Chun wholeheartedly. They arrived at a conference room, with others waiting outside. Inside were only Jiang Chun and Yang Mi. Jiang Chun, are you truly set on leaving? Perhaps you should reconsider? I will do my utmost to allocate resources to you. You can ask for anything you desire. At last, Yang Mi voiced her sentiments. She wished to retain Jiang Chun, recognizing that he was rapidly becoming a major star. A veritable cash cow. Moreover, she had an inkling of the relationship between Jiang Tingxue and Jiang Chun. Given their shared surname, it was not difficult to surmise. Jiang Chun smiled and politely declined. Thank you, but what I seek is beyond your capacity to provide. Observing Jiang Chun's resolute gaze, Yang Mi sighed. You and your sister are remarkably alike. Once you set your mind to something, there's no turning back. Oh, is that so? Jiang Chun did not respond further. Yang Mi, suddenly curious, inquired, what is it that you desire? Nothing much. I might establish my own company in the future and produce my own dramas, Jiang Chun elucidated. Establish your own company? Produce your own dramas? Yang Mi felt a surge of astonishment within her. She was privy to an insider tip, with staff from Zhou Shu Huijan revealing that this production was indeed created by a young man, with Suka serving merely as a nominal director. Through her interactions with Jiang Chun, and based on her keen insight into human nature, it seemed that this was more than likely true. Oh, a drama that promotes our traditional culture. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Yang Mi's eyes sparkled instantly. Do you need actors? How about these few from our company? The two continued their conversation for a while. After finalizing the contract, Jiang Chun was completely free. Brother Chun, don't leave. Just as Jiang Chun stood up, Reba burst in, followed by 8 or 9 companions. Brother Chun, I'm Zhu Su Ling. I never expected to meet you in person today. Can we take a picture together? A girl with 2 braids, exuding a pure and lively charm, spoke first. Of course, no problem. Jiang Chun responded with a polite smile. In his past life as a member of the entertainment industry, he recognized these stars, though he had never collaborated with them. Today was his first encounter, and he found it quite intriguing. Soon, the young actress Zhuang Dafei and Dai Si joined the crowd, while male actors like Zhang Yunlong could hardly squeeze in. Outside the conference room, the staff observing from a distance were taken aback. Typically, these stars were the ones being pursued. Today, the roles were reversed, creating a remarkable spectacle. Eventually, after taking pictures with everyone, Yang Mi suddenly spoke up. By the way, Jiang Chun is filming a new drama and needs actors. Who wants to sign up for an audition? I want to sign up. Upon hearing this, Reba, Zhu Su Ling, Dai Si, Zhuang Dafei, and other actresses eagerly raised their hands and shouted. Jiang Chun nodded in welcome. No problem. We have contact information, so if you wish to audition, just reach out to me. The timing should be in a week or 2, and I'll share the script then. As he was about to leave, Yang Mi sneakily threw him a flirtatious glance. Jiang Chun, is there a role that suits me? You understand? Jiang Chun assessed the woman before him, who possessed captivating fox-like eyes and exquisite legs, clearly having taken great care in her appearance today. As he observed, he suddenly grasped why many in the entertainment narrative wrote about Yang Mi. Her maintained allure was indeed commendable, embodying a timeless charm. However, a sudden memory struck him of a comic adaptation he had seen shortly after his demise, Hu Yao Xiao Hong Yang, along with its classic line, Tu Shan. I've got your back, understand? Jiang Chun touched his nose to mask his embarrassment. I understand. No worries, Mi Jia. I'll contact you if there's a suitable role. Although he said this, Jiang Chun decided he would ponder the matter further. While Yang Mi had high popularity and was indeed coachable, His impression of her remained somewhat tainted due to the grotesque videos he had seen involving her on Bilibili regarding Hu Yao. That evening, amidst the anticipation of thousands of viewers, the 5th episode of Zhou Shu Huizhan premiered. It opened by recounting Shun Ping's unfortunate experiences, transitioning to the iconic dialogue of Nanami Kinto. When Gojo Satoru introduced Nanami to Itadori, the latter curiously asked, "Why didn't you become a jujitsu sorcerer from the start and instead opted for a regular job?" "First, let me greet you." "Hello, Itadori," Nanami replied politely. Then, he quickly shifted his demeanor, declaring, "Jujitsu sorcerers are worthless. And working in a regular company taught me another lesson. Labor is worthless. Since it's all worthless, I chose what suits me better. That's the sole reason I returned." Upon hearing Nanami's impassioned discourse, the audience resonated with his values instantly. "Indeed, labor is worthless. I toil every day for a meager salary, just to support the boss's lavish lifestyle? How absurd. What is the point of this job? These capitalists are despicable, withholding benefits. They say labor is noble, but isn't it just servitude for the capitalists? Haha, this character is fascinating. I hope Nanami doesn't meet an untimely end. Rest assured, according to conventional tropes, such an engaging character is unlikely to be written off." Soon, Nanami and Itadori arrived near a cinema to conduct a formal investigation. On the rooftop, several eerie cursed spirits appeared. Facing the curses, Nanami advised Itadori, "If you find yourself struggling, feel free to call for my assistance." "Are you underestimating me?" Itadori retorted, somewhat displeased. "It's not about underestimating. I'm an adult, and you're a child. It's my duty to prioritize your safety. I would rather you underestimate me than treat me like a child." Itadori countered, "You've faced near-death experiences, but that doesn't make you an adult." Nanami loosened the buttons of his white suit, revealing a black and white spotted blade, and uttered another poignant phrase. "The hair falling from my pillow increases. The beloved coconut bread vanishes from convenience stores. These small despairs accumulate, leading one to adulthood." This classic line struck a chord with many viewers. Growing up signifies encountering new experiences, yet it also entails losing many cherished things, people, or events that once held great value. Jiang Chen's scriptwriting was impeccable, instantly establishing Nanami's character. Upon hearing this dialogue, Yang Mi couldn't help but express her admiration. Indeed, and Nanami's lines are truly profound. "Xiao Miao surely excels as a child star." Riba nodded in agreement. Zhu Su Ling, beside them, couldn't contain her excitement. "I believe Nanami's words are incredibly insightful. Labor is indeed worthless. Those greedy capitalist bosses deserve their downfall." As the boss, Yang Mi turned to her upon hearing this. "Why the chill?" Zhu Su Ling sensed a sudden tension in the air and shuddered. As she curiously glanced around, her eyes met Yang Mi's piercing gaze, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze, sipping from a nearby cup in a tactical manner to feign nonchalance. In the subsequent scene, Shun Ping faced bullying in the school clubroom once again, subjected to humiliations such as being forced to eat cockroaches and having cigarette butts pressed against his forehead. The onlookers merely observed with indifference. Even the homeroom teacher hurried past, pretending not to see. Jiang Yi watched this unfold, her heart aflame with anger. These people deserve to be punished. They are beasts. Wu Lei, having witnessed this scene on set, couldn't help but curse. Jiang Ku glared coldly at the screen, fixating on the bullies. Indeed, they should all face legal consequences, regardless of age. They must be prosecuted. Within the classroom, many students echoed this sentiment, their hearts brimming with similar rage. As students, they were among those closest to the issue of school bullying. Just days prior, they had seen a news report about a child who was killed by bullies. On the eve of his demise, the child was still assisting his grandmother in selling apples. Such events are truly appalling. In the narrative, Shunping had begun to feel disillusioned with the world, and he returned to the sewer to meet the real person again. The real person showed him around his masterpieces. Whether grand or modest, each was a twisted soul created through his experiments. Before long, Chihai Jianren discovered the real person's hideout in the sewer, and a confrontation was imminent. As a seasoned employee, he insisted that the battle must be resolved before 6 p.m., for he wished to avoid overtime. This sentiment resonated with many viewers. Overtime? That is simply not an option, not in this lifetime. As this episode drew to a close, the audience, as usual, listened to the ending theme with a sense of reluctance. Yet, unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise, a mini-theater. This instantly delighted the viewers. In the classroom of Ziyuan, Yi Qiangwei inquired, "Fuzhu, have you seen my uniform?" "No." Fuzhuiki shook his head from the podium. "That's strange. I distinctly left it here." Yi Qiangwei pondered, scanning the room. Just then, a large figure caught her eye. "Senior Panda, have you seen my uniform?" before she could finish her sentence. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The rotund panda was clad in an exceedingly tight-fitting uniform. I haven't seen it, he replied with an air of calm. Really? Where has my uniform gone? Yi Qiangwei's gaze turned menacing, her right hand discreetly lifting a hammer. Then where is my uniform? With that, she transformed into a fierce avatar and charged at Panda with a hammer. This scene plunged the comments section into a sea of joy. The director of Jujutsu Kaisen has certainly outdone himself. Haha, Jujutsu Kaisen is simply too abstract. Officer, I must report this. There is someone assaulting a national treasure. Yi Qiangwei is incredibly formidable, daring to strike Panda. She is truly a tough individual. Panda is too amusing. He actually wore a girl's clothes. It seems my skirt has also gone missing. This is a boundary I cannot cross. Yi Qiangwei glared at the prone national treasure, clearly on the brink of a meltdown. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open. Dog Yuanyin made a dazzling entrance, wearing Yi Qiangwei's high school uniform skirt. I will hammer you, she exclaimed as she dashed forward, transforming into the Hammer Queen, delivering a blow to Dog Yuanyin's head. Upon removing Dog Yuanyin's skirt, she discovered it was actually Shizuki's. Then where is my skirt? Just as Yi Qiangwei expressed her confusion, Wu Zhao made a grand entrance, clad in her skirt, standing with legs apart and hands forming a peace sign, utterly adorable. Chapter 25, The Astonishing Lu Yifei, a star-studded drama. The audience erupted into laughter upon witnessing Wu Zhao in women's clothing. I can't stop laughing. Who understands this? Who wouldn't adore a handsome man with such an amusing spirit? Teacher Jiangchun, I love you. I've screenshot this to post on Douyin. Teacher Jiangchun, I have an impending college entrance exam. Would you consider tutoring a 20-month-old baby? Haha, this is too funny. Reba clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. As a devoted fan of Wu Zhao, Reba never anticipated this humorous side of him. He can embody a lofty, powerful figure entirely unlike others, yet also connect with students as a teacher. Who wouldn't love such a charming and adorable gentleman? Yangmi pounded on the sofa's back, tears of laughter brimming in her eyes, exclaiming, I had no idea Teacher Jiang Chun had such a side. I want to join Jeshu Ziyuan and be his student. Zhu Xian also laughed heartily. I want to as well, but I wonder if Teacher Jiang Chun would accept the 24-month-old baby. In the past few days, while Jujutsu Kaisen enjoyed a surge in popularity, both positive and negative comments flooded the internet. Of course, the majority of viewers expressed that as long as the series maintains this quality, it is undoubtedly the finest action drama in the country for the past decade. A farcical incident occurred following the airing of the 5th episode, when a couple of clowns emerged, even trending on Weibo. The latest episode's mini-theater of Jujutsu Kaisen was deemed inappropriate. A group of boys supposedly stole girl skirts, amounting to harassment in real life. Rotten Orange Entertainment openly reported that Wu Zhao's actions constituted harassment. They claimed it could negatively influence teenagers. They suggested that relevant authorities should take the show down. Jiang Chun inadvertently stumbled upon these trending topics. If memory serves him right, a similar marketing account had criticized this show in his previous life, which he found utterly amusing. Isn't it just acting? For the sake of art, kissing and wearing skirts is acceptable. Why the uproar? These individuals are akin to those in the past, who reported Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf under the pretense of protecting children. This account, named Rotten Orange Entertainment, had over 900,000 followers. Previously, they had thrived on disparaging Jiang Chun, and now they were indulging in malicious cliques. Unfortunately for them, Jiang Chun was no longer the same Jiang Chun of the past. The public's discernment is keen. Jiang Chun's acting in this drama is undeniably impeccable. Before long, those malicious accounts targeting Jiang Chun and Jujutsu Kaisen were swiftly silenced. Oh, the rotten marketing accounts are starting to bark again. How dare you? It's not harassment. It seems like you are the one harassing this show and its viewers. Addicted to malicious clicks, are we? Keep barking, and I may just pay you a visit. I think there's a studio called Rotten Orange Entertainment nearby. Family. It's perfectly reasonable for me to wait outside with a stick tonight, right? Jiang Chun chuckled at these comments. These marketing accounts have reaped what they sowed, falling prey to their own tactics. This is not the past, where shows could be easily taken down. Who are they trying to scare? They've spoiled these individuals' bad habits. On the 3rd day, the 6th episode of Jujutsu Kaisen was set to premiere. At the filming location of Mingwalu, the director Yang Yang called out, "Cut!" with her voice. The 5th scene was completed. The ethereal Lu Yifei and several actors descended from the set, immediately seeking a chair to rest upon. They had been working overtime all day, and it was now 7 o'clock without having had dinner. Director Yang Yang approached them, smiling, having finished this scene. We are on track to wrap up in just a week or two. Yang Yang turned to Chen Xiao, noticing he was wearing headphones, seemingly engrossed in a video. Ignoring her, Lu Yifei, curious, glanced over at Chen Xiao, wondering what had captured his attention so intently. Normally, Chen Xiao would treat this ethereal sister with utmost respect. But now he merely replied without turning his head, Jujutsu Kaisen is an excellent show. The 5th episode just updated. Yifei, I highly recommend you watch it. Unexpectedly, you are also following this drama. Yang Yang approached with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lu Yifei, puzzled, asked, is it the show in which Jiang Chen plays Wu Tiaowu? I've seen some clips in the news, but I've been too busy lately to keep up with it. To be honest, I'm just not particularly fond of Jiang Chen. Previously, there was a television project where Jiang Chen, upon learning that she was the female lead, attempted to seize the male lead's resources. He even openly tagged her on Weibo, expressing his desire to experience being her boyfriend and practice kissing scenes. This incident even trended online. However, for reasons unknown, he later abandoned the project. Considering Jiang Chen's reputation and his actions, Lu Yifei naturally harbored some aversion towards him. At that moment, Su Haiqiao approached from behind. Sister Yifei, this drama is truly exceptional. I strongly recommend you watch it. Su Haiqiao, Lu Yifei's #1 admirer in the internet realm, enthusiastically promoted the drama, despite knowing the minor friction between Jiang Chen and Lu Yifei. Seeing such fervent endorsement from her admirer, Lu Yifei was taken aback. Could it really be that captivating? Lu Yin chimed in, it's genuinely remarkable. Not only Lu Yin, but also Lin Yun, who was nearby, fervently endorsed the series. The group proceeded to introduce Lu Yifei to the plot of the earlier episodes. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Lu Yifei's interest was piqued. If it was indeed that good, she would give it a try? Subsequently, while dining, they collectively immersed themselves in the drama, even forgetting about their filming work. As the plot of the 6th episode unfolded, Yuta and Shunpei unexpectedly became friends and were invited by Shunpei's mother to their home for a visit. They spent a delightful evening together. Observing this, many viewers felt a sense of relief, grateful that Yuta, this little son, had connected with Shunpei, preventing him from spiraling into chaos. However, this relief was short-lived as an unexpected event occurred. Shunpei's mother was murdered by a cursed spirit led by Sukuna. Witnessing this twist, viewers cursed the writer for their cruelty. Indeed, after awakening, Shunpei completely fell apart. Under the temptation and manipulation of the real person, he succumbed to darkness. When Shunpei arrived at school, intent on killing the senior who bullied him, Yuta rushed in. Jiang Chen made slight alterations to this scene. After the incident, the seniors who had frequently bullied Shunpei and the homeroom teacher pretended to repent in the classroom. Jiang Chen, however, used the hand of the real person to transform all those who had bullied Shunpei into cursed spirits and eliminate them. At this moment, Shunpei and Yuta engaged in a fierce confrontation. Shunpei, utilizing the techniques taught by the real person, summoned a Shikigami to strike down Yuta, but to his surprise, the poison of the Shikigami had no effect on him. Instead, Yuta overpowered Shunpei. I do not understand your motives, but surely there must be a reason? Yet, would you forsake that life for such reasons? You claim that human hearts are deceitful. Can you still utter such words before that person? Until this moment, Yuta still believed in Shunpei. Unbeknownst to him, Shunpei's mother had already passed away. Shunpei recalled his mother, with whom he had joyfully conversed just the night before. Clenching his fists tightly, he bowed his head, tears streaming down like raindrops, trembling as he uttered, humans have no hearts. Yuta shouted, you are wrong, they do exist. Shunpei roared, raising his head, his eyes brimming with tears. His gaze was filled with despair and fury. Otherwise, are my mother and I both cursed by the hearts of others? This is utterly unreasonable. I no longer know what is right or wrong. In that instant, Shunpei's emotions erupted like a flood, delivering a stunning performance that sent chills down the viewers' spines. They couldn't help but lament how such compelling ensemble action dramas had nearly vanished in recent years, yet this show featured so many talented actors. Every character that appeared was compelling. None were underwhelming. What a remarkable television series this is. Chapter 26, Lu Yifei's shock. Shunpei joins Gaojuan, the Ming Hua Lu crew. How tragic, Lu Yifei remarked, watching Shunpei's plight on screen. However, one must admit, the actor portraying Shunpei is truly skilled. His emotional depth is palpable. And even with my limited understanding of the earlier plot, I was instantly drawn in. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, after watching these few episodes, I've noticed that every actor's performance is exceptionally on point. Yang Yang, as a female director and screenwriter, also praised, this drama is indeed impressive. Even after a long day of filming, I would still pursue it. It is, without a doubt, the best action drama I've seen in recent years. both in terms of filming techniques and script quality, offering many elements worth my study. It would be unjust if it doesn't gain popularity. It infuriates me. Liu Yin exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration. Shunpei is so pitiful, from being bullied to losing his mother. These people have led him to this point. And even if he kills those who tormented him, he is not at fault. While they were discussing, the plot reached its climax. Shunpei, crying, raised his hand, and a transparent jellyfish Shikigami appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, 2 spikes manifested in the Shikigami's grasp, aimed directly at Yuta. Just as everyone expected Yuta to evade, he took the blow squarely, remaining motionless. Blood dripped from the spikes. Why didn't you dodge? Shunpei exclaimed in shock, retracting the Shikigami. I'm sorry. Yuta, struggling, moved toward Shunpei. I know nothing of what has transpired. Please, tell me what happened. He knelt beside Shunpei, his expression gentle and sincere. I will never blame you again. Then, Shunpei revealed the truth behind his mother's murder to Yuta. Overcome with anguish, Yuta earnestly said, Shunpei, come to Gaojuan. There, you will find teachers as strong as monsters and many reliable companions. Together, we will surely uncover the one who cursed your mother and make them pay the price. Let us fight together. Shunpei gazed at Yuta, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, he was once again redeemed by Yuta. This touching scene captivated the audience. Yet, in the next moment, a figure descended the stairs. As the real person struck down Yuta, they placed a hand on Shunpei's shoulder. Wu Zhuanbian. With those 4 words, Shunpei began to swell like a balloon, ultimately being transformed into a grotesque cursed spirit. Witnessing this, the audience felt a chill run through them. The plot twists in this episode were overwhelming. From the murder of Shunpei's mother to now Shunpei facing death himself. This damned writer. At this moment, the audience believed that the writer was courting death. Moreover, Shunpei's name, Shunpei, had an ironically unfortunate conclusion. Surely he wouldn't actually die, would he? There must be a twist, right? Hot tears welled in the viewer's eyes as they watched the screen, sobbing, damn this writer, don't let Shunpei die. This child is far too pitiful. If only Wu Tiao were here, this damned real person, I curse your entire family. As a lady, Zhu Shudong couldn't help but utter foul language. Faced with Xuanping, who had transformed into a cursed spirit, Itadori's eyes brimmed with despair. He was even willing to plead with Sukuna, ready to do anything to restore Xuanping to his former self. However, Sukuna chose to simply enjoy the spectacle from a distance. The cursed spirit Xuanping lay at Itadori's feet, gently tugging at his pant leg with his remaining consciousness, murmuring, Why must I endure this? The spirit Xuanping weakly let his arm drop, losing his final awareness. Itadori stood motionless, his mind echoing with turmoil. A vivid image surfaced in his thoughts, depicting a future that never came to be. Wild Roses, Xuanping, he, and Fu Heimeng, all 4 of them donning the uniform of Jujutsu High, frolicking together in the streets as the best of friends. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Not only Itadori but also the audience felt his emotions swell, especially when they heard Xuanping pitifully question why he had to suffer so. Indeed, why? He had already endured enough. The final glimpse of that beautiful future sent the audience's emotions into a frenzy. Damn it, this cursed screenwriter. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Why, oh why? Has heaven spared no one? Why must the screenwriter be so cruel? Tomorrow, I will take a knife and wait for you at your doorstep. Misfortune seems to target the downtrodden. This drama is too painfully real. The screenwriter seems to be Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen is Wu Tiao. Wait, I'm getting confused. The label said healing, but this is so excruciatingly healing that I feel like I'm dying from it. Chapter 27, Everything for Art. The Shinzo Yujo Company is established. In the classroom, the projector displayed these comments. Wu Lei felt a pang in his heart, even discreetly wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. When he filmed this scene, he had cried twice. Jiang Chen personally directed this scene on set, and after guiding them, their emotions were full and vibrant. As they acted, they became emotionally entwined with the character's every move. As for blaming Jiang Chen like the comments, that was impossible. He felt nothing but respect and gratitude. This infuriates me. Cursed Jiang Chen. Why is he so malicious? If I meet him, I will surely give him a beating. A sweet, melodious voice interrupted. Wu Lei turned to find Jiang Kiki looking furious, as if ready to devour someone. Give him a beating? Jiang Yi laughed at Jiang Kiki's expression, breaking into a smile. Can you really beat him? Jiang Kiki replied with a cold smirk. There will be opportunities. I have beaten him before. Jiang Yi, puzzled, asked, You've beaten him? When? Jiang Kiki coughed twice and explained. Well, it was just in my imagination. Then I wish you sweet dreams, Jiang Yi chuckled. And remember to ask him for his contact information when you beat him. I want to give him a piece of my mind over the phone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kiki's face flushed. She recalled a childhood memory of secretly kicking Jiangchen, only to be lifted and spanked by him. This screenwriter is truly malicious. It feels like I have a brick in my eye. Liu Yifei gently rubbed her eyes. She could hardly fathom that this script was written by Jiangchen. Although it was indeed a bit harsh, since it was Jiangchen who wrote it, it must hold meaning. At some point, Liu Yang also became a devoted fan of Jiangchen. Then, with Chihai's entrance, the two began to join forces against the real person. Episode 6 concluded. In Madu, at Jiangchen's home. This segment with Xu Ping was simply too healing. Zhao Liang wiped her tearful eyes and glared fiercely at Jiangchen beside her. Indeed, I feel the same way. Jiangchen chuckled as he munched on sunflower seeds, completely oblivious to the girl's fierce expression. In his view, the direction of this drama was always somewhat peculiar, leaning towards a bittersweet ending. Especially with Jedi Shasho, who was quite adept at stirring up excitement. If the fans knew that Wu Tiao would later become Wu Tiao 25, they might just murder him on the spot. However, Jiangchen would never resort to such foolish storytelling. Still, there must be some hardship included. It is well known that great works are often tinged with tragedy. It begs the question, why? Jiangchen mused with a smile, only to suddenly sense an ambush, swiftly grasping the weapon. Zhao Liang had been lost in sorrow, but upon turning, she found this guy grinning. Instantly, she felt provoked, wanting to pinch Jiangchen's thigh. Jiangchen, feeling the softness in his grasp, teased, "Your little chicken claw is rather tender. If you keep misbehaving, I'll chop it off and make it into spicy chicken feet. Let go of me, you scoundrel. How can you still be smiling?" Zhao Liang huffed, her adorable face turning a deeper shade of crimson, resembling a charming little rabbit. "Little girl, this is all for the sake of art, you understand?" Jiangchen glanced at her, earnestly explaining, "In truth, I am also quite saddened, yet this is required by the narrative. Consider this. The world revolves around the battle between curses and sorcerers. It isn't child's play where no one dies. That is the most authentic reality. A work that only indulges in laughter can never become a great masterpiece. Think back through history. Is there any great drama devoid of any tragic elements?" Zhao Liang was momentarily taken aback by Jiangchen's words, feeling they held some merit. For the sake of art, she softly repeated the phrase, a hint of understanding dawning in her heart. "Indeed, everything is for art." Jiangchen nodded. "Could you possibly let go of my hand?" At this moment, Zhao Liang finally realized that Jiangchen was still holding her hand, and her charming face flushed a deeper crimson. However, Jiangchen tightened his grip slightly and said earnestly, "Little Zhao, the reason I am holding your hand is quite meaningful. Recently, I have been writing a script titled Irenji Xia, which involves an emotional storyline between a female character and the male lead. I find myself lacking inspiration, so consider it for the sake of art. Perhaps it might spark my creativity." "All right, for the sake of art." Zhao Liang hesitated for a moment before shyly nodding. It was her first time holding hands with a boy for such an extended period. Previously, she was always too busy with work and studies to have time for romance. While in college, her family insisted she was still too young, but once she entered society, there was simply no opportunity to find a boyfriend. No, absolutely not. Especially not Jiangchen. Zhao Liang shook her head, trying to recall any bad memories of Jiangchen, only to find the image of Wu Tiao lingering in her mind. In the days that followed, Jiangchen not only focused on writing scripts but also began establishing a company. Thanks to the explosive popularity of Jushu Huizan, Wu Tiao had propelled him to stardom overnight. Jiangchen could only don a mask and hat for convenience while handling the necessary paperwork. While in line, he overheard two young ladies discussing Jushu Huizan with voices loud enough to catch his attention. "Have you seen the recent updates of Zhou Hui?" "Indeed, I have. I simply cannot tolerate the writer. Shumping has met his untimely demise." "Precisely. That writer truly possesses a toxic touch. If I were to encounter him, I would be inclined to deliver a couple of kicks." However, I recall that the writer is none other than Zhang Chun, also known as Wu Tiao Wuji. Upon hearing this, the girl who had been vociferously lamenting fell into a sudden silence. While she undeniably felt aggrieved for Shumping, Wu Tiao Wuji was her true love. Moving on, the weary office lady at the service counter, with a listless expression, completed the transactions for the two ladies. "Ah, you are Mr. Jiang Chen? Here to collect your documents, I presume." The staff member spoke in a rather languid manner. Suddenly, she realized something was amiss. The staff member glanced at the information displayed on her computer, where a photo of a certain individual was visible. Could it be that this was Wu Tiao Wuji? Chapter 28. The TikTok Sensation. Nanami's Carousel. Just as the staff member was engulfed in confusion, Jiang Chun removed his glasses and mask. Her eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. although she maintained a facade of composure while her mind raced in astonishment. I cannot believe it. Wu Tiao Wuji has come to me for assistance. This will surely provide me with ample material to boast about to my friends. Esteemed Mr. Jiang Chun, here are your business license and official seal. Please take good care of them. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's visage, the staff member's voice quivered, and her hands trembled slightly. Hey, can you expedite the process? I have urgent matters to attend to. An elderly gentleman called out from behind. The staff member had initially intended to linger a bit longer to savor the moment with Jiang Chun. However, upon hearing the gentleman's request, she turned to him, forcing a smile while her eyes glinted with annoyance. My apologies, sir. I shall expedite the process. To avoid inciting chaos, Jiang Chun promptly completed his paperwork and departed. His next course of action was to recruit talent for his burgeoning company. He decided to establish departments for actors, directors, and influencers, taking great care in his selections. As for other departments like marketing, finance, and human resources, he deemed them less critical. With the support of the system, after finishing the filming of Zhou Hui, he had accrued a prestige value exceeding 1 million. It would be no challenge to sift through candidates based on this reputation. Upon returning home, Jiang Chun gazed at the grand name emblazoned on the business license, Shinjo Yujo. This title aptly reflects his ambition to create a cinematic universe of his own, akin to the Marvel Universe, but vastly more powerful. That evening at 6 o'clock, just before the release of Zhou Hui, Jiang Chun registered his account on TikTok. Within half an hour of joining the platform, he swiftly ascended to the top of trending searches. Wu Tiao Wuji joins TikTok. The legendary man descends upon the platform. The most handsome figure in the entertainment industry registered on TikTok, and within 10 minutes, amassed over 1 million followers. As the largest self-media platform currently available, TikTok's traffic is unparalleled. Jiang Chun watched in awe as his back-end statistics surged. Even without releasing any content, his follower count skyrocketed. In just 10 minutes, he reached 1 million followers. In 20 minutes, 3 million. And in 30 minutes, 5 million. Just 2 minutes before the premiere of Zhou Hui, around 7 o'clock, his follower count had already surpassed 10 million. He firmly held the top trending position. The speed at which Wu Tiao Wuji's follower count grew shattered all previous records on the platform. In less than an hour, Jiang Chen's follower count exceeded 10 million. While it may seem extravagant, considering the population of Longhua is 1.8 billion, it is not uncommon for stars to have 10 million followers. Otherwise, they would feel embarrassed to claim the title of star. During this hour, Jiang Chun announced a significant event on the official Weibo account for Zhou Hui, as well as across all his platforms, the establishment of Shinjo Yujo Company. Those wishing to join his company are invited to apply 3 days from now. With generous salary packages, Jiang Chun need not engage in excessive promotion. The mere thought of working alongside Wu Tiao Wuji excited numerous netizens, both female and male office workers alike. While Jiang Chun stirred a sensation across the internet, the 7th episode of Zhou Hui premiered. The screen opened to a fierce battle, with Mahito being brutally beaten by Nanami and Itadori. In a climactic moment, Mahito unexpectedly grasped the concept of a domain expansion. Self-embedded round. Mahito cackled maniacally. I must express my gratitude for pushing me to the brink. As his laughter resonated, countless enormous black hands enveloped Nanami, forming a dark spherical domain. In his final moments, Nanami's gaze deepened as he reflected upon his past. As a corporate worker, he toiled endlessly, sacrificing his morals for profit and luring customers to invest in stocks. Weighed down by societal pressures, he felt life had lost its meaning. One day, he visited a bakery he frequented, and after confiding in a charming female staff member, he instinctively vanquished the curse afflicting her. Thank you, and we look forward to your next visit. The female clerk immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her, beaming with a radiant smile as she bid Nanami farewell. Observing her smile, Nanami realized he too could engage in meaningful actions. After leaving, he dialed Wu Tiao Wuji's number. The audience was captivated by Nanami's charisma, resonating with their own struggles. He embodies us, a corporate worker, much like a cream-filled cookie, subjected to relentless exploitation. In their youth, they harbored dreams and aspirations, fervor coursing through their veins. Yet now, they have become slaves to the grind. Some impassioned viewers, stirred by the scene, immediately called their bosses. Damn it, you blood-sucking capitalist, always promising the moon while squeezing me dry. I quit. Why am I so audacious? Let me inform you. I won 10 million in the lottery. Fortunately, Itadori shattered the domain, rescuing Nanami, while Mahito escaped through the sewers. As the plot progressed, students from the 2 prestigious jiu-jitsu schools gathered, preparing for an inter-school exchange event. The deceased Itadori reappeared before everyone. Meanwhile, the assembly at the Tokyo Jujutsu High School was in full swing, with Lei-in Temple cautioning students about the need to eliminate Itadori, the vessel of Sukuna. However, he found that Tadu was indifferent to his words. Chapter 29, Tadu's Astonishment. Recruitment for the Influencer Department. The audience began to reassess Tadu. Previously, he had drawn blood from Fushiguro, leading them to believe him to be a villain. Yet now he appeared simply to possess a straightforward demeanor. Simultaneously, many viewers recognized the actor portraying Tadu. I never realized it before. Isn't that Shi Xiaolong? He was my idol in childhood. I remember Shi Xiaolong was quite adorable as a child. How did he end up as such a towering figure? Who is this? I don't recognize him at all. You may not be aware, dear Post 00S and Post 10s, that in the past, Shi Xiaolong was immensely popular, being one of the so-called 4 great child stars. I have watched numerous dramas featuring him. Although his fame has waned over time, I still fondly recall classics such as Xiaoyan Baoqing Tian, Wulong Chuang Qingwan, Jusue Xiante, Xiaolan Xiaozu, and Xianfeng Xiaozu. In the days leading up to the airing of the 8th episode, Jiang Chun has leveraged his connections to secure a lease for a grand building in the heart of the metropolis, with an annual rent of 5 million. Given the financial constraints and the upcoming filming of a new drama, he intends to be frugal. Once Iren Jixia wraps up, Jiang Chun plans to invest 3 billion to purchase the building. Just a couple of days ago, he received his share of the profits. With Zhou Shu Huizhan having aired halfway, the overall viewership has surpassed 5 billion. This figure includes repeated views, which do not count as valid clicks. Consequently, after distributing profits and considering additional advertising revenue, his earnings for this period amount to approximately 2 billion. Coupled with the previous copyright fees of 12 billion, his cash flow now exceeds 3 billion. In recent days, Jiang Chun's company has received a multitude of resumes, ranging from 18-year-old female college students to 60-year-old gentlemen, and from elementary school diplomas to doctoral degrees. Jiang Chun has reviewed the resumes submitted to the acting and influencer departments. Among them, some have been altered with absurd content for ulterior motives. For instance, one applicant states, Teacher Jiang Chun, my name is Qingzi Tu, a fresh 18-year-old college freshman. May I intern at your company? Although I graduated from a vocational school with a poor academic record, my figure is commendable. I have 30,000 followers on Douyin. Here is my contact number. If you're interested, feel free to call me at 136-275-3264, my private number, which won't be discovered. Another applicant writes, Brother Jiang Chun, my name is Sun Yining. I'm 19 years old and have just been a Taobao model for a year. I find you quite attractive and wish to join your influencer department. Would you consider it? Here is my photo. If possible, I'd love to treat you to dinner. Or you could cook for me. A third applicant exclaims, Teacher Wu Tiao, I am your super fan. My name is Chung Yo-Yo-Yo. You may call me Miss Chung. I am a sophomore at Gangdao University and a small influencer on Douyin with only 20,000 followers. But I have even more on Twitter, over 50,000. If you allow me to join Shinjo Universe, I will do anything you ask. Jiang Chun, upon reviewing these resumes, felt overwhelmed. Goodness, are these individuals genuinely seeking employment? I hesitate to expose their intentions. Moreover, do I, Jiang Chun, have a preference for 18-year-old girls? Regardless, in a few days when I have some free time, I will invite these individuals for interviews to discern their true natures. If they are indeed sirens, I shall deal with them accordingly, fulfilling a sense of justice. In jest, Jiang Chun instructed the HR department to replace the batch of applicants with more suitable candidates. Meanwhile, he began planning the next steps for the filming of Iren Jixia. He intends to visit the Beijing Film Academy once company affairs are settled, seeking suitable actors for the project. He had already communicated with the academy about this. When the time comes, auditions will be conducted directly at the school. Additionally, he yearns to reunite with Jiang Kiki, having missed her greatly. The news about Jiang Chun auditioning actors has sparked a sensation around Beijing Film Academy, especially among students of both Beiying and Zhongxi. Many students even began imitating Wu Tiao's makeup and lines, leading to a trend dubbed the Wu Tiao Wind among university students. During this time, an amusing incident gained traction on social media, where a thief stealing an electric bike was apprehended by police, taunting them as he fled. The officers, upon hearing his words, were invigorated and swiftly caught him, rewarding him with silver bracelets. As the clock struck 7, the 8th episode of Zhou Shu Huizhan aired, featuring a classic comical scene. Yuji Itadori unleashed his domain expansion, Wu Zhong Shengyu, becoming a beloved meme from the series. As the plot unfolded, the Jujutsu High Exchange meeting commenced, with Tadu and Itadori clashing. Intrigued by Itadori's tenacity, Tadu inquired, What is your name? Yuji Itadori. He replied. May I ask you something? Tadu smiled, asking the iconic question, what type of woman do you prefer? Taken aback, Itadori responded, why are you asking this now? Don't mind me. I am merely curious, Tadu replied eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Itadori remarked, I suppose I like tall girls with ample figures, like Jennifer Lawrence. Upon hearing this, Tadu's expression transformed entirely, brimming with excitement. In Chapter 30, as Itadori initiated his domain Wu Zhong Shengyu, a touching flashback appeared. On the school rooftop, Itadori and Tadu donned their school uniforms, with Itadori seated on the ground engrossed in a comic book while Tadu stood beside him. As the school bell rang, Tadu resolved to confess his feelings to his crush. Itadori cautioned, Tadu, don't go, you'll surely fail, and I don't want to console you. A wise person once said, whoever thinks of failure before taking action is a fool. Undeterred, Tadu proceeded to confess. I'm sorry, Tadu, but I don't like you. The girl rejected him, just as predicted. Dejected, Tadu wandered the school, pondering. Is it possible she actually likes me? No way, Itadori reassured him, patting Tadu on the shoulder with a smile. Let me treat you to ramen. Let's go. As the memory faded, the scene shifted. How embarrassing. The invincible me is crying. Tadu was already moved to tears by the profound friendship between them. With affection in his eyes, Tadu gazed at Itadori. It seems we are indeed best friends. This exhilarating comedic moment had the audience in stitches. What on earth is happening? Tadu's imagination is too wild, fabricating 10 years of friendship. They not only admired Tadu, but also the brilliance of the screenwriter. 999, it's a 6. What a divine friendship. Goodness, did he just create a bond out of thin air? Could this be Itadori's domain effect? I am in awe of Jiang Chen's creativity. He has just given Itadori a powerful ally. Will they not break into laughter while performing the scene on set? Just because they share the same preference in female types. Have they become best friends? My father and I also have similar tastes. Should he then refer to me as his brother? In Jiaxin Company, Rebo was doubled over in laughter. Huh? You're killing me, Dongtang. The way Shi Xiaolong is acting is simply hilarious. I used to watch his dramas when I was younger, but it seems he hasn't acted in a while. I never expected to see him again. He is so amusing. Yang Mi, beside her, felt nostalgic. Indeed, Shi Xiaolong was quite popular back in the day. It's a pity that domestic action dramas are declining. Shi Xiaolong probably struggles to find roles now. Who would have thought Jiang Chen would bring him back? She herself was once a child star. However, aside from a handful of child stars who have had hits, many have either retired or faded from the limelight. The entertainment industry is indeed harsh. Without the support of benefactors, they may eventually vanish from the public eye. As Dongtang and Hu Zhang engaged in a friendly spar, showcasing their remarkable resilience and adept use of the terrain, Dongtang grew increasingly exhilarated, continuously praising Hu Zhang. Bang! Hu Zhang delivered a swift kick to Dongtang's head. And the speed was impressive. Dongtang's joy only intensified. Observing Dongtang being pummeled by Hu Zhang, the audience began to question if he had a penchant for SM. Yet they couldn't help but grow fond of his character, for he was undeniably entertaining. While Dongtang was guiding his friend, elsewhere, Jixia Wan and Dexiong Mao were embroiled in their own fierce battle, allowing the audience to experience a taste of Kung Fu Panda's charm. Jixia Wan appeared to be a tragic figure. Due to a curse, he was born with paralyzed lower limbs and could not even bask in sunlight. He watched the panda gracefully strolling in the sun with envy. After witnessing the national treasure panda being struck by Jixia Wan, the audience felt a twinge of dislike for this character. However, he was complex and richly layered. If not for the pure love warrior preceding him, Jixia Wan would have been the most moving pure love warrior. After a series of clashes, the panda ultimately triumphed over Jixia Wan. Do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill? I can assist you, the panda sincerely inquired, looking at Jixia Wan lying on the ground without a hint of mockery. Jixia Wan reminisced about the smiling faces of his companions. After seeing my ugly appearance, would you still be willing to help me? He asked. The panda couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think I would care about appearances? I am a panda. At this moment, the audience was moved. One was a gentle and lovable panda, the other a somewhat tragic Jixia Wan. This panda is incredible. No wonder it is the steed of Chiyu, the ancient iron-eating beast. Why do I feel a touch of emotion amidst the fighting? Doesn't it seem like there's a hidden edge beneath the laughter? Nonetheless, I must say, the panda's special effects are astonishingly lifelike. Indeed, it feels somewhat off. Although it looks warm, there's an underlying unease. Surely, neither of them is armed? Impossible. The labels say it's all about healing. That incident with Shunping was likely just a coincidence. There shouldn't be any weapons involved. Chapter 31, Journey to the Capital Film Academy. The audition for Yi Ren Ji Xia begins. On the set of Meng Hualu, Today marks the wrap-up day, with only one last scene remaining. However, curiously, everyone was not filming but instead gathered around a small screen. "Oh my gosh, I'm dying of laughter," Su Haiqiao exclaimed, watching Dongtang and Huzhong become increasingly animated in their fight. "Laughing, are we? This is what friendship looks like. In the vast sea of people, a single glance can determine if one becomes a best friend. What a remarkable fate." Chen Xiao wiped his slightly moist eyes and remarked seriously. Luan echoed beside him. "Indeed, the bonds between people are such that a first glance can decide if one can become a friend." Then, she adjusted her ample bosom and stated earnestly, "Since watching Jiang Chen's performance, I believe we share a special connection. Once the scene wraps, I've decided to seek out Jiang Chen for a role. I hear he is casting for Yiren Jixia. I am eager to improve." Lu Yifei glanced at Luan, somewhat surprised. "He still acts? I recall he only directed a film titled Zhu Meng in Yichu, and that was merely as a secondary director, hardly substantial, and the film was rather poor." Luan did not respond directly. "I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I saw on the official account of Zhou Shu Huizhan that Jiang Chun is recruiting for a new role nationwide, starting at the Capital Film Academy. I plan to head there soon." Lu Yifei shook her head, a humorous expression crossing her face. Jiang Chen's portrayal of Wu Tiao was indeed flawless. After completing Zhou Shu Huizhan, she unexpectedly found Jiang Chen quite charming, albeit it was the character's allure. Yet at a certain moment, Lu Yifei felt a pang of regret. Had she known Jiang Chen was so handsome, she wouldn't have hesitated to practice kissing scenes with him. However, the professional skills and experience required by directors are not something actors can easily match. Jiang Chen was merely in his early 20s. Yet he aspired to achieve great success all at once. Such ambition is indeed akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. "Sister Luan, you truly admire Wu Tiao. Even that notorious figure from the Jing circle is smitten." Lu Yin teased from the side. Luan shook her head, raising her chin and gazing skyward with sincerity. "Although Jiang Chen's reputation may not be the best, I believe these are merely external rumors. Geniuses are often envied. By the way, make sure you don't secretly audition." Lu Yin laughed lightly. "Rest assured, Sister Luan, I won't compete with you." The next day, Jiang Chun arrived at the CBD, Central Business District, of the Magic City, which is the headquarters of Shenzhou Universe Company. The company's structure had taken shape and was now functioning normally. Additionally, Jiang Chun instructed the marketing department to immediately develop merchandise related to Zhou Shu Huizhan, such as cards, pendants, standees, figurines, and dolls, as well as explore rights for games and animations. These projects were lucrative, especially given the unprecedented popularity of Zhou Shu Huizhan. Last night, while browsing videos, Jiang Chun realized just how extreme his popularity had become. On platforms like Pinduoduo and Taobao, there were people selling his eye masks, with some items selling over 10 units. Jiang Chun felt a pang of regret, realizing that while he hadn't profited, others had. Most bizarrely, there were even listings on Xianyu for items like underwear and socks supposedly worn by Wu Tiao, with some individuals spending 7,000 to 8,000 yuan to purchase them. Subsequently, Jiang Chun conducted serious interviews with candidates from the influencer and actor departments. Thanks to the system, relevant performance ratings were displayed. This task has been executed remarkably well. The remaining matters that Jiang Chun needed to address have all been resolved. Consequently, he can now officially commence the preparations for Yiren Jixia. The following day, after enjoying a modest lunch, Jiang Chun tidied up his belongings and set out with the young Zhao Liying, intending to board a flight to the capital city. According to the plan, they were expected to arrive by around 5 in the afternoon. Although the interview was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Jiang Chun thought it prudent to arrive early. On the flight, a flight attendant, while serving him refreshments, discreetly slipped him a note that read, "Contact number 1363X Teacher Jiang Chun. I am your superfan." Jiang Chun could only shake his head in resignation. Are flight attendants this audacious nowadays? At the Beijing Film Academy, students erupted with enthusiasm upon learning that Jiang Chun would be auditioning for actors. However, the actual number of students desiring to audition was rather limited. Not to mention that Jiang Chun had never independently directed a production. His previous stint as an assistant director for Dreams in the entertainment circle had earned the dubious distinction of being the lowest-rated film in Dubon's history. Moreover, Jiang Chen's infamous reputation left many students apprehensive about collaborating with him, leading to a situation reminiscent of the adage, "Yi Gong How Long." Nevertheless, the school was predominantly filled with youth eager to embrace trends. Following the popularity of Jujutsu Kaisen, many university students began to imitate Wu Tiao Shizuku, including his actions, speech, and attire. For instance, just outside the academy, As the first class of the afternoon concluded around 4 o'clock, a 50-something security guard sighed as he observed the throngs of students. Among 10 boys, 6 or 7 had dyed their hair white in emulation of Wuqiao, while 1 or 2 had opted for pink, mimicking Itadori Yuji. Even among the female students, numerous individuals sported short white or orange hair. Hey, hey, hey! The security guard exclaimed, pointing at a young student who appeared to be staggering as if intoxicated. Young man, take off your blindfold while walking. Watch your step. Upon hearing this, the student suddenly felt a sticky sensation beneath his feet, having stepped in a pile of dog excrement. He could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Whose dog left such a mess? Can't you clean up after it?" Aside from him, many students, in their attempts to show off, had dyed their hair white and donned blindfolds but struggled to see their surroundings, requiring assistance from classmates to cross the street. For a time, passers-by along the routes adjacent to the Beijing Film Academy began to suspect it was a school for the disabled. Meanwhile, at the Beijing airport, Jiang Chun had just disembarked from his flight. Chapter 32. The Generous Zhao Liang. The bewildered Jiang Kiki. After walking for a short while, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld an overwhelming crowd, reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse. The cacophony echoed throughout the airport. "Jiang Chun, my love, I've finally waited for you. Teacher Jiang Chun, I want to be your dog. Jiang Chun, I love you. Teacher Jiang Chun, grant me a chance." Jiang Chun had never anticipated that fans would arrive at the airport to greet him. Observing the frenzied crowd, he noted an approximate 3:7 ratio of boys to girls, estimating nearly 200 individuals, all brandishing signs emblazoned with the character for Chun. At that moment, Jiang Chun finally grasped the bittersweet experience of top-tier celebrities from his past life. "Oh no, who stepped on my glasses and broke them in half? Wait, my chest padding fell out. Don't step on it. My 36D has turned into an A cup. Damn it. Who is squeezing my bird? Please stop pushing. I'm about to burst." Amidst the chaos, expletives erupted from the crowd, but fortunately, airport security promptly dispatched several guards to restore order, along with police assistance. Utilizing his agile physique, Jiang Chen managed to carve a path through the throng. Panting, Jiang Chen successfully hailed a taxi, narrowly escaping the pandemonium. "Wait, where's Liang?" he suddenly realized, smacking his forehead as he noticed her absence. Meanwhile, within the airport, the disheveled and dazed Zhao Liang sat slumped in a chair, contemplating whether to prioritize her life or her work. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. "Where did that little girl run off to? Without further ado, you've worked hard, sis. I'll give you a raise." 1,000. Jiang Chen exclaimed. "It was terrifying. I don't want to continue." She replied. 5,000. "No, make it 10,000. Thank you, Daddy." By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yi returned to school due to some remaining matters. To his surprise, he encountered Zhang Riyun accompanying his wife, Tang Yisin, for a film shoot. As Tang Yisin had finished work early, Zhang Riyun, a former student of the Beijing Film Academy, was interested in revisiting the campus and reconnecting with former teachers and classmates. As Zhou Yi and Zhang Riyun entered the school gates, they were swiftly surrounded by a throng of younger students eager for autographs and photographs. As the star of Qing Yunyan and recently part of the even more popular Jujutsu Kaisen, Zhang Riyun's presence commanded respect and admiration. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was seen as an inspirational figure, a seemingly ordinary fourth-year student on the brink of graduation. Despite the odds, having participated in Jujutsu Kaisen, her Weibo followers had surged by over 2 million, with an estimated total increase of 5 million across all platforms, despite her merely being a supporting character. In contrast, the lead actor, Bai Lu, had amassed 10 million followers online. This was the undeniable boon of a blockbuster, allowing every participating actor, regardless of their role's magnitude, to reap rewards. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the final class, students streamed out of the building. Zhang Riyun and Zhou Yi, noticing the increasing crowd, politely excused themselves, saying, "Dear juniors, we apologize. We have some matters to attend to." Just then, Jiang Kiki, Jiang Yi, Guan Xiaochuan, and Wu Lei emerged from the classroom in Building 8. "Kiki, isn't he handsome? Look at this screenshot of teacher Jiang Chun," Jiang Yi exclaimed, holding up a promotional photo of Wu Tiao Shizuka dreamily. Kiki sighed, observing Jiang Yi nearly drooling. "What is so handsome about him? Let me tell you. This guy's character is truly lacking. Don't be fooled by his appearance." Just as Jiang Kiki animatedly criticized Jiang Chun, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. In a moment of exasperation, Jiang Kiki turned to confront the audacious individual behind her. Her annoyance was palpable as she felt a tug on her backpack. The figure that stood before her was a young man clad in a black baseball cap, a mask, a leather jacket, and jeans, exuding a rebellious charm that seemed oddly familiar. Just as she pondered this recognition, Wu Lei, standing behind her, was blushing furiously, pointing at the boy. However, before he could utter a word, the young man gestured for silence. Indeed, the person before her was Jiang Chun. Having just arrived at a nearby hotel, he hurried to the school, intent on surprising Jiang Kiki. It had been over 3 years since they last met. Jiang Kiki, eyes narrowed, retorted, "Who are you? Why should I care about your opinion?" "Hey, Kiki, look over there. Isn't that Senior Zhang Ruoyun and Senior Zhou Yi? Let us go say hi," exclaimed Jiang Yi and Guan Xiaoyuan, their excitement overshadowing the rudeness of the boy before them. Jiang Kiki, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Are you two really my friends? You forget your loyalties so quickly." At that moment, perhaps due to Wu Lei's presence, Zhang Ruoyun and Zhou Yi cast their gazes toward them, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. "Kiki, they're coming over. They must be here to greet Wu Lei." Jiang Yi observed the approaching figures, her excitement palpable, just as the group, along with hundreds of classmates around them, anticipated a friendly exchange. Zhang Ruoyun unexpectedly rushed forward, throwing an arm around the unfamiliar boy's shoulders. He lifted the boy's cap, laughing heartily. "Haha, isn't this Director Jiang? What a sneaky visit." Though Zhang Ruoyun had limited scenes in the production, he had come to greatly respect Jiang Chen's professional prowess during their 2-month collaboration. They had even competed in culinary skills, with Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent earning him the title of a 5-star chef among their peers. "I came to visit my sister," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "By the way, why didn't I see you earlier? You could have let me know you were coming, and we could have caught up." As the two conversed warmly, the surrounding crowd was left bewildered. Director Jiang? Initially, the crowd had focused on the actors from Jujutsu Kaisen, hardly noticing Jiang Chun. Yet, upon closer inspection, his figure seemed oddly familiar, and the sight of the two men sharing laughter felt peculiar, considering one played a villain and the other was Wu Tiaowu. At that moment, Jiang Chun removed his mask and cheerfully greeted, "Hi, Sister Zhou Yi. Chen Gu. It's really you. I thought I recognized you," Zhou Yi exclaimed, rushing to grasp Jiang Chen's arm, her smile radiant. Jiang Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her brother, who seemed so different after 3 years apart. It was not just his appearance that had changed. His demeanor and physique were transformed beyond recognition. Why are you crying?" Jiang Kiki suddenly noticed the sound of soft sobs. She turned to see Jiang wiping tears, smiling despite them. "You wouldn't understand. These are tears of joy. I finally met Teacher Jiang Chun." The atmosphere fell silent as Jiang Chun revealed his face. Undoubtedly, he was the center of attention at that moment. Stars like Zhang Ruoyun and Wu Lei took a back seat. The younger students were left in awe, overwhelmed by the unexpected happiness that felt surreal. After a brief silence, the crowd confirmed Jiang Chen's identity, and chaos ensued. "No way. Is this really Jiang Chun? Am I dreaming? Teacher Jiang, I want to have your babies." I can only describe Teacher Jiang's handsome face as breathtaking. Did I hear correctly? Teacher Jiang came to school to see his sister? Who is she? I envy her. Fortunately, in contrast to the raucous fans at an airport, the university's students maintained a semblance of decorum, merely raising their voices without any unruly behavior. Zhou Yi, curious, asked, "Chen Ge, you said you came to find your sister? Who is she?" Jiang Chun turned to Jiang Kiki, who was staring at him in astonishment. He gently tousled her hair and smiled. "It's this little girl." The crowd directed envious and jealous gazes toward Jiang Kiki. Typically regarded as the school beauty, she became the focal point of admiration, especially from the girls. Yet now, the revelation that she was Jiang Chen's sister sent waves of envy through the crowd. Jiang Kiki, noticing the attention, felt warmth from her brother's hand on her head. Overwhelmed, she fought back tears. In her mind, she had rehearsed countless scenarios of Jiang Chen coming to apologize, envisioning herself coldly dismissing him. Yet now, she felt a lump in her throat as tears began to fall. Suddenly, she felt a warm arm wrap around her shoulder. Jiang Chun comforted her gently. "It's all right. Don't cry. It was my fault for neglecting you all these years. I apologize. Let go of me," Jiang Kiki protested softly, lightly hitting Jiang Chun but showing no intent to push him away. Soon, she regained her composure and pulled away, her cheeks flushed, traces of tears still visible. "I've grown up. No more hugging," she murmured. "Wait, Jiang Kiki, your Teacher Jiang's sister?" The most shocked and hurt was Jiang Yi. "I'm sorry, Yi. Let me explain," Jiang Kiki said, wiping her tears, feeling a bit embarrassed and ready to apologize. However, Yi engulfed her in a hug, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so sooner? I could have gotten Teacher Jiang's autograph much earlier. And you called this plain?" Jiang Kiki eyed Yi warily, sensing her excitement. Suspecting that this close friend wishes to become his sister-in-law, aside from Jiang Yi, the most awkward situation undoubtedly involves Wu Lei. Recalling the previous occasion in the classroom while watching a drama, he had asked Jiang Kiki and others who was more handsome, he or Jiang Chun. Alas, the true fool is none other than myself. At this moment, Jiang Chun spoke up. Let us go. It's time for a meal. How about we visit your usual dining spot? I am curious to see how you live at school. Subsequently, Jiang Kiki led Jiang Chun to the school cafeteria. Upon arrival, it was no surprise that chaos ensued. Even getting a meal was met with a flurry of requests for autographs and photos. Jiang Chun found this rather exasperating. At times, being overly popular can be quite a burden. Meanwhile, in a corner of the cafeteria, a boy was excitedly gazing at another boy across from him. Go. I heard Wu Tiao Wu is here. The boy opposite, with a delicate visage, scoffed. Isn't he just riding on sheer luck? If I were to play Wu Tiao Wu, I would also be famous. Besides, what kind of character does Jiang Chun have? He doesn't deserve to be a top star. That honor belongs solely to me. Chapter 34. The Director Cultivation Plan. The audition for Feng Baobao begins. The next day, at 7 o'clock, Jiang Chun rose early to engage in physical exercise and casually stroll around the school. After all, in his previous life, he was also a student of this institution, and this served as a nostalgic reminder of his bygone youth. Upon reaching a secluded garden, Jiang Chun noticed a girl with twin ponytails, exuding a pure and sweet demeanor. Taking photographs. Opposite her stood a female model, and the two appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. Jiang Chun observed them for a moment, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. This girl seemed to be Shen Yu, a star from his past life who had starred in Ji Wamin Dan Chun de Xiao Mei Hao. That drama marked her debut alongside Hu Yitian, and it was this very campus drama that catapulted her to fame. Jiang Chun had watched that series before. If his memory served him right, Shen Yu had initially pursued a degree related to directing. However, he never anticipated that she would eventually enroll in the prestigious D-Do Film Academy. Jiang Chun utilized the system to assess her qualifications. Shen Yu, acting qualification, B grade, can be trained to S grade. Directing qualification, A grade, can be trained to S grade. Upon seeing this data, Jiang Chun was struck with an idea. Although the qualification ratings held little significance for him, after all, he could elevate her to S grade at any moment. He understood that once he ceased training, she would revert to her original level. Nonetheless, her progress would be remarkable. Furthermore, Shen Yu was quite attractive, and her personality seemed delightful. Jiang Chun decided to recruit her, nurturing her talents and adding a touch of joy to his otherwise monotonous life. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun approached, greeting her. Hi. Good morning to both of you. Shen Yu, having just finished taking photos, glanced at Jiang Chun and, feeling slightly socially anxious, responded, hello. What are you photographing? May I take a look? As Jiang Chun spoke, he moved closer to Shen Yu. Just as she appeared puzzled, the girl acting as the model suddenly exclaimed, Ah, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Chun. Shen Yu, who had slight nearsightedness, stammered upon recognizing him. It's all right, relax. How about I take a few photos for you? Jiang Chun smiled. Seeing Jiang Chun's warmth, Shen Yu gradually relaxed. Teacher Jiang, I was filming a video. I'm graduating this year, and our school asked us to create a short play as a graduation project. A short play? Jiang Chun was taken aback, then chuckled. Did you just finish filming? How about I shoot it for you again? You'll film for me. Shen Yu was also stunned. What? Don't you trust my skills? Jiang Chun joked. Shen Yu quickly waved her hands. I would love that. I've already filmed 3 or 4 times. But it never feels quite right, like something is missing. Following this, Jiang Chun complied with Shen Yu's filming requests and shot a short video lasting several seconds. As Shen Yu watched the footage, she realized that although both videos were similar in length, the quality was worlds apart. Teacher Jiang, you are remarkably skilled at filming. Shen Yu exclaimed, visibly thrilled. Recognizing that Shen Yu was intrigued, Jiang Chun decided to get to the point, smiling broadly. Shen Yu, how about you forego the video? What do you mean? Shen Yu was taken aback. Jiang Chun continued candidly. I am about to shoot a new drama, Iren Jixia. Would you like to come on board as the assistant director? Iren Jixia? Me? As the assistant director? Shen Yu pointed to herself, stunned in place. What? Do you think I'm unworthy of directing my own production? Jiang Chun teased. Or do your teachers only allow you to make short plays for your graduation project? No, just from the video you filmed. It's clear that your skills are extraordinary. Shen Yu hastily shook her head, her large, dark eyes blinking rapidly. Flushed with excitement as she pointed at herself. Can I really do it? I've never filmed a drama before, and I lack relevant experience. Jiang Chun reassured her. It's all right. After all, no one is born with experience. I'll teach you along the way. At this moment, Shin Yu remained in a state of disbelief, akin to an ordinary person who suddenly won a $10 million lottery. Her first reaction was sheer incredulity. Once Shin Yu began to comprehend the situation, she expressed her gratitude with excitement. Thank you, Brother Chun. Now my internship certificate is sorted too. Hee. Jiang Chen chuckled at Shun Yu's exuberance. Is it really that thrilling for college students to secure an internship certificate? Nevertheless, her excitement was warranted. 4E Renji Xia was destined to be a massive hit. While its initial reception might not rival that of Zhou Shu Huizhan, in terms of overall quality and thematic depth, Jiang Chun believed it to surpass Zhou Shu Huizhan. By the way, our company is hiring. Would you be interested? Jiang Chun suddenly inquired. Shin Yu gazed at him, a hint of bashfulness creeping into her smile. Brother Chun, I actually submitted my resume to your company last night and am awaiting a response. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the casting for Renji Xia officially commenced. For crucial roles, Jiang Chun decided to conduct the auditions personally, while allowing the casting director to select supporting characters, as he would review the audition tapes later. In a conference room at the Didu Film Academy, the audition for Renji Xia unfolded. Jiang Chun brought Shin Yu along to observe, as this endeavor involved shooting and nurturing new talent. Choosing not to play the lead role, he opted to portray Wang Yi instead. As for Zhang Chulan, Jiang Chun had already selected a candidate, Peng Yuchang, affectionately known as Peng Peng. A month prior, Jiang Chun had extended an invitation to him, and after reviewing the script, Peng Peng had agreed. In his previous life, Peng Peng had portrayed the male lead in Renji Xia. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun felt that he required two improvements. First, he was somewhat overweight. Although Zhang Chulan was not exceptionally handsome, he did possess a certain charm. When Peng Peng was in good shape, he looked quite attractive. So Jiang Chun encouraged him to focus on weight loss and sculpting, ideally achieving a set of six-pack abs. Second, Peng Peng's portrayal had been overly frivolous. Zhang Chulan was a cunning character, and this aspect needed to be reflected in his performance, as it subtly enhanced Zhang Chulan's allure. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, both of these issues could be perfectly resolved. For the first audition, the character being cast was Feng Baobao. Unlike other directors, Jiang Chun instructed the auditionees to come without makeup, dressed casually in everyday clothing for the audition. As the interviewees entered one by one, Jiang Chun observed the 5 candidates before him: Zhao Liang, Luan, Tian Shiwei, Dili Riba, and Zhao Yihuan. Chapter 35. Luan portrays Xiaohe. Director. I am eager to improve. From the moment the 4 walked into the conference room, the interview had already commenced. Jiang Chun meticulously studied their reactions through subtle gestures and expressions. Dili Riba, despite holding the most prominent position among them, appeared the most nervous. Particularly when she caught sight of Jiang Chen's serious and earnest gaze, her expression stiffened, and her hands began to tremble slightly. Luan, the one with the most alluring figure, appeared much younger than he had anticipated, well-preserved and striking. Her eyes possessed a genuine charm when she noticed Jiang Chen's gaze. This enchanting creature gazed back at him with eyes brimming with allure, nearly overwhelming him. Given that the female roles in Renji Xia all boasted commendable figures, it was evident that none among them were lacking in endowment, with most boasting a size above B. However, if one were to rank them from largest to smallest, Jiang Chun believed it to be Luan, Zhao Yihuan, Tian Shiwei, Dili Riba, and Zhao Liang. As for Tian Shiwei, she was also one of the representatives of the 95 flowers in her previous life. Her sweet appearance gave an impression of slenderness, yet concealed a well-proportioned figure. However, she seemed quite tense, perhaps due to her recent debut. Then there was Zhao Yihuan. She did not match Jiang Chen's expectations, perhaps due to her maintenance. She appeared older than anticipated. Moreover, her acting skills left much to be desired, earning a dismal D grade from the system, the lowest in the room. Zhao Yihuan had once been a goddess among otaku, her youthful series catapulting her to fame, leading to the phrase, Nan Yihuan, Beijing Tian. What a pity. Finally, there was Zhao Liang. Contrary to Jiang Chen's expectations, she was the most relaxed of the group, occasionally chatting with Tian Shiwei, seemingly easing her anxiety. When their eyes met, Zhao Liang appeared surprisingly calm. Perhaps her interactions with Jiang Chun over the past few days had led her to understand him better. Others, to varying degrees, were influenced by his notorious reputation or the halo of his role as Wu Chao. At this moment, Jiang Chun had formed a preliminary judgment. The interview process was quite straightforward. First, they were tested on their Sichuan dialect, a hallmark of Bauer Jia, which had to be impeccable. Second, they performed improvisational lines from the script, with Jiang Chun taking on the role of Zhang Chulan, engaging in dialogue with them. Third, the interview essentially concluded as they entered. After deliberation, Jiang Chen ultimately chose Zhao Liying. It must be said that despite having only filmed once under his guidance, her acting during the audition surpassed that of the others. Especially when Zhao Liying delivered the line with her clear, yet naive eyes. They all say I'm a melon. But I'm not at all. Many times, I'm quite clever. It perfectly aligned with Jiang Chen's vision of Bao'erjia, coupled with her personality traits. Typically quiet, but when she spoke, she was sharp-tongued. It felt remarkably authentic. Her appearance was somewhat adorably naive, yet she also exuded a cool, regal aura, an intriguing combination. In a sense, Feng Baobao seemed to be a role tailor-made for Zhao Liying. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had watched Wang Ying's roadshow for Feng Baobao, and though it was passable, it still felt lacking. Furthermore, the subsequent actress portraying Feng Baobao was rather poor, making her performance stand out even more. However, now, Jiang Chen believed that with Zhao Liying under his direction, she could undoubtedly be transformed into the quintessential Feng Baobao. As the interviews concluded, Jiang Chen pondered briefly and smiled. How about this? I have a suggestion for you. Luan, you should audition for the role of Xiaohe. Tian Shiwei, you can try for Lu Linglong. As for Reba, I'll think it over. You still have my WeChat, and I'll let you know once I have something in mind. All right, thank you, Chenggu. Reba clearly felt a bit disheartened, yet she mustered her spirits. If there are any other roles, feel free to contact me anytime. Reba had made a special trip from Mo due to D-do for this audition. Jiang Chen noticed her disappointed expression and sighed inwardly. It wasn't that he didn't want to assist her, but rather her distinctive appearance, combined with her recent frequent appearances, might have led to viewer fatigue. For a moment, he truly couldn't think of a suitable role for her. Subsequently, Jiang Chen interviewed several other celebrities he remembered from his past life, including Lin Yun, Zhu Yilong, Bai Yu, Zhuang Dafei, and Zhu Xuxiang, among others. One candidate piqued his interest, Jiang Yi. She was a child star, exuding a charming presence and considerable acting prowess. Her youthful and vivacious demeanor left her unfazed in front of him. Previously, she had portrayed a role in San Qian Yasha, and a segment of her drumming in a red dress had left a lasting impression, evoking the essence of a fallen princess. She auditioned for the role of Lu Linglong, but Jiang Chen did not find her suitable. One significant reason being her less ample figure. Jiang Yi, I'm afraid I don't think you're quite right for this role, Jiang Chen stated thoughtfully. All right, Jiang Yi replied, her nose suddenly tinged with sadness, a wave of tears threatening to spill. She had spent several sleepless nights researching the character for this audition, only to face failure. She had initially planned to ask Jiang Chen for a signed photograph, and perhaps a photo together, but now, all thoughts of that had slipped her mind. Just as Jiang Yi was engulfed in her sorrow, Jiang Chen smiled and clarified, your acting is commendable. It's just that you're not quite right for this character. Go back and work hard. Jiang Yi, curious, asked, Teacher Jiang, where exactly do you think I fall short? I will certainly improve. Jiang Chen, somewhat exasperated, replied, do you really want to know? Yes. Jiang Yi nodded firmly, her eyes full of determination. Jiang Chen cast his gaze downward, offering a wry smile. It's just that you're a bit lacking in that department. It doesn't quite align with the character's design. Upon hearing this and seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Jiang Yi quickly grasped the reason. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi quickly adjusted her emotions, smiling brightly. All right then, but that doesn't matter. Perhaps my professional skills are still insufficient. Otherwise, even if the character design doesn't match, I could still perform to fit it. In any case, I will keep striving. One day, I will act alongside Teacher Jiang. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the young woman's attitude. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a smile crept across his lips. Actually, I have a role in mind for you, a lead role. Jiang Yi was taken aback, her sorrow replaced by surprise in an instant. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it Feng Baobao? No. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Chapter 36. The Crying Kuan Kuan. Jiushu Huizhan paid screening. After filming Yiren Jixia, I plan to shoot a film adaptation of Jiushu Huizhan, featuring a character named Rico. I believe you would be quite suitable for it. A movie? Jiang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Chen nodded. I wonder if you would be interested? Jiang Yi nodded fervently, expressing her overwhelming interest. In truth, she had already learned from Wu Lei that Jiang Chen was the true director of Jiushu Huizhan. Witnessing Wu Lei's remarkable improvement in acting under Jiang Chen's guidance, Jiang Yi felt an intense desire to advance her own skills. Subsequently, she attended an intriguing audition. As it was a private session, a boy with a center parting, clad in suspenders and heavily made up, entered the conference room. His demeanor and expression exuded arrogance. He was auditioning for Zhuge Qing. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Chun, with an expressionless face, declared, unqualified. Next. Why? Zhao Kun exclaimed, his face shifting between shades of anger and disbelief as he glared at Jiang Chun. I told you no makeup. What have you done? If you cannot abide by my rules, then leave. Jiang Chun's gaze was cold, his tone indifferent. Anger surged within Zhao Kun at the reprimand. For years, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even directors would treat him with a degree of courtesy. Who do you think you are, Jiang Chun? Zhao Kun retorted angrily. Do you have any idea who my father is? How dare you speak to me like this? Jiang Chun glanced at him as if he were a fool, then turned to Xunyu and inquired, what breed of dog is he? Barking so loudly. Xunyu struggled to contain her amusement, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, before quietly replying, Brother Chun, he is a junior in our school's drama department. Named Zhao Kun, the only son of Zhao Gang, the CEO of Tianqi Entertainment. Tianqi Entertainment? Jiang Chun recalled such a company, which could barely be considered a top-tier entertainment firm in the country. However, when compared to his own Tianlong Entertainment, it was akin to the disparity between an elephant and an ant. Noticing Jiang Chun's indifference and sarcastic tone, Zhao Kun's defenses crumbled. He pointed angrily at Jiang Chun and shouted, don't think you're so impressive just because you played Gojo Satoru and happened to become popular. Before he could finish, he felt Jiang Chun's piercing gaze locking onto him, tinged with a hint of menace. Zhao Kun immediately shivered. That look was terrifying. The overwhelming pressure made him question whether he would still be alive if not for the surveillance cameras present. Get out. Jiang Chun's tone was flat, yet imbued with an unyielding authority. Fine, I'll leave. Zhao Kun replied, speaking the most cowardly words in the most arrogant tone. Surprisingly, he felt a sense of relief as he hastily exited. Jiang Chun watched Zhao Kun flee, feeling somewhat helpless. With such emotional intelligence and resilience, how did he expect to become an actor? It was evident how pampered he was at home. After Zhao Kun left, he took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. He muttered angrily, how dare you speak to me like that? Don't think you're anything special just because you're a so-called bully in the Beijing circle. My father is about to be the CEO of a publicly listed company, someone who commands respect throughout the entertainment industry. I will make him pay for this. He then pulled out his phone and dialed his father, Zhao Gang. Dad, someone is bullying me. You must help me get revenge. A furious voice came from the other end. Who has the audacity to bully my son Zhao Gang? Dad, I just auditioned for a role in Ren Jixian was harshly humiliated by that director Jiang Chun. He even tried to hit me. Can you think of a way to ensure Jiang Chun's movie doesn't get made? If I can't have it, then neither can he. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's name, Zhao Gang fell silent. Confused, Zhao Kun asked, Dad, what's wrong? Son, just let this matter go. Do not provoke Jiang Chun. Zhao Gang's tone turned grave. But Dad, this Jiang Chun. Before Zhao Kun could finish, Zhao Gang erupted in anger. Damn it. You little brat. All you do is mess around. Do you really think Jiang Chun has no backing? With that terrible acting, how can he thrive in the entertainment industry? Let me tell you, don't be a fool. With your current demeanor, you would be the quintessential mindless villain in a novel. If someone criticizes you, do you have to retaliate? I'm telling you, Jiang Chun's connections are not something your father can afford to provoke. I warn you, do not engage in any underhanded actions. If I find out, and it jeopardizes the company's IPO, I will disown you. Do you understand? Furthermore, from now on, keep a low profile and stop causing trouble. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. As Zhao Gang's thunderous reprimand echoed, Zhao Kun stood frozen, his back drenched in sweat. His father had never scolded him like this before, especially not over someone like Jiang Chun. However, now that his father had spoken so sternly, Zhao Kun pouted, tears of indignation spilling down his cheeks like a little girl. Whoa, I know I was wrong, Dad. Please don't disown me. After 2 days of auditions, Jiang Chun accompanied Zhang Kiki to watch the 9th episode of Zhou Shu Hui Zhan in the classroom. As they watched the latest update, 7 or 8 security guards stood vigil at the classroom door, while hundreds of students waited outside. Those allowed entry, apart from Zhang Kiki's friends, were selected through a random lottery. Due to immense pressure from eager viewers, the streaming platform decided to release 2 episodes simultaneously. The latest update revealed 2 episodes today, with a preview of the final 2 episodes to be screened in 2 days. Watching both episodes required a payment of 15 yuan. Although this price was slightly higher compared to other series, which typically charge 3 to 4 yuan per episode, it was merely the cost of a cup of milk tea. Within an hour of this announcement, over 8 million viewers had already reserved spots for the screening. The 9th episode focused primarily on the battles during the exchange meeting. Jinshi first faced off against San Luanxia. Whether it was Jinshi's long knife or the tang knife wielded by Zhao Liying as San Luanxia, the duel provided an exquisite visual experience for the audience. Ultimately, Jinshi triumphed by breaking her long knife in two, feigning a thrust to close in and seize San Luixia's weapon. This segment of their weapon combat ignited a wave of excitement among viewers. Currently, there are no other series featuring female actors with such impressive fight scenes. This particular fight was arguably the best they had seen in recent years. In terms of force, visuals, and various striking poses, it even surpassed most male actors' performances. At the Emperor's Capital Film Academy, the fight scene was simply breathtaking. Jiang Yi watched the screen, her cheeks flushed with excitement, cheering. Moreover, the students from Beijing Film Academy were equally captivated. Sister Zhou, Sister Liang, did you practice with these weapons before? You both look so professional. Guo Xiaoyuan asked curiously. Zhou Yi shook her head. I haven't practiced specifically, just a little during breaks while filming. Zhao Liang nodded in agreement. I'm the same. Upon hearing this response, those around were taken aback. However, Zhou Yi swiftly shifted the conversation, directing his gaze towards Jiang Chun. All of this is what Brother Chen taught us. In private, he even prepared special sessions for the two of us. Jiang Yi and Guan Xiaoyan were taken aback upon hearing this. They initially thought the online buzz about Jiang Chen's vast knowledge was merely a promotional tactic for the television series. Little did they know, it was indeed true. Chapter 37. Has Wu Tiaowu killed Jie Jianxiaxia? On the screen, Jinshi and Jinyi commenced their battle. This section also introduced their relationship. Originally, they were twins, both seemingly cursed. One possessed average cursed energy, while the other had but a faint trace. The elder sister, Jinshi, devoid of cursed energy, was scorned by their family. Nonetheless, the bond between the sisters had always been exceptionally strong. However, Jinshi chose to leave the Zen temple family in defiance of fate, leading Jinyi to feel abandoned. This segment offered limited dialogue on their sisterly affection. Yet, through mere glances and a few exchanges, the vividness of their personalities and emotions was brilliantly captured, evoking a deep resonance among viewers. Subsequently, an unexpected twist unfolded. Huan Yu and Jinren, among other cursed spirits, invaded the exchange meeting. They established a barrier with a straightforward stipulation. Wu Tiaowu could not enter. The audience erupted in frustration. These cursed sorcerers are utterly ridiculous. Without even starting the fight, they banned our strongest combatant. The scene then transitioned to a hilariously iconic moment. While Wu Tiaowu was barred from entering the barrier, the songstress and the principal were allowed in. Wait, at least let me fight against a woman. With your frail frame and wrinkled skin, I could dispatch you in an instant, shouted the cursed sorcerer, known as Jie Jianxiaxia, wielding an axe, as he glared at the principal of Lu Yanxi. In the next moment, a scene that nearly caused the audience to burst into laughter unfolded. Suddenly, a passionate rock sound erupted. The principal of Lu Yanxi brandished an electric guitar, launching into a spirited rock performance. If you think you're frail, give it your best shot. With the electric guitar in hand, Lu Yanxi's principal emanated an aura of menace. The audience was initially left in stunned silence, only to soon erupt in laughter. Ha! This old man is too ridiculous. He looks so serious, yet he turns out to be this kind of person. My mother would be shocked for 300 years. This old man actually dared to do this under the sun. He may appear as a principal, but secretly, he is a rock guitarist. An 80-year-old man playing guitar. What a character. Lu Yanxi's little old man knows how to embrace the contrast. Is this old man here to entertain or to battle? Perhaps he intends to make his opponent die laughing? Edge. Yang Mi also stared in disbelief at the red and black guitar, before bursting into a fit of laughter, clutching her stomach, nearly in tears. What a divine electric guitar. Reba, beside her, was also in stitches. Seemingly unperturbed by Jiang Chun's previous rejection, she laughed uncontrollably on the sofa. The screenwriter is having too much fun. This old man must have been quite wild in his youth. As the narrative progressed, with Huan Yu's invasion, he charged into the crowd. Dogwan, having spoken too much and overused his cursed techniques, spat blood and lost his combat ability. Jia Mo Xianji was also struck down by Huan Yu, losing his fighting capability. Jinshi and Fueb Hui joined forces to battle him, yet they too were left bloodied. Jinshi became ensnared by Huan Yu's roots. In a moment of dire peril, Dong Tao and Tiger Zhu descended from above, rescuing Jinshi, allowing the injured to retreat. The two then began training with Huan Yu to master the Black Flash. However, during the battle, Huan Yu's abilities also escalated. The three soon found themselves in a chaotic melee. Dong Tao's technique, Unjust Game, allowed for the exchange of any object imbued with cursed energy, which intrigued the audience. Faced with their collaboration, Huan Yu found himself at a disadvantage. After a prolonged struggle, he declared, "You two indeed make a formidable pair, but can you withstand this?" Domain expansion. As Huan Yu prepared to unleash his ultimate move, a massive golden cursed energy began to coalesce in the air, emanating an aura of terror. The audience began to worry whether the duo could triumph over Huan Yu, for it appeared that domain expansion was an exceedingly formidable technique. Suddenly, to the astonishment of the audience, the barrier above began to dissipate, and joy spread across their faces, for it signified that the man could finally make his entrance. Chapter 38. Virtual Technique Ji. Ren Ji Xia actor confirmed. At this moment, Jiang Chun, portraying Wu Tiaowu, stood atop the clouds, gazing downwards. A gentle breeze tousled his white hair, while his cerulean eyes mirrored the azure sky, creating a picturesque scene. Upon witnessing Wu Tiaowu's appearance, shrieks erupted within the classrooms of the Imperial Capital Film Academy. Wu Tiaowu, the eternal deity. With Wu Tiaowu's arrival, who can rival him? The ultimate boss has finally appeared. Now we can simply enjoy the show. I don't know why, but the moment Wu Tiaowu appears, I worry not for anyone's safety. This is the essence of security. Wu Tiaowu, the great demon king, is undeniably the strongest. Wu Tiaowu, let me see which little brats dare to be arrogant on my turf. In the scene, Wu Tiaowu looked towards the direction of Tiger Zhu and simultaneously spotted Dong Tao. He smiled to himself. Tiger Zhu has significantly leveled up. Ah, it's Dong Tao. Their personalities do complement each other. They need not fear that special grade cursed spirit. My immediate priority is. In an instant, Wu Tiaowu appeared behind the cursed sorcerer wielding the axe. It's you, I sent it? Wu Tiaowu extended his palm, his azure eyes fixed upon him. Jie Jian Xia Xia charged at him, but in the next moment, an overwhelming force surged forth. The cursed sorcerer, Jie Jian Xia Xia, found his limbs severed halfway, blood gushing forth, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. The audience, even knowing Wu Tiaowu's prowess, was momentarily stunned. The adversary who had just exchanged blows with the principal of Lian Si was defeated in the blink of an eye. Wu Tiaowu was far too swift. Moreover, it must be said, while the characters in this show are quite appealing, Jie Jian Xia Xia is truly unattractive. He deserved to die. There were many questions to pose to this fellow. He must not be allowed to perish. Wu Tiaowu cheerfully advised the principal of Lian Si. And after a brief observation, he noted that the opponents on the songstress's side had already fled, leaving only Huan Yu. This guy is quite adept at escaping. I still have some distance to cover before reaching Tiger Zhu, Wu Tiaowu mused. I suppose I'll have to stir things up a bit. With that, he clasped his hands together, forming a technique. Technique sequential turn cyan. Technique reversal, crimson. As Wu Tiaowu's voice resonated, a blue orb of light and a red orb of light appeared on either side of him. The audience had been profoundly impressed prior. The light was merely a spell reversal, yet it possessed terrifying destructive power. Now, with the sudden emergence of two seemingly ferocious techniques, one could only imagine the magnitude of the impending devastation. On the other side, as anticipated, the audience's expectations were met. Huan Yu murmured to himself, I shall take my leave. I am not so arrogant as to challenge Wu Tiaowu. What on earth have you all done? Don't run, cried Hu Zhang, ready to charge forward. Wait, brother, Dong Tang shouted, halting him. Do not advance any further. You will be caught in it. Just as Hu Zhang stood bewildered. On the other side, Wu Tiaowu raised his hand and declared, Void Technique Z. With the blue and red orbs blending together, a towering purple orb gradually manifested before them. The audience, merely gazing upon this magnificent spectacle, understood the cataclysmic energy it harbored. With a snap of Wu Tiaowu's fingers, the purple destructive energy shot forth like a colossal soccer ball, roaring through the air. The terrifying purple energy obliterated everything in its path, annihilating the very space where Huan Yu had been positioned. As the audience witnessed the devastated area, a vast chasm appeared, resembling an abyss, leaving them all in stunned silence. This was truly astonishing. Moreover, the special effects were nothing short of explosive. Of course, the most striking presence remained that of the man himself, Wu Tiaowu. When he finally unleashed his power, it was nothing short of breathtaking. In an instant, the barrage of comments erupted. Wow, Wu Tiao Laosher is simply incredible. If that hits, who could possibly withstand it? Ah, so handsome, Jiangchen Laosher. No wonder he is my idol. The budget is exploding. This looks so exhilarating. This technique, Z, is undoubtedly the most stunning domestic special effect I've seen in recent years. Just for these few seconds of effects. Let me tell you as an industry insider, it starts at $1 million. Truly a commendable production. They are so willing to invest. For this special effect alone, I would create 10 accounts to flood the reviews. The enemy flees at the mere mention of Wu Tiaowu. Poor Wu Tiao Laosher. Enemy, thank you. My goodness. How impressive, Jiangchen Laosher. Reba's eyes sparkled as she watched Wu Tiaowu unleash his grand move. This drama could become the king of dramas, and Wu Tiaowu must account for at least 80 of that success. Yang Mi gazed at Wu Tiaowu's striking figure on screen and could not help but lament. If only our company could have an actor like that. Perhaps it's best not to dream. She then curiously turned to Reba. I heard you didn't pass the audition? Reba, eyes fixed on the screen, calmly nodded. Yes, but it's all right. If I can't play the lead, I'm fine with a supporting role. Seeing her in good spirits, Yang Mi sighed in relief and smiled. I heard Dai Si succeeded in her audition. She will portray Feng Xiaoyan. Is that true? Reba's eyes brimmed with envy. Ever since Jiang Chun had rejected her, she had not heard from him again and wondered whether she would have another opportunity to perform. Jiang Chun had accompanied Jiang Kuku to watch 2 episodes of Jiu Zhuanwei Zhan. Afterward, he embarked on 2 days of auditions, finalizing some of the primary roles, and began preparing the production team. He meticulously planned everything from actors to locations to costumes and props. The main cast had been confirmed. Wang Yi played by Jiang Chun, Zhang Chulan played by Peng Yuchong, Feng Baobao played by Zhao Liying, Xiaohe played by Lu Yin, Feng Xiaoyan played by Dai Si, Zhu Guqing played by Li Yunrui, Su Si played by Bai Yu, Su San played by Zhu Yilong, Lao Tianshi played by Han Jinhua, Lu Linglong played by Tian Shiwei, Zhang Lingyu played by Tanjian Ci, and Feng Zhenghao played by Xiu Qing. Chapter 39. Yiren Jixia begins filming. Wang Yi steps out from the script. These actors were selected by Jiang Chun through system auditions, chosen for their suitability to the original characters. Upon leaving the Beijing Film Academy, Jiang Chun inquired of Jiang Kuku whether there were any roles she wished to portray. If she had any interest, she could reach out to him. However, Jiang Kuku candidly expressed that she currently desired only to enjoy a joyful campus life. She might consider acting in the future, but not at this moment. According to Jiang Chun's shooting schedule, he planned to merge the first 2 seasons of Yiren Jixia and the Tianshi's descent arc of the original animation, comprising 37 episodes, into 18 episodes, along with a special episode, totaling 19 episodes. During this time, Jiang Chun also recruited an executive director, Dong Depeng. This talented individual was a writer, actor, director, and host, all rolled into one. The system rated his acting and directing qualifications as A. It was during a meal with Jiang Kuku that they happened upon Depeng filming a short drama on the street, working as a supporting director. Jiang Chun directly asked him if he would like to collaborate. Depeng was initially hesitant, but after Jiang Chun showcased a brief scene on the spot, he readily agreed. Jiang Chun's trip to Beijing proved fruitful as he signed Zhou Yi, Bai Lu, Xinyu, Depeng, and Tian Shiwei to his roster. Additionally, he learned that Zhu Yilong and Tanjian Ci would soon be free from their contracts. Both had been somewhat lukewarm in their careers, yet their acting abilities were commendable. Particularly, Zhu Yilong had garnered the Golden Rooster Best Actor Award for Life's Big Matters, showcasing his potential. Tanjian Ci's projects, Hunting Crime and Changxiang Si, had also performed well, especially his white-haired look in Changxiang Si, which Jiang Chun believed suited Zhang Lingyu perfectly. He planned to sign both actors once Yiren Jixia wrapped up. A few days later, after confirming the location and costumes, they arrived at a scenic area in Gan Province, a national 5-rated tourist destination, specifically at Longhu Mountain. A clearing within the forest had been transformed into the filming location for Yiren Jixia. Jiang Chun had led his team to this site. Generally, most productions nowadays combine real settings with green screens. However, in pursuit of authenticity, Jiang Chun prioritized real locations. Furthermore, the scenic area officials were exceptionally welcoming of his filming. Many leaders there were fans of Jiu Zhuanwei Zhan, with Wu Tiaowu being their favorite character. Additionally, the filming locations for Jiu Zhuanwei Zhan had become popular tourist spots due to the hype surrounding Wu Tiaowu. As Jiang Chun arrived to film, it was certain that the influx of fans would follow. With Longhu Mountain already being a tourist attraction, local leaders aspired to create a phenomenon akin to the Zibo barbecue craze. Thus, all filming expenses for Yiren Jixia were waived. Even the catering provided by the production team and the extras, as well as the local tourist authority, were actively offering assistance. In a certain location of Longhushan, at the filming site, everyone was instructed to quiet down. Before the shooting commenced, I have 2 rules to state. First, no overlapping of crews is allowed. If I discover that 2 crews are operating simultaneously, you must leave my team immediately. Second, it's quite simple. I am the rule. My words must be followed without exception. If anyone is displeased, I reiterate, please leave my crew. Prior to filming, Jiang Chun established these rules for the actors and crew members present. After all, to produce a good show, one cannot afford to be frivolous. It is essential to set clear boundaries, otherwise, others may not take you seriously. After all, this marks Jiang Chen's first independent directorial venture, and he would not tolerate any unforeseen circumstances. Upon uttering these words, the onlookers felt a twinge of apprehension under Jiang Chen's authoritative gaze. Many crew members were drawn by Jiang Chen's reputation as Wu Tiao Wu, yet now he presented a different demeanor. Reminiscing about Jiang Chen's past missteps only heightened their unease, particularly among the newcomers like Shen Yu, Tian Shiwei, and Li Yunrui. Jiang Chen was satisfied to observe the tension in their eyes. He had achieved the desired effect. Of course, I consider myself quite easygoing. As long as the filming proceeds smoothly, we can negotiate all other matters, including bonuses and benefits, ensuring your satisfaction. Moreover, I assure you that the knowledge you gain here will surpass what you would acquire in any other production. With a confident smile, Jiang Chen proclaimed loudly. The majority of the cast were intimidated by his carrot-and-stick approach. However, some seasoned actors remained unimpressed, questioning what wisdom a young director like Jiang Chen could impart. Nonetheless, as long as the compensation was adequate, they were content. Subsequently, under Jiang Chen's methodical arrangements, the crew began filming officially. After several days of shooting, the team had begun to gel. Soon, a scene unfolded with various characters gathering at Longhushan, preparing for the Luotian Grand Ceremony. A classic moment was about to occur here, with Jiang Chen's character Wang Yi making his first appearance, greeting the old Taoist master with a fist salute and delivering that iconic line, Wudong Wang Yi. I pay my respects to the old Taoist master. When Jiang Chen donned the Taoist robe and presented himself to the crowd, both the staff and the actor portraying the old Taoist master, Han Jinhua, looked on in astonishment. After all, Jiang Chen's portrayal of Wu Tiao Wu had left a lasting impression, yet they were surprised to see him embody a Taoist so convincingly. He was precisely how they envisioned Wang Yi Taoist, exuding a blend of melancholy and an easygoing, serene aura. More importantly, he radiated a subtle yet undeniable pride. Those who had read the script understood Wang Yi's character well. Aside from being laid back, he was a top-tier rich heir and an outstanding student from Qingbei. He had excelled at everything throughout his life, even mastering the esoteric skills of Feng Ho Chimen during his time as a Taoist. This background inherently bestowed upon him a sense of arrogance. Wudong Wang Yi, I pay my respects to the old Taoist master. As Jiang Chen bowed and spoke the lines with a distinct Beijing accent, the audience felt an inexplicable charm in his delivery. Chapter 40. The Transformation of Qingwei Taoist's Attitude. The jealous Zhao Liying. The old Taoist master, portrayed by Han Jinhua, was someone Jiang Chen greatly respected. Han Jinhua had played the head of Shushan in Jinshi Xiachuan 3, embodying an ethereal presence while also showcasing a captivating personality. When he became serious, his commanding aura was formidable, making him the perfect choice for the role of the old Taoist master. In the following days, at a location in Longhushan, a vast arena enclosed by enormous wooden beams was prepared. This venue had been specially designed by Jiang Chen a month prior for filming the Luotian Grand Ceremony. As the shooting progressed to the competition scene of the ceremony, many of the selected actors had some martial arts background. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, complemented by the system's buffs, the action sequences were breathtakingly beautiful. By the way, you two should try filming this scene together, Jiang Chen said with a beaming smile, directing Shen Yu and Peng to perform the fight between Feng Shaiyuan and Jia Zhengliang. After several takes with a few NGs, Jiang Chen reviewed the footage. Although their skills were considered above average externally, Jiang Chen remained dissatisfied. He then proceeded to draw out a storyboard for the fight scene, essentially providing them with a standard answer. They would merely have to mimic his vision. When Peng and Shen Yu beheld Jiang Chen's storyboard, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Only professionals could truly appreciate the artistic value of Jiang Chen's storyboards. They were pure masterpieces. During these days, Zhao Liying, playing the role of Feng Baobao, was quite busy due to her extensive scenes. In the filming process, they reached a segment involving an all-out invasion of Longhushan. The lighting shouldn't be too bright. And shift the camera slightly to the right front position. Yes, that spot. Under Jiang Chen's systematic direction, the cinematography and lighting crews coordinated remarkably well. Once everything was set, amidst the tense gazes of the entire crew, Scene 3, Take 8, Action. As Jiang Chen's voice echoed, the clapperboard was snapped. After the actor portraying Baran knocked out Zhao Liying's character Feng Baobao, Xiao Luqing appeared, inquiring, "Is everything taken care of?" Suddenly, Zhao Liying sprang up, dashing away. Baran quickly pursued, delivering a swift blow with a dagger. I can no longer regard him as an enemy. As Baran and Xiao Luqing conversed, Zhao Liying leapt up again. Supporting herself on all fours, hair cascading in two long strands, resembling a cockroach. Baran squinted, and soon, the chase began. Baran relentlessly stomped on Zhao Liying, while she skillfully maneuvered, transforming into a cockroach girl and sprinting away. Suddenly, as Zhao Liying scuttled along the ground, she inadvertently lost control of her strength and flipped over. Observing this, Jiang Chen quickly shouted for a stop and rushed over to check on her. "Are you all right?" Jiang Chen asked, somewhat anxious. At that moment, Zhao Liying had already gotten back up, sitting on the ground with a faint smile, waving her hand. "I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my knee. Let's continue filming." "Are you really okay?" Jiang Chen questioned with skepticism, approaching to inquire, "Which knee hurts?" Zhao Liying gritted her teeth, "The left knee." Jiang Chen knelt down and gently rolled up her pant leg. It was evident that her knee was bruised and swollen, with a considerable scrape seeping blood, a rather alarming sight. "This is fine. Should we go to the hospital?" Jiang Chen asked with concern. Zhao Liying revealed a bright smile, jesting, "No need. What if I end up in the hospital with scabs on my wounds? That would delay the filming, wouldn't it?" Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly. "All right then, let's continue." He had just scanned Zhao Liying with the system and confirmed that she was indeed not seriously injured, merely suffering from some superficial wounds. Subsequently, Jiang Chen brought over a bottle of alcohol and personally disinfected Zhao Liying's injuries. "Ouch! Be gentle," she exclaimed, unable to stifle her reaction. "Now you feel pain?" Jiang Chen teased as he poked her forehead. "Filming is important, but your health is paramount. Understand? Be more careful next time." "All right, I got it," Zhao Liying replied softly, lowering her head. After allowing Zhao Liying to rest for a while, they filmed 2 more takes. Initially, 1 take would have sufficed, but Zhao Liying suggested they film an extra take for safety, which Jiang Chen agreed to. "Cut. That's a wrap," Jiang Chen signaled. This scene had finally been completed. At this moment, the crew members were quite impressed by Zhao Liying. Throughout their time on set, every time they filmed her scenes, they felt she was exceptionally talented. Not just in this scene, but in every scene, she exerted herself fully, often achieving a successful take in one go. Her personality was even more cheerful than they had anticipated, frequently sharing corny jokes. Of course, what astonished them the most was director Jiang. Was this the rumored tyrant of the Jing Circle? Handsome, skilled in acting, and a top-notch director. Apart from being serious during filming, he displayed none of the pretentiousness typical of a privileged heir in casual interactions. Even during late-night shoots, he never complained, often personally covering expenses to improve the catering. They were further astounded when Jiang Chen once cooked for the crew, and the meal surpassed anything they had tasted at any restaurant. "Oh, isn't that our cockroach girl?" Jiang Chen joked as he saw Zhao Liying emerge from the filming area, breathless. Ever since completing Jujutsu Kaisen, he had taken to dragging Zhao Liying to the gym whenever possible. Now, she had developed a defined waistline. Moreover, that recent scene, where Zhao Liying mimicked the cockroach's movements, appeared simple but truly tested her core strength, something few girls could manage, and she nailed it in 1 take. "You're the cockroach. You're the cockroach boy," Zhao Liying retorted, pouting. Observing her indignant expression, Jiang Chen reminisced about their time together. He had, in a sense, been training Zhao Liying. After work, she still assisted him. Once home, he would often guide her, especially during the initial days of filming, when he could sense her nervousness regarding the character Feng Baobao. After all, this was her first lead role. In a light-hearted moment, Jiang Chen had joked, "Xiao Zhao, just be natural, act like yourself, don't be tense." Zhao Liying had instantly taken offense. "Who's being dull? I'm merely displaying the wisdom of appearing foolish." Even duller," Jiang Chen chuckled, stroking his chin. "You can go die," Zhao Liying replied, exasperated. However, it was Jiang Chen's playful manner that helped Zhao Liying improve her state. Unbeknownst to her, every time she saw Jiang Chen at work, she felt an overwhelming sense of security and could quickly enter her best state. This led her to question whether she had developed a complete attachment to Jiang Chen. Additionally, Tian Shiwei, the young girl, also seemed to revolve around Jiang Chen incessantly. Although her role was minor, it was evident that she was diligent and eager to learn. After each shoot, she would cling to Jiang Chen, claiming she wanted to improve. Each time Zhao Liying saw the two together, she felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, a sensation of discomfort. Little Tian, Lu Linglong, who was essentially the second female lead, faced the challenge of portraying a character who was sweet and lovely on the outside, but deeply loyal and strong internally. While Jiang Chen utilized his spare time to teach Tian Shiwei about her role, Zhao Liying sat nearby, viciously biting into an apple, muttering to herself, "All you do is charm these young girls. First it was Zhou Yi, then Bai Lu, and now you've ensnared little Tian. You really have too many little sisters." Meanwhile, Tian Shiwei flashed a sweet smile at Jiang Chen, saying, "Director Jiang, You know so much. Thank you. Also, why do you seem not much older than me yet possess such wisdom? It's truly impressive. Jiangchen responded with a mysterious smile. Would you like to know? Chapter 41. The Social Death Scene of Peng Yuchang. The Finale of Jujutsu Kaisen. That essay secret. Jiang Chun changed the subject and turned to leave, leaving Tian Shiwei looking bewildered. When they reached the later scenes at Longhu Mountain, they arrived at another iconic moment. Zhang Chulan sneaking out under the moonlight. At 6 in the evening, before filming commenced, the entire crew buzzed with excitement as if they had been invigorated. It was a rare occasion for all the actors to gather. Upon learning that Peng Yuchang was to shoot this scene, everyone assembled. When Peng Yuchang saw the nearly 100 crew members lined up before him, he wore a grim expression, yet he dared not voice his displeasure, especially with many seniors present. Jiang Chun watched this scene with a smile. Before filming began, Peng Yuchang specifically asked Jiang Chun, Director Jiang, how should we shoot this scene? Jiang Chun, with a serious demeanor, patted his shoulder. Peng, for this scene, you need to let loose, be bold. Don't hold back. Have you seen lust, caution? Follow that standard. Upon hearing this, Peng Yuchang's face fell. Director Jiang, is it too late for me to run away now? Jiang Chen nodded. You still have time. Just a small penalty fee. Subsequently, Jiang Chen kindly instructed all unrelated personnel to vacate. After filming, the participating actors emerged. Many male actors walked out with their chests puffed out, displaying proud expressions, while Peng Yuchang trailed behind, looking dejected. Peng, come watch the show. The finale of Jujutsu Kaisen. Zhu Yilong, Tan Jinshi, Lu Yang, and others gathered to watch the show. Noticing Peng Yuchang seemed down, Tan Jinshi cheerfully invited him over. The finale of Jujutsu Kaisen? At the mention of those 4 words, Peng Yuchang perked up. He had been so busy with work that he hadn't seen the finale yet. Director Jiang, would you like to join us? It's the show you starred in, Jujutsu Kaisen. Lu Yang eagerly called out to Jiang Chen from a distance. Sure, you all watch. I'll join once I finish my work. After all, we've completed the filming today. I'll treat you to some late-night snacks. You can eat while watching. Jiang Chen replied. The group then eagerly began watching. According to the preview schedule, the final episodes could be viewed a week earlier, but under normal circumstances, they coincidentally could watch the finale today. Meanwhile, numerous viewers across the nation were also tuning in to witness the grand finale of Jujutsu Kaisen. The last 2 episodes primarily revolved around the events of the 88 Bridges incident, where Itadori Yuji, Fushiguro Megumi, and Nobara Kujisaki accepted a mission to investigate the case at 88 Bridges, continuing the storyline from the previous episode. During the last school exchange battle, the Jianzhu Gaozhu was ensnared by the cunning ploys of Nao Hua and his accomplices. The 6 fingers of Sonua, along with the first 3 diagrams of the cursed maternal 9, were stealthily taken by the true practitioner. The audience, captivated by this segment of the narrative, found themselves deeply intrigued by Nao Hua's ulterior motives. Furthermore, the originally scheduled baseball game was transformed into a basketball match by Jiang Chun. As baseball holds little appeal in Longhua, Jiang Chen's portrayal of Gojo Satoru on the basketball court showcased his remarkable skills, significantly enhancing his allure, with each basket eliciting a chorus of enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Following this exhilarating scene, the narrative transitioned to the Shiba Bridge incident. Confronted by 3 special-grade cursed spirits, Shuetu, Huaixiang, and the spirit that had consumed Suanua's finger, the most thrilling moment unfolded as Fushiguro Megumi mastered the domain expansion of Embedded Dark Shadow Court. As a tide of Shikigami surged forth, Fushiguro utilized them to vanquish the special-grade cursed spirits. The visual effects and combat choreography left the audience in awe. Subsequently, Itadori and Nico Momo united to defeat Shuetu and Huaixiang, igniting further excitement among viewers as they witnessed the duo's dramatic turnaround. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's heart was a tumult of emotions. If the audience were to discover that Huaixiang and Shuetu were Itadori's biological brothers, and that he had personally slain his own kin, what would their reactions be? Zenin Maki, Panda, Fushiguro Megumi, Nakazaki Nico Momo, and my dear brother Itadori, I Dong Tang, and Ming Ming, recommend the aforementioned 5 as first-class jujitsu sorcerers. As Dong Tang and Ming Ming's voices resonated, the ending theme played, and 5 words appeared on the screen. First season concluded. Upon seeing these words, the audience felt a profound sense of loss. Although it had been less than a month, they had already fallen in love with this series, which left many questions unanswered. Who is Nao Hua? What are his intentions? How powerful is Suanua? When will he be resurrected? Who is stronger, Gojo Satoru or the complete form of Sonua? And finally, who is the spy among the jujitsu high schools? Impatiently, the viewers clamored for the next installment. Hooray! The first season has concluded. Jiang Chun, hurry and finish the script for the second season. Don't make me send a threat. Teacher Jiang Chun, is the script ready? Can I see it in advance? I, Zhang San, am willing to pay 1 million to acquire it. It has been 1 minute and 20 seconds without an update. Should I call the police? I am eager to see Gojo Satoru and the complete form of Suanua engage in a battle. Please serve up the second season swiftly. The demand for updates was not confined to the online realm. Jiang Chun faced inquiries even offline. When the crew members witnessed the finale, they too were curious about the release of the next season. Director Jiang, when are you planning to release the second season? We are all eagerly awaiting. Luanmei, with her enchanting gaze, inquired of Jiang Chun. He found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her look, having keenly observed that since she took on the role of Xiaohe, her demeanor mirrored that of the character straight from the script. Well, it's not a secret. I am preparing to film a movie adaptation of Jujutsu Kaisen, Jiang Chun stated calmly after taking a sip of water. Upon hearing this news, everyone present gasped in surprise. Director, is there a role suitable for me? Zhu Yilong asked bashfully. As this question was posed, the others around him began to stir with excitement. Since the immense success of Jujutsu Kaisen, even minor supporting roles had become highly coveted. Take the character of Lu Hu for instance. The actor gained massive online popularity, drawing tens of thousands to his live streams on Douyin. The lead actress, Bai Lu, garnered millions of followers on the platform, highlighting the vast reach of the series. Even child star Shi Xiaolong, who had previously faded into obscurity, received several leading roles in recent action films. However, the next moment, their hopeful thoughts dissipated as Jiang Chun shook his head with a smile, stating, there is currently only one new character named Fushiguro Shinji. But you wouldn't be suitable for this role, as it is a villain, and I have already chosen someone for it. Chapter 42, The Rap of A Person Below One. Time flew by swiftly. 3 months elapsed, and the filming approached its conclusion. Cut. That essay wrap. I declare. A Person Below One has officially concluded. Following the completion of the scene where Xiaohe kidnaps Zhang Chulan in an abandoned factory, Jiang Chun's passionate voice echoed through the set. With the announcement of the rap, all the cast and crew rushed to embrace him. Though 3 months may seem neither long nor short, it was, as Jiang Chun had initially stated, a period filled with invaluable learning experiences. The skills he imparted on acting during these 3 months were sufficient for them to digest for an entire year. Even many seasoned actors felt as though they had discovered a new realm in their craft, reaching new heights. As the rap party unfolded, Zhao Liying, the young actress, found herself intoxicated once again. Fortunately, under Jiang Chun's supervision, she did not indulge in any antics as she had previously. However, after Jiang Chun carried her back to the hotel, she lamented, I hate you, Jiang Chun. After being settled onto the bed, she squirmed like a cocoon, mumbling incoherently. Observing as Zhao Liying rolled to the edge of the bed, Jiang Chun had no choice but to adjust her sleeping position. Just as he shifted her upper body toward the pillow, a warm, moist sensation grazed his cheek. This little pup is truly adorable. Zhao Liying, clutching the blanket, nibbled on it with a flushed face, her rosy hue different from her usual bashful blush, rather captivating after a slight inebriation. Clearly, she had mistaken Jiang Chun for a dog in her dreams. Jiang Chun touched the strawberry mark on his face, gazing at the girl on the bed. Her cheeks flushed from drinking, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her. For a moment, he stood frozen, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Do I resemble a dog that much? 2 weeks later, in the capital, at the headquarters of the Longhua Film Association, CCTV organized a competition themed, excavating and promoting the traditional cultural heritage of Longhua, specifically selecting several esteemed directors and experienced veteran actors from across the nation to serve as judges for this grand event. For instance, renowned stars such as Zhang Yimou, Chen Kaiga, Chen Daoming, Lu Dehua, Li Xuejian, Chen Baohua, Zhou Sun, Huang Bo, and Wang Baoqiao. Lu Dehua, serving as one of the vice chairpersons of the judging panel for this competition, found himself increasingly restless after a week of deliberation. Aside from suffering from lumbar strain due to his filming commitments, the primary reason for his agitation was the sheer lack of quality in the submitted works, which he could only describe with the phrase a sight too grim to behold. The majority of the entries either indulged in self-pitying lamentations or presented bizarre worldviews. Many others were merely cloaked in the guise of promoting Longhua culture while engaging in romantic entanglements or generating buzz around celebrity pairings. One film, entitled Ren Shi Qing Wei Liao, claimed to explore Chinese horror elements, yet its narrative revolved around a romance between a human and a snake, culminating in the birth of 5 snake offspring, who in turn became romantically involved with humans, leading to an additional 25 snake offspring. The few works that exhibited some merit merely touched upon traditional Chinese medicine or fortune-telling through the I Ching, but they lacked originality and were painfully cliched, to the extent that Liu Dehua felt drowsy while watching. After a 2-hour session, Zhang Yimou, the chairperson of the judging panel and president of the association, sensed fatigue and suggested a break. Just as Liu Dehua was about to stretch, his hand inadvertently brushed against the keyboard, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. He noticed new information regarding a television drama. Yiren Jixiao, directed by Jiang Chun. Is this the same Jiang Chun who portrayed Wu Tiaowu? Liu Dehua had recently been following Zhou Shu Huanzhan and found it quite intriguing. Zhou Sun, holding a teacup, approached Liu Dehua with a teasing remark. Still hard at work, Huage? So diligent. Upon examining the new work, she shook her head with a wry smile. Oh dear, Jiang Chun is directing now? Liu Dehua felt a hint of confusion. Being from Xiangjiang, he was not well acquainted with this emerging actor, having only started watching dramas recently. Sensing his curiosity, Zhou Sun elaborated. Huage, Jiang Chun previously starred in Zhu Ming Yeni Quan, which holds the record for the lowest rating in Dubon history. At this moment, Huang Bo joined in, chuckling. This guy has quite the audacity to enter the competition. Zhou Sun wore a knowing smile beside him. Observing their expressions, Liu Dehua felt a newfound interest in the drama. 2 weeks later, after extensive evaluations, 3 television dramas were ultimately selected as the top 3 of the competition. However, the final decision required the approval of Zhang Yimou, Chen Kaiga, Chen Daoming, and Li Xuejian, along with 3 leaders from the publicity department, totaling 7 individuals. After viewing the first 2 dramas, the panel encountered an unexpected title during the selection of the final work. Jiang Chun. Zhang Yimou was taken aback, and not only him, the other 6 were equally stunned. Jiang Chun had been riding a wave of popularity lately, and most present had watched Zhou Shu Huanzhan, which was indeed well crafted. However, they were skeptical of the online rumors claiming that Jiang Chun was the director, especially for Zhang Yimou and Chen Kaiga, 2 of the nation's premier directors. It was hard to believe that even they could surpass the quality of Zhou Shu Huanzhan. As the opening theme Wuya began to play, the lyrics resonated deeply. The group nodded in surprise at the thematic depth. Yet, as they delved into the initial episodes, characterized by humor and a hint of risque content, perplexity painted their faces. The further they watched, the more they sensed something amiss, especially when the backstory of Feng Baobao began to unfold. The 7 judges' curiosity was immediately piqued. And with the rapid succession of classic lines, particularly Zhang Shilin's interpretation of Journey to the West, they were captivated. The dialogue revealed profound insights. Wukong embodies fire, reflecting the human heart, a heart refined through flames. Hence the leaps and bounds correspond to the nature of the heart. This is why he is named Xingzhe. How does one cultivate the heart to achieve perfection? The goal of the heart monkey is Wukong. Astonishing. Such a novel interpretation of Journey to the West. Zhang Yimou displayed a look of astonishment reminiscent of popular internet memes. Following this, the exchange between Wang Yi and Zhang Chulan unfolded. The past is irretrievable. The future can be altered, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. The performances resembled those of seasoned actors. Zhang Yimou cast another astonished glance at Wang Yi. However, when they heard Zhang Chulan declare, "What I aim to overthrow is this vast sky," the 7 judges found themselves in a dilemma of laughter and tears. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent an entire day seated on the benches, even ordering takeout to eat while watching. By 11 in the evening, after witnessing the segment featuring the old celestial master descending from the mountain, they were all exhilarated. The elder character was so spirited. All present, being in their 60s, found themselves inexplicably inspired. Yet soon after, they began to grapple with their thoughts. Undoubtedly, the quality of this drama eclipsed that of the second place by a landslide. However, the content was undeniably audacious. Although there exists a grading system in the country, this was CCTV 1. Should Yiren Jixiao air, it would set a historical precedent as the most daring drama in CCTV 1's history. In an instant, the group found themselves at a loss and decided to return home to rest, promising to deliberate further the next day. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had also been busy. Upon completing the production, he promptly established the official Weibo account for Yiren Jixiao and released previously shot posters online, announcing the official rap of Yiren. When netizens saw the poster featuring Jiang Chun as a Taoist priest, and moreover, the director himself, the internet erupted. What the hell? Did I just see Wu Tiaowu become a monk? No way. Can we trust this drama directed by Morning Brother? The last film, Zhu Ming Yeni Quan, nearly blinded me with its poor quality, and now Jiang Chun is directing again. What a gamble. Morning brother, heed my advice. Previously, Wu Tiaowu's gaze was tolerable, but this time, with you directing and starring, isn't this akin to a toad pretending to be a frog? Many were fervently urging for the second season of Zhou Shu Huanzhan. Morning brother, I don't want to watch anything else. I just want to know when the second season of Zhou Shu Huanzhan will air. Director Su, I've gone an entire week without eating. Just waiting for the second season of Zhou Shu Huanzhan. Have pity on me. Hurry up and film it. Director Su, brother, I'm begging you. Please let Director Su get to work. With the official announcement of Ren Ji Xia, Director Su found himself in a troublesome predicament. A swarm of requests flooded his social media accounts, demanding updates. In response, Director Su decided to distance himself from his phone, finding it all too vexing. You ask when the second season will be released? How would I know? I've said it's that Jiang Chun kid directing, but you all refuse to believe it. Besides, he doesn't even hold the rights. In this matter, one could assert that he possesses no decision-making authority, especially since he merely signed on for the first season with Jiang Tingxue. Subsequently, when netizens discovered that Ren Ji Xia would be participating in the recently popular CCTV drama competition, online discourse surged to new heights. However, when Jiang Chun released the trailer for Ren Ji Xia, accompanied by the culturally rich musical piece Wu Ya, and showcased various exhilarating battle scenes, many netizens began to harbor a flicker of anticipation. Chapter 44. A record-breaking 1 billion copyright fee. The Mushroom House publicly executed Peng Peng. Numerous celebrities also shared and commented on the trailer. Gu, as a fan of Wu Tiaowu, I am eagerly looking forward to Jiang Chun delivering new works for us. Jiang Chen's Ren Ji Xia official blog. Upon discovering that childhood idol Gu was also following Zhou Shu Huizhan, netizens were filled with excitement. Lu Yifei, anticipating the airing of Ren Ji Xia. I am also a fan of Zhou Shu Huizhan. Ren Ji Xia official blog. To the surprise of many, the ethereal goddess also shared and commented. The internet has a long memory. The moment when Jiang Chun openly flirted with Lu Yifei remains vivid. And who would have thought they would connect in such a manner? Could this signify a reconciliation? Reba, teacher Jiang Chun, I am your super fan. Could I perhaps be an extra? Even as a zombie would suffice. You are the Taoist, and I am the zombie. We could even perform scenes together. Jiang Chun. The sight of Reba displaying such unabashed enthusiasm left netizens somewhat embarrassed. After all, Reba, you are a goddess. Could we not tone down the flattery? Moreover, Bai Lu, Peng Yuchong, Huang Lei, Zhang Zifeng, and Zhou Yi also shared and commented. After completing filming, Jiang Chun spent the following days resting at home, occasionally interviewing a few internet celebrities or actors, while mostly teasing Zhao Liying, the young girl. One day, Jiang Chun received a call from Jiang Tingxue. Upon learning that the CCTV judging panel was grappling with the content of Jiang Chun's drama, he wasted no time and directly presented the script for the Tangmen chapter to the 7-member panel. Jiang Chun first articulated that Ren exists within an alternate fictional realm, recounting the histories of Longhua and Yinghua and the tragic war. This may well evoke the deeply ingrained memories of the people of Longhua, witnessing the Tangmen's sacrifice for national righteousness, with the noble Tang Jiran displaying unparalleled courage. The narrative of 3 out of 10 members returning home moved the panel to tears. The head of the publicity department made an immediate decision. Ren Ji Xia secured first place in the CCTV drama competition. Days later, with July's arrival, the summer season officially commenced. On the very first day of July, netizens were shocked to learn that Ren Ji Xia had won first place in the CCTV competition. Consequently, those who previously doubted Jiang Chun began to question their skepticism. This was CCTV, after all, and it was rumored that the judging panel was exceptionally formidable, making it impossible for any favoritism to occur. Many netizens began to reflect on Director Su's prior remarks. Could it be that Zhou Shu Huizhan was indeed filmed by Jiang Chun? In the first half of the summer season, Jiang Chun successfully negotiated the copyright fees for the drama. Initially, he sold it to an online platform, Tencent Video, with a revenue split of 7 for Jiang Chun and 3 for the platform. The price per episode was set at 15 million, totaling 19 episodes, culminating in a grand total of 2.7 billion. The sale to CCTV was at 20 million per episode, given that CCTV would air it an hour earlier, resulting in a significant revenue difference. The final price for CCTV was also 3.8 billion. However, CCTV does not share membership fees, relying primarily on advertising revenue, which is also quite substantial. Jiang Chun secured an 80-20 split in his favor. Collectively, the total revenue from copyright fees reached an astounding 6.5 billion. This figure has been disclosed by certain industry insiders, sparking widespread excitement across the internet. This 6.5 billion copyright fee has directly established a record for the highest ever copyright fee for a drama in Longhua. Moreover, according to some industry experts, if Ren Jixia maintains the same popularity as Zhou Shu Huizhan, the anticipated future revenue from splits and advertising fees could exceed 10 billion. 2 weeks later, as the summer season officially commenced, Ren Jixia debuted on CCTV1. Both CCTV and Tencent's broadcast schedule comprised 2 episodes a day, completing the airing in 10 days. Upon hearing this news, viewers were elated, especially since this marked Jiang Chen's return to a new role following the success of Wu Tiaowu. Many were eager to witness Jiang Chen's performance. Was Wu Tiaowu merely a fleeting glimpse of Jiang Chen's talent, or a culmination of his extensive preparation? This remained an enigma. During the 5th season of Xiangwang de Shenghua, in Taoyuan Town, Balan Prefecture, the filming of the 5th season of The Mushroom House began. Peng Yuchang, along with teacher Huang and Zhang Zifeng, embarked on a delightful journey. The filming schedule was projected to last 3 months, and after a month, this joyous experience had caused Peng Peng to gain a remarkable 15 pounds. One evening, after dinner, Peng Peng reclined languidly in a chair, engrossed in his phone, while Zhang Zifeng, Zhang Yixing, and Huang Lei busied themselves with various activities. Dear friends, we are introducing a new gameplay element to our variety show, live streaming, announced Chief Director Li Xiaolin and Zhang Hongxi as they approached the group. Teacher Huang, somewhat puzzled, inquired, live streaming? What exactly will we be streaming? With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Hongxi replied, Ren Jixia, I wonder if you've heard of it? It's the drama starring Peng Peng that won first place in the CCTV competition. As one of the hottest variety shows of the past 2 years, we have received directives from our superiors to host a live viewing of Ren Jixia, contributing to the promotion of our culture, and coincidentally, it features Peng Peng. It's truly a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed Peng Peng leaped 3 meters high from his seat, exclaiming in terror, what on earth? Live watching. I'd rather die. I'm done. I'm done. Is it too late for me to withdraw from this variety show now? Chapter 45. The Overseas Bidding Agreement for Zhou Shu Huizhan. Competing with Netflix's Squid Game. While the reason for Peng Peng's intense reaction remained unclear, Zhang Hongxi continued to smile. That's fine. The penalty for breach of contract is 80 million. In a courtyard located in a prime area of Beijing, Jiang Tingxue, who was on a business trip, took the opportunity to return home for dinner. Mom, Dad, I'm back. What a lavish spread you've prepared. And my favorite braised ribs. Mom, I adore you. Upon entering, Jiang Tingxue was greeted with a table full of dishes, prompting her immediate excitement. Jiang Tiansheng was seated on the sofa, wearing glasses and engrossed in his phone. Father, what are you watching? Jiang Tingxue inquired with curiosity as she settled beside her father. Oh, Tingxue is back? Jiang Tiansheng suddenly realized, promptly shutting off his phone and removing his headphones. Jiang Tingxue found it rather amusing. If she wasn't mistaken, her father had just been watching Zhou Shu Huizhan. He often claimed to be indifferent towards his younger brother, yet secretly paid attention to him. Your father, last week when you mentioned Chun had filmed a new drama, and it was a hit, has been glued to his phone whenever he's free after work. Suwon exposed Jiang Tiansheng without mercy. Clearing his throat, Jiang Tiansheng stubbornly retorted, I'm merely concerned that this lad might produce another dreadful show that could tarnish my reputation. You understand? Suwon replied with a smile. I have told you, our Chun can excel in any field he chooses. Being an actor is no exception. He will surely succeed. Jiang Tiansheng scoffed. What about all those terrible films he made previously? Why don't you mention those? Jiang Tingxue chuckled as she observed their playful banter, finding it heartwarming. Although her father's words were harsh, his intentions were ultimately for her brother's benefit. It was nearly impossible to ascend to the ranks of a leading actor in the entertainment industry without connections, especially for someone who wasn't a professional. Moreover, her father's tacit support of her brother's endeavors was unmistakable. Silence, in this case, signified consent. By the way, Mom, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Tingxue hesitated for a moment before continuing. In the first half of the year, our overseas film and television sector experienced its first loss, with revenues down by 21. Nearly 4 billion. The primary reasons were the sluggish overseas market and intense competition from Netflix, compounded by a significant cultural gap between our offerings and those of the West. Suwon paused, feeling somewhat helpless. Well, there's no need to elaborate. After all our efforts, it ultimately comes down to fate. Even if we strive to blend Eastern and Western cultures, the disparity remains. Hearing this, Jiang Tingxue also felt a pang of sorrow. Her parents had always aspired to export domestic dramas abroad, but found themselves pouring vast sums into selecting scripts, filming, and releasing productions, only to achieve lackluster results. The global third-largest streaming platform, purchased for over $100 billion, akin to Netflix, was now on the brink of failure. At this pace, the overseas entertainment division of Tianlong would likely shut down within 3 years. Alas, Su Wan lamented, feeling a headache coming on. While they indeed dominated the domestic entertainment sector, breaking into the overseas market had long been her dream. Yet, it now seemed improbable to realize this ambition even by the time of her retirement. Jiang Tianqing, too, furrowed his brow. The once harmonious atmosphere had suddenly turned somber. Jiang Tingxue lowered her head, gazing at the reflection of her father's phone screen. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Of course, Jiu Huizhan. How could I have overlooked that?" Immediately, Jiang Tingxue dialed a number. As the founder of Tianlong Entertainment and a top-tier businesswoman, Su Wan quickly grasped her daughter's intentions. However, she wondered if Chen's Jiu Huizhan could really succeed in overseas markets. Jiang Tianqing, overhearing, expressed skepticism. Can he manage that? I hope he doesn't end up bankrupt. Must you always undermine the children? Su Wan shot a glare at Jiang Tianqing, shifting the topic. By the way, I heard Chun has a new drama premiering today, and he's directing it. Shall we watch? Jiang Tianqing was taken aback. Another new drama? Directed by him? I must see what this brat has concocted. Meanwhile, at Shenzhou Universe Entertainment Company, in a private home theater, Jiang Chun, Zhao Liang, Tian Shiwei, Zhou Yi, Bai Lu, Zhu Yilong, Tan Jianxi, Xin Yu, and Luan were gathered around a dining table enjoying hot pot. Jiang Chun intended to watch the soon-to-air Yiren Ji Xia with his employees, hoping to strengthen their relationships. Just then, his phone rang. It was his older sister. Without pleasantries, Jiang Tingxue directly asked, Chun, can you sell me the overseas rights for Jiu Huizhan? Of course, Jiang Chun replied without hesitation. After all, it was better to keep the profits within the family rather than sharing them with another company, which would take a hefty cut. Moreover, the copyright laws in the Dragon Kingdom differed from his previous life. Jiang Chun had sold exclusive domestic broadcasting rights to a certain company, ensuring overseas rights remained intact. A detail he had carefully noted in the contract. Let us make this clear, shall we? How about we draft a profit-sharing agreement? Jiang Tingxue's tone shifted to a professional demeanor befitting a businesswoman. What do you propose? Jiang Chun was intrigued, excited by the prospect. First, I will purchase the broadcasting rights at 30 million per episode, totaling 12 episodes for 3.6 billion. Second, regarding profit sharing, after deducting operational costs, if viewership exceeds 5 billion, we split 55 to 45. If it surpasses 10 billion, it's 60 to 40. For 15 billion, it's 70 to 30. For 20 billion, 80 to 20. And for 300 billion, 90 to 10. What do you think? No problem. Jiang Chun nodded, finding the terms beyond his expectations. Jiang Tingxue continued, I heard that Netflix has a new show, You Game, premiering in 2 days, which is said to be of excellent quality and is one of their most anticipated productions this year. Of course, I have great confidence in your Jiu Huizhan, so it will be a showdown between you two to see who can capture the market for this quarter first. Jiang Chun was taken aback. The timeline of many people and events in this parallel world differed from his previous life. In his past life, Netflix's You Game had become an immense success, even becoming the highest viewed Korean drama on the platform, with viewership soaring to an astonishing 25 billion. Actors from that show earned substantial endorsements as well. Now, he found himself competing against this phenomenal series. Although Jiang Chun viewed You Game as a concept that had been overused in Dragon Kingdom web literature, he recognized the profound influence of Korean dramas that possessed even a modicum of innovation. After repaying a loan of 1 billion, Jiang Chun also handed his sister Zhao Liang's contract. While on the phone, he was still at dinner, and his employees, catching wind of figures like 40 million per episode, were left in shock. Just the thought of such numbers was overwhelming, yet the young boss before them appeared utterly unfazed. It was as if he held no interest in wealth whatsoever. Subsequently, Jiang Chun allocated the entire prize money of 50 million from the CCTV competition as bonuses for the cast and crew of Yiren. Presently, with nearly 10 billion at his disposal, such amounts hardly stirred his interest. After the CCTV news broadcast, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Yiren Ji Xia officially premiered. Many individuals opt to watch on television, while numerous others download the CCTV app to enjoy the show on their mobile devices. As the theme song Wuya resonates, years unfurl like a dream, with forgotten strands of youthful aspirations. The cycles of fate unfold, blooming and wilting, year after year. In the first month, flowers are gathered. By the second month, they bloom anew, and in March, the peach blossoms radiate like a sea of color. In April, the grapevines flourish. While the audience is enraptured by the culturally rich and ancient-themed opening, the narrative gradually unveils itself. The inaugural episode succinctly establishes the overarching world background through a series of visuals, recounting the historical nuances of Yinhuagua. Although this realm has devolved into Yinhua-Ciyuan, a nearly extinct ethnic minority, its history is marred by traders and pirates who frequently raided the mainland, resulting in considerable bloodshed. Consequently, the other 56 ethnic groups harbor a certain disdain for the Yinhua people. As viewers absorb this historical context, an inexplicable fervor ignites within them, akin to an innate aversion to this name. As the plot thickens, a suspenseful element is introduced. The male protagonist's ancestral grave has been disturbed. Zhang Chulan, portrayed by Peng Yuchang, rushes home upon receiving notice from the police. However, that night, he encounters Feng Baobao in the graveyard. Upon the audience's first glimpse of Feng Baobao's true form, they are instantly captivated. This strikingly beautiful ice queen, with her long black hair and understated attire, cannot conceal her alluring curves. It is likely that even draped in a burlap sack, she would still be a beauty. This moment elicits a collective howl of admiration from the audience. Yet, the atmosphere shifts abruptly as a swarm of zombies descends. To their astonishment, Feng Baobao, portrayed by Zhao Liying, transforms into a formidable warrior. Armed with a dagger, she swiftly dispatches a dozen zombies. The audience is further taken aback when this enchanting young woman, without a word, drags Zhang Chulan and tosses him into the coffin pit. Without hesitation, she grabs a shovel and begins to bury him. As viewers continue to jest about Feng Baobao's peculiar demeanor, the plot accelerates. Feng Baobao seeks out Zhang Chulan at school, intent on compelling him to unleash his abilities. This prompts Zhang Chulan to recall a poignant lesson from his grandfather, resonating deeply with the audience. The supernatural beings of the underworld fear only those who differ from them. If you are too wicked, they will extinguish you. If you are too timid, they will trample you. If you are excessively virtuous or powerful, they will suppress and alienate you. Only those who blend in with them can find acceptance. Therefore, the most carefree individuals in the underworld are those adept at disguising their true selves. The Zhang family's martial arts must remain concealed. Revealing them marks you as an outcast, inviting hostility from all. As the audience absorbs Zhang Chulan's grandfather's words, they lament the all-too-frequent reality of such circumstances, as human nature is often plagued by greed and jealousy. Subsequently, Xia He, portrayed by Luan, makes her entrance, clad in ultra-short denim shorts paired with a white tee, exuding an innocent charm. Her pink hair resembles that of a beguiling fairy, particularly her captivating eyes that draw in the viewer's soul. Many LSP audience members stand in reverence at her appearance. The audience initially perceives Xia He as merely a pretty face, but unexpectedly, she perches herself upon the corpse of Zhang Huai, exclaiming that even after all these years, the potent aura of his presence lingers. The barrage of comments erupts instantaneously. In the capital city, Jiang Tianqing watches the television screen, his face flushed. This is his son's production, aired on CCTV, and he feels a tinge of embarrassment. He had previously boasted about his son's prowess as Wu Tiaowu, but now he can only imagine the teasing remarks from his old friends. Yet, Su Wan remains unfazed, appreciating the actress's boldness, noting her admirable figure, and remarking on her ample assets while casting a glance at her daughter. Jiang Tingxue, sensing her mother's gaze, stiffens and retorts, "What are you looking at, Mom?" Su Wan calmly replies, "The young lady has quite an attitude, though she lacks notable beauty and clearly hasn't inherited her mother's fine genes." The narrative shifts to the campus, where viewers anticipate Zhang Chulan's display of bravado. However, in a startling twist, Feng Baobao quickly rends his clothing, leaving him sprawled on the ground. "What's this? What have you got there?" Feng Baobao quips, kneeling to scrutinize Zhang Chulan's modesty. "Here's the deal. You agree to be my slave, or I'll ensure the entire school knows your secret." Zhang Chulan retorts vehemently, "No way." Feng Baobao, remaining unfazed, threatens to expose his secrets to the world, including his virginity and his struggles with even the simplest tasks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan instantly capitulates, declaring, "Sister Baobao, from this day forth, I shall be your slave. Please do not treat me like a human." This scene leaves the audience momentarily speechless before erupting into laughter. Curiosity peaks as viewers ponder how Peng Yuchang mustered the courage to take on this role. "I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it," one remarks. "Sister Baobao exudes such dominance. I, too, wish to be your slave." Another chimes in, while Zhang Chulan's predicament becomes a source of amusement. As the audience contemplates the agony of a 20-year-old virgin, as the scene unfolds, it is not merely a living room, but rather a public execution site. Teachers Huang He and Zhang Zifeng, along with Peng Yuchang, are all intently focused on the screen. After enduring a full 10 seconds, it is surprisingly Zifeng who is the first to crack. Stifling a laugh and apologizing, "I couldn't hold it in any longer, brother." With her laughter, the atmosphere in the room instantly transforms into one of joy. Peng, impressive. I never expected you to have grown up so much. Teacher Huang subtly insinuates. Peng is sacrificing for the sake of art. The emotionally intelligent teacher, he adds in clarification. Indeed, such spirit is commendable. The straightforward Zhang Yixing chimes in. Meanwhile, Peng Yuchang is already drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Now you all can't hold it? What will happen when the more intense scenes come?" He feels an overwhelming urge to kick the television to pieces. The scene transitions to Zhang Chulan's first iconic moment, the moonlit bare-bottom hero. Legend has it that on a full moon night, the bare-bottom hero dances in the night sky. Couples who catch a glimpse of him are destined to succeed in their romantic endeavors that night. As the narrator of the series delivers this line, the audience erupts in laughter, for the show is simply too hilarious. A saying rings true: many people's happiness is built upon the misfortune of others, exemplified by the visibly distressed Peng in the mushroom house. The second episode follows, where Zhang Chulan is captured and ultimately rescued by Feng Baobao, who then joins the Anywhere Company. The highlight of this episode is the exhilarating action sequence during Zhang Chulan's rescue. Many viewers confirmed their suspicions regarding the show's production. It is highly likely that Jiushou Huizhan was indeed directed by Jiang Chun. The seemingly limitless special effects and beautifully choreographed fight scenes are unparalleled, seamlessly transitioning from Jiushou Huizhan to Yi Ren Jixia. As the first 2 episodes air, the majority of viewers remain skeptical about the show's potential success. The prevailing online sentiment is one of disappointment, with comments suggesting the show lacks substance. After all, the show's initial positioning was overly ambitious, having won first place in a prestigious competition, which raised audience expectations to an unsustainable level. On the night of the premiere, Jiang Chun perused the related reviews, which did not surprise him. The audience's skepticism was palpable. Comments on Douyin included, "From what I've seen, this show is merely a comedy with a hint of risque content. How could it possibly win first place in a national competition? And could there be favoritism involved? I've heard Jiang Chun has connections." Others voiced their enjoyment of the characters, particularly Feng Baobao and Xia He, while questioning the peculiar characterization of Zhang Chulan. Upon reading these critiques, Jiang Chun found himself grappling with doubts about the show's quality relative to its accolades, as well as the validity of Zhang Chulan's character. He was willing to entertain these criticisms, recalling that in his previous life, the first season of Yi Ren Jixia garnered only mediocre reviews, with excitement only building in the latter episodes. As for the characterization of Zhang Chulan, he mused on the notion of whether the ceiling of male protagonists in domestic animation was a mere jest, anticipating the keyboard warriors would soon be proven wrong. As the narrative progresses, Zhang Lingyu makes his entrance, prompting the audience to exclaim their admiration for his good looks. However, his abrasive personality, reminiscent of a tyrant, leads to a confrontation with Zhang Chulan. By the 4th episode, corresponding to the 7th and 8th episodes of the original animation, Feng Baobao subjects Zhang Chulan to a month of intense training. Inside the room, the audience is once again captivated by Feng Baobao's alluring figure, inciting a chorus of cheers. Yet, the mood shifts when Feng Baobao summons several older women to accompany Zhang Chulan, pushing him to his limits. I've realized that if one pretends to be a grandson for too long, one might genuinely become one, Zhang Chulan muses as he steps outside, his tone calm, but laced with suppressed fury. Do you understand the consequences of walking forward? Feng Baobao threatens, her emotions surging. I know I cannot defeat you. And if I continue, I might lose a few parts along the way. But if I do not move, my dignity will forever be lost here. And I believe that is far worse. Ignoring her threats, Zhang Chulan resolves to press on, seemingly determined. Come back, come back, come back. Feng Baobao's repeated cries echo as Zhang Chulan resolutely walks away. The audience watches in sympathy, commenting, Baobao is being too harsh. Even if you are looking for companionship, you shouldn't resort to older women. At the very least, find a woman in her 30s. In the mushroom house, Teacher Huang gazes at Peng with a sympathetic expression, asking, I'm curious, Peng, what was it like to perform this scene? Zhang Yixing, filled with curiosity, poses a question that leaves Peng momentarily speechless. Just then, the director zooms in on Peng Yuchang's expression, eliciting laughter from the live audience. As the scene progresses, Zhang Chulan arrives at the Tianxia Society, while Feng Baobao prepares to apologize and reconcile with him. When Feng Baobao dons her makeup and a purple floral dress, the audience is captivated by her beauty, exclaiming, "Su Songqing does not deceive me. Purple-clad maidens truly possess allure." Meanwhile, at the Jiaxing Company, stars such as Yang Mi, Lu Shishir, Tang Yan, and others are engrossed in watching Ren Jixia. In a twist of fate, despite past tensions between Yang Mi and Tang Yan, their relationship appears to have improved. The audience eagerly anticipates the appearance of Dai Ci's character, Feng Xiayan. A hint of envy flickered in the eyes of a few individuals. "Dai Ci, your action scenes have improved tremendously over the past few months, haven't they?" Lu Shishir, a frequent visitor to Jiaxing, had grown quite familiar with Dai Ci. With a modest demeanor, Dai Ci replied, "It's all thanks to the excellent guidance of our director." Tang Yan, intrigued, inquired, "Is Jiang Chun truly as remarkable as the legends suggest? Is he adept at everything?" Upon hearing Tang Yan's question, everyone in the room turned their attention to Dai Ci. Typically, Dai Ci was somewhat of an unnoticed figure within the company, lacking notable achievements or works online. Now, being the center of attention, especially with prominent figures like Tang Yan and Lu Shishir present, her heart raced. Director Jiang is indeed impressive. He seems to excel at nearly everything. And he even distributed the prize money from the CCTV competition, totaling 50 million, as bonuses to us. As Dai Ci spoke of Jiang Chun, her cheeks flushed, and her admiration was palpable. The audience, initially quiet, found themselves momentarily stunned by her final statement. 50 million in cash, treated like a mere bonus? It was worth noting that even top-tier actors would earn such an amount only after several months of hard work, with taxes and company shares drastically reducing the take-home pay to merely 20 or 30%. Yet here was someone so extravagantly generous. The thought of working under such a benevolent employer sparked a desire among those present to consider a career change. Lu Shishir felt a twinge of excitement at the prospect of collaboration, while Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Mimi, wasn't he Jiang Chun once part of your company? Perhaps you could inquire about potential projects for collaboration? You think it's that simple?" Yang Mi shot her a sidelong glance, teasingly responding, "Many from our company have auditioned. Yet numerous individuals couldn't even secure a supporting role." Meanwhile, as the 5th and 6th episodes aired, the narrative reached its first wave of dramatic climax. Zhao Liying's character, Feng Baobao, bravely ventured into the Tianxia Society, fulfilling a promise to Zhang Chulan, only to be injured by Jia Jingyu. The audience was left heartbroken, expressing their sympathy for her plight. "Oh no, Bao Jia is so foolish. My heart aches for Bao Jia. Who can save her? Is she going to die? Is the screenwriter trying to stab me? Wait, that screenwriter is Jiang Chun. Surely he won't pull such a stunt." Fortunately, the audience was reassured as Bao Jia emerged unscathed. However, this incident unveiled a significant turning point, the mystery surrounding Feng Baobao's origins. Upon discovering that Feng Baobao had killed Zhang Chulan's grandfather, the viewers were left in shock. How could someone so young have a connection to someone so elderly? As the secrets unraveled, Su San and Su Si's father, Su Xiang, revealed Feng Baobao's lineage. It turned out that in 1944, Bao Jia had a connection with Gojo Satoru, also known as Su Xiang. The story was complex, but Su Xiang ultimately encountered Bao Jia and took her in as a temporary employee. During a mission, they crossed paths with Zhang Chulan's grandfather, Zhang Huai, who, suffering from a condition, coerced Feng Baobao into protecting Zhang Chulan and imparting ancient agricultural techniques to him. Ultimately, to alleviate Zhang Huai's suffering, Feng Baobao was forced to take his life. As Gojo Satoru approached death, Feng Baobao softly hummed a tune, reminiscing about their past. Su Xiang, with his final breath, gazed longingly, unwilling to part with Bao Jia, wishing to protect her. Feng Baobao gently closed his eyes, allowing Su Xiang to find peace at last. This poignant scene stirred deep emotions within the audience. To uncover the truth behind it all, Zhang Chulan embarked on a new journey, preparing to participate in the Luotian Grand Ceremony. As the end credits rolled, this episode concluded, and the audience began to regain their composure. The twists in this episode had left them profoundly shaken. These 2 episodes were explosive. I declare that Ren Jixia has elevated to a whole new level in my heart. Wow, did Feng Baobao live for over 100 years? What a remarkable being. How does one achieve immortality? What secrets lie behind this? These 2 episodes are legendary. I am eagerly anticipating the unfolding developments. Indeed, the twists in these 2 episodes are divine. Please release more episodes swiftly. I am eager to watch. With the airing of these 2 episodes, a fresh wave of excitement surged online. the reputation of Ren Jixia began to turn around. If the viewers initially perceived the series as a comedic action film, the revelations in episodes 5 and 6, such as the Jiaxin Rebellion and Feng Baobao's lineage, heightened their anticipation immensely. They realized that the previous episodes had merely laid the groundwork. Thus, while the first 5 episodes were of average quality, the addition of the 5th and 6th episodes elevated the series to a superior standard. However, to reach the pinnacle level of Jiao, Shu Huizhan, the subsequent episodes must maintain their brilliance. Just as a new chapter of Ren was about to commence, a trending topic surged across various media platforms. Jiao Shu Huizhan announces the film adaptation of Jiao Shu Huizhan. Huayupian is set to begin filming. Amid the excitement of countless netizens, they discovered that the ensemble cast remained intact, but the direction had shifted from Su Dao to Jiang Dao. This revelation solidified the audience's speculations. Su Dao graciously retweeted the announcement on Weibo. Su Dao, congratulations on the commencement of filming for Jiao Shu Huizhan. Huayupian. And congratulations to director Jiang for taking the helm of this production. You sacrificed so much during the first season. I merely reaped the accolades. And now I must return this honor to you. This statement made it abundantly clear. Jiang Chun was the chief director of the inaugural season of Jiao Shu Huizhan. Consequently, the critics who had doubted Jiang Chun's directorial prowess fell silent. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun took to Weibo to elaborate on the narrative of Jiao Shu Huizhan. Huayupian. Upon learning that the film would explore Wu Tiao Wuji's earlier story, fans erupted in excitement. I'm thrilled. Director Jiang truly knows what we love to watch. I always felt there were some unclear aspects while watching Jiao Shu Huizhan. It seems their essay prequel. When will the film be released? I can hardly wait. As long as you dare to release it, I will buy 100 tickets and watch it every day, bringing along my boyfriend, husband, girlfriend, and all my relatives. Are you trying to have it all? Boyfriend, girlfriend? My brain is about to short-circuit. Amidst the online chatter, Jiang Chun focused on refining the script and selecting locations. He also learned that due to the summer break, Jiang Kiki would be visiting him soon. With the initial work of the production team nearing completion, Jiang Chun planned to take Jiang Kiki out for a day of relaxation. That evening, the 7th episode of Ren Jixia has premiered, marking the first 2 episodes of the original animation's 2nd season. The exhilarating car chase at the beginning left the audience on the edge of their seats. In a small grove, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao were engaged in training together. Sister Bao, you're already so strong without practicing any moves. Don't you have any martial arts with impressive names? Zhang Chulan inquired with curiosity. I do. Feng Baobao exclaimed, raising her hand earnestly. Just as the audience anticipated a grand name for the martial arts, a large truck unexpectedly barreled in. Viewers exclaimed that this resembled a vehicle for kindergarten. Feng Baobao then stated with seriousness, Su Si helped me devise a set of moves earlier. Attack me, and I'll demonstrate. As Zhang Chulan slowly approached with a punch, Feng Baobao sidestepped and struck his abdomen, proclaiming, this move is called Guanyin Sitting Lotus. Then came the mention of ice and fire duality, and poison dragon drill. Feng Baobao drew a small knife, saying, this knife, Su Si named it, and it is extremely sharp. It's called Gangben Lingdianling. Zhang Chulan instantly wore a deadpan expression. Feng Baobao continued, he helped me devise a total of 18 moves, named all 18 styles. The audience reacted with a mix of confusion and excitement, embodying the roller coaster of emotions. In terms of reckless driving, many shows today indulge in such antics, but this was the first time witnessing such boldness on CCTV. It was utterly exhilarating. As the episode progressed, the audience's anticipation peaked with the appearance of Jiang Chun. Upon seeing him lazily lounging in Taoist robes on a stone chair, the audience was taken aback. Is this Jiang Chun? He seems completely different from what I imagined. The contrast with Wu Tiao Wu is staggering. He looks like a different person. Jiang Chun's demeanor and appearance have transformed drastically. His acting is remarkable. This little Taoist seems rather lackadaisical. This character doesn't seem very compelling. However, I quite like Wang Ye's slacker attitude. It resonates with me, huh? The stark difference in the portrayals of Wu Tiao Wu and Wang Yi left many viewers momentarily bewildered, yet most were pleasantly surprised. In today's society, where the pressure of life weighs heavily, who wouldn't desire a carefree existence? Wang Ye's laid-back introduction provided a sense of relaxation. Get up, you miscreant. Have you ever seen a master practicing while his disciple sleeps nearby? What kind of karma have I accumulated to have you as a disciple? Taoist Yunlong kicked the slumbering Wang Yi. Jiang Chun's Wang Yi rose with a grin, saying, Master, don't be angry. Anger harms the liver. Thankfully, a little Taoist advised Wang Yi to visit the ancestor, thus sparing him from a severe scolding. How did I end up with such a troublesome disciple? I truly don't know whether to laugh or cry, sighed Taoist Yunlong. As Jiang Chun's Wang Yi officially made his entrance, the audience's first impression was of a lazy, somewhat dazed character. Nonetheless, despite his disheveled appearance, Wang Yi's inherent charm remained undeniable. As the ancestor spoke, "Ah, little Wang Yi, fate is fickle. While fortune can change, your destiny is predetermined." People are often swept away by fate, unable to act of their own accord. With a shift in scene, a little Taoist opened a door, revealing a startling sight. Wang Yi was seated on a mat, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. With a solemn expression, he declared, "Tell the ancestor, I am going to Longhu Mountain." Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan arrived at Longhu Mountain. The story included a humorous jab at the commercialization of Longhu Mountain, where even the mountain gate was not under their control. This inevitably reminded the audience of recent news about a Taoist being charged an entrance fee upon returning home. Truly absurd. Subsequently, Wang Yi greeted Zhang Chulan. After some small talk, Wang Yi approached the old celestial master. What followed was one of the most iconic scenes from Yiren. Wudong Wang Yi, paying respects to the celestial master. Celestial master, Wang Yi greeted. Upon hearing this, the celestial master turned. Wudong Wang Yi, paying respects to the celestial master. Wang Yi performed a fist salute, delivering this classic line in a decidedly languid Beijing accent. At that moment, the audience felt an inexplicable charm in his words. Moreover, Wang Yi's inherent nonchalance flowed naturally, exuding a unique aura that captivated viewers. As this phrase was uttered, many viewers stood up, mimicking the line and gesture before the screen. In no time, corresponding comments flooded the chat. Wudong Wang Yi pays respects to the celestial master. Wudong Wang Yi pays respects to the celestial master. Wudong Wang Yi pays respects to the celestial master. In Xiangwang de Xinghua, due to the absence of Zhang Chulan's infamous scenes in recent episodes, Peng Yuchang regained his energy and began to liven up. Upon hearing director Jiang recite that famous line, he stood up and imitated Wudong Wang. Also pays respects to the celestial master. Observing Peng's exaggerated pose, Zhang Yixing also stood to imitate, smiling at Peng. Mushroom House Zhang Yixing pays respects to Zhang Chulan. Seeing the two having fun, Zifeng chimed in with a laugh. Mushroom House Zhang Zifeng pays respects to Zhang Chulan. Teachers Huang, and he also joined in the laughter, silently reciting that line. This line indeed possessed a certain charm. In the live stream, viewers were entertained by the comedic antics of the group, and comments flew by rapidly. Did I just hear wrong? Peng actually called himself Wudong Wang? How audacious. That's right. This Wang Yi is too arrogant. He dared to call himself Wudong Wang in front of the celestial master. And you call yourself Wudong Wang. Have I spoken? Celestial master. So, you little brat dare to call yourself Wudong Wang. Today, I shall teach you what humility means. At the Luotian Grand Ceremony competition, amidst the audience's anticipation, Peng Yuchang, as Zhang Chulan finally appeared. Clad in a black cloak, he emerged composed, a smug smile gracing his lips. The three challengers, momentarily intimidated by Zhang Chulan's aura, nervously remarked, "Zhang Chulan, rumors are circulating about your family's qi body lineage. We wish to experience it ourselves. 3 against 1, don't blame us for bullying you." Bullying me? Zhang Chulan burst into laughter, as though he had just heard the finest joke in the world. The audience in front of their phones was captivated by the imposing presence of Zhang Chulan. Despite facing 3 opponents, he remained remarkably composed. Could it be that Zhang Chulan had hidden depths or yet to reveal a formidable technique? With a dismissive glance, he questioned their worthiness to witness his qi body lineage. His eyes sparkled with arrogance as he proclaimed, "Such audacity. To rely on your feeble strengths for survival. I never expected my first opponents to be mere ants." The 3 adversaries were taken aback. Indeed, the foes deserving of my might should be the leaders of the Tianxia society, the 10 elders. All the powerful figures of this realm. Zhang Chulan pointed skyward with commanding authority, exclaiming, "What I intend to conquer is this firmament." As his words resonated, a regal aura emanated from Zhang Chulan, leaving everyone in awe. In the Mushroom House, the audience witnessed the charismatic Peng Peng, igniting a flurry of excitement in the live stream's comments. Peng Peng is incredible. So dominant. Finally, Peng Peng shows his true spirit. As expected of the protagonist, Zhang Chulan exudes an impressive charisma. I apologize for previously mocking your status. Peng Peng is a true man. It seems his training has finally borne fruit. What I aim to conquer are Xiaohe, Feng Baobao, and Lu Linglong. With fervor, Zhang Yixing raised a hand, mimicking Zhang Chulan's gesture. Teacher Huang couldn't help but commend. Finally showing some backbone. Well done, Peng Peng. I told you. As a male lead, he couldn't remain timid forever, chimed in He Laosher. although Zhang Zifeng remained silent. Her admiration was evident in her eyes. Meanwhile, Peng Yuchang was internally tormented, regretting his decision to partake in this melodrama. Especially as it coincided with the Mushroom House schedule, a true calamity. Enough with the praise. Let us observe slowly. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Initially, Jiang Chun had encouraged him to unleash his performance without restraint, embodying sheer dominance while eschewing any hint of meekness, emphasizing the contrast. The audience, witnessing Peng Peng's calm demeanor, found his previously round face to be oddly handsome. The narrative continued. He is correct. Our victory here lacks honor, betraying the dignity of challengers. A figure clad in a Tai Chi outfit, known as Xiao Yin, solemnly interrupted his companions, declaring, Zhang Chulan, thank you for awakening me. I did not come to win, but to affirm the gap between myself and the strong. Therefore, I challenge you to a duel. A duel? On what grounds? Zhang Chulan scoffed, seated and dismissive. Do not insult the Qi body lineage. If you wish to challenge me, first prove your worth. Who among you possesses the qualification to engage in a worthy battle against me? Who is worthy of receiving the baptism of the Qi body lineage? I am. Under Zhang Chulan's stirring rhetoric, the three adversaries launched into a fierce battle. Zhang Chulan, I have earned the right to challenge you. Xiao Yin struggled to defeat the trio, stating earnestly, let me pay my respects to the predecessor who created such divine techniques. Allow me to receive the baptism of the Qi body lineage. Zhang Chulan, unfazed, replied, sit down, calm the turbulent energy within you, and adjust your Qi to its optimal state. In your current condition, I will not engage you. Thank you, Zhang Chulan. To compete with an opponent like you is already my honor. Xiao Yin expressed with respect as he settled down to focus his energy. The audience, witnessing this harmonious exchange, found their perceptions of Zhang Chulan completely transformed. They had previously considered him repugnant, but it seemed they had misjudged him. However, the scene shifted dramatically. Referee, if I strike him now, it wouldn't be a foul, would it? Zhang Chulan suddenly stood, calmly addressing the referee. The referee, visibly perturbed, replied, not a foul. But I wish to strike you now. Xiao Yin was incensed, exclaiming, what about the dignity of the strong you just mentioned? Dignity? Zhang Chulan replied with a smile. What is that worth? With that, he shed his cloak and launched into a brutal assault. The anguished cries of Xiao Yin echoed throughout the arena. In the Mushroom House, a profound silence fell, akin to death itself. Zhang Yixing gaped, utterly stunned. Zhang Zifeng, too, was rendered speechless, finding the show too disconcerting. It had completely shattered her admiration for Zhang Chulan's character. The astute He Laosher, momentarily at a loss for words, could only chuckle. This drama is quite amusing. Especially Zhang Chulan. He is truly entertaining. The live stream audience, hearing this, could no longer contain themselves. This is far from amusing. It is downright disgraceful. What a disgraceful character. Unbelievable. From now on, I won't believe a word Zhang Chulan says or does. Damn, I just praised you. And now you prove to be so unworthy. Honestly, Zhang Chulan's character is simply hilarious. No other domestic drama has featured a male lead like this. Disgraceful. Outrageously disgraceful. But perhaps the disgraceful are invincible. Poor Xiao Yin. But remember, fortunes change. I believe this young man will rise again. Seeing the comments shift, Peng Peng cried out. Dear fans, don't blame me. I must be honest. This script was written by director Jiang, and he directed the scenes, even instructing me on how to portray Zhang Chulan. I am merely striving to fulfill my role. To his surprise, this admission seemed to resonate. The comments began to shift once more. So it was director Jiang's direction? There must be deeper meaning. Now that Peng Peng mentions it, Zhang Chulan seems much more likable. I think Zhang Chulan is in the right. Did he win the match or not? Peng Peng was momentarily stunned by the rapid change in sentiment. What a stark contrast between people. However, Brother Chen had indeed foreseen this, warning that he might face online backlash, and suggested he shift the blame onto himself. Brother Chen, from now on, you shall be revered as Chun Yi. At this moment, Peng Peng's admiration for Jiang Chun soared to new heights. Amidst the humor, as the thrilling competition of the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony commenced, the remarkable skills of Zhuge Qing and Jia Zhengliang showcased a series of breathtaking battles, captivating the audience. They were astonished to discover such impressive techniques within Taoist traditional culture, sparking a keen interest in Taoist philosophy, thus fulfilling the purpose of the competition hosted by CCTV. Then they learned that Zhang Lingyu could not cultivate the Yang Five Thunder due to not being a virgin. The audience was filled with curiosity regarding who had claimed the first blood. This fleeting thought unexpectedly resulted in dire consequences. Meanwhile, Feng Baobao's burial scheme commenced. Upon witnessing Dan Shurtong bound and nearly buried, the audience was left in disbelief. Sister Bauer is simply too fierce. Feng Baobao, wielding a shovel, earnestly declared, I will dig a pit and bury him. As long as his head is exposed, he shall not perish. Fear not. I have observed that no one comes here. As long as I feed him timely, all will be well. They often say I am foolish, yet I am anything but, most times, I am remarkably clever. After this proclamation, Feng Baobao flashed an OK sign, exuding confidence. Observing this scene, the audience could not contain their laughter, erupting in amusement. Haha, truly a clever act. I can't stop laughing. This drama is simply too entertaining. Sister Bauer, I adore your clever little mind. Dan Shurtong responded, I thank you. You are extraordinarily thoughtful. Next, the character Lu Linglong, portrayed by Tian Shiwei, made her entrance. The audience was captivated by Xiao Tian's stunning pink hair, exclaiming their admiration. In contrast to Xia He's enchanting pink locks, Lu Linglong's hair radiated a youthful and adorable charm. I love her. This young lady is so beautiful. No wonder people are cheering for her. She is undeniably adorable. How come I haven't seen this beauty before? Henceforth, my harem has gained another member. Nonsense. You old lecher, stop daydreaming. She is clearly my 1899th girlfriend. Subsequently, Jiang Chun, playing Wang Yi, appeared, facing off against Tai Ma Lu's Jin Zhong Zhao. Wang Yi's Tai Chi was executed with remarkable skill, prompting many audience members to exclaim in awe. Initially, both fighters seemed evenly matched. However, upon witnessing the damage behind Tai Ma Lu, the audience was stunned. Further elucidation from Zhu Guqing revealed, Taoist Wang Yi has shown mercy. Had that strike unleashed its full force within you, would your insides withstand the Jin Zhong Zhao? Wang Yi yawned and casually remarked, that should suffice, old mate. At that moment, the audience's perception of Jiang Chun's character shifted significantly. Appearing languid and indifferent, it was surprising to discover his true prowess. Soon after, Feng Baobao reappeared. The moves of the short-haired redhead had no effect on her. Yet, the audience uncovered a secret. Feng Baobao might lack cerebral white matter, with her soul possibly having been cleansed. As the audience pondered these mysteries, the 2 episodes concluded. With the end of these episodes, discussions regarding Wang Yi surged once more on the internet. Particularly, the captivating phrase, Wudong Wang Yi, greetings to the Grand Master, left netizens enthralled. The following morning, a makeup influencer named by Bian Lang Jun, with merely 500,000 followers, released a video imitating Wang Yi, accompanied by a traditional Chinese soundtrack and the original character's voice. He donned a Taoist robe, striving to embody Wang Yi's essence. Although it fell short of the original, it was still commendable. To his astonishment, within half an hour of posting, the video skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. The likes surged past 200,000. Trending title, Wang Yi makeup video. Wudong Wang Yi, greetings to the Grand Master. This title appeared rather unremarkable. By Bian Lang Jun merely posted it casually, without much thought, believing it unlikely to gain traction. Yet, this unintentional act bore witness to a miracle. As the video's likes, shares, and views soared, particularly the likes, 200,000 in half an hour, 500,000 in an hour, and 1 million in 2 hours, his follower count skyrocketed as well. In half an hour, he gained 100,000 followers. In an hour, 200,000, and in 2 hours, 500,000. Upon witnessing his follower count surpass 1 million, he exclaimed, is this real? This is terrifying. I casually posted a makeup video, and it became a sensation? By Bian Lang Jun stared at the statistics, mouth agape, nearly able to fit an egg inside. Even he found it hard to believe, feeling as if he were dreaming. After giving himself a slap to feel the stinging pain on his cheek, he confirmed he was indeed awake. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun also joined Douyin. In just a week or two, his follower count had surpassed 35 million. Even Jiang Chun found this astonishing. In his previous life, he had registered on Douyin, posting everyday videos that garnered only over 20,000 followers. Most notably, this account had only shared a single video, an introductory clip welcoming Douyin users. The likes on that video had exceeded 28 million. In his previous life, Jiang Chun had never encountered a video with such a high like count. Perhaps it was due to the larger population in this world? The highest liked video he had seen was Lu Dehua's, which reached 30 million. Yet, given the current trend, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Chun surpassed Huazi. He then opened the Douyin private message inbox. Teacher Jiang Chun, could you give me a chance? I am your male fan. Brother Jiang Chun, I have a treasure to show you. Do you want to see? Esteemed Jiang Chun, would you care to duel with me? Upon reading these messages from male fans, Jiang Chun was left speechless. Wow, are there really so many male fans on Douyin? I had thought Bilibili had the most. Amidst this, Jiang Chun noticed a female fan's message that resembled a diary entry. Additionally, he observed the trending topics related to the Wang Yi makeup video, with several entries ranking high on the trending list. This did not surprise Jiang Chun. After all, in his previous life, the phrase Wudong Wang Yi, greetings to the Grand Master, had gone viral on Douyin. Given its current popularity, it was wholly expected. He contemplated whether to post a similar video, both to engage with his fans and to bolster his reputation. During the airing of Yi Ren Ji Xia, Jiang Kiki called, stating she would be visiting him in Modus soon. Furthermore, the film adaptation of Zhou Shu Huizhan was about to commence filming, with Jiang Yi cast as the female lead, Rico. Thus, Jiang Kiki planned to accompany Jiang Yi and visit Jiang Chun. Naturally, before their playful escapades, Jiang Chun is undoubtedly focused on completing his primary tasks. In recent days, he has finalized the main cast for the film adaptation of Zhou Shu Huizhan. First and foremost is the pivotal antagonist role of Fu Zhuhe, as a towering figure at 1.8 meters, with a robust physique, cold demeanor, and an aura of ruthless authority. Finding a matching actor in the current entertainment landscape proves to be quite challenging. After all, when Jiang Chun first encountered Fu Zhuhe and Zhou Shu Huizhan, the overwhelming sense of dread he exuded still lingers in Jiang Chun's memory. The moment when the two most formidable special-grade sorcerers, Wu Tiao Wu and Xie Youjia, succumbed to Fu Zhuhe's swift blade within mere moves remains etched in the minds of the audience. Although Fu Zhuhe ultimately faced demise at the hands of the resurrected Wu Tiao Wu, his presence continues to leave a profound impression, maintaining a high level of popularity. Thus, this character is undeniably crucial, as a formidable opponent only serves to amplify Wu Tiao Wu's prowess. Indeed, when Jiang Chun contemplated transforming Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian into a film, he immediately envisioned the actor suited to portray Fu Zhuhe, and Ji Jie, the martial arts star hailing from Xiangjiang. Having appeared in Xian Jing Cha Gu Shi and Nan Er Ben Se, he carved a notable reputation in the realm of martial arts cinema due to his exceptional fighting skills. Later, he gained further acclaim for his role as the antagonist Sunny in Te Shu Shin Fun, where his iconic line, "My rules are my rules," catapulted him to fame on Douyin. The director remarked, "Every time I cast him, I worry that he might overpower the lead." Upon receiving Jiang Chen's invitation, and Ji Jie accepted without hesitation. While that role had indeed brought him moderate fame back in 2013, his subsequent rise on Douyin was merely fleeting. His trajectory, not quite suited for leading roles, made him a compelling antagonist, often overshadowing the protagonists. Additionally, with the decline of Xiangjiang cinema and the waning popularity of martial arts films in the mainland market, and Ji Jie had not secured any roles for quite some time. However, upon the release of Zhou Shu Huizhan, it swiftly captured the hearts of audiences in Xiangjiang, and Ji Jie was well aware of its success, having devoted an entire day and night to binge-watch the series. When Jiang Chun reached out, he didn't even inquire about the script. Upon learning of the role offered, he readily expressed his willingness to fly over for filming. After securing this primary antagonist role, the next significant character to cast was Jiu Shi Jiu, affectionately known as Quan Zejia. Without her, Xie Youjia might not have embraced the path of darkness, rendering this character equally pivotal. However, her screen time in Hua Yupian is limited to just a 2-minute dialogue with Xie Youjia. Ultimately, the role was assigned to Tang Yan, the actress renowned for her portrayal of Zi Xian in Xian Jian Qi Xiaozhuan. Interestingly, 2 weeks prior, while Jiang Chun was busy preparing the script for the film, Yang Mi persistently messaged him, expressing her desire to audition for a role. Jiang Chun surmised that she was grappling with unfulfilled aspirations in cinema. Despite her prominence in television over the years, she had struggled to make a name for herself in film, with her cinematic endeavors largely resulting in disappointments. Almost as if cursed. Aside from her peak performance in Wu Zhuang Yuan Su Qi Yer, a film from the 1990s where she merely made a fleeting appearance with no lines, the film industry had become an enigma that haunted Yang Mi. Upon hearing about Jiang Chen's film project, she seized the opportunity. With the current national fervor surrounding Zhou Shu Huizhan and Jiang Chen's unparalleled skills in directing, acting, and screenwriting, the film's success was virtually assured. However, Jiang Chen informed her that the role was merely a minor character with a 2-minute appearance. Initially reluctant, Yang Mi's competitive spirit was ignited when Tang Yan expressed eagerness to audition. Typically, established actors like them would receive scripts directly for selection, making face-to-face auditions rare. Unless for an S-level production, clearly, Zhou Shu Huijian fit that criterion. In a twist of fate, after Jiang Chen's audition, Tang Yin ultimately secured the role, while Yang Mi feigned indifference, insisting that it was merely a minor part. However, Jiang Chun observed the clenched teeth and pained expression on Yang Mi's face. Was this indifference? From what he gathered, in their previous lives, Yang Mi and Tang Yin had fallen out over competition, leading to years of estrangement, and the competitive tension between them appeared to remain strong. Subsequently, Jiang Chun advised Tang Yin to enhance her fitness regimen, as her character, Jiushi Jiuyu, would engage in a remarkable fight scene. Following this, many from Yang Mi's agency sought auditions for minor roles, ultimately narrowing down to 2 candidates, Riba and Zhu Suxian. They were cast as 2 sisters accompanying Xie Youjia, serving as special guest appearances. Surprisingly, both were enthusiastic rather than disheartened, as they had been eagerly anticipating a sneak peek at the plot of Zhou Shu Huijian Season 2. At the Imperial Capital Film Academy, in the female dormitory, Jiang Yi and Jiang Kuku were engrossed in the latest episode of Yi Ren. Hearing her phone vibrate, Jiang Yi stepped out to answer the call. Zhang Dong, may I inquire what this is about? With the company's big boss calling, she felt a wave of anxiety. A rather slick middle-aged voice responded, I need to inform you of something. You should withdraw from Zhou Shu Huijian, as the company has a new project titled Tan Hua for you to audition for the female lead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's heart sank. The probability of Zhou Shu Huijian becoming a hit was substantial. Now, being directed to star in a subpar project produced by the company felt like an affront. Why? I worked hard to secure that role. Why should I abandon it? Jiang Yi's tone grew agitated. In recent years, the company had provided her with no resources, while constantly delaying her prospects. Once a relatively popular child star, she now felt invisible in the entertainment industry. The tone on the other end turned icy. You are being offered the role in Tan Hua for your own good. To be brief, if you refuse, it will be considered a breach of contract. And the 8 million yuan penalty is not a trivial amount. For her own good, Jiang Yi found herself laughing in fury. She no longer cared about maintaining appearances. She had endured far too much over the past 2 years, nearly reaching her breaking point. What has the company provided me over the years? I finally secured an audition, and you want to take 70 of my earnings. Every time I mention contract termination, you're quick to threaten me. Yet the contract stipulates the resources I am to receive each year. Does not the drama Tao Hua exemplify this? Is it not your own aversion to performing that you would blame us? Director Zhang sneered. I advise you not to disrespect the offered opportunity. Should you refuse this role, we shall meet in court. At that moment, tears welled up in Jiang Yi's eyes, yet she valiantly restrained them from falling. Over the years, she has starred in countless productions for the company, not to mention the meager compensation that falls far below market standards. The quality of each production has only deteriorated. If this continues, she is bound to be ruined. Yet now, Director Zhang dares to turn the tables on her. It is utterly absurd. Suddenly, Jiang Yi recalled a certain figure who had also endured scorn and derision. Yet, he has now risen to fame, embraced by many devoted fans. She absolutely cannot allow herself to descend into the same fate. Go ahead and sue. I'm telling you, I fear you not. I shall countersue, Jiang Yi declared, summoning her courage to resist. I await your move. And let me share some good news. Our company as primary shareholder has recently become Tianlong Group, the colossal entity valued at hundreds of billions in the domestic market. With the most distinguished legal team backing them, your attempt to sue me is nothing short of ludicrous. As the oily, middle-aged man's mocking voice faded, the call was abruptly terminated. Jiang Yi gazed at the darkened sky, her momentary courage now waning. Over the years, the company has worn her down. What's wrong? Come watch the show. The character Zhang Chulan is simply too ridiculous. Jiang Kikik called from the dormitory. Not receiving a response, she ventured outside to find Jiang Yi. Upon seeing her, Jiang Yi quickly wiped her eyes and smiled brightly at Jiang Kikik. It's nothing. I'm coming. Zhang Chulan is indeed quite amusing, isn't it? I also find it, but why does my brother's script quality seem so poor? In another office, Director Zhang wore a smile akin to that of a cunning fox, muttering to himself, the moment you dare to sue me, I will accuse you of tax evasion. Regardless of your guilt or innocence, your reputation will be tarnished, and we shall see how you acquire projects in the industry thereafter. The morning following the latest episode of Yi Ren, Jiang Kikik and Jiang Yi boarded a flight to the bustling city of Modu. Jiang Chen arrived in his newly purchased striking blue Ferrari to pick them up. Hey, Kikik, over here. Upon spotting his younger sister with her ponytail swaying as she approached, Jiang Chen waved. How kind of our young master Jiang to come in person. Jiang Kekik exclaimed as she enveloped him in a warm embrace. Aren't we university students now? Why do you still act like a child? Jiang Chun chuckled indulgently, accepting her suitcase. Hello, Yi. You've come too? Jiang Chun greeted Jiang Yi with a smile upon noticing her behind Jiang Kekik, dressed in a white floral dress adorned with tiny yellow flowers and her twin ponytails. Jiang Yi radiated youthful exuberance. 18 is indeed a wonderful age. Jiang Chun mused as he admired Jiang Yi, reflecting on why so many directors in the entertainment industry find it hard to resist such beauty. Hello, teacher Jiang. It's been a while. You seem to have become even more handsome, Jiang Yi remarked, her eyes sparkling with sincerity, devoid of flattery. Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction. This young lady not only possessed sweetness in appearance, but also in her words, indicating she is a talent worth nurturing. Soon, he ushered the two ladies into the car, ready to return home. As they left the airport, onlookers noted Jiang Chun escorting two stunning young women into a Ferrari, inciting envy among many. Such is the life of the affluent. However, a keen observer felt an uncanny familiarity with the tall, handsome young man in the mask. Chapter 54. Jiang Yi's Astonishment. Matters resolved. The drive from the airport to home took roughly an hour. Along the way, Jiang Chun noticed that Jiang Yi did not seem as joyful as she pretended, as if burdened by a hidden concern. Yet, since she chose not to speak of it, he refrained from inquiring. Originally, Jiang Yi had planned to stay at a hotel, but at Jiang Kekik's enthusiastic invitation, she decided to accompany them to Jiang Chen's lavish residence. Aren't you worried that this scoundrel might do something to me? Jiang Kekik feigned innocence. Just accompany me. If Jiang Chen weren't driving, he would have playfully ruffled Jiang Kekik's hair for daring to speak ill of her brother in front of him. Upon returning home, Jiang Chun assisted Jiang Kekik with her luggage. Wow, brother, this is too luxurious. You live in a 3-bedroom place alone. Aren't you afraid of ghosts at night? Jiang Kekik marveled as she explored Jiang Chen's room. While she roamed, Jiang Yi approached Jiang Chun with a serious expression. Director Jiang, I have something to discuss. Jiang Chun remained calm, pouring her a glass of water. Please sit. Take your time. I'm here for you. It's like this. Today our company's president suddenly informed me that I am not allowed to accept this role. Jiang Yi paused, took a sip of water, and continued. My contract with the company is about to expire, and they previously permitted me to take on roles. Usually, they don't provide me with resources, so I often have to seek out auditions on my own. I finally succeeded in auditioning for your project, and everything was agreed upon. But last night they abruptly told me I couldn't participate in this drama. She hesitated. When I was younger, I signed a long-term contract with the company. And when they stopped providing me with resources, I considered suing them, but it has dragged on for so long. I wanted to terminate the contract, but the fee is exorbitant, and I cannot afford it. Jiang Chun listened attentively. From what he understood, Jiang Yi was somewhat of a child star, akin to Guan Xiaodong and Wu Lei in stature. Yet, observing their success in contrast to her struggles, it became apparent that she had encountered a predatory company. It was no wonder she was faring so poorly. Many unscrupulous companies in the entertainment industry trap young talents with contracts, profiting off those who gain popularity while leaving those like Jiang Yi bound by exorbitant termination fees. Thus, their best years gradually fade away. Such companies are nothing short of vampires. Jiang Chun had always found such companies detestable in his previous life. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He seemed to recall seeing a trending topic regarding this. However, both Song Zuer and Jiang Yi had been accused of tax evasion, with Jiang Yi later proven to be innocent. The whistleblower appeared to be someone from her original company. By the way, what is the name of your company? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Xingyao Entertainment, Jiang Yi replied, her eyes filled with sadness. Though not a top-tier company in the country, Xingyao Entertainment was among the more prominent second-tier companies and had produced several blockbuster films. Jiang Chun understood that this would pose a challenge for him. Xingyao Entertainment? He searched his memory for any association with the name. Let me check something. Jiang Chun returned to his room and made a phone call. Sister, do you know a company called Xingyao? Why, yes I do. Jiang Tingxue inquired. What has happened? Subsequently, Jiang Chun recounted the events in detail. Is it truly the case? Such scum deserves to be punished. I shall find an opportunity to remove him. Jiang Tingxue's tone was calm, yet it bore an undercurrent of chill. Leave it to me to handle. Coincidentally, our family holds a minor stake in Xingyao Company, and we are principal investors in their 2 major upcoming film projects. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chun received a WeChat message. Jiang Tingxue, all settled. So quick. Sister, your efficiency is commendable. Jiang Chun then exited the bedroom and settled onto the sofa in the living room. All is taken care of, he remarked, glancing at the dazed Jiang Yi. Managing a slight smile, All taken care of? What do you mean? Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Jiang Chun continued with a grin. It pertains to your contract termination. Jiang Yi was once again caught off guard. Contract termination? So soon? It was not that Jiang Yi doubted Jiang Chun, but rather the sheer improbability of the situation struck her. Imagine being wrongfully imprisoned for a decade, only to be told one day that the emperor has granted a pardon, and you may now be free. It felt surreal, akin to a dream. Who could process such news instantaneously? A toast to the morning sun, and a toast to the moonlight. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, Director Zhang. She answered the call. On the other end, Director Zhang's voice was overly flattering and enthusiastic. How have you been lately? Jiang Yi was taken aback. Hadn't he just called her yesterday? You wish to audition for the film Jiang Shouwei? No problem. You can go now. I will not impede you in any way. Hearing such excessively flattering words, Jiang Yi began to suspect there was something amiss. She queried, didn't you say yesterday that I should audition for Tanhua? Forget about Tanhua. Apologies. I shouldn't use such language. You may audition for whichever film you prefer, and even if you wish to terminate your contract, it is not an issue. As long as you don't let President Jiang withdraw his investment. President Jiang? I don't know any President Jiang, Jiang Yi replied, utterly bewildered. Fine. If you prefer not to discuss it, that is acceptable. Whenever you wish to terminate your contract, I am available. Just give me a call. All right, Jiang Yi nodded, suppressing her excitement. After Jiang Yi hung up, Director Zhang only then dared to end the call. Could it be that President Jiang refers to Teacher Jiang? Jiang Yi's eyes widened, sparkling with newfound clarity, a stark contrast to her previously dim demeanor. As the saying goes, her eyes were now alight with hope. Guess. Jiang Chun smiled silently. Regardless, I am immensely grateful to you. From now on, I shall comply with your every request. I will devote tenfold effort to ensure this film is a success. Jiang Yi's gaze was sincere and resolute, as if she would not hesitate for a moment even if Jiang Chun asked her to storm a fortress. Jiang Chun found her fervor amusing and reassured her. It's all resolved, after all. You agreed to be my leading lady. You are mine now. I cannot allow my leading lady to slip away. His words were both warm and commanding. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. At that moment, Jiang Yi gazed at Jiang Chun with eyes nearly bubbling with affection. What are you two discussing that brings such joy? At that moment, Jiang Kikek emerged from her room, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. We were just reminiscing about how you frequently wet the bed as a child, Jiang Chun teased. Pooh, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. He loves to deceive. Jiang Kikek's face flushed like a teapot as she pulled Jiang Yi's hand to explain. Then she quickly changed the subject. By the way, you haven't mentioned what has you both so cheerful? Jiang Yi replied with a smile. It's about the contract termination. Contract termination? Jiang Kikek was slightly astonished. Jiang Yi then recounted the situation briefly. Isn't that bullying? Jiang Kikek exclaimed, stomping her foot in anger, gritting her teeth and declaring, to dare bully my friend Jiang Kikek. They truly must possess the audacity of a bear. Do they think the Jiang family is easy prey? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was somewhat puzzled. Kikek, what did you mean by Jiang family? Did I say something earlier? Haha, I lost control of my emotions in excitement. Jiang Kikek furtively glanced at Jiang Chun. Their parents had merely advised them not to exploit their family background to intimidate others, instilling good habits from a young age. Jiang Kikek could proudly assert that their upbringing was commendable. Never mind, say whatever you wish. Jiang Chun understood Jiang Kikek's implication and did not intervene. I wish to share something with you. Jiang Kikek felt a bit shy at that moment since she had previously concealed from Jiang Yi that Jiang Chun was her brother. And now she had to admit she had deceived her. What do you wish to say? Feel free, Jiang Yi encouraged, her demeanor relaxed and cheerful. Seeing this, Jiang Kikek felt relieved. Actually, Tianlong Entertainment belongs to my family. Jiang Yi stared at Jiang Kikek, motionless, contemplating for a moment. Actually, I had an inkling. Especially when Director Jiang helped me resolve this matter. Jiang Yi took a sip of water to steady herself. However, hearing it from you directly still surprises me. Aren't you angry? Jiang Kikek asked, astonished. Feigning indignation, Jiang Yi replied, of course I am. Jiang Chun, observing Jiang Kikek's anxious expression, found it amusing. Having grown up with her in the military compound, Jiang Kikek had few close friends, and now Jiang Yi appeared to be one of them. How about this? I'll penalize you by making you treat me to Haida Leo tonight. Jiang Yi declared seriously. No problem. Jiang Kikek exhaled in relief. After Jiang Chun resolved the situation with Jiang Yi, the plans for the film adaptation of Jiang Shouwei were officially set in motion. In the afternoon, Jiang Chun contacted Zhao Liang, instructing her to arrange the gathering of all the actors for Jiang Shouwei to head to Hengdian. The next afternoon, they would officially commence filming. As the actors received the news, whether in Xiangjiang, vacationing abroad, or preparing for graduation, they all booked their flights. Some even stayed up late that very night to rush to the location. By 7 in the evening, Jiang Chun and Jiang Qikek arrived at a relatively secluded Haidaleo near their home. Zhao Liang was also summoned by Jiang Chun at the last minute. Upon their arrival at Haidaleo, it was no surprise that they were swiftly recognized, especially since Iren Jixia was currently airing, and Zhao Liang's portrayal of Bauer Jia was immensely popular among viewers. Even those who typically did not watch television were glued to their screens each night just to catch a glimpse of Feng Baobao's scenes. Indeed, a television mounted on the wall in Haidaleo was currently broadcasting the latest episode of Iren Jixia. At one table, a family of 5 was celebrating a birthday. Oh, isn't that the Feng Baobao I adore? While the elderly man was joyfully celebrating his grandson's birthday, he suddenly exhibited a look of sheer excitement. Feng Baobao. The woman beside him, upon hearing this, promptly tugged at his ear and exclaimed angrily, "Who is this little vixen? How dare you sneak behind my back?" As she followed the direction of the old man's gaze, she gasped in disbelief. "Oh my goodness! Feng Baobao. Is that the Feng Baobao from television?" In stark contrast to the elderly couple, a young couple nearby was even more exhilarated. Their eyes were wide as saucers. "My heavens! Isn't that Taoist Wang Yi?" one exclaimed. "And isn't that my favorite Wudiawu?" The couple's exclamations drew the attention of everyone in the Haidaleo restaurant. As their gazes shifted towards Jiang Chun's table, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. However, most patrons chose not to disturb them, as Jiang Chun and his companions were still dining. A few, however, approached to greet them before departing. During this time, a female server hurried over to deliver dishes, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Wudiawu. "Thank you," Jiang Chun replied politely, displaying courtesy toward the servers. He could empathize with their hard work, having once been a server himself, a demanding job indeed. Simultaneously, many diners were engrossed in watching the drama on television while occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Chun and his friends. This scene was quite amusing. The characters from the show were right before their eyes, causing many to forget their meals in favor of watching intently. Today's episode of Iren Jixia was the 910th, corresponding to episodes 56-78 of the second season of the original animation. The storyline was particularly thrilling, featuring the classic scene of walking a bird under the moonlight. Even Jiang Chun found himself glancing at the television from time to time. On screen, Zhang Chulan made his entrance for a match. His opponent, Dan Shirtong, unsurprisingly did not show up, allowing Zhang Chulan to declare victory on the spot. Consequently, he earned the title of Buyao by Lien Zhang Chulan. The first half of the episode showcased a series of spectacular battles, such as Zhuge Qing's Wu Ho Chi Min, which employed various dazzling skills, including the intricate Qian Kuan Bagua, captivating the audience with these Taoist techniques. There were also soul-targeted attacks, and the skills of the Chuanjin sex Yangshun left a lasting impression on viewers. Later, Hu Jie ventured out to hunt a solitary extraordinary being and encountered Deng Youfu, a practitioner from the northeast shaman lineage. He summoned the long white mountain Lu Kuan Mountain. The northeastern audience was familiar with these tales, yet it was their first time witnessing them portrayed so impressively. Subsequently, the elder Lu Jin explained that these spirits were referred to as Xian, capable of forming contracts with humans to lend them their powers. Through Hu Jie, the audience learned of Chuanqing's plans. To the viewer's astonishment, it was revealed that all of this was a scheme orchestrated by the old Tianshi and his associates. The Luo Tian de Jiao turned out to be bait, as did Tongtian Lu and Zhang Chulan, all intended to ensnare those daring enough to ascend the mountain. The audience was further enlightened by the old Tianshi, who divulged a secret regarding Zhang Chulan's grandfather and the history of the 36 thieves. The scene shifted back to the past. In other words, as long as they could bring Huai back to the mountain, wouldn't the Tianshi mansion be able to protect him? The young Tian Jinzong inquired of the old Tianshi. Zhang Jingqing, exuding an air of authority, remarked, "As long as we bring this wicked one back to Longhu Mountain, none of them would dare harm our disciples here." Following this, Tian Jinzong teamed up with the young Zhang Zhuwei to descend the mountain. Soon after, the two parted ways to search for Zhang Huai. However, they were unexpectedly attacked in Chapter 56, where Tian Jinzong was tortured to reveal a secret. Ultimately, his meridians and limbs were destroyed, rendering him helpless. Upon witnessing his master's mutilated limbs, Zhang Chulan could no longer contain his anguish, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, master. I had no idea you sacrificed so much for my grandfather." Thus, Zhang Chulan formally acknowledged his familial ties, and this touching scene moved many viewers. Oh, Master is truly noble. Zhang Chulan is no longer alone. He has family now. I've got a brick in my eye. This passionate drama is unexpectedly so touching. These seasoned actors are extraordinarily powerful. They remind me of my late grandfather. But cherishing the present is the most important. What really happened back then? My curiosity is piqued. Of course, this also birthed larger mysteries, leaving the audience even more intrigued. What precisely were the 36 thieves? What heinous acts did they commit? Why was Zhang Chulan's grandfather among them? And who betrayed Master Tian Jinzong back in the day? Simultaneously, viewers felt that Ren Jixia unfolded like a painting, gradually revealing its layers to them, akin to a process of unraveling secrets that kept them captivated to continue watching. The camera shifted, and the amusing classic moment was finally upon them. The younger generation found Zhang Chulan, and a short-haired fellow named Gojo approached him with utmost seriousness. I'm not joking. I sincerely implore you, Zhang Chulan, he said earnestly. As Zhang Chulan swallowed hard, the audience anticipated something significant. Gojo then smirked, adjusting his glasses. Show us your, This statement nearly made many diners at Haidaleo spit out their food. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. What a ridiculous request. Which writer is so talented as to want to see Zhang Chulan's? How big could it be? 666. While we're at it, I want to see the girls too. Such a brilliant writer. If I were Zhang Chulan, I'd just go up and give him a couple of punches. How outrageous. There's no way Zhang Chulan would agree. This request is downright absurd. Exactly. If Zhang Chulan were to agree, I, Zhang San, would drink a whole pot of 100-degree spicy soup. Haha, this person has no sense of boundaries. He Laosher could not help but chuckle as he commented. Indeed, it was quite excessive. Zhang Zifeng felt compelled to defend Peng Peng, while Huang Laosher, who had just brought a plate of watermelon from the kitchen, quipped upon witnessing the scene. Peng Peng, don't let these people lead you astray. He then distributed the watermelon among everyone. The group continued to eat while watching, though Peng Peng, munching on watermelon, furrowed his brow in consternation. Should I find an excuse to sneak away later? On the large television in the mushroom house, Zhang Chulan could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm gay? Do I look like I'm easy to bully? I'm about to unleash the golden light spell." With that, Zhang Chulan emanated a radiant golden glow. Gojo was instantly drenched in sweat and explained, "None of us here are interested in your, well, we merely wish to see the guardian mark upon it." Zhang Chulan's anger intensified, "Not interested in my. Are you belittling it? You may insult me, but I absolutely will not permit you to insult my. I'm truly about to lose my temper." Upon hearing their exchange, the audience erupted in laughter. Indeed, you may insult me, but you cannot insult my. The performance by Peng Yuchang was utterly hilarious. However, such an attitude could be deemed reasonable. After all, who in their right mind would acquiesce to such unreasonable demands? Although Zhang Chulan appeared somewhat cheeky, he certainly possessed principles. Moreover, he was the protagonist. Who has ever seen a leading man voluntarily expose himself to others? We do not mean it in that way. We simply wish to seize the opportunity to observe this nearly lost arcane art up close. It is not born out of any lewd intentions. At this moment, the character played by Tian Shi, Lu Linglong, hurried over to clarify. Someone chimed in. Yes, we merely wish to not miss the chance to observe this long-lost secret technique. Oh, so that is the case. Zhang Chulan immediately regained his composure. You should have made that clear from the start. Indeed, Zhang Chulan, please fulfill our wish. They pleaded. Oh, a wish, you say? Zhang Chulan's expression shifted. Go to the devil. Why not go see Lao Tianshi? He is one too. However, Lu Linglong then invited Zhang Chulan to a bonfire party, to which he agreed. As the bonfire festivities progressed, Zhang Chulan became increasingly lively, sharing drinks and laughter with everyone. Observers began to feel a degree of sympathy for Zhang Chulan, considering his tumultuous upbringing. After all, he had been compelled to train diligently from a young age, had no mother, and had lost his grandfather, leading a solitary existence without even a girlfriend. His circumstances were undeniably tragic. Had they been in his shoes, many might have succumbed to despair. Susan expressed concern. Are baby and Chulan all right? Susie smiled and reassured him. I've known him for a while now. This is the first time he's removed his mask in front of us. He has suppressed himself for far too long. Let him unwind. As they conversed, Susie's gaze suddenly shifted. The scene transitioned, revealing a shocking spectacle that left the audience astounded. Do you truly wish to see my, then today? I shall grant you a glimpse. Zhang Chulan stood atop a large rock, addressing the crowd. His face was flushed, clearly intoxicated. Cheer, cheer, cheer. The crowd rallied together. fervently encouraging Zhang Chulan as if he were a superstar poised to unveil a grand performance. At the scene of yearning for life, Zhang Zifeng nervously cradled her small dog, her toes gripping the ground in apprehension of what was to come. I believe in Peng Peng. He wouldn't take it that far. Moreover, this is CCTV. How could it be? Huang Laosher firmly shook his head, dismissing Zifeng's concerns. Meanwhile, Ji Jinhua was engaged in conversation with Zhang Lingyu, curiously inquiring, "Why do you harbor such apprehension towards Zhang Chulan? Even if he can cultivate Yang Wulei with a flawless body, he cannot possibly threaten your position at Longhu Mountain. Can he? Indeed, why does Zhang Lingyu appear so gentle in front of outsiders, yet easily loses his temper upon encountering Zhang Chulan?" At Jiaxing Company, Yang Mi was equally intrigued by this question. Could it be that Zhang Chulan stole Zhang Lingyu's wife, putting him in a compromising position? She teased. Soon after, she learned the truth. Do not provoke me with words, I know. I am merely directing my frustrations towards this lad. Years ago, I made a grave mistake in a moment of folly. Zhang Lingyu reflected. Thus, I cannot inherit the perfect symbol of the Zhengyi successor, Yang Wulei. Who can I blame? It is all my own doing. Now, I even take my frustrations out on Zhang Chulan. It only highlights my lack of cultivation. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to apologize to him. Upon hearing this, the audience's perception of Zhang Lingyu began to shift. Previously, they viewed him as a narrow-minded individual targeting Zhang Chulan for no apparent reason, yet he demonstrated the capacity for self-reflection. Just as Zhang Lingyu appeared serious, Ji Jinhua, with playful eyes, asked, "After all this time, just tell me who took your first blood. I promise I won't spread it." Zhang Lingyu's first blood? The audience was taken aback and intrigued. After all, he seemed to be a respectable figure. However, another matter piqued their curiosity even more. Zhang Chulan, portrayed by Peng Yuchang, completely unleashed himself. His hands moved toward his waistband. Let us see. He unfastened his button, and a golden flash burst forth, soaring into the sky. With a roar, a colossal golden dragon emerged, echoing through the heavens. The spectacle was utterly astounding. As this extraordinary scene unfolded, the audience was left dumbfounded. Goodness, that special effect is too exaggerated, isn't it? What does it symbolize? Many male spectators couldn't help but glance down. A golden dragon? More like a worm. Furthermore, many female viewers exchanged knowing smiles. Zhang Chulan has certainly displayed bravery. However, it must be said, it is indeed rather grand. Perhaps the stunning special effects were too overwhelming. The audience's initial reaction was one of shock, but soon, the delayed laughter erupted. The barrage of comments flooded in like rockets. Shocked my mother for 500 years. Ha! I can't stop laughing. Well done, Zhang Chulan. Who would have thought you were a hidden master, concealing a dragon within? It seems you harbor secrets. In critical moments, when facing formidable foes, you summoned the divine dragon for a swift victory, right? 999. That's simply outrageous. I knew Zhang Chulan had hidden strength. Who would dare underestimate him again? When a fight breaks out, Zhang Chulan just needs to unzip and unleash the golden dragon. Who wouldn't flee? Peng Yuchang must be cautious when out and about. What if a woman sees him and covets his golden dragon? Shocking. This man actually did such a thing on CCTV. He is truly less than animalistic. Yearning for life fell into silence, an oppressive silence, where the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Then, suddenly, Pushi. Huang Laosher was the first to crack, laughing uncontrollably as he sprayed watermelon seeds everywhere. Teacher Huang waved his hand, his lips twitching uncontrollably, nearly collapsing in laughter. Oh my goodness, I can't take it anymore. Peng Peng, you truly know how to entertain. This laughter seemed to unleash some hidden mechanism, filling the room with joyous sounds. Initially, Peng Yuchang maintained a smile while watching television, adhering to the standards expected of an actor during a live broadcast. However, upon hearing the infectious laughter around him, his smile vanished, not to say it shifted instead. Zhang Yixing laughed heartily, doubled over on his chair, occasionally glancing at the roaring Jinlong on screen, giving Peng Peng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Haha, I simply cannot endure this. Peng Peng, you are incredible." Zhang Zifeng, still a minor and of a more introverted disposition, typically refrained from laughter. Yet, she found herself giggling uncontrollably, covering her mouth as her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Zhang Zifeng swore she was not being deliberate. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards where Peng Peng's Jinlong was situated. At that moment, Peng Peng wore a grim expression, observing the other's exuberance. Upon meeting Zifeng's gaze, his face transformed from dark to a charcoal hue. "Zifeng, I never imagined you were of this nature." Nevertheless, Peng Peng felt a flicker of solace. For one individual remained unamused. Teacher He. Thank you, Teacher He. Just as Peng Peng felt a slight sense of comfort, he noticed 2 tears streaming down Teacher He's cheeks. Teacher He, why are you crying? Positioned beside Peng Peng, Teacher He was the first to witness this. His lips twitched furiously, not out of a desire to refrain from laughter, but rather because, as a pinnacle of the hosting industry, he had undergone professional training. Those tears were the result of his efforts to contain his amusement. Yet now, he felt he could no longer suppress it. Continued restraint might lead to internal injury. Haha, I apologize, Peng Peng, for disappointing you. I am professionally trained, but it's simply unbearable. With that, Teacher He erupted into laughter, even more exaggerated than the others, having held it in for far too long. Whether it was acceptance of the situation or something else, Peng Peng entered a moment of enlightenment, his mindset shifting instantaneously. He recalled a phrase, walk your own path, and let others talk. In other words, reveal your Jinlong and let others behold it. Embracing this open mindset, a radiant smile graced Peng Peng's face. At this moment, his perspective evolved, enhancing the potential of his future career as an actor. Meanwhile, on television, Zhang Chulin's display continued. Guzi's eyes sparkled as he remarked. Symbols composed of flowing qi are faintly visible, but regrettably, they appear somewhat unclear. Cannot see clearly? Zhang Chulan, slightly intoxicated with a flushed complexion, replied, no problem. Allow me to summon the true qi. Then we shall see it clearly. Suddenly, the scales and body of the Jinlong revealed milky white mystical symbols, exquisite and enchanting. Chapter 58. Peng Peng must thank us. Absolutely marvelous. Guzi cupped his face with his hands, his eyes wide with awe. Unlike the ostentatious designs we often encounter, these runes exude a classical essence, embodying a unique, rustic, and mysterious beauty. Not just him, all the friends surrounding them cheered for Zhang Chulan. The body is infused with golden light, reflecting upon me. Zhang Chulan was invigorated by the crowd's enthusiasm. Look at this. I, Zhang Chulan, am quite generous, aren't I? As Zhang Chulan reveled in his drunken antics, Zhang Lingyu, initially intending to apologize, scowled at the embarrassing scene unfolding before her, feeling 100 emotions of exasperation. Wow. Peng Yuchang is impressive. In Jiaxing, Zhang Yunlong, as a man, held a deep respect for Peng Yuchang's audacity, though mingled with a touch of envy. Can Peng Yuchang truly be this remarkable? Ha! This is too funny. Reba also laughed unabashedly, sprawled across her chair, waving her hand. This screenwriter is exceptionally clever. Zhang Chulin's character is undoubtedly unique in our Longhua film industry. Yang Mi chimed in, covering her mouth with laughter. Indeed, in a sense, this could be seen as the pinnacle of a male lead's character. Although Zhu Xinling laughed as well, a sudden spark struck her. Hey, is there a possibility that Zhang Chulin's antics are a form of concealment? After all, many desire his chi body source, fearing he might pose a threat in the future. His foolish behavior could lower the guard of those ill-intentioned. Reba shook her head. Zhu, you are overthinking it. Zhang Chulin's character appears to be one of growth. How could his thoughts be so profound? Yang Mi concurred. Exactly. Even if he engages in foolish antics, it couldn't be that calculated. In the capital, at Jiang Chen's residence, Jiang Tianqing expressed his discontent. Goodness, this kid is incredibly audacious. This script, even CCTV allowed it to air? Suwon interjected. Haha, this child, Jiang Chun, truly knows how to entertain, reminiscent of your youthful flair. Speak properly. What was wrong with me in my youth? Jiang Tianqing feigned coughs, stealing glances at his daughter. Jiang Tingshui, present in the room. Some things shouldn't be casually mentioned. At that moment, Jiang Tingshui was more captivated by the Jinlong on screen. Wow, my brother's creativity, courage, and directorial skills are impressive. He truly knows how to captivate an audience, securing first place on CCTV. I know I submitted a few television projects for this competition, ultimately placing third with just one. I believe my choices were sound. Yet what did my brother do to achieve first place? Was it merely the dazzling Jinlong? I hope he hasn't resorted to unsavory tactics. If Jiang Chun were to learn of his sister's thoughts, he might well be left speechless. The special effects, enhanced by a systems edition of 1,000,000 soft currency, perfectly blended realism and sci-fi elements. In the mushroom house, as Peng Peng's mindset shifted, a smile returned to his face. Meanwhile, Zhang Shihong, ever the mischief maker, instructed the director to focus the live camera on Peng Peng's face, surprising the audience with the calm smile adorning his features. Some viewers have begun to question whether Peng Peng is experiencing some form of mental instability. The director certainly knows how to play with the audience's emotions, as they express sympathy for Peng Peng. The anticipation builds that if the camera were to focus on the golden dragon, it would create a spectacular moment. There is bewilderment as Peng Peng maintains an unexpectedly calm demeanor. Could it be madness? As Peng Yuchang ages and is surrounded by grandchildren, one might imagine the awkwardness if his granddaughter were to inquire about the existence of the golden dragon by his side. An amusing notion arises: to cosplay as Zhang Chulin's golden dragon for an upcoming convention. What an extraordinary idea. In the bustling city of Modu, within a Haidaleo restaurant, Zhao Liang nearly choked on her beef. She had not been present during the filming alongside Peng Yuchang, thus missing the live action. The Golden Dragon special effects were indeed astonishing. Not only Zhao Liang, but everyone in the restaurant found themselves unable to contain their smiles as they watched the spectacle on the screen. Who was it that claimed they would drink from a boiling pot if Zhang Chulan were to expose himself? Step forward, please. It was indeed you who said that moments ago. Oh, did I say that? That was merely the version of me from 10 minutes ago. What does it have to do with me now? How amusing. You are now engaging in dialectical materialism with me. As the patrons of Haidaleo engaged in lively discussions, Jiang Chun noticed the growing crowd outside the restaurant, forming a queue that extended across the street and created a somewhat overwhelming scene. Little did they know, someone had discreetly shared videos and photographs of Jiang Chun and his companions dining online. Currently, the trending topics included not only Zhang Chulan walking his bird under the moonlight, but also Wang Yi and Feng Baobao dining at Haidaleo. Jiang Chun, however, paid little mind to this, focusing instead on enjoying his meal and watching the show. Indeed, the Golden Dragon effect was visually captivating. After the filming concluded, Jiang Chun began editing. He had no intention of showcasing Peng Peng's true self. Rather, he thought it might be too embarrassing given the circumstances. With the emergence of this million-dollar Golden Dragon effect, Jiang Chun speculated that Peng Peng would owe him a debt of gratitude. Chapter 59, Jujutsu Kaisen, the Huayu Chapter, Gathering. Script reading. As the audience erupted in laughter over Zhang Chulan's whimsical antics, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Zhang Chulan prepared for his next battle, anticipation grew regarding his cunning strategies to secure victory. Contrary to expectations, it appeared that Zhang Chulan was ready to take action. Good morning, Brother Tang. Zhang Chulan greeted with a beaming smile. Just as the crowd was taken aback, Zhang Chulan transformed into a flash of lightning, charging towards the white-haired opponent. In mere moments, Tang Wenlong was left charred, smoke billowing forth, the burnt scent wafting even to the viewers beyond the screen. The audience soon learned that Tang Wenlong was a formidable competitor among the participants. Yet, he was swiftly defeated. Clearly, Zhang Chulan was stronger than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, Feng Baobao commenced her own battle against Xiao Xiao. When Jin Zhong remarked that Feng Baobao's gaze resembled that of the reclusive old master, and Lu Jin mentioned a youthful demon who had reached a similar level of restraint, the audience's curiosity about Baobao's true identity deepened. Who could this demon be that even the old master seemed to regard with caution? With Zhang Chulan easily defeating Tang Wenlong, another surprise awaited the audience. Feng Tianhao's commentary on the battle. You have gradually fallen into Zhang Chulan's trap. Their strengths are comparable, yet Tang Wenlong underestimated Zhang Chulan. Akin to two cars with equal horsepower, one starts slowly while the other accelerates instantly, leading to different outcomes. Xiao Yan expressed his disagreement, declaring, impossible. This guy is utterly shameless. At this moment, Dan Shirtong interjected, revealing that after escaping from being buried alive by Bao Bao, he had faced Zhang Chulan in a contest, only to find his moves effortlessly countered. This revelation unveiled the depth of Zhang Chulan's strength and cunning, far beyond what they had imagined. Could it be that Zhang Chulan intentionally exposed himself to us? One exclaimed. If so, he is truly terrifying. A super invincible exhibitionist. Bro, your focus is off. Another chimed in. Regardless, Zhang Chulan has managed to conceal his identity in the world of the unusual for so long. Surely, he possesses a degree of wisdom. Oh, how curious it is that just moments ago, someone called Zhang Chulan lewd and contemptible, yet now they proclaim him a genius. As Zhang Chulan showcased his abilities, the audience began to debate fervently in the comments. This was hardly surprising, given Zhang Chulan's tendency to draw attention through his antics, diverting focus from his true capabilities. This perfectly aligned with Jiang Chen's understanding of Zhang Chulan's character, deliberately engaging in seemingly mindless behavior to render himself inconspicuous. Astonishingly, he managed to deceive even the viewers beyond the screen, indicating that Peng Yuchang's performance had indeed flourished under Jiang Chen's guidance. As the audience pondered whether Zhang Chulan's antics were all a facade, episodes 9 and 10 concluded. Within Haidaleo, after approximately an hour and a half, Jiang Chun had nearly finished his meal. As the host, he prepared to settle the bill. Good day, sir. I am the manager of this establishment, and your meal is complimentary. We welcome you to visit us again. A poised young lady at the front desk smiled, lifting the spirits of all present. Complimentary? That doesn't seem appropriate, Jiang Chen protested, for he had never been one to take advantage of such offers. He immediately took out his phone to pay. Really? It's unnecessary. Our location is somewhat secluded, and on a Tuesday, we typically have few patrons. Your presence today has helped us advertise. We should be thanking you. The manager appeared a bit flustered, especially while conversing with Jiang Chen. Ultimately, unable to withstand his insistence, she relented and allowed him to pay. Suddenly, the manager shyly inquired, "Mr. Jiang, may I take a photo with you? I would be very grateful." To which Jiang Chen had no reason to decline. After capturing the moment, the group departed. The following day, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, arrived earlier than Jiang Chen had anticipated. He had originally thought it would be commendable if everyone could gather around 7 or 8 in the evening, especially since he had heard that some members of the crew were still vacationing abroad. In accordance with the established process, Jiang Chen had already completed the preparatory work prior to filming. The subsequent steps were as follows. 1. The shooting of promotional photos and posters. 2. A script reading. 3. The opening ceremony. And 4. The commencement of filming. During the second step, the script reading, the primary objective was for everyone to sit together to familiarize themselves with the script and discuss its direction, while also allowing the actors to get to know one another. However, since the first season of Zhou Shu Huanzhan had already been filmed, this step was modified. At the enthusiastic request of the actors in the WeChat group, Jiang Chen arranged for the crew members to gather for a meal, utilizing the time before and after the meal for the script reading. Among them, Fu Haishan Er and Jiu Shi Jiu, the newly joined actors, naturally became the focal point of the script reading. At the Hilton Hotel, in a conference room reserved by Jiang Chen, the cast of Zhou Shu Huanzhan, Hua Yupian convened. Present were in Ji Jia, Tang Yin, Riba, Zhang Ruoyun, and Jiang Yi, all holding the scripts distributed by Jiang Chen. Given that Zhang Ruoyun's character, Now Hua, had limited screen time in the first season, Jiang Chen had not elaborated extensively on Now Hua's background, merely stating that he was an antagonist with some connection to Wu Tiaowu. At this moment, Zhang Ruoyun was contemplating the script, his thoughts swirling. From the initial camaraderie of the duo to a later ideological rift, he had initially assumed that Jiang Chen's mention of a connection referred to Now Hua being a former antagonist, perpetually entangled with Wu Tiaowu. To his surprise, Now Hua had such a past. Yet, he was mistaken. Yi Jiaojie and Now Hua were not the same person, a detail Jiang Chen had not clarified. As the narrative of Hua Yupian primarily belonged to the story of Yi Jiaojie and Wu Tiaowu, and Ji Jie began his brief introduction, expressing his delight at meeting everyone and his anticipation for their collaboration. After this simple introduction, he resumed reading the script. Upon discovering the scene where he stabbed Wu Tiaowu in the brain and subsequently felled Yi Jiaojie with several strikes, he was utterly bewildered. Last night, during his journey to Hengdian, he had revisited the first season of Zhou Shu Huanzhan, and with each scene, his admiration for Jiang Chen's portrayal of Wu Tiaowu deepened. The character was undeniably striking and formidable, a paragon of male leads he had encountered in recent years. Yet now, he was summoned to play the role of someone who would slay Wu Tiaowu. He could hardly fathom how his young daughter would react upon witnessing her father kill her favorite character, given that she had recently forsaken Xiong Chumin to watch Zhou Shu Huanzhan repeatedly. As his thoughts surged tumultuously, Riba, seated opposite him, was engrossed in the script. Her demeanor suggested that had one not known she was a star, many might have mistaken her for an ardent fan. She frequently glanced at the script while stealing glances at Jiang Chen. With a twinkle in her eye, she imagined the explosive impact the scene would create once filmed. She smirked, contemplating how her co-star Yang Mi would beg her for spoilers, given that she already knew the script in advance. Not just Riba, but also Zhu Su Ling exhibited a similar enthusiasm. Both had been invited as special guests to make cameo appearances, and while they were to be compensated, it was likely they would have eagerly joined the crew even without payment, simply to witness the script and filming firsthand. As Jiang Yi witnessed the scene where Rizi was shot, she was left in shock. Just moments prior, Rizi had been smiling and conversing with Yi Jiaojie, expressing her innermost desires. Yet, in the next instant, she was abruptly killed off. Jiang Chen smiled at the gathering. Director Jiang, does the final rift between Yi Jiaojie and Wu Tiaowu lead to this outcome? Why do I feel something is amiss? Is this Yi Jiaojie the same as the one from the first season? Zhang Ruoyun astutely noted inconsistencies in the script, particularly regarding an odd seam on Yi Jiaojie's forehead, which was clearly a foreshadowing. In response, Jiang Chen merely smiled. This pertains to the next season. You need not concern yourself with it. Simply immerse yourself fully in the portrayal of Yi Jiao Jie and Hua Yupian, though seemingly innocuous. This statement had inadvertently revealed a significant plot detail. As Jiang Chun commenced filming Hua Yupian, his moment of brilliance in Ren Ji Xiao finally arrived. The Battle of Luo Tian de Jiao continued, with Xiao Xiao being forcefully returned by Bao Er Jie after expelling his breath. His very soul had been cast aside. Soon after, Zhu Geqing and Jiang Chun's character, Wang Yi, entered to retrieve Xiao Xiao's soul. Now that you are here, there is no need to rush away. The next battle is about to begin. With the referee's announcement, the long-awaited showdown between Zhu Geqing and Wang Yi was upon them. This was a match that the audience had been eagerly anticipating, especially with the appearance of the controversial figure. Would Wang Yi surpass the captivating character of Wu Tiaowu? Many viewers in the live stream began placing bets. Who will win this match? I bet Zhu Geqing will triumph. After all, he is a descendant of Zhuge Liang. And he looks formidable. If he loses, I will eat 3 pounds of dung. I believe Wang Yi will emerge victorious. If he loses, I'll eat 8 pounds of dung. Don't be fooled by his appearance as a Taoist. He is, in fact, a top-tier sorcerer. I wouldn't be surprised if he suddenly declared, I am done pretending. My real name is Wu Tiao Wang Yi. Donning a black eye mask at random. With a single move of the virtual style Z, one could say that even Zhu Geqing, let alone Zhuge Liang reincarnated, would find it impossible to withstand. Will he lose? Wang Yi asserted, he shall triumph. I bet on Zhu Geqing's victory. If I lose, I shall consume 10 jin of excrement. I shall wager 15 jin. I shall stake 100 jin. Thus commenced this peculiar barrage betting match, amidst the cheers of the audience. The competition began. Zhu Geqing, with a beaming smile, remarked, I greatly admire Taoist Wang's cultivation, yet why do you always appear so lackadaisical? Lackadaisical? Wang Yi chuckled, it depends on the person. With that, he swiftly maneuvered and unleashed a formidable sequence of Tai Chi strikes. To the untrained eye, Jiang Chen's Tai Chi seemed quite dazzling, yet to the knowledgeable, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Without 2 decades of mastery, one could never reach such heights. How swift! This fellow has enveloped me in his palm energy. If I were to be completely ensnared, it would be dire. Zhu Geqing pondered, effortlessly dodging. Shadow hand. Wang Yi exclaimed, I've got you now. A stream of green, water-like energy coiled around Zhu Geqing's hand. As Wang Yi pulled him closer, Zhu Geqing retaliated with a swift elbow strike. 8 extremes fist? Wang Yi expressed surprise. Taoist Wang seems a bit anxious, Zhu Geqing observed. With a firm stomp, the effects of the bagua manifested instantly, and he declared earnestly, I never underestimate my opponents. So I implore you, Taoist Wang, do not belittle me. Ah, you possess quite a variety of skills, Wang Yi replied, somewhat helpless. As he spoke, he launched a strike towards Zhu Geqing's abdomen. Zhu Geqing uttered. Kunlun. Wang Yi's strike met Zhu Geqing with no reaction, akin to striking solid iron. Can. Water bullet. Kuan. Earth river cart. Kuan. Flowing stone. As Zhu Geqing unleashed his myriad of astonishing techniques, massive stones materialized from thin air, encircling Wang Yi, leaving him in a precarious situation. The audience was enthralled, exclaiming in delight. Wang Yi found himself fleeing in disarray, appearing quite beleaguered. The spectators couldn't help but sweat for Wang Yi, as it appeared that, barring any unforeseen events, he was destined to lose. Instantly, those who had bet against Wang Yi began to boast in the barrage. Remember, that Zhang San from earlier. I want to see you livestream eating 100 jin of dung. Indeed, I bet on Zhu Geqing's victory. If you dare to default, may you all give birth without an exit. Damn it, if I must eat, then I, Zhang San, relish it. And besides, the outcome is still uncertain. Wang Yi is not yet lost. What the hell? So you were here to con us for food and drink? Damn it, I was careless. Just as most of the audience believed the outcome was sealed, a twist emerged. Zhu Geqing, despite holding the upper hand, exhibited an unusual demeanor. Taoist Wang. Do you look down upon me? In truth, you are also a practitioner, are you not? Chapter 61. The shock of Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma. Zhu Geqing's foolhardiness. This statement left both the audience within the venue and those watching from screens in stunned silence. Wang Yi was also a sorcerer. Under Zhu Geqing's interrogation, Jiang Chen's portrayal of Wang Yi could no longer maintain the facade and reluctantly admitted, I despise it. I cannot be friends with someone like you. As I have no secrets. Zhu Geqing pondered. That is indeed the case, is it not? Not only Zhu Geqing, but the audience too held their breath, awaiting Jiang Chen's response. As anticipated, Wang Yi conceded, I approached this with a stroke of luck, hoping to defeat you before you employed your escape technique. I was foolish. He then lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes narrowing. Zhu Geqing, have you ever faced defeat? Zhuge Qing replied, if I exclude sparring with my elders, then no. Wang Yi stepped forward. Are you able to accept your defeat? He continued with an air of nonchalance. Since we are both practitioners, there is no need for us to struggle as others do. I shall grant you time. How will you choose to avoid calamity and seek fortune? Upon uttering this, the audience began murmuring among themselves. The viewers outside took a deep breath. This statement carried a certain charm. The notion of how will you choose to avoid calamity and seek fortune implied that he would not bully Zhuge Qing. Rather, he invited him to confront him in his area of expertise, vowing to defeat him there. I knew Jiang Chun could not be so simple. In the mushroom house, Zifeng stared at the young Taoist on the screen, her face flushed. As a devoted fan of Jujutsu Kaisen, she was an ardent admirer of Gojo Satoru, having purchased numerous action figures of him. Furthermore, there was an embarrassing secret. As an avid fan, she had even bought a complete set of Gojo's cosplay from the official site, from the eye mask to the wig. During her free time, she would often dress up at home, indulging in this little quirk. One could say Jiang Qin's calm demeanor suggested he was biding his time for a grand move. You know, Jiang Qin's acting truly feels like an entirely different person. It seems that between the roles of Gojo and Wang Yi, he might even have a shot at this year's Golden Rooster Award. Teacher Huang, a seasoned veteran in the entertainment industry with an eye for talent, had been influenced by his middle school daughter, Duo, to watch Jujutsu Kaisen. Regarding Jiang Qin's recent performance, while still somewhat immature, he was undoubtedly a future cinematic titan. Teacher, he said little more, though he was surprised by Teacher Huang's high praise. After all, Jiang Chun had previously been scorned in the industry. Now, even someone as influential as Teacher Huang held him in such high regard. I am curious to see what you have performed this time. Jiang Tianqing spoke casually, though a gleam of excitement danced in his eyes. Just moments ago, he thought Jiang Chun was lacking. Now, the reversal had occurred in an instant. In truth, he felt an immense pride swell within him. It seemed he would have the opportunity to flaunt to a few old friends and rile them up. Impressive, son. Your mother absolutely adores you. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's portrayal of Wang Yi calmly deliver those words, although seemingly composed, it raised his stature immensely. Suan also felt invigorated. Jiang Tingxue, witnessing her father's proud demeanor, could only shake her head in exasperation. In truth, her father cared deeply for Jiang Chun, or else he would not covertly support his younger brother. On screen, Wang Yi began to counsel Zhuge Qing. A practitioner must act in accordance with the flow, Zhuge Qing. I harbor no intention of insulting you. I shall say this only once. Return now, Zhuge Qing. This is the best outcome for you. Zhuge Qing stood frozen, his fists clenched tightly, his expression darkening. Taoist Wang, I just sought a divination for myself, and the result bore the four-character interpretation of a moth to the flame. With that, Zhuge Qing forcefully waved his hand. Kuan, Earth River Cart. Kuan, Earth River Cart. Wang Yi softly chanted in response. As his voice fell, a colossal stone dragon, wrought from earth and stone, surged forth from the ground, charging fiercely towards Zhuge Qing. The magnitude of its form and the swiftness of its speed far exceeded the tuha previously displayed by Zhuge Qing. Standing in the Shuan position, yet employing the Kuan method, it surpassed the spells I had conjured. Zhuge Qing quickly evaded the onslaught, his astonishment palpable. As he gestured grandly, Li character Qi Lian, a fiery column surged towards Wang Ye, who bellowed. Shuan character Xiang Tan Merit. Enormous wooden pillars erupted from the head of the Shi Long with astonishing rapidity, effectively thwarting the fiery assault. As Zhuge Qing continued to unleash fire columns, Wang Ye effortlessly dodged them. The spectacle of their intricate battle of Qi-men captivated the audience, leaving them spellbound and exclaiming about the extravagant production. It was inconceivable. Even the most formidable practitioner of Qi-men could not disregard the principles of mutual generation and restraint. Zhuge Qing was engulfed in confusion. What kind of spell was this individual employing? What do you think, Zhuge Qing? Wang Ye inquired, withdrawing the Shi Long and approaching him. Let this end. Have you not seen your own divination? Zhuge Qing's already small eyes narrowed into a mere slit. It is a poor omen. Perhaps this time I shall indeed suffer a complete defeat. However, there are truths that hold greater significance for a sorcerer than mere dignity. At that moment, his eyes radiated a verdant light, and a beam of azure light shot up into the heavens. Qimin Xian Xiang Xin Fa. Brother, please do not proceed like this. Zhuge Bai, a child, struggled to contain his emotions, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded. I beg you, do not continue. Yet, Zhuge Qing pressed on, his eyes pulsating with green luminescence. The effect is indeed abstract, yet it brings the user closer to the essence of things. Let me see what you have accomplished. Zhuge Qing darted forward to attack Wang Ye, who deftly evaded the strikes. Due character, He Lioli. Wang Ye moved like lightning, gliding past Zhuge Qing, who suddenly vanished as if made of paper. What have you done? Zhuge Qing queried, gazing at Wang Ye's back. A drop of blood fell from Wang Ye's fingertip. The Danzhong acupoint is restrained. Is this sufficient? Wang Ye replied nonchalantly. Zhuge Qing stood frozen, his head bowed in resignation. I concede. Wang Ye exhaled in relief. That is how it should be. Suddenly, Wang Ye's expression shifted. Zhuge Qing was enveloped in a radiant azure glow. Stop! Wang Ye shouted urgently, rushing towards him. Did you not hear me? Stop! Chapter 62. I am the position. I am the auspicious and the inauspicious. Zhuge Qing's visage contorted in agony, the azure light in his eyes deepening. He coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, collapsing to the ground. Did you not hear me? Stop! Wang Ye grasped Zhuge Qing by the collar. Zhuge Qing brushed Wang Ye's hand aside, a look of defiance on his face. It is not that I cannot accept defeat, but it should not be so inexplicably disheartening. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Wang Ye, who murmured a phrase that most of the audience remained unaware of. However, a few astute viewers began to decipher it. You scoundrel! Wang Ye then adopted a comical expression, bowing repeatedly to those around him. Forgive me, ancestors above. Your disciples should not utter foul language. I beg forgiveness. With a grand sweep of his hand, he pointed at Zhuge Qing, indignantly exclaiming, You have compelled me to curse. Zhuge Qing wore a face of exasperation. The audience was instantly charmed by Wang Ye's playful demeanor. The portrayal of Wang Ye by Jiang Chun is delightfully contrasting. This character is so intriguing. Enough. I should not have come. Now that I have, my tranquil days are at an end. Wang Ye suddenly declared, Zhuge Qing, pay close attention. He stamped his foot firmly. The azure light illuminated Zhuge Qing's eyes, and he realized, indeed, you too are a practitioner of Qi Men. Wang Ye replied earnestly, Zhuge Qing, your mind was indeed disordered earlier. Knowing I am a practitioner, why did you still focus your attention on me? Observe this round closely. As Wang Ye's words fell, a white radiance emanated from him, spreading outward. The white light coalesced into a Qi Men Duan Jia 8 trigrams formation, the special effects exploding in a visual feast for the audience. Zhuge Qing expressed confusion. This is merely an ordinary Qi Men. Suddenly, he gasped in astonishment. Wang Ye laughed. Do you understand? Unlike other practitioners who seek auspiciousness and evade misfortune through positioning, within this Qi Men formation, I am the position. I embody both auspiciousness and inauspiciousness. Time, space, and the dynamics of mutual generation and restraint are all dictated by me. Upon hearing this, the viewers were momentarily stunned. Even if they could not comprehend Wang Ye's words, they felt an undeniable sense of awe. I am the position. I embody auspiciousness and inauspiciousness. Such powerful words. Wang Ye is truly remarkable. This statement feels profound. Is it not akin to saying, I am both the child and the father? What an enlightening interpretation. Wang Ye is extraordinary, manipulating the Qi Men formation at will. Zhuge Qing was astounded. The configuration of Qi Men is determined by time. How could one manipulate time? Wang Ye countered, why not? Time is merely a unit of measurement for the changes of all things. To manipulate the changes of all things is to manipulate time itself. What I can govern are the transformations within this Qi Men formation. Wang Ye picked up a small stone from the ground. Within his vast Qi Men formation, the stone floated before him, level with his shoulder. Here, the gravitational pull differed from that outside the formation, causing the stone to take a full minute to fall. Although it is currently the Guyu season, I have altered the temperature and humidity within this formation to that of the Dashu, Zhuge. You assert that practitioners should seek auspiciousness and evade misfortune, which holds some truth but is not entirely accurate. Do you not wonder why your ancestor, Zhuge Wuhou, is regarded as the greatest of all extraordinary beings? As a highly skilled practitioner, if he truly sought to evade misfortune, he would have remained in the Longzhong, where his cultivation could have progressed further with ease. Yet, he relinquished all that a practitioner should uphold. Even against the tide of great adversity, he immersed himself in chaos, striving to save a world he knew was beyond redemption. For the sake of that world, he willingly opposed the natural order and prevailing forces. This is what defines practitioners of his caliber. If one merely seeks to evade misfortune and follow the current, bound by the natural order, what wisdom would that impart? Wang Ye articulated these revolutionary thoughts with an air of calm assurance. While others faltered due to their own missteps, Wuhou stood still for the sake of the people. In my heart, he stands alongside legendary figures such as Lu Zhu and San Fengzhenren, whom I deeply admire. The audience was left utterly astonished. The barrage of comments on the screen had significantly diminished. Zhuge Wuhou, the greatest of the extraordinary, the laws of nature? They were bewildered yet profoundly moved. This drama had seamlessly intertwined with history, truly evoking a sense of longing. Meanwhile, Zhuge Qing's expression had transformed from confusion and indignation to a sense of release. I have been defeated, utterly defeated. Upon uttering these words, the judge promptly declared, Wang Yi is the victor against Zhuge Qing. The venerable Taoist observed Wang Yi's departing silhouette, softly reciting, a divine dragon descends upon Luo Shui. A colorful phoenix carries a letter amidst the azure clouds. As the Mingfeng era unfolds, the art of the miraculous begins. With these words, the prestige reached new heights. If the myriad enigmas of the drama previously captivated the audience with suspense and anticipation, this match elevated the entire narrative scope. Particularly, the allure of Wang Yi's character was undeniable. At this moment, the wildly flowing comments echoed this sentiment. I love it. Now I finally understand why teacher Jiang Chun chose this role. Wang Yi, the Taoist, is eternal. I admit I was blind. I now declare, Wang Yi and Wu Tiaowu are my dogs. I am the dog of Wu Tiaowu and Wang Yi. I declare, Wu Tiaowu and Wang Yi are my husbands. I never expected Wang Yi, who seems so carefree, to be so stunning when serious. Previously, some people compared teacher Jiang Chen's Wu Tiaowu with Wang Yi, belittling Wang Yi. I am truly astounded. Fools compare, while the wise appreciate. Do you understand? A bunch of keyboard warriors. Wang Yi's character, his stature, who could not adore him? He bore a resemblance to Wu Tiaowu, both possessing formidable strength and striking looks, truly exuding charm. At Jiaxing Company, Zhu Xuliang was tenderly petting a newly adopted husky when he heard Wang Yi's proclamation, his admiration evident in his sparkling eyes. You truly fall in love with every encounter, such a flirt. Just days ago, you claimed to love Wu Tiaowu, Yang Mi remarked, arms crossed in annoyance. It was apparent that she still harbored some resentment over her recent interview with Zhuge Yaoji, where she was eliminated by Jiang Chun. The most frustrating part was that Tang Yin, whom she viewed as a rival, had secured the spot. How could she accept that? Zhu Xuliang, straightforward by nature, retorted, all of this is performed by teacher Jiang Chun. How can I be deemed fickle? Mi Jia, can you not see that Wu Tiaowu and Wang Yi are not the same person? Yang Mi was left speechless in an instant. Chapter 63. The Sorcery War. The Huayu arc officially commenced filming. Following Wang Yi's battle, the next match featured Jia Zhengliang against Feng Xiaoyan. Jia Zhengliang's knife mastery was quite remarkable. Ultimately, both sustained injuries, yet Jia Zhengliang was still defeated. The audience felt a pang of reluctance upon hearing his words, inexplicably shipping the two. Some speculated whether they might be a couple, for there was indeed a hint of camaraderie in their rivalry. However, as the scene shifted, the audience was taken aback. Fear not, you will not see that Taoist tomorrow. Sister Bauer stood atop a tree, shovel in hand, secretly observing Wang Yi, who was conversing with Zhang Chulan. In the dead of night, in a small grove, Wang Yi, exhausted from being pursued all day, leaned on his knees, panting, I can't take it anymore. Being chased by these girls has nearly cost me my life. After speaking, he casually found a sturdy branch and began to doze off. At that moment, a rope stealthily approached Wang Yi's neck. As the 11th episode concluded, the audience could hardly contain their excitement. Sister Bauer was finally going to make her move against Wang Yi. How intriguing, utterly captivating. Most viewers had a mischievous sense of anticipation, eagerly awaiting the scene where Jiang Chen's portrayal of Wang Yi would be buried. Many began to speculate in the comments. Wang Yi versus Sister Bauer, who will prevail? Sister Bauer, one shovel, one little Wang Yi. Wang Yi just flaunted his prowess. Now he is about to face a setback, haha. Wang Yi, guaranteed win. My brother. Following the previous episode's high stakes, many viewers remained confident in Wang Yi, eagerly anticipating their clash. Yet, the first scene of the next episode revealed Sister Bauer humming a tune, her movements swift, while Wang Yi sat on the ground, thoroughly bound. Once secured, Sister Bauer silently began to dig. Wang Yi, covered in mud, looked incredulously at this lunatic before him. Is this what you prepared for me? Sister Bauer, expressionless, glanced at him and gave an okay gesture. Yes. Faced with such an absurd situation, Wang Yi had no choice but to employ the Feng Ho Chiman. He aimed to control Sister Bauer, but realized it was futile. Di Long Yu. Tu He Che. Wang Yi executed a series of maneuvers, tossing Sister Bauer into a pit. She effortlessly broke free, and thus commenced a chase. The following day, as dawn broke, the venue for the Luotian Grand Ceremony was abuzz. Zhang Chulan stood in the arena, watching as the time for the competition drew near, while the audience glared fiercely at the unyielding contestant. At that moment, Wang Yi, having been relentlessly pursued by Sister Bauer, finally arrived. Initially, I thought she was just a diehard fan of Zhuge Qing. Wang Yi scowled, observing Feng Baobao's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Later, I discovered she, like you, wears the ubiquitous work uniform. Turns out she is your enforcer. Wang Yi turned to face Zhang Chulan, his eyes filled with menace. So, Zhang Chulan, you little rascal, you really know how to play. The audience felt a mix of sympathy and amusement for Wang Yi. What a curious situation. Subsequently, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Yi did not blame Zhang Chulan. Instead, he chose to challenge Zhang Chulan to a dumpling eating contest. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yi's personal charm began to radiate once again. Wang Yi, what brings you to this competition? The two sat facing each other, and Zhang Chulan posed the question. It is difficult to articulate clearly. Let me first inquire if you understand the concept of divination. Upon noticing Zhang Chulan's blank expression, Wang Yi explained, I shall impart a fundamental notion. The past is irrevocable, but the future can be altered. The weight of the information derived from divination has a greater impact on the world, and consequently, the diviner suffers greater harm. Zhang Chulan, do you comprehend that I merely divined the relationship between this competition and you? Merely grasping the outline nearly cost me my life. Wang Yi spoke with a casual tone, yet it resonated profoundly with the audience. No wonder Wang Yi bled from all 5 orifices upon his debut. Zhang Chulan's astonishment mirrored that of the audience. Wang Yi extended 2 fingers, continuing, in truth, I should not have come, but 2 reasons compelled me to be here. Firstly, if I do not come, the reputation of the venerable Taoist and the Taoist temple will suffer severely. Secondly, my presence here offers you a choice to relinquish. Zhang Chulan, perplexed, replied, Wang Yi, you cannot possibly have come here for me, can you? Wang Yi smiled. This leads us to another concept, which I refer to as the weight of destiny. In this world, there is not a single moment of stillness. The sum of individual changes constitutes the transformation of the world. The impact that individuals have on the world varies greatly. Some may exert themselves to the utmost yet create no ripples, while others, with a mere thought, can provoke monumental upheaval. Zhang Chulan, your influence is substantial. Zhang Chulan inquired with confusion. Then why do you, Dao Zhang, choose to intervene in this matter? By advising me, have you not also forsaken the prospect of a better future? Wang Yi, his expression complex yet imbued with determination, replied, it is evident that this situation holds no benefit for me. Ultimately, Zhang Chulan opted to consume the bun, signifying his refusal to surrender. As Wang Yi departed, he tacitly conceded. The audience before the screen was left in bewilderment. This dramatic exchange was nothing short of extraordinary. Their dialogue was a profound inquiry into each other's hearts, probing what they truly desired deep within. Zhang Chulan seeks to uncover the secrets surrounding his grandfather's demise, while Wang Yi aims to uphold the equilibrium of the entire world. Those versed in the craft could discern that Jiang Qin's portrayal of Wang Yi was pivotal to the entire performance. Nonetheless, Peng Yuchang's portrayal of Zhang Chulan was also commendable. This segment could be described as a masterclass in acting, undoubtedly the finest dramatic scene of the series thus far. The Mushroom House was spectacular. Wang Yi's words were indeed remarkable. Peng Yuchang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, although he had perused the script and acted alongside his co-star. Witnessing it through the screen still allowed him to feel the allure of those lines and the palpable intensity conveyed by Jiang Chun's rendition of Wang Yi. It is fascinating. No wonder this episode secured the top spot in the CCTV competition. The phrase Zhen Chong Ying Wu, Zhen Chong De Xing, Chong Ing Chong Jing, Chong Qing Jing, is profound. As a host well read in various texts, teacher he could not help but praise. What does this mean, teacher he? Inquired Sister Zifeng with curiosity. This phrase is derived from the Taising Laojun Shua Chong Qing Jing, which, in essence, suggests that observing the world with a tranquil heart leads to a serene perception of reality. When both the internal and external are tranquil, true serenity is achieved. Wang Yi's statement, while seemingly directed at Zhang Chulan, also serves as a reminder to himself, expounded teacher he, eliciting admiration from many viewers of the Mushroom House. Observing Sister Zifeng's adoring gaze, teacher he felt a sense of pride. However, unbeknownst to him, it was Wang Yi and the writer's brilliant dialogue that captured Sister Zifeng's admiration, both of whom were portrayed by Jiang Chun. As the episode approached its conclusion, it led to a confrontation that incited the audience's outrage. Feng Xingtong faced off against Wang Bing, who unexpectedly demonstrated his ability to summon spirits. Moreover, he claimed that his method was the authentic form. Subsequently, Feng Xingtong helplessly witnessed Lu Kuanqing and his grandfather Zizhong being drawn away. Fortunately, Lu Kuanqing was set free, narrowly escaping calamity, Yet his beloved grandfather Zizhong, who had accompanied him throughout his life, was tragically consumed by Wang Bing. Just as the audience's fury surged, the episode concluded with Wang Bing feasting upon Zizhong. Wang Bing must die. Indeed, Wang Bing must perish. This Wang Bing is truly repulsive. It's the first time in my years of watching television that I am so eager to witness someone's demise. Blonde-haired individuals are indeed no good. If my daughter ever fancies one, I shall break her legs. The blonde-haired must die. At that moment, the screen was inundated with comments demanding Wang Bing's death. This single episode propelled the topic to the top of trending searches. Wang Bing must die. The blonde-haired are all despicable. Consequently, in real life, for a period, anyone sporting blonde hair would be met with disdainful glances. Thus, the prevalence of blonde hair dwindled significantly that year. On the morning following the airing of episodes 11 and 12, the production team for Zhou Shu Huizhan was formed. After a brief costume fitting, Jiang Chun, a pragmatic individual, dismissed elaborate rituals. The shooting commenced in earnest that afternoon. Chapter 64. Zhou Hui to be screened overseas. Hostility from Netflix. Additionally, Jiang Chun received an unexpected piece of news that morning. Upon waking, the system chimed with a notification. Congratulations, host. Your reputation has surpassed 10 million. Reward. A permanent character card for Wu Tiao Wu. During the role, you will acquire all abilities of Wu Tiao Wu. Moreover, he discovered that the total viewership for the first season of Zhou Shu Huizhan had exceeded 60 billion, with a real and valid audience count of 2.5 billion. That translates to a substantial financial gain of 900 million in revenue. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun received a congratulatory message from CCTV, announcing that the latest episode of Yi Rin Ji Xia achieved the highest ratings in nearly 8 years. Hengdian Film and Television City. Zhou Shu Huizhan. Scene 1. Take 1. Action. With the voice of Executive Director De Peng resonating, the scene was set in a gymnasium, featuring Wu Tiao Wu, Xie Youjia, Xiaozi, and Yi Gejingdao. Everything progressed smoothly according to Jiang Chun's meticulously crafted plan. Is it truly necessary to draw attention to the accounts? It matters not if others see it. Jiang Chun's character Wu Tiao Wu expounded his philosophy. As he spoke, Jiang Chun snatched the basketball from Zhang Ryun's hands, effortlessly executing a layup. The ball spun twice on the rim before finally going in. Upholding the weak against the strong is the essence of society, Xie Youjia, harboring a differing viewpoint, counseled Wu Tiao Wu. Yet, his throw missed the basket entirely, seemingly foreshadowing something significant. While Jiang Chun's scenes were being filmed fervently across the globe, specifically in Eagle Sauce country, Netflix, the dominant titan of the global streaming market, faced an unprecedented crisis due to the wretched Zhou Shu Huizhan. At Netflix's headquarters in California, the president's office erupted in outrage. What? Tianlong Entertainment's market performance this month is 10 times ours. Are you a fool? You can't even surpass a drama from the Dragon Nation? Our films are the pinnacle of excellence. Adam, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed president, slammed his hand on the table, berating market manager John. John glanced at Adam, muttering softly. Wasn't it you who approved the allocation of 70 of this quarter's investment to the Korean production of Squid Game? What are you saying? Adam felt a rush of heat upon hearing those words. He instinctively grabbed the documents on the table, almost hurling them at John's face. However, at the last moment, Adam restrained himself, taking a deep breath. Indeed, I had signed the release plan for Yoyu Yoshi. But do you comprehend the ramifications of this for you? If we fail to meet even 20 of our market sales target by the end of the quarter, I cannot fathom how the board will respond. But I am certain that you will resign in disgrace. Upon hearing this, John's face darkened instantly. The production of Yoyu Yoshi had an investment of $80 million, and it was now halfway through its airing. The number of website memberships, advertising revenue, and viewership metrics were all significantly below expectations. The primary culprit behind this debacle was, of course, the other television series that aired concurrently with Yoyu Yoshi, Zhou Shu Huizhan, which had devoured Yoyu Yoshi's market share completely. Those damned Longwa rascals. The thought of impending unemployment ignited a furious blaze within John. He yearned to leap through the screen and deliver a fierce kick to that silver-haired man wearing an eye patch, known as Wu Tiao Wu, who should instead be called Jiang Chun. In his earlier days, he had dabbled in boxing, achieving a semi-professional status before transitioning into this industry. After years of relentless effort, he finally reached this position. John was not lying. He desperately wanted to purchase a plane ticket to Longwa and engage in a real-life showdown with the individual named Jiang Chun, battling in an octagonal cage to determine their fates. YouTube, the world's largest video search and sharing platform, had been dominated by a single man in its trending list recently. Indeed, it was Wu Tiaowu. When Zhou Huizhan was released overseas, it premiered all at once. As foreign audiences witnessed Wu Tiaowu remove his eye patch and effortlessly annihilate that special-grade cursed spirit, the entire YouTube was set ablaze. Not only YouTube, but also other international social media platforms like Instagram and TikTok were flooded with trending topics about Wu Tiaowu, consistently occupying the top 3 spots. Beneath these trends, the comments from netizens around the globe were dazzling. Oh my gosh, Longhua actually has such a handsome man. Is he an angel sent by God? IP from Ingjiang country. So handsome. It's my first time seeing such an attractive Asian. He is 1,000 times more charming than the men in our country. Who wouldn't he even spare a lizard? IP from Yundu. I studied in Longhua for 2.5 years, and from what I know, this star named Jiang Chen has visited our capital, Seoul, and must surely adore our culture. Moreover, judging by his facial features, he resembles our people. So I speculate that half of his bloodline must be from our country. IP from Bangzi country. Chapter 65. A walking posture resembling a world-famous painting. The globally explosive Zhou Huizhan. Hollywood, on the set of Fuzhou Zhanling 3. Unlike before, after completing their filming schedule for the day, the actors immediately clocked out. Perhaps due to wrapping up early today, the cast, having just finished their ultimate battle against Thanos, gathered together. In front of them, a mobile projector displayed a scene from episode 4 of Zhou Huizhan, where Wu Tiaowu unveiled his special move. Oh my gosh! What is the name of this handsome young actor from the East? Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man, gazed in astonishment at the silver-haired man on the screen. Is this Eastern actor more handsome than I am? Chris Hemsworth, Thor, stroked his beard, feeling quite vain. The enchanting Scarlett Johansson, Black Widow, rolled her eyes in response. Mr. Thor, I cannot comprehend why you are so self-absorbed. In my eyes, the actor portraying Wu Tiaowu is 1,000 times more attractive than you. Chris Hemsworth clutched his heart, pretending to be wounded. Oh, my dear Miss Scarlett, how could you belittle me so? That truly hurts. Scarlett Johansson, unable to fathom the theatrics of Mr. Thor, turned to Chris Evans, Captain America, who was engrossed in his phone. Chris, have you found any information about that gentleman? Chris Evans replied, yes, it appears he is called Jiang Chen. He is incredibly popular in Longhua, with a remarkable journey similar to our Iron Man, rising from adversity. He is indeed an extraordinary individual. If only I had the chance to collaborate with Jiang, I would seize it without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Scarlett Johansson's heart soared. She adored individuals brimming with charisma. Unfortunately, Robert Downey Jr. was a bit too old for her taste. But encountering someone like Jiang, a youthful heartthrob, made her genuinely eager. On the set of Zhou Huizhan, they were currently filming a famous scene. The camera captured Principal Yi instructing Wu Tiaowu and Xiao Jia, explaining the current situation. There were 2 groups attempting to kill the starry body Rizi. Subsequently, the 2 characters walked down the street, arriving at a vending machine. After purchasing drinks, Jiang Chen, portraying Wu Tiaowu, opened a can. I can understand the actions of the cursed sorcerer organization Q, but why does the Ponching sect wish to eliminate that little brat? At this moment, the camera shifted to a wide shot. Wu Tiaowu sipped his drink, leaning slightly backward, his long legs striding forward, while Xiao Jia, played by Zhang Riyun, hunched his body, hands in pockets as he walked ahead, because they venerate the pure Lord Tianyuan and do not permit the starry body. Their walking postures were unique. Outside the scene, Da Peng and Xin Yue watched this iconic moment. To be honest, they were somewhat puzzled as to why director Jiang designed their walking movements in such a peculiar manner. So handsome. I adore director Jiang's long legs. Rabah, as a devoted fan, resembled a diehard enthusiast, her expression almost longing to embrace Jiang Chen's long legs. In her eyes, their walking movements were not only distinctive, but also incredibly cool. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and An Jijia even attempted to mimic their actions. It appeared simple, yet walking this way proved to be quite challenging. Jiang Yi bent over, hands in pockets, strolling slowly like an elderly lady. An Jijia attempted to imitate Jiang Chen's stride, resulting in Rabah bursting into laughter. Haha, Jega, why does your walking style resemble a robot? Did you just adapt to this body today? Although An Jijia appeared fierce and exuded masculinity, his personality was exceptionally gentle. He awkwardly remarked, this posture designed by director Jiang is truly difficult for others to replicate. One cannot exude his effortless charm. Initially, Rabah was not scheduled to appear in today's scenes, yet she had been lingering around the crew. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her as she glanced at the crowd. Have you noticed that this action resembles the 2 foolish sons of the wealthy man in Tang Bohu Jianxiuxiang? At that moment, Jiang Chun had just finished filming this segment and descended from the set, overhearing her remark. He feigned displeasure, saying, Who are you calling foolish? Reba turned her head, instinctively responding, foolish. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the filming of Zhou Shu Hui Zhan Huayupian was still underway, with Jiang Chen anticipating a long day that would extend until 10 o'clock tonight. The other members of the crew exhibited no dissent, as if they were accustomed to such grueling hours. The acting profession is not significantly different from other industries. Those at the bottom, such as extras, toil for 12 hours a day for meager compensation of around 100. However, those at the pinnacle of the industry earn substantial sums, with figures like 2.08 million being common knowledge. Yet, how many such lucrative roles exist in Longhua? If the industry's elite cannot earn tens of millions, the field is destined to decline. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that actors are constantly exposed to public scrutiny, where their every action influences societal norms, thus raising the expectations placed upon them. Moreover, any misstep is likely to be thrust into the limelight. The entertainment realm is also replete with attractive individuals, leading to a prevalence of negative incidents such as infidelity and hidden rules, more so than in other professions. Additionally, many poorly skilled actors command high salaries while evading taxes, which irks the public most profoundly. Nonetheless, during the filming of this movie, Jiang Chen would not tolerate such occurrences. After allowing the crew an hour to finish dinner, he clapped his hands to signal the gathering. All right, it's 7 o'clock. Let us commence our work. Let us strive to complete today's filming schedule. Chapter 66. One should give birth like Feng Zhenghao. An alternative interpretation of Journey to the West. While Jiang Chen was intensely engaged in filming, episodes 13 and 14 of Yi Ren Ji Xia premiered. The opening scene featured Wang Ai and Feng Zhenghao. When the audience witnessed Feng Zhenghao's shocking kneel, they collectively gasped. This character, capable of both submission and resilience, truly embodies the spirit of the legendary King of Yu, who endured hardship for vengeance. This man is indeed a hero. At that moment, they also understood that the Wang family was likely doomed. Meanwhile, the fierce confrontation between Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan began. Feng Baobao, prepare to meet your demise, Zhang Chulan declared, launching a punch at a speed of 2 centimeters per second, his expression fierce, reminiscent of a character from the Tang dynasty. Zhang Chulan, I will annihilate you, Feng Baobao shouted with a stoic face. She was soon knocked to the ground by Zhang Chulan's rapid strike. What a formidable Zhang Chulan. I am no match for him. Feng Baobao lay on the ground, scratching an itch. At this moment, the audience in the venue glared with murderous intent at the two performers' lackluster display. Not only the viewers on screen, but also those off-screen felt a sense of embarrassment. In the live broadcast of Xiang Wang de Shenghua, comments flooded in. This Zhang Chulan is truly despicable. I want to leap through the screen and pummel him. Peng Peng, your acting is far too insincere. But if the acting is insincere, doesn't that imply Peng Peng is authentic? No. Are you seriously engaging in this logic? Peng Peng, you are shameless. I hereby declare you the most shameless character in domestic television drama. Brother, can you at least pretend to be somewhat convincing? This is utterly ridiculous. Zhang Zifeng glanced at the barrage of comments in the live chat, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. She could feel a wave of hostility emanating from the screen. Peng Peng shrugged, exclaiming, the key is that Zhang Chulan's acting is inherently insincere. If I were to act genuinely, that would reflect poorly on my skills. Ha! Teacher he, laughing beside her, remarked, Peng Peng, when will your character experience a turnaround? This persona is both amusing and shameless. Peng Peng shrugged again. You'll have to ask director Jiang Chen. I haven't seen the script for the next season. As of now, Zhang Chulan's character is just this way. As she spoke, Peng Peng swiftly slapped herself. Oh no, I almost revealed a spoiler. Teacher Huang cast a worried glance at her. Silly child, whether or not to spoil doesn't matter. Just be cautious when you go out. Look both ways when crossing the street, and be wary of walking alone at night. Is it really that serious? Peng Peng queried, perplexed. Teacher Huang patted his forehead. I recall reading a news article a few days ago. It was about the actor portraying a character in Zhou Hui, I forget his name, who nearly got into a car accident. Upon hearing this, Peng Peng was instantly drenched in sweat. As the plot of Yi Ren progressed, under the rallying cries of the disciples defeating the despicable, and with their master reprimanding the grandson of the great thief, Zhang Lingyu and his companions eagerly awaited the showdown with Zhang Chulan. In Wu Lei Fa, Yang Wu Lei Fa, Palm Heart Thunder, as the two unleashed their moves. Arcs of lightning, one white and one black, clashed in midair, igniting millions in special effects expenses. As Zhang Lingyu unleashed a bizarre and heavy torrent of muddy lightning, it spread around, instantly forming a realm of dark thunder. This scene left the audience both thrilled and disgusted. The superlative special effects were exhilarating, while the grotesque forms were unsettling. Full power. Thunder VIP. Following Zhang Chulin's release of this technique, he struck Zhang Lingyu in the abdomen. Ugh! Zhang Lingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense battle between the two, lasting over a dozen minutes, was an extraordinary display of physical exertion, with many shots captured in a single take. The audience watched with rapt attention, utterly transfixed. What surprised them most was Zhang Chulin's performance. It truly exceeded their expectations. When Feng Jinghao had previously assessed Zhang Chulin, they were indeed taken aback. Nevertheless, considering Zhang Chulin's decade-long hiatus, no one knew the extent of his true prowess. This kid Zhang Chulin is indeed impressive. I almost fell for his act. Zhang Chulin's strength lies in making us believe he is weak. Why am I beginning to anticipate Zhang Chulin defeating Zhang Lingyu? Impossible. That is absolutely out of the question. A decade-long hiatus means nothing. I have endured a 29-year dry spell, despite Zhang Chulin showcasing certain abilities. The majority of the audience remained skeptical of his capacity to overcome Zhang Lingyu. As expected, the next moment saw Zhang Chulin ensnared by Zhang Lingyu's dark thunder. The oppressive, sticky sensation felt as though it were melting every fiber of his being. A memory flashed back to his childhood when his grandfather had once said, "How then should one train the heart monkey?" The ancients believed that through travel and experience, one's mind would grow stronger. Thus the heart monkey was aptly named Xing Zhor the Traveler. But to what degree must one cultivate the heart monkey to achieve completeness? It must reach the state of emptiness. Hence the heart monkey's ultimate goal is called Wukong. Within the human body, the heart and lungs yang energy encounters an adversary, namely the yin energy of the liver and kidneys. This yin energy is likened to a pig soaked in water, embodying human emotions and desires, with gluttony and lewdness. Thus, taming this pig necessitates discipline, hence it is referred to as the 8 precepts. These 8 precepts are derived from Buddhism. The first precept prohibits killing, the second forbids stealing. The third bans sexual misconduct, the fourth disallows false speech, the fifth forbids intoxication, the sixth prohibits adornment with fragrant flowers, the seventh forbids lying on high and luxurious beds, and the eighth prohibits eating at inappropriate times. The spleen, belonging to the earth element, serves to harmonize the heart's yang and the kidney's yin. Thus it is termed Shahi Shang. When contradictions between yin and yang arise, it is responsible for mediating, requiring it to maintain tranquility, hence it is named Wu Jing. Upon the release of Zhang Huai's interpretation of Journey to the West, the audience, long familiar with this classic, felt as if they were encountering it for the first time. Their worldview seemed to have undergone a refreshing transformation, igniting an explosive reaction in the comments section. Wow, is it possible to interpret Journey to the West this way? I'm truly impressed by this production. Shocking. Even after 500 years, if Wu Qingyan heard this, he would rise from his grave, exclaiming wonderful. Wait, if that's the case, does my water pig not chase the fire monkey to the ground for a beating? Just admit you are lecherous. Why present it in such grandiose terms? According to this interpretation, does fire give rise to gold? Hence Sun Wukong was cast into the furnace to forge an indestructible body? In chapter 67, 10 individuals could defeat the old celestial master. In a courtyard in the imperial capital, Jiang Tianqing stood up from the sofa, applauding Zhang Huai's remarkable dialogue. His expression was one of excitement. I must admit, this young man possesses talent. No wonder this script won first place in the CCTV competition. This marked Jiang Ba's first genuine acknowledgement of Jiang Chun. Jiang Tingxue watched the drama with keen interest, feeling proud of her younger brother as she observed her father's fervor. A few months prior, her brother had wagered with her, promising to return if he failed to achieve fame. Now, he had not only reversed his reputation, but had also directed a work that left their father in awe. Initially, when Jiang Chun first encountered Zhang Huai's interpretation of Journey to the West, he too was astonished. Could this classic be understood in such a manner? Subsequently, he delved into some literature, realizing that Buddhism restrains the restless heart, Taoism eradicates the 3 corpses, and Confucianism nurtures the righteous spirit. Ultimately, wasn't Journey to the West merely Tang Seng's spiritual journey, the taming of the heart's monkey and the subjugation of desires? In reality, Tang Seng embarked on his pilgrimage alone, leading to another interpretation. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Song, and Bai Long Ma are all manifestations of Tang Seng's inner journey. In summary, the creation of this work by Mi Air reflects his profound understanding of traditional culture. Observe your surroundings. People scarcely mention the descendants of that mysterious master. To achieve this, one must possess qualities such as endurance, resilience, and even ruthlessness. You contemporaries now face an opponent with a decade-long hiatus. After the astonishment of Zhang Huai's interpretation of Journey to the West, Feng Jinghao incisively analyzed Zhang Chulan on stage. For over a decade, no one had discovered that Zhang Chulan was an extraordinary individual. One can only imagine how deeply this fellow concealed his true nature. Moreover, at that time, Zhang Chulan was merely a 10-year-old child. Although Feng Jinghao had previously analyzed Zhang Chulan, upon further reflection, it was indeed chilling. At this moment, the battle reached a fever pitch. Xiao Bai Chang Chong. Zhang Chulan unleashed a remotely controlled lightning technique, a beam of white light several meters long, resembling a giant python, surged toward Zhang Lingyu. Just as Tan Jianzi, portraying Zhang Lingyu, effortlessly dodged it, even intending to use the python's inertia to counterattack Zhang Chulan, unexpectedly. The white light python turned its head, doubling its speed, and directly knocked down Zhang Lingyu. This scene left all spectators astounded. Initially, they believed Zhang Chulan had a long way to go, yet he had just defeated the seemingly invincible little master uncle. When I control it, the speed of Xiao Bai Chang Chong is merely average. When it is not under my control, it is remarkably swift. Zhang Chulan explained with a smile to the fallen Zhang Lingyu. Strange and unpredictable, you employed the style of Yin Thunder in that strike, compelling me to exert all my strength. I acknowledge your innate talent surpasses mine. If you were to lose today, it would merely be due to our disparity in cultivation. The tattered Zhang Lingyu rose to his feet, his battle-worn attire somehow exuding a certain charm. Especially as Tan Jianzi, a member of the first generation of male idol groups in the country, possessed a commendable physique and appearance, unlike the current crop of young actors. He radiated a refreshing vigor. The outlines of his six-pack abs were faintly visible, drawing tears of admiration from many infatuated female viewers. Upon hearing Zhang Lingyu's words, the audience realized that his performance in this match was indeed much weaker than they had anticipated. So it was that he had not exerted his full strength? To be fair, Zhang Lingyu's popularity as a little master uncle remains high. Particularly during the recent battle, Zhang Lingyu candidly apologized to Zhang Chulan, demonstrating that he is certainly not a bad person, possessing commendable character. What a pity. It was merely a fleeting thought that led to this outcome. As a result, the audience grew even more curious. Who had taken Zhang Lingyu's first blood? His expression suggested he had been violated in some way. What an extraordinary woman could overpower Zhang Lingyu. At this moment, just as Zhang Lingyu was about to make a move, Zhang Chulan's energy had been entirely depleted, unable to release even a flicker of lightning. It was over. Zhang Chulan was destined to lose, and there was no way to seek assistance from the old Taoist. Seeing this, Sister Bao fell to the ground, despondent. As the audience assumed Zhang Chulan was on the verge of defeat, a sudden twist occurred. Zhang Lingyu collapsed to the ground. This was my first time fully mobilizing Yin energy. Could it be a side effect? What a pity. Having never embraced Yin Thunder before, my first attempt resulted in backlash. Is this the punishment from the heavens for my past? Zhang Lingyu struggled to rise, but lacked any strength, unable to move. I concede. In the live broadcast, the audience was left utterly stunned by this reversal. Momentarily, they were unsure whether to rejoice for Zhang Chulan or to lament for Zhang Lingyu. However, soon after, the divided audience began to engage in heated debate. I support Zhang Chulan. If he hadn't had a 10-year hiatus, I believe he could have even challenged the old Celestial Master. I agree. After a full decade of inactivity, Zhang Chulan nearly triumphed over the exceptionally talented Zhang Lingyu. If he had that decade, even the old Celestial Master would have to tread carefully. Now that's a bit exaggerated. The old Celestial Master hasn't even showcased his strength. How could a complete Zhang Chulan challenge him? I support Zhang Lingyu. If it weren't for his inner demons, he could have certainly ascended further. I believe that without his inner turmoil, Zhang Lingyu could also challenge the old Celestial Master. Goodness, have you all made the old Celestial Master your yardstick? I am quite curious as to why this television drama is titled Yiren Jixia. Does the one person refer to Feng Baobao or Zhang Chulan? Peng Yuchang, upon seeing the flattery directed at him in the comments, felt a surge of joy. However, could I truly compete with the old master? Would I emerge victorious or meet my demise? At the filming location of Zhou Shuhuijan, Jiang Chun concluded his work for the day early and took the opportunity to watch the latest episode of Yiren. After all, the grand contest of Luo Tian de Jiao had just concluded, and he had not had the time to gauge the audience's feedback on Yiren Jixia. As he read the astonishing comments scrolling by, Jiang Chun nearly burst into laughter at the notion of the old master being treated as a unit of measurement. The humor was simply delightful, my friend. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun believed that there were at least 10 individuals who could contend with the old master, perhaps even achieve parity. For instance, Wang Yi, adorned with the Feng Ho Chi Min tattoo, Feng Sha Yin, who could devour Dan, Ma Xianhong, who had arranged a duel 2.5 years in advance, Zhang Chulan, who had consumed counterfeit liquor, Lu Linglong, in the late stages of AIDS, Xia Luqing, who chased after Jin Feng, Wu Zhensheng, wielding a handgun, and Jia Zhongliang, who had acquired 12 demon blades from his modest means. Before the old master passed away, Feng Jinghao prepared to restrain spirits beside him. The scene transitioned to Jiang Qin's moment of glory, showcasing the iconic moment of Wang Ye's Yi Guan Lan Dui Ping A. At this juncture, the old master visited Zhang Lingyu, lost in reminiscence. Just a few nights ago, he called out, "Come in. What are you doing loitering at the door at this late hour?" Inside, holding a matchup chart, the old master beckoned. The door swung open to reveal the figure of Jiang Chun as Wang Yi, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. With a cheerful greeting, Wang Yi exclaimed, "Good morning, old master." The old master, played by Han Jinhua, responded calmly, "Little Wang Yi? Sneaking around at night, what mischief are you up to?" Wang Yi, scratching his head, replied with a grin, "Not at all. I'm here to alleviate your troubles." He then articulated the old master's concerns and expressed his willingness to clear obstacles for him. Understanding that the old master's stature in these matters could potentially impact the reputation of the Tianshi Fu and his own fate, Wang Yi was eager to serve as the old master's blade. Upon hearing this, the audience's appreciation for Wang Ye's grand vision deepened. They were astonished that even the old master required his assistance. "Are you confident in dealing with Zhuge Qing?" "Even Zhang Lingyu, I wouldn't dare guarantee a victory," the old master stated with a hint of seriousness. Jiang Qin's portrayal of Wang Yi retained his cheerful demeanor. "I suppose that counts for something. How about you give it a try, old man?" The old master suddenly grew serious. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Wang Yi readily agreed. In an instant, he charged towards the old master with lightning speed, delivering a strike. Yet, in the next moment, the audience scarcely comprehended how the old master had made his move before Wang Yi was sent flying. "What's the rush?" the old master remarked calmly from behind Wang Yi. "If you wish to tussle, do so in the yard." With that, the old master effortlessly struck Wang Yi on the back of the head. Wang Yi's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he formed a hand gesture, his body trembling involuntarily. In an instant, he dodged aside, crouching on the ground, gasping for breath. The old master, mildly surprised, thought to himself, "At that moment, I felt somewhat disconnected from my surroundings." Wang Yi rose, still breathing heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as if he had just undergone an intense workout. The previous encounter with the old master had nearly left him exhausted. Is this the weight of a true Tianshi? Wang Yi's thoughts raced. At that moment, the old master loomed in his mind like a mountain. The audience witnessed the sudden escalation from mere conversation to confrontation, initially believing that Wang Yi could at least exchange a few blows with the old master, given the formidable display of strength he had previously exhibited. However, lo and behold, the old master, with a mere casual strike, had rendered Wang Yi incapacitated before he could even hold his own for a second. In gaming terms, wasn't this akin to Yi Guan Lan Dui Ping A? Consequently, the audience's perception of the old master's prowess was once again transformed. After all, the old master had never truly fought before. But based on the oppressive aura he had just exuded, his combat capabilities were undoubtedly among the highest echelons. "I apologize. I underestimated the old master's strength. I reckon even the complete version of Zhang Chulan could withstand only a few more blows. This terrifying pressure reminds me of a man, our brother. 3 months ago, he dominated the idol creation camp with an overwhelming number of votes, securing the center position. Wang Yi, old master, have you ever been defeated?" "Old master, no, why do you ask?" Wang Yi, just curious. Surely, the one person in Iran Jixia refers to the old master, doesn't it? It can't be. He appears as the apex from his first appearance. What chance do the other villains stand? As the plot continued to unfold, an unexpected scene emerged. "Actually, I administered a bit of medicine to you this morning," the old master revealed, producing a small vial. "This is Jianjing San, also known as the immortal pill. Even immortals would falter after consuming it. Once ingested, it will obstruct the flow of qi. This substance was in your breakfast today, and it will only manifest when you exert yourself to the fullest." Upon hearing this, the audience unexpectedly began to feel a sense of sympathy for Zhang Lingyu. Were the master and disciple on the verge of a rift? Yet, in the next moment, it became clear. Zhang Lingyu exhaled in relief, while the old master questioned with confusion, "What do you mean by it turns out this way? Why do you look so relieved?" Zhang Lingyu chuckled. "Ah, I thought I had made a foolish mistake, only to realize that my master was merely testing me." The old master, suddenly embodying his theatrical persona, exclaimed with dissatisfaction, What are you laughing about? Your reaction is all wrong. You should appear as if you have been betrayed. Fearful, anxious, perplexed, desperate. As he spoke, the old master stood up, his voice tinged with mock sorrow. You should be questioning me. Master, why have you treated me this way? Your current response is quite disappointing. Witnessing the old master's playful antics, the audience found him undeniably charming, reminiscent of a mischievous old child. At this point, they couldn't help but reflect on how the character portrayals in Irinji Xia were vividly compelling, making it difficult not to fall in love with them. Particularly impressive was the writer's skill in crafting these characters. As the plot progressed, much to the audience's astonishment, Zhang Chulan rejected the Tongtian talisman, ultimately leading Zhang Lingyu to accept it instead. Additionally, a particularly shocking scene unfolded as Feng Shaiyuan became involved with Jia Zhengliang. I was mistaken. I thought it was remarkable for this era to have Zhang Chulan remain a virgin. Feng Shaiyuan sighed in exasperation. Jia Zhengliang, flustered, retorted, "What is wrong with being a virgin? Don't misunderstand." Feng Shaiyuan quickly clarified, "Everyone was a bit inebriated last night. It shouldn't be taken too seriously." After chatting for a while, Feng Shaiyuan departed, her actions resembling those of a cad, while Jia Zhengliang played the role of the aggrieved partner. When the audience spotted the 500 yuan left on the bed by Feng Shaiyuan, they erupted in laughter. As the episode concluded, the old master was on the verge of imparting teachings to Zhang Chulan, with an overarching conspiracy brewing ominously. Many viewers listened to the ending theme with a sense of reluctance, eagerly anticipating the next day's update. Meanwhile, the video platform also conducted a popularity poll for Irinji Xia. Unsurprisingly, the character Wang Yi, portrayed by Jiang Chun, topped the popularity chart. The rankings followed as such: 1. Feng Baobao, 2. Zhang Chulan, 3. Old Master, 4. Xia He, 5. Zhang Lingyu, 6. Zhu Geqing, 7. Feng Jinghao, 99. Wang Bing. The following day dawned bright and sunny, perfect for shooting the outdoor scenes of the Huayupian. The scene depicting the rift between Wu Tiao and Xia Yojia unfolded in Hengdian, a bustling commercial district. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and the shoppers had ample free time. They learned that this location would serve as a filming site for the Jiushu Huizhan movie and that numerous extras were needed. The eager onlookers, regardless of age or gender, were fervently enthusiastic. "Wow, can the director let me join? I've dreamed of being an actor since childhood. Director, I won't charge a fee. Just let me make a cameo. Even as a passerby. Director, I'll pay you 200. Just let me act. Get lost. I'll offer 500. I'll give 1,000. In disbelief, Jiang Chun and the crew observed this spectacle, having never witnessed extras proactively offering money to participate in a film. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Chun waved his hand decisively. Scene 2, first shot, action. Need a light? The character played by Guli Naza, as Naozi, pulled out a lighter but struggled to ignite it. Need a light? Suddenly, Zhang Riyun, portraying Xia Yojia, appeared with a cheerful greeting. "Hi." Guli Naza took a puff of her cigarette, slowly exhaling a small ring, teasing, "Aren't you a criminal? Do you need something from me?" Cut. Jiang Chen's voice rang out abruptly. He approached Guli Naza, who had previously delivered a rather expressionless performance, thus placing minimal demands on her acting skills. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, Guli Naza's performance improved significantly, reaching an impressive score of 85. However, this time, she was portraying Naozi during her student years, a departure from her earlier role. Remarkably, with Guli Naza's striking looks and demeanor, her youthful portrayal appeared seamless and authentic. "Director, is there an issue?" Guli Naza swallowed nervously, her beautiful eyes intently fixed on Jiang Chun. As the next scene was Jiang Chen's, he was already clad in Wu Tiao's attire. After a moment of contemplation, he advised, "Your smoking technique was a bit off just now." Guli Naza looked puzzled. What was wrong? Jiang Chun patiently elaborated. "I believe your smoking gesture could be more pronounced, and the exhalation should be more substantial." As a member of the trio, Naozi places considerable importance on her companion Xia Yojia. After Xia Yojia's betrayal, Naozi would undoubtedly feel confusion and sorrow. However, her relationship with Xia Yojia is not as profound as that with Wu Tiao, leading her to experience inner conflict and helplessness, which she would not readily display. In the subsequent scenes, although you seem to have a casual conversation with Xia Yojia, your character's logic must align with what I've described above to appear credible. Therefore, you can channel that emotional turmoil into your smoking action. Take a deep drag first, then exhale slowly. This cigarette serves as the sole prop to convey your emotions and set the atmosphere for your upcoming feelings, as well as the impending rift between Xia Yojia and Wu Tiao. Upon hearing this, Guli Naza stood frozen in place. Such attention to detail. Jiang Chun is impressive. She now understood why this man was so popular. He could easily rely on his looks, yet he chose to depend on his talent. Zhang Riyun, listening nearby, couldn't help but think how unfair it was. He felt a pang of envy. Yet, it was a mere passing thought. When someone surpasses you by a small margin, jealousy can arise. However, when someone reaches a level that requires admiration, only respect remains. Filming continued under Jiang Chen's direction. Naza, let us do it again. Scene 2. First shot, action. In this take, under Jiang Chen's adjustments, it was evident through the monitor that the emotions between the characters had become richer and more layered. Much to the delight of the crew, no longer is it a casual encounter marked by a gentle breeze. Instead, it embodies the profound internal anguish and torment concealed beneath the surface of such meetings. Merely a single cigarette can incite such a chemical reaction? Director Jiang is truly remarkable. The staff present, although previously aware that most of Zhou Huizhan was directed by Jiang Chun, were still astonished by the prowess of this young director upon witnessing it firsthand. The filming of Zhou Huizhan, Huayu Pian, is advancing at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, the narrative of Iranji Xia is also swiftly progressing, pushing directly towards its grand conclusion. As the entirety of Chuanqing invades Longhu Mountain, the elderly Lu Jin confronts the four Zhongquang. The torment of human nature and the formidable power of various magical artifacts wielded by the four Zhongquang instill concern for Lu Jin among the audience. Nonetheless, the most poignant and shocking moment for the viewers is the manifestation of the Tongtian Lu. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lu Jin conjures an array of brilliant and powerful talismans. The audience gazes upon these special effects with sheer delight. However, a sense of confusion lingers. While the Tongtian Lu is visually impressive, it seems to fall slightly short of expectations. At this moment, some viewers catch sight of VIP comments from Jiang Chun. The power of the Tongtian Lu lies not in the talisman itself, but in the mastery of its wielder. If Lu Jin does not comprehend talismans, imagine the strength if entrusted to someone who does. Upon reading these comments, viewers are momentarily taken aback. A director providing spoilers through comments? Yet, this serves to clarify the audience's uncertainties, rendering the narrative more fluid and simultaneously heightening anticipation for the power of the Ba Qi Ji. As Lu Jin, cornered and desperate, unleashes Nixing Sanzhou, channeling his anger and hatred to their zenith, the four Zhongquang retreat in fear. At this juncture, the audience grows intrigued by the so-called Nixing Sanzhou, a skill reminiscent of a game's berserk or blood rage. Amidst the assault from Chuanqing, various factions engage in a fierce struggle. Now, all eyes are on the anticipated intervention of the Old Heavenly Master. After all, it appears that the Old Heavenly Master is among the apex of combat power. You, Chuanqing, truly are troublemakers, entirely disregarding the ancestral teachings of your forebear Yangzhu, fixating solely on profit while neglecting the virtue of selflessness. As the Old Heavenly Master makes his move, a seemingly formidable member of Chuanqing is swiftly vanquished. The Golden Light spell. When the Old Heavenly Master acts, a radiant golden aura, impenetrable and imposing, envelopes him. The assailants from Chuanqing are reduced to mere ants beneath this brilliance. A member of Chuanqing, skilled in iron head technique, charges forth, only to have his head shattered like a watermelon upon impact. The effects of the Old Heavenly Master may not be ostentatious. Yet this simple maneuver evokes a profound sense of pressure among the audience. Is this the weight of the Old Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain? Old Heavenly Master, I did not strike you. You merely collided with me. Old Heavenly Master has truly returned to the essence of simplicity. Incredible. Truly the pinnacle of combat prowess. Furthermore, the audience is astounded to discover that Zhang Lingyu's past romantic interest was none other than Xia He, one of the four Zhongquang. Just as the two engage in conversation, the Old Heavenly Master appears. Witnessing this awkward moment, the audience feels a wave of anxiety for Zhang Lingyu. After the Old Heavenly Master dismisses Zhang Lingyu, their dialogue plunges the viewers into contemplation. The Old Heavenly Master, turning his back to Xia He, remarks, "Why do you not leave upon seeing the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain?" Xia He replies, "If you do not let me go, how can I leave? My feet are yours. The decision of whether to walk, on which path, and in what manner is mine to make." The Old Heavenly Master continues, "To be or not to be, and what kind of person to become, is the same." Xia He scoffs, "The Old Heavenly Master, over 100 years old, still speaks foolishness? Often, our appearances are determined by others." A gentle breeze sweeps through. The Old Heavenly Master strides forward. Indeed, the paths we wish to walk are fraught with difficulty, and becoming who we desire is no easy feat. It is often said that one is not in control of oneself. Is that not mere platitude? If one cannot govern the heart, how can the body be governed? Take heed of your own actions. Upon hearing these words, many viewers felt a prickling discomfort, as if a thorn lodged in their throats, or they sat upon needles. They collectively implore, "Old Heavenly Master, please do not scold us." Meanwhile, in a bid to protect her companions, Lu Linglong's decisive, intelligent, and loyal character is vividly displayed. The portrayal of Lu Linglong, played by Tian Shi, becomes increasingly multifaceted and rich. However, the audience feels a sense of regret as the old Heavenly Master has yet to unleash his full power, and the four Zhongquang have already fled. They had anticipated a grand confrontation between the four Zhongquang and the old Heavenly Master, but alas, it was not to be. The scene shifts to Lu Jin awakening, only to discover his hand plunged into the old Heavenly Master's chest, blood staining his robe. "Have I killed the old Heavenly Master?" Lu Jin collapses to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Just as the audience is reeling from the shock, they wonder. No, they had expected to witness the old Heavenly Master's might. Is this the end? It cannot be. Indeed, do not be so shameless. Kill me? You, under the influence of delusion? The old Heavenly Master gazes down at Lu Jin with a relaxed demeanor. "You're not dead?" Lu Jin cannot help but exclaim in disbelief. The old Heavenly Master, touching his chest, responds with a hint of exasperation. "You truly do not hold back. While attempting to awaken you, I had to envelop myself in golden light for protection, which was quite the effort, yet I managed to shield my heart and vital meridians." As he speaks, the old Heavenly Master wears an expression of incredulity. However, "Breaking a few of my bones will certainly give you tales to boast about in the future." The audience cannot help but chuckle at this exchange. The old Heavenly Master and Lu Jin indeed share a playful camaraderie, making for an entertaining spectacle. Nevertheless, astute viewers have noted a peculiar observation. Why do the elderly characters exude such fervor while the younger ones appear overly cautious? While Irin does carry the label of passion, it feels somewhat incongruous. As the narrative approaches its final 3 episodes, the day of the grand finale arrives at the office of the director of CCTV. Director Zhao Yingjie visits the operational planning department. As a figure of high-ranking authority, Zhao Yingjie seldom personally attends the operational department. However, today he is present to scrutinize the viewership ratings of Irinjixia. Due to the rapid pace of updates for Irinjixia, the series was completed in a mere half-month, thus not garnering attention from the upper echelons until now. In fact, not only Zhao Yingjie but also several leaders from the propaganda department, including the 4 judges of the CCTV competition, Zhang Yi, Chen Kaiga, Chen Daoming, and Li Shuejian, have also arrived. Yet, despite their prominence in the entertainment industry, they now stand aside, appearing quite reserved. The head of the operational planning department, Li Tao, fixates intently on the data displayed on the screen. In truth, 5 days prior, during the episode featuring Wang Yi against Zhang Chulan, the viewership ratings soared to an unprecedented 341, marking a historical high in nearly 8 years. The current data pales in comparison to the once prevalent viewership ratings of 70 or 80. However, we now reside in the age of the internet. Who among the earnest populace still watches television? Take for instance the immensely popular series Kuang Biao, which achieved a peak rating of merely 254. This signifies that the viewership for this drama surpassed 254 of the total audience within that time slot. It can be asserted that Irinjixia has directly salvaged the dismal performance of CCTV. The results are in. The current viewership rating is astonishing. Team leader Li Tao gazed at the data on the screen, his eyes nearly bulging. Chapter 71, Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, Huayu Pian, is on the verge of release. The current viewership rating stands at an incredible 928. Upon announcing this figure, the attendees were taken aback. This statistic is indeed somewhat terrifying. In the past decade, during which the internet has flourished and traditional media has waned, this might be the highest record to date. Team leader Li Tao continued, stating that the last drama to surpass this rating was a decade ago. A gasp resonated among the staff and several prominent directors present. Is this data even human? Jiang Chun is truly a phenomenon. Naturally, the directors harbored a myriad of thoughts. Some were conflicted, some were admiring, and some were regretful. After all, Jiang Chun, this prodigy, was crafted by their own hands. With the continuous advancement of the internet, this figure may well remain unparalleled. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. After today's episode airs, the rating may exceed 10. This would herald a historic achievement. Director Zhao Yingjie, a formidable leader, felt a tumultuous wave within, yet maintained a facade of composure. This drama is, after all, part of his accomplishments. If he could produce more such excellent works, at just over 40, he might still ascend to greater heights. As they awaited the final outcome of the ratings after the conclusion, director Zhao Yingjie surprisingly invited several prominent directors to the adjacent studio to watch Yiren Jixia alongside Xiang Wang de Shenghua. In recent days, Zhang Chulan has continually displayed his hidden cunning and prowess. Peng Peng stood up decisively in the mushroom house, exuding newfound confidence. At this moment, Teacher Huang and Teacher He were also engrossed in the drama. When they observed Zhang Chulan declining the Tian Shi Du, Zifeng and Zhang Yixing exchanged curious glances towards Peng Peng, hoping for a spoiler. Yet, Peng Peng wore an enigmatic smile, silent and inscrutable. Witnessing Peng Peng's pretentious demeanor nearly provoked Teacher Huang into tossing a sandal his way. Suddenly, Peng Peng recalled something and turned to Zhang Yixing with a smile. Yixing, weren't you a mentor during Oxiang Chuang Ziying? Didn't Director Jiang participate as well? Back then, you were his mentor. What was your impression of him? Prompted by Peng Peng, Zhang Yixing suddenly remembered the incident. However, at that time, Jiang was a student and he was the mentor. Just a few months later, he felt somewhat out of reach. Meanwhile, the drama reached a climactic juncture. The venerable Tian Shi returned only to discover that Tian Jinzhong had perished. To protect the Tian Shi mansion, Tian Jinzhong's master dispatched Rong Shan to assist. Yet, a sudden twist unraveled. Xiao Yu was revealed to be a complete being, with the true identity of the head of the Quanxing sect, Gong Qing. As the memories of Tian Jinzhong unfolded, it became apparent that he had not slept for decades to safeguard the secret left by Zhang Huaiyi. The audience was moved to tears, particularly by the seasoned actor's performance, which vividly portrayed the decades of struggle endured by Tian Jinzhong, a character marked by stubbornness yet enduring for the sake of a secret over many years. This was not a matter of mere days or months. It was a span of decades. How did this elder navigate through countless arduous days and nights? The barrage of comments erupted. So arduous. May Lord Tian Jinzhong rest well in the heavens. Tian Jinzhong, the epitome of discretion. Incredible. Safe travels. Lord Tian Jinzhong. Safe travels, Lord Tian Jinzhong. Safe travels, Lord Tian Jinzhong. 999. In an instant, the phrase safe travels, Lord Tian Jinzhong, filled the entire screen. Nevertheless, despite this, Gongqing ultimately acquired Tian Jinzhong's secret through Lu Liang. Under the provocation of Tian Jinzhong, Gongqing ended the elder's life, albeit as a means to alleviate his suffering. On another front, at Wudong Mountain, Wang Yi was unexpectedly expelled from the sect. The voice of an elder echoed from a cavern on the mountain. Viewers, intrigued by the mysterious murmurs of several elderly figures, sensed that Wudong harbored numerous secrets. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin's portrayal of Wang Yi prepared to return home. As Wang Yi disembarked from the high-speed train, a small sedan approached, homeward bound. Upon noticing the private driver behind the wheel of the car with the license plate, Jing H66666, the audience was left astounded. What a stark contrast for the seemingly impoverished Taoist Wang. As the penultimate episode reached its conclusion, Zhang Chulan divulged some secrets regarding Tian Shi due to Su San and Su Si. Tian Shi Du is a form of restraining technique, and the method of creating the Ba Qi Ji lies within Tian Shi Du. Simultaneously, Su San and Su Si received a new mission to proceed to Beijing. With previous associations, many viewers have already speculated that this task may be connected to Taoist Wang. Just as the audience was captivated, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the Jiaxin mystery, the screen faded to black. The national style ending theme, Yao Mei Er Feng Bao Bao, resonated. A line of black text appeared. Yiren Jixia Season 1 concluded. The viewers, caught off guard, immediately pounded their keyboards, launching a barrage of comments. What a shock. Director, have some humanity? Is this the end? Too sudden. Wait. Director Jiang, you still owe us the second season of Zhou Shu Huizhan. Are you now in debt for the third season of Yiren Jixia as well? Overall, this drama is indeed phenomenal. In my heart, it has reached the same level as Zhou Shu Huizhan. Oh yeah, the finale calls for celebration. Looking forward to the next season. Currently, my favorite character is Taoist Wang. I hope the next season features more of him. Jiang Chun, I advise you to expedite the next season. Otherwise, do not tempt me to send you a blade. I heard Zhou Shu Huizhan. Hua Yupian is currently filming and will be released soon. Eagerly anticipating. Chapter 72. This feeling is reminiscent of one's wife running off with the neighbor. All viewers believed that Yiren Jixia had concluded this season. Yet many were puzzled. Why was there still one episode remaining? Upon clicking the final episode, a few large characters appeared on the screen. Bonus episode, Tian Shi descends the mountain. The national audience was momentarily left in a state of astonishment. The Celestial Master is descending from the mountain? It is hardly surprising, given the ruthless treatment of Longhu Mountain and the demise of Tianjinzhong. It is only natural that the old Celestial Master would be enraged. It appears that yet another great battle is on the horizon. According to the timeline, the Tian Shi Xiaoshan Pian should have followed by Yu Village. However, in terms of narrative flow, it seamlessly follows the second season, providing a more enjoyable viewing experience for the audience. In the story, upon learning of the unfolding events, the old Celestial Master summons 10 disciples from the Longhu mountain branches across the nation. A palpable atmosphere of impending doom envelopes the entire drama. This time, the old Celestial Master descends with but one disciple, the fourth, Zhao Huanjing. Simultaneously, the company convenes the 10 elders to strategize. They fear that the old Celestial Master's descent might unleash chaos, leading to indiscriminate slaughter, thus jeopardizing the delicate balance between the righteous and the wicked. If it were merely the younger generation, I could still maintain my dignity, but this is the Celestial Master. Ultimately, the old Celestial Master seeks vengeance for Tianjinzhong. Who among us could possibly thwart him? Would it not be beneficial for the old Celestial Master to confront the righteous and the wicked? This group has indeed been causing unprecedented turmoil. For years, the company has strived to uphold equilibrium in the realm of extraordinary beings, while the righteous have been disorganized and chaotic. If the old Celestial Master were to eradicate them entirely, the righteous would not stand idly by. What is even more concerning is the possibility that should anything happen to the Celestial Master, it could trigger an all-out war among extraordinary beings. Upon hearing the discussions among the 10 elders and the representatives of the official company, the audience was left bewildered and speechless. Some began to express concern for the old Celestial Master. After all, he appears quite aged, and the righteous seem to have numerous formidable fighters yet to reveal themselves. If they resort to underhanded tactics, the outcome of this battle remains uncertain, as the old Celestial Master continues his pursuit of the righteous. In the street battles outside a bar, the normally benevolent Celestial Master showcases his formidable presence and martial prowess through a single fight scene. These insignificant adversaries could hardly breach even a fraction of his defenses. Under the guidance of Jiang Chun, Master Han Jinhua, enhanced by systematic buffs, delivers an exceptional performance during the fight. Subsequently, the showdown at Shilin Grassland commences. As this moment finally arrives, the audience holds their breath in anticipation. The battle between the old Celestial Master and the elite of the righteous unfolds. Who will emerge victorious? The atmosphere of this episode evokes a sense of foreboding, reminiscent of the chilling winds of the Yi River. Could an unforeseen event befall the Celestial Master? When the 10 elders of the company attempt to intervene and halt the Celestial Master, everyone gasps in astonishment. Are the righteous and the elite of the righteous forming an unholy alliance? Such audacity is utterly shameless. However, when the Celestial Master effortlessly knocks Lu Jin unconscious with a mere slap, a collective gasp resonates through the crowd. The Celestial Master's prowess is indeed terrifying. As the 14 elite fighters of the righteous make their entrance, the battle officially ignites. Among them are Ding Daoan, one of the top 2 heroes, and Tu Junfeng of the 3 corpses. Initially, the audience expected the Celestial Master to exert himself fully in this confrontation. Yet, as they witness him dispatch the 14 righteous adversaries with ease, it becomes evident that he treats the encounter as a mere warm-up. Ultimately, when Gong Qing appears with his hands in his pockets, thunder roars as the Celestial Master summons a bolt of heavenly lightning. Gong Qing is vanquished. At this moment, the audience's eyes widen in disbelief. Their minds are engulfed in a cacophony of astonishment. They find themselves at a loss for words to convey their inner shock. The barrage of comments erupts with expressions of disbelief. They knew the Celestial Master was powerful, but this level of strength is almost unfathomable. It feels as though a cultivator has infiltrated a gathering of martial artists. At this moment, 4 words emerge in their minds, one beneath the heavens. Surely, this does not refer to the Celestial Master? Ding Daoan, after all, is renowned as one of the top 2 heroes, implying he ranks among the best in the world. Yet, the disparity in strength is staggering. Is it truly as simple as a slap? Not a shred of dignity afforded? Truly, the Celestial Master is astonishing. Furthermore, the choreography of the fight is exquisitely executed. After watching television dramas for so long, they are struck by the sheer elegance of an elderly man's combat scenes. As the episode concludes, the entire nation of viewers fixates on the end credits and the cast list, feeling a profound sense of loss. It is akin to the sensation of one's beloved partner running off with the neighbor. The 73rd episode, Zhou Shu Hui Zhan Hua Yu Pian, is set to explode onto the scene. Meanwhile, at a 5-star guest house not far from Yangshi television station, Jiang Chun and several leaders are celebrating with a toast. This gathering serves as a celebratory feast. According to Jiang Chun's insights, the finale of Ren Jixia has shattered viewership records, surpassing 25. It has set a new benchmark for television ratings in the past 15 years. Additionally, the Goose Factory's video platform is streaming Ren Jixia, albeit an hour later than CCTV, yet it has still garnered over 20 billion views. At the celebratory feast, several prominent directors and producers from the entertainment industry are present. Although Jiang Chun typically shies away from such social gatherings, he recognizes the importance of maintaining good relations with those in higher positions. Initially, some producers had intended to invite the female lead of Ren Jixia to serve as entertainment, but Jiang Chun flatly rejected this notion. What nonsense is this? The crew members are not pawns for your whims. Such unethical practices must be firmly repudiated. At last, the crowd had indulged a bit too much and lay sprawled across the dining table, resembling a collection of lifeless swine. Only Jiang Chun remained upright, for he possessed the system at his disposal. He exchanged a staggering 10,000 points of prestige for the item, Bei Buzue. As the clock struck 10 that evening, viewers who had just finished the drama felt a wave of restlessness wash over them. After all, both Zhou Shu Huizhan and Ren Jixia had reached their conclusion, leading to an agonizing wait ahead. This was particularly true for many students, including several university students who took to the internet in a frenzy. They flooded Jiang Chun's Weibo and Douyin with comments such as, "Jiang Chun, how will you repay us for this?" In a flurry of anger and despair, "I have finals coming up and have been diligently studying, eagerly awaiting the updates of Ren to ease my mind, and now it's just over? What a betrayal. It's finished just like that? I was so furious I tore my advanced mathematics book to shreds. What is the point of studying anymore?" During his idle moments, Jiang Chun also scrolled through the internet, and upon encountering these comments, he couldn't help but smirk. His intentions were to benefit the students, after all. However, he promptly informed his company's operations team. That very night, they released the poster and promotional video for Zhou Shu Huizhan, Huayupian on the official Weibo account. Jiang Chun's aim was to alleviate the audience's disappointment. But unexpectedly, the national audience became even more agitated upon seeing the PV and poster. Was this a cruel tease? Jiang Chun, you are quite ruthless. At the Jiaxing Company, Yang Mi, Lu Shishir, Zhu Xuxiang, Zhuang Dafei, and Zhang Yunlong, having just watched the finale of Ren Jixia, felt a sense of loss and decided to go out for a hearty meal, hoping to alleviate the lingering emotions from their long pursuit of the series. They sought a casual escape and arrived at a bustling barbecue stall, diving into a feast of skewers. Yang Mi, with her elegantly crossed legs, exhibited none of the airs of a superstar as she devoured the succulent lamb kidneys. "Sister Mi, look, the poster and trailer for Zhou Shu Huizhan have been released," exclaimed Zhang Yunlong, his expression suddenly one of shock. Let me see. Zhu Xuxiang leaned in eagerly beside him. Yang Mi immediately opened her phone, where the top 2 trending topics were related to the new content. Zhou Shu Huizhan, Huayupian PV is online. How far can the release be? Zhou Shu Huizhan, Huayupian poster is out. The visuals are exquisite, featuring special appearances by Reba and Tang Yin. Upon seeing the second trending topic, Yang Mi's expression stiffened, a pang of jealousy surging within her. When she clicked on the trending poster, the entire image was awash in a cerulean hue, exuding a carefree youthful style. Underneath the clear blue sky stood several figures, with Jiang Chun and Zhang Ruyun at the center, both smiling as they gazed forward, embracing the future. The boy with silver hair donned a black uniform and sunglasses, exuding an undeniable charm. Yet, his appearance and demeanor clearly conveyed a much sunnier disposition compared to the first season. Was this the Wu Tiao Wu during his student years? Chapter 74, the final scene of Zhou Shu Huizhan. Approaching completion, behind them stood Zhang Ruyun, smiling with his hands in his pockets, entirely devoid of the cunning demeanor he had in the first season. Behind them were Reba, Tang Yin, Jiang Yi, and others. Among them was a particularly striking figure, the one standing behind in a handstand, emanating a dark and fierce aura, and Jijia. Yang Mi's curiosity piqued as she wondered about the relationships among these individuals. She speculated with Lu Shishir beside her, but found it difficult to decipher. Why not call Reba and Tang Yin? They should know, Lu Shishir suggested. Forget it, Yang Mi replied, shaking her head slowly. She felt a bit irked at the thought of contacting Tang Yin, fearing she would be mocked again. As for Reba, she would be dealt with later. As Yang Mi clicked on the top trending topic, the promotional PV appeared. The first thing that caught her eye was the title of the theme song, Song Lan Suachi. The melodious yet slightly melancholic tune soon filled her ears. In this boundless season of youth, there are no obstructions before our eyes. The cacophony of cicadas and rain pummels the asphalt, rendering me unable to hear your silence. Looking back at the past, Song Lan resides in my heart. To this day, Song Lan remains clear and bright. The scene opened with Jiang Chun portraying Wu Tiaowu, seated in a dimly lit room with a solitary beam of light streaming in. As the BGM swelled, the narrative unfolded, a tale set in the height of summer. Summer Yu Jie rode a bicycle, carrying Wu Tiaowu as they leisurely traversed the streets and alleys, seemingly the best of friends. As the BGM reached its crescendo, Wu Tiaowu was suddenly stabbed in the abdomen. What the hell? Yang Mi exclaimed in shock. Not just her, but the others also reacted upon witnessing the scene. No way. Is this real? Wu Tiaowu get stabbed too? Who is this? How formidable. Zhang Yunlong was the first to express his astonishment. Impossible, this cannot be. Both Zhu Xuxiang and Zhuang Dafei chimed in disbelief. What on earth is Summer Yu Jie's true identity? I am so curious. Lu Shishir gazed at the video on the screen, utterly captivated. The PV was already so explosive, they could scarcely imagine how spectacular the actual film would be. Encouraged by the others, Yang Mi picked up her phone and called Reba. At that moment, Reba had finished her work and returned to her hotel. Wrapped in a bathrobe, with her shoulders exposed, she lounged on the bed, her fair legs swinging in the air. Hello, Sister Mi, what's the matter? Reba asked. She had been at the filming site for days, even after her scenes were complete, choosing to stay under the pretense of gaining experience and mentoring novice actors. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes at this. Keep on pretending, we all know you just want to see the plot. However, with such a free labor force available, Jiang Chun saw no reason to send her away. We just watched the PV for Zhou Shu Hui Zhan. Reba, can you tell us why Wu Tiaowu got stabbed? Was the assailant Zhang Ruyun or Njijia, or someone else? Just give us a hint. No need to reveal specifics. Yang Mi cautiously suggested. Sister Mi, the breach of contract fee is 250 million. We can't afford that. Came a resolute voice from the other end of the line before the call abruptly ended. Hearing the sound of the disconnection echoed in her ears. Yang Mi tightly gripped her phone. How dare you hang up on me, Reba? Just wait until I return to settle the score. Time flew by swiftly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Arriving in January, students were on holiday, and the market officially transitioned into the summer vacation season. At the filming site of Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, today marked the final scene of Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, Hua Yupian. Once this scene was completed, filming would wrap up. Chapter 75, the Spring Festival Release. Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, Hua Yupian was a sensation. The last scene involved a dramatic confrontation between Fu Hei Shen'er, played by Nji Jie, and Wu Tiaowu, portrayed by Jiang Chun. After De Peng and Xin Yu completed a take, Jiang Chun approached Nji Jie. Having just reviewed the footage, Jiang Chun noted that Nji Jie's movements fell short of his ideal vision. Particularly, the sequence involving the chains and the Tian'ai bow was exceedingly challenging. Jiang Chun had previously utilized reputation points to enhance his martial arts guidance. Thus he was aware of the general shortcomings. Deep Blue Augment. He silently chanted to the system. Instantly, skills related to swordsmanship were activated. You need to adjust the technique for wielding the Tian'ai bow. Allow me to demonstrate, Jiang Chun remarked. Retrieving another Tian'ai bow. This exquisite weapon had cost him 100,000 soft sister coins to create, with only 3 in existence. 1 for use, 1 as a backup, and 1 for demonstration. For instance now, Jiang Chun, wielding the Tian'ai bow, executed a flourish that was visually striking, when transitioning from a forehand to a backhand grip. Employing this motion will enhance fluidity and aesthetics. Furthermore, when you throw it, avoid a straightforward toss. Instead, utilize the power from your waist and hips for greater force and elegance. Jiang Chun demonstrated the technique once more. With the system's enhancement, Nji Jie practiced several iterations. Jiang Chun deemed it satisfactory. Alright, one more take. As the crew prepared for the final scene, 11th take, 9th shot, action. The clapperboard snapped shut. De Peng and Shun Yu anxiously focused on the monitor. Since it was the wrap-up day, nearly all cast members were present. Zhang Yi, Ri Ba, Tang Yan, Gu Li Najia, and Zhang Ruoyun. The scene unfolded. The stakes were high. Nji Jie, embodying Fu Hei Shen'er, exuded an aura of dominance and menace. His villainous essence palpable. The crew watching through the monitor felt a significant sense of intimidation. This individual was undoubtedly the embodiment of Fu Hei Shen'er. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun's portrayal of Wu Tiaowu had reached an almost frenzied state, his eyes reflecting an intensity that left no room for distraction. Viewers in front of the monitor were on edge, concerned for Jiang Dao's mental state. As the clash resumed, and Ji Jia's movements were noticeably more graceful. Unlike real combat, the cinematic presentation demanded a higher artistic quality, aiming to deliver visually pleasing action sequences that actors should strive for. Clearly, Ji Jia achieved this, having only been guided by Jiang Chen's casual insights moments earlier. As the crew observed the silver-haired man on the monitor, a profound respect filled their hearts. In this world, I alone stand supreme, Jiang Chen's character declared, seemingly achieving enlightenment. In that moment, he resembled a deity, his gaze filled with detachment and madness. All crew members were mesmerized, staring at the man suspended in the air. After a considerable pause, Depeng finally realized the take had concluded. Cut. Perfect. Jiang Chen stepped down from the shooting area, stretching his neck and limbs. What's wrong? Why is everyone still dazed after wrapping up? The stunned crew turned to Jiang Chen, their hearts racing uncontrollably. This man seemed to exist in a realm beyond their own. Wrapped up? Depeng blinked in surprise before rallying the others with excitement. He finally wrapped. Let us celebrate with a meal. Jiang Chen chuckled, patting his shoulder. Forget it. You and I both know that every time you get paid, it goes straight to your wife. Let me treat instead. Hearing this, Depeng's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting laughter from those around them. A month later, all release procedures had been finalized, with the confirmed launch date set for the Spring Festival in February, just 10 days away. Competing films included Rila Guntang, Shanghai Fortress, and Lao Pao, creating a fierce competitive landscape. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing these titles. Logically, Rila Guntang was supposed to be director Jia Ling's second film, but online, it had seemingly transformed into her debut. The promotional efforts for this film were astonishing, with the official account on Douyin amassing 2 million followers and garnering 20 million likes on its videos. Then there was Shanghai Fortress, whose official Douyin account boasted 3 million followers. Audiences from a previous life were aware that Wandering Earth had opened the door for Dragon Kingdom's science fiction cinema, while Shanghai Fortress had firmly closed it. The lead, Lu Han, faced significant criticism. From Jiang Chen's professional perspective, it was unfair to place the blame solely on a young actor. The screenplay adaptation was abysmal, and the editing was equally dreadful. Moreover, Lu Han's overly delicate and handsome appearance was ill-suited for the silver screen, which demanded faces imbued with stories, substance, and a natural charm. Of course, if Jiang Chen were to personally guide him, he might adapt to the cinematic format. Lastly, Lao Pao required no further elaboration. Those in the know understood its significance. As the Spring Festival approached, films ramped up their promotional efforts across various media platforms. One short video featured audience members invited to a preview, expressing how it was the most inspiring film they had seen this year. You will surely regret not watching this film. The audience's exaggerated reactions and impressive performances overshadowed even the young stars, with seasoned actors receiving accolades. Jiang Chen also engaged in promotion, advising his company's marketing team to avoid excessive exaggeration or spoilers. Yet, even without grandiose marketing, Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian had surpassed 50 million reservations on Douyin's most anticipated list. The official account's follower count had soared to 20 million, surpassing 99 of Douyin's content creators. 10 days later, on the inaugural day of Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian, at 1 a.m. in Hengyan Film City, a group of 10 individuals wearing hats and masks arrived at the cinema. These individuals were the leading cast of Qin Yunyan 2. Zhang Riyun, Li Ji, Mao Xiaoyuan, Song Tai, Chen Daoming, Hu Qilan, Li Xiaoran, Xian Jilei, and Dong Mengshi, Wu Zhu were present. Additionally, director Sun Hao and screenwriter Wang Wan also joined the gathering. Just days prior, they had remarkably exceeded their filming tasks. Upon learning of the release of Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian, Zhang Riyun reprised his role as Xiaojia. Coincidentally, tomorrow morning would be a holiday. Following the suggestions of director Sun Hao and Zhang Riyun, they decided to unwind together that evening. After finishing their late-night snacks, they hurried to the cinema. Initially, they had chosen the 1 o'clock slot, believing it would be less crowded at that hour. However, upon purchasing tickets, they were dismayed to find that every seat was sold out. Even screenings from 1 a.m. until 8 the next morning were fully booked. Everyone was puzzled. Did none of these people sleep? Fortunately, they were acquainted with the cinema's owner, allowing them to secure tickets in advance, albeit in less desirable seats. As they stealthily made their way to their seats, they discovered the auditorium was already packed to capacity. As the screen went dark, a countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and a melodious, upbeat background music filled the air, heralding the theme song, Song Lan Suachi. Chapter 76. The Mystery of Xie Yojia's Identity. The Ideological Debate Within the Gymnasium. The scene unfolded with Zhang Rui's Xie Yojia, who appeared to be relentlessly vanquishing cursed spirits, his expression strikingly indifferent. Exorcise, absorb. Exorcise, absorb. As if he were swallowing a cloth that had brushed against vomit hole. With each cursed spirit he eliminated, he transformed it into a cerulean orb, consuming it. Most of the audience, having watched the first season of Zhou Shu Huizhan, knew that Xie Yojia was a formidable antagonist. Yet, as they observed him exorcising cursed spirits, an unsettling thought arose. Could he actually be the hero? Was he destined to turn dark later? This curiosity piqued the audience's interest immediately. Subsequently, the singer and Mingming arrived at a lavish mansion to investigate a cursed spirit incident. After a prolonged struggle, they finally broke the barrier. With the collapse of the barrier, a man sporting sunglasses and silver-white hair made his grand entrance. Are you crying, Songji? Jiang Qin's Wutiao Wuyo teased, maintaining his characteristic nonchalant demeanor. Though he appeared younger in both looks and aura, the audience erupted in admiration upon his arrival. The youthful Wutiao Wuyo, while lacking a bit of the mature charm seen in the first season, exuded an irresistible, sunny boyishness. Wow, teacher Wutiao is still so handsome. Guiqilan, being the son of Guidi Gang and the youngest in the group, chimed in, having earned the affection of the Qing Yunyan caste. Me too. Li Ji enthusiastically agreed. I am a devoted fan of Wutiao Wuyo. Today, Li Ji had opted for a light makeup look, yet her beauty remained undeniable. Ruoyun, you look quite handsome too. But your portrayal of the antagonist in that season was simply exceptional, Li Qin added, casting a glance at Zhang Ruiyun. Although Zhang Ruiyun maintained a stoic facade, internally he was rolling his eyes. Sister, thank you for the compliment. Aren't you Wutiao Wuyo's devoted fan? Nevertheless, there lingered a question. Could this prequel film featuring Wutiao Wuyo surpass the quality of the first season? Xing Lei, observing the big screen, expressed her apprehension. The others, upon hearing her concern, shared her anticipation and anxiety, as the first season had set an incredibly high bar for action sequences, special effects, and performances, arguably the best series in the past 5 years. I'm not crying. Call me senior. The singer retorted, displeased by Wutiao Wuyo's rudeness. Mingming teased. If I were to cry, would you comfort me? I really want to try. Miss Ming, you wouldn't cry, would you? You're so strong, Wutiao Wuyo replied. Listen here. Wutiao Wuyo, I don't need your help. The singer exclaimed as she clambered out from under the rubble, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Just then, a terrifying, brownish-yellow cursed spirit surged forth. The singer turned, her expression darkening, but in an instant, a giant-mouthed cursed spirit devoured her. Zhou Shu Gao Zhuan, Year 2, Xie Yojia. Wutiao Wuyo leisurely advised, it's not good to bully the weak. His camaraderie with those present was palpable. The audience gasped at Xie Yojia's character introduction. Wait, he used to be at Gao Zhuan? He seems to have a close relationship with Wutiao Wuyo. Are you alright, Senior Song? Gu Li Naja's character, Xiazi, appeared suddenly. Her voice gentle. With her short hair and striking demeanor, she starkly contrasted with the somewhat indifferent portrayal in the first season. Xiazi, you can't become like them. The singer, spotting her savior, rushed into Xiazi's embrace, her innocence radiating. Don't worry, I won't turn into that kind of person, Xiazi replied with a smile. Wherever the singer steps, it will crumble. Wutiao Wuyo teased from the sidelines. Mind your own business. Xie Yojia responded nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back, standing on the steps like an elder. Their playful banter was endearing, prompting smiles from the audience, reminiscent of their own school days. However, soon after, the trio of Xiazi, Wutiao Wuyo, and Xie Yojia faced criticism from Yi Zhengdao regarding their accounts issue. Teacher, can we not identify the culprit? Wutiao Wuyo raised his hand solemnly. It seems you are the culprit, Yi Zhengdao retorted, his expression darkening as he prepared to deliver a righteous blow. In a cinema within Magic City, Yang Mi, Ri Ba, Tang Yen, Lu Shishir, and Zhu Xuxian from Jiaxing Company gathered to watch Huayupian. They shared similar sentiments with the cast of Qing Yunyan, hoping for a less crowded experience. Yet the overwhelming popularity of Zhou Shu Huizhan, Huayupian, was astonishing. As they witnessed Wutiao Wuyo's humorous antics, laughter erupted among them. Wutiao Wuyo was such a rascal in his youth, Lu Shishir remarked. Indeed, bullying seniors and neglecting his teacher's tasks. What a mischievous child. Yet, how could I not adore him? Zhu Xuxian added. I wonder how strong Wutiao Wuyo's abilities are at this point. Is he still as formidable as ever? Yang Mi pondered. Glancing at Riba, Riba shook her head. I have no idea. Yang Mi huffed. Who asked you? Humph. Knowing the plot doesn't make you special. The scene shifted back to the gymnasium, where Xiaojia and Wu Tiaowuyo engaged in a heated debate. Do we really need to pull the accounts? It shouldn't matter even if ordinary people see it, right? Regardless, they cannot perceive the shoaling and the shijitsu. Wudo Wuji articulated his perspective while effortlessly throwing a basketball. Xiaojia gracefully leaped to catch it. Of course, we must maintain the facade. To suppress the emergence of shoaling, stabilizing the hearts of the people is paramount. As he began his lecture, Wudo Wuji snatched the basketball and executed a 3-step layup, sending it through the hoop. Caring for the weak is quite burdensome, I assure you. With a hint of exasperation, Wudo Wuji tossed the retrieved basketball back to Xiaojia. The survival of the weak is the essence of society. Xiaojia accepted the ball with utmost seriousness, stating, supporting the weak while curtailing the strong. Listen closely, Wuji, Shijitsu exists to protect those who are not sorcerers. The exchange of passes among the group bore significant meaning. Any attentive observer would discern the underlying message. The basketball symbolizes the power of discourse. Whoever possesses the ball holds the authority of voice. Is that a profound truth? Wudo Wuji remarked nonchalantly, I despise such platitudes. What? Xiaojia cast an annoyed glance at Wudo Wuji. Wudo Wuji continued, imposing reasons or responsibilities upon power is an act characteristic of the weak. With that, he single-handedly lifted the basketball from the ground, stood at the three-point line, and launched it towards the hoop. Stop pontificating from your lofty position. Wudo Wuji taunted, sticking out his tongue and making a playful face. Better make a quick exit. Observing the escalating tension, Xiaozu felt uneasy as the two seemed increasingly agitated, prompting her to swiftly flee the gymnasium. Let us discuss this outside, Wuji. A terrifying black shoaling manifested, revealing a one-eyed shoaling behind Xiaojia, who glared at Wudo Wuji with displeasure. Chapter 77. We are the strongest. Brothers, I genuinely like this young lady. Are you so afraid of solitude? Wudo Wuji extended a finger, pushed his sunglasses down, and smiled calmly in response. Although the two appeared relaxed, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, and it seemed they were on the verge of conflict. Just then, Yega Zhengdao intervened, disrupting their charged exchange and announcing a new mission. As they walked and conversed, he outlined 2 tasks. First, the star plasma entity is the suitable candidate for Lord Tianjuan, and you must act as the guardian of that young girl and eliminate her. As Yega spoke, the scene shifted to a bathtub, where Jiang Yi portrayed Riko, who was soaking. She appeared charming and delightful, with delicate features and exquisite collarbones that seemed capable of nurturing fish. The audience in the cinema found themselves involuntarily swallowing hard at the sight. Is this truly an 18-year-old girl? She is breathtaking. Absolutely. This young lady is so lovely. She must be a gentle girl. Wow. This is what a girl should look like. Previously, a certain 60-year-old lady portraying a young girl was truly an eyesore. Miss, I have a simple request for you. We just need to visit a department to collect a certificate. Isn't that the child star Jiang Yi? It's been ages since I saw her in a new drama. She actually participated in Huayu Pian. Director Jiang has great discernment. Brothers, I genuinely like Miss Jiang Yi. 1. I truly like her. 10,086. 2 tasks. Are we to guard and eliminate the young girl? Wudo Wuji stared blankly at Yega. Indeed. Yega Zhengdao nodded. Has he finally lost his wits? Wudo Wuji quipped. Xiaojia solemnly explained. Spring is approaching, and he is about to assume the role of the next principal. He is likely overwhelmed. The others elaborated on why Lord Tianjuan required the star plasma entity. Firstly, its significance lies in its role in maintaining the barrier of the Shijitsu realm, which has been strengthened thanks to him. The reason for his need to absorb the star plasma entity is that, although he is immortal, he does not remain ageless. While aging is not inherently problematic, once he deteriorates to a certain extent, his techniques will reconstruct his body, leading to an evolution beyond humanity, resulting in a higher existence. However, at that stage, Lord Tianjuan's will would vanish, and naturally, he would cease to assist humanity. The repercussions would be dire, potentially disrupting the balance between sorcerers and non-sorcerers. Furthermore, there is a significant likelihood that Lord Tianjuan would become an adversary to humanity. Currently, those who wish to harm the young girl can be broadly categorized into 2 factions. Yega Zhengdao began detailing the mission's objectives to incite Lord Tianjuan's loss of control. The cursed sorcerer organization Q seeks to overthrow the Shijitsu realm. The other is a religious group that venerates and idolizes Lord Tianjuan, the Pangxingjiu, vessel of time. Lord Tianjuan and the star plasma entity will merge under the full moon 2 days hence. And you must protect that young lady until that day and escort her to Lord Tianjuan's location. The scene shifted to a bustling street. I can understand Group QS motives. But why does Pang Xingjie wish to eliminate that young girl? Wudo Wuji opened a bottle of cola purchased from a vending machine, leaning back as he walked. Because they worship the pure Lord Tianjuan and do not permit any impure entities, such as the star plasma, to interfere. Xiaojia, hands in pockets, hunched over like an elderly man, walked alongside him. The camera panned out, capturing their juxtaposition on the street like a renowned masterpiece. Observers could not contain their laughter at their peculiar walking styles. I can't stop laughing. Their walking style is too abstract. The scene is so beautiful, I dare not look directly at it. Haha. Have you noticed how from Wudo Wuji's waist to Xiaojia's neck, it resembles a perfect line of gold? Hey, please mind your language. Are you implying something? I was just casually speaking. These two won't die until the very end. Wudo Wuji is still the protagonist, and even a novel wouldn't dare write them off. Mimi, have you noticed? Their walking style resembles a movie. Tang Yin, holding popcorn, laughed cheerfully at Yangmi beside her. Yangmi glanced at her, sensing her mischievous intent. Yet, unable to resist, she inquired, "What movie?" Tang Yin replied, "The one directed by Xing Yi, Tang Bohu, and Qiu Xiang. You haven't forgotten, have you? You even starred in a movie by Xing Yi." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's expression darkened. Everyone in the industry knew that her films had a track record of flopping. The only exception was that year's Wu Zhuangyuan Su Qier, in which she played a little girl with a ponytail, appearing for merely 2 seconds at the conclusion. Nevertheless, that film was the most successful she had ever participated in, which was somewhat tragic. Was she not mocking herself? Yang Mi rolled her eyes at Tang Yin. Tang Yin feigned indifference and continued, Unlike me, who can only play a minor role in director Jiang's films, I truly envy you, Mimi." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi nearly crushed the milk tea in her hand, yet she felt utterly powerless. After all, this fellow was fortunate enough to be chosen by director Jiang. However, this film leans heavily towards action and fervor, and its Dubon rating may not be exceedingly high. Although she played a minor role as a young girl in a film that boasted a rating of 82 on Dubon, she still considers this a point of pride. As the scene shifted, the two parted ways. The Ponching sect need not be overly concerned. They are not sorcerers, but Group Q warns caution. Summer Yujie cautioned in the elevator. With an air of indifference, Wu Tiaowu responded, "It should be fine. After all, we are the strongest." The audience in the cinema was electrified by this proclamation, particularly by the 7 words, "We are the strongest." Instantly, their memories flickered back to the first season when Wu Tiaowu had declared, "It's all right, I am the strongest." Yet, time has altered, and the we of the past has transformed into I. A tinge of sorrow enveloped the audience, as it seemed that Wu Tiaowu and Summer Yujie were now the best of friends. The thought of them possibly turning into foes later on brought a pang of sadness. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed. The figure of Rico plummeted from the building, but fortunately, Summer Yujie utilized a cursed spirit to save her. Meanwhile, dozens of flying daggers suddenly lunged towards Wu Tiaowu, yet they remained suspended in midair. A member of Group Q, named by Air, looked down upon Wu Tiaowu, proclaiming, "I hear you are quite famous and formidable? Allow me to test your mettle." Bayer's tone was brash, suggesting he possessed considerable strength. Wu Tiaowu remained unfazed, smiling at his adversary. "All right, but let us set some rules. I would prefer not to be reprimanded for going overboard. As long as you shed tears and apologize, I shall spare your life." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the cinema ignited. Indeed, Wu Tiaowu was still the same Wu Tiaowu, his audacious aura seemingly etched into his very being. Chapter 78. The overwhelming pressure of Fu Hei Shun Air. The awakening Summer Yujie. Simultaneously, the Ponching sect, lacking sorceress abilities, was quite generous with their financial offers. And I can assure you of this. How does that sound? Assassinate the star pulp? A man clad in a suit stood atop a high-rise. Opposite him stood a muscular man in a tight black outfit, exuding an aura of malevolence and menace. Fu Hei Shun Air, portrayed by Nji Jia. With a smile, Fu Hei Shun Air remarked, "I no longer bear the surname Zhen Yuan, as I have taken on a new name. I am now Fu Hei." "Very well. I accept this proposition." Upon the appearance of Nji Jia, the audience's goosebumps rose. This individual emanated an air of danger. Many had seen his films, where he often played the villain, mercilessly battering the protagonists. His villainous charisma and ruthlessness instilled fear that he might inadvertently slay the main character. Moments later, the members of Group Q on Summer Yujie's side had been dispatched, leaving only one struggling individual who exclaimed, "Our Mr. Bayer is coming. He is the strongest combatant of Q." Ding ding ding. Summer Yujie's phone rang. He casually placed a picture before the struggling man. It depicted Wu Tiaowu making a peace sign, beaming brightly. Behind him was the battered Mr. Bayer. That's him. Without a doubt, the man replied, his expression blank. Haha. Li Jie couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This contrast is hilarious. Wasn't this guy just incredibly arrogant? Teacher Wu Tiao Wu is truly handsome. Song Tai, standing nearby, chimed in with gleaming eyes. Teacher Jiang Chen's portrayal of Wu Tiao Wu is so charming and adorable. He is exactly my ideal type. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoyin interjected, slightly envious. Hey, did you not even glance at me? I just saved Rico and defeated the enemy too, you know. Meanwhile, Fu Hei Shinair, played by Nji Jia, was on a gambling ship. I'm counting on you, sorceress assassin. After the suited man had made his requests, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he turned back, asking, by the way, how is Hui doing? Fu Hei Shinair paused, pondering, who do you mean? The audience in the cinema also expressed surprise at this question, realizing that the surname Fu Hei sounded familiar. To their astonishment, it was indeed related to Fu Hei Hui. Ah, it seems there's more to this story, remarked Li Xiao Ran, who had been silent for a long time, her tone filled with excitement, akin to a bystander eager for gossip. As the Princess Chang and Qin Yunyan too, Li Xiao Ran, now in her 40s, still possessed a radiant complexion and refined features, garnering admiration beyond mere beauty. Asserting her unique charm, having watched Jiu Shu Huizhan and subsequently Yi Ren Ji Xia a few months prior, she felt somewhat embarrassed to admit that she had initially looked down upon the current crop of young actors, deeming them mere vessels of beauty. Yet now, she found herself inexplicably intrigued by one of them, as a notorious bully in the entertainment industry had undergone a remarkable transformation in just a few months. Sister Xiaoran. I'm just guessing, but I believe Fu Hei Hui is Fu Hei Shinair's son. What do you think, Ruoyin? Interjected Guo Qilin. Zhang Ruoyin merely smiled and remained silent, thinking, you think you can fool your brother with spoilers? You are still too naive. On the screen, within a hotel room, Wu Tiao Wu held Rico and a Princess Carrie, their interaction appearing rather intimate. Awake now? Rico opened her eyes to the sight of the unfamiliar man and immediately slapped him across the face. Despicable scoundrel! How dare you attempt to assassinate me? I shall demand your life. With a swift turn and leap, Rico broke free from Wu Tiao Wu's embrace, striking a fighting pose. The audience reacted with frustration, particularly among the female viewers. It was not the slap that irked them, but the fact that she was in Wu Tiao Wu's embrace. How could she not cherish such a moment? It was infuriating. Rico, please calm down. Summer Yu Jia chuckled, offering reassurance. We are not allies with the assailants. Rico's expression clearly conveyed disbelief. Stop talking nonsense. You have a face that screams deceit, and your bangs are rather peculiar. Summer Yu Jia's smile instantly froze. Soon after, Rico was playfully tugged by Summer Yu Jia and Wu Tiao Wu. I am the great Lord Tian Yuan. I am the great Lord Tian Yuan, Rico proclaimed, standing atop a cursed spirit, delivering her impassioned declaration. Meanwhile, Wu Tiao Wu and Summer Yu Jia ignored her completely, observing the lively interactions. The audience found Rico to be quite charming and vivacious, with the dynamics among the trio proving to be entertaining. When Rico suggested returning to school, Tian Yuan readily agreed. By the poolside, Wu Tiao Wu remarked, slightly disgruntled, I fear we have indulged him too much. Xia Yojia, standing nearby, advised, do not speak in such a manner. After assimilation, Rico shall become the foundation of the barrier as Lord Tian Yuan, never to see her friends, family, or loved ones again. Allow her to pursue her own desires. That is our responsibility. Just as Rico was joyfully enjoying her school life, the two cursed spirits guarding her were exorcised. A sense of unease spread among the group, prompting them to search for Rico. Meanwhile, Fushiguro Megumi was still lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Subsequently, Xia Yojia encountered a villainous old man on the road. The old man, under the illusion of cleverness, found himself outmaneuvered by Xia Yojia, who adeptly turned the tables on him, leaving him bewildered. It turned out that Xia Yojia had deliberately feigned weakness. This minor skirmish showcased Xia Yojia's charisma, prompting numerous viewers in the cinema to exclaim, Xia Yojia is so handsome. I almost forgot that Xia Yojia is a villain. This guy is undeniably charming. Why did Xia Yojia have to betray us when he is so great? Such a striking individual insists on being a villain. It breaks my heart. The writers should have cast an ugly actor for Xia Yojia. It wouldn't sting so much. Rico. Wu Tiao Wuyo pushed open the door to the music room, discovering Rico rehearsing songs with her classmates. Wow. Who is this, Rico? Is he your boyfriend? Upon seeing the handsome figure at the door, the female classmates were momentarily stunned, then bombarded Rico with questions. Is he a high school student? He is so tall, so handsome, big brother. Can you take off your sunglasses, big brother? The girls gazed at Wu Tiao Wuyo, now transformed into his little fan. Wu Tiao Wuyo, ever cooperative, promptly removed his sunglasses and struck a few poses, appearing rather flamboyant. The audience could not help but chuckle at the scene. Indeed, Wu Tiao Wuyo had a flair for the dramatic, occasionally bordering on excessive. However, he had the charm to back it up. He was simply that handsome. Haha, are these girls performing for me? Hey, director, can you call me next time you film? I would gladly pay 200 to be an extra. I, Zhao Jimin, genuinely envy these sisters. If I could marry Wu Tiao Wuyo, I would gladly drive a Ferrari and live in a mansion. Chapter 79. The oil stick CP goes crazy. Fushiguro Megumi strikes. I am quite troubled. I am currently in class. At that moment, the teacher abruptly entered, looking rather displeased. Sorry for the interruption. Wu Tiao Wuyo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the next moment, the teacher tore off a piece of paper, requesting Wu Tiao Wuyo's contact information. The audience was left dumbfounded by this scene, followed by a wave of laughter in the cinema. After Wu Tiao Wuyo took Riko outside, the assassin hired by the Ponching sect also arrived. A peculiar figure donned a bag over his head and had numerous clones. He unexpectedly displayed considerable strength, defeating one of the monsters. Meanwhile, Wu Tiao Wuyo faced the assault of two monsters. They threw punches but could not advance further. What is happening? The monsters questioned in confusion. Wu Tiao Wuyo calmly explained, infinite. Think of Achilles and the tortoise. The monsters looked utterly bewildered. The implication was that education is crucial. With two swift punches, Wu Tiao Wuyo sent both monsters crashing to the ground. After elaborating on his technique, Wu Tiao Wuyo stated, in simple terms, it is extremely exhausting. However, what I mentioned pertains to the technique in its standard form. He glanced down at Riko. Protect your head, with a flick of his wrist. Wu Tiao Wuyo raised his hand in a gun gesture, aiming at the monsters. A dark crimson light suddenly engulfed the entire world. Yet the next moment, the dark crimson light dissipated. Failure. Wu Tiao Wuyo clenched his right hand. I thought I could succeed. At this point, the audience realized that Wu Tiao Wuyo had not yet mastered the subsequent techniques, such as He and the more potent Z. Moreover, the unlimited technique was merely an active skill at this moment, not a passive one. As the plot unfolded, under Wu Tiao Wuyo's suggestion, everyone took Riko to the seaside for a day of fun. Riko spent a delightful moment here, eliciting laughter from the audience. Although Wu Tiao Wuyo is a person of empathy, he often pretends to be indifferent. Moments later, when Wu Tiao Wuyo appeared in casual swimwear, his red shirt open, revealing a sculpted 8-pack abdomen akin to a work of art, the audience's mouths watered. Even many female viewers, who had dined late, suddenly felt hungry. Yang Mi gulped, glancing at the screen. Jiang Chen's abs are simply irresistible. I do not favor overly exaggerated abs, but Jiang Chen's are truly exceptional. Agreed. At this moment, Reba also swallowed hard. Although she had seen it on set, who wouldn't be tempted? Zhang Yunlong touched his own belly with a hint of embarrassment. Had it not been for his obsession, he would have been fine. Meanwhile, Nanami and Hybera also joined the protective detail. Upon seeing a young Nanami, the audience erupted anew. They were surprised to discover that the seemingly mature and composed Nanami was quite handsome in his youth, with a hairstyle that was rather unconventional. Wu Tiao, you haven't released your technique since yesterday, and you haven't slept. Are you really okay not returning to the Jujutsu High? On a sandy beach, Xia Youjia asked, somewhat concerned. Wu Tiao Wuyo delivered a playful punch to Xia Youjia's chest. No problem. It was more exhausting playing Monopoly. Moreover, you are here. Xia Youjia, hearing this, smiled helplessly. The audience, witnessing this affectionate exchange, could not help but smile with delight. What kind of celestial friendship is this? I can't take it. Xia Youjia's doting smile. From now on, I shall pair Xia Youjia and Wu Tiao Wuyo as a couple. Let us call them the Wuxia duo. Wuxiao? That is fine. But I think another name sounds better. The oil stick CP. The oil stick CP. I like this. Thus, within the span of a single day, Wu Tiao Wuyo, Xia Youjia, and Riko frolicked joyously. As this segment of the film unfolded, the gentle sound of piano accompaniment flowed like water, yet it felt as though time, elusive as it is, was slowly slipping away. The group dined and conversed on the beach. Riko, adorned in a beautiful dress, visited an underwater museum, marveling at the lovely fish in the tanks. However, while these fish were indeed beautiful, they were ultimately trapped within their glass confines, forever unaware of the ocean's splendor and magnificence. Is this not akin to Riko's current predicament? The audience felt a pang of sympathy for Riko. A vibrant, cheerful girl in the prime of her youth was destined to vanish from this world forever. Fate, like a shackle, had bound her since the day of her birth. As the scene transitioned, on the third day, The appointed date for the integration with Tianyuan, the scene unfolds at the foot of the Yin Mountain, within the protective barrier of the Gojo Institute. Now, I can breathe easy, Shueyo Jie remarked as Lizzie, slightly fatigued from the climb, caught her breath beside him. Wu, you've certainly had a hard time, Shueyo Jie chuckled at Wu Tiaowu. Who wants to play the role of the little ghost babysitter? Wu Tiaowu feigned indifference, declaring, I shall no longer engage in this. Just as his words fell, a sharp blade erupted from his chest, crimson blood gushing forth. The abruptness of the scene startled the audience in the viewing hall, eliciting gasps. As Wu Tiaowu was pierced, Lizzie froze in shock, while Shueyo Jie narrowed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, impossible. This is the inner sanctum of the institute. Wu Tiaowu also struggled to comprehend the situation. Turning to face the man behind him, Fuhei Shen-er had arrived. Chapter 80. The overwhelming presence of Fuhei Shen-er. Have I seen you before? Wu Tiaowu inquired. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Gripping the hilt of the knife, Fuhei Shen-er smiled darkly. No need to concern yourself. I too am not adept at remembering men's names. The scene transitioned into Shen-er's memories. He had once approached the six-eyed boy from the Wu Tiao family with a mere spectator's curiosity. On a snow-covered path, a young Wu Tiaowu walked with a woman under an umbrella. The young Wu Tiaowu, exuding an air of aloofness, was far removed from his current playful and rebellious demeanor. Yet, his silvery short hair and cerulean eyes were unmistakable. The child actor portraying young Wu Tiaowu was Lin Zai, who had previously played Pei Ji in Tiansai Jibenfa and Zuotangzi in Yunjiyu. Not to dwell on anything else, he was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome young lad. Upon seeing Lin Zai, the audience could not help but break into smiles, exclaiming, Mom fans unite. From now on, Wu Tiao baby is my baby. What an adorable Wu Tiaowu. I want to raise 100 of them. Such a cute little darling. I just want to poke his little face. This aura is simply enchanting, although somewhat cold. My warmth will surely melt him. Previously unnoticed, and never to be detected again, I shall weaken your spirit until you become dulled. Fuhei Shen-er gazed upon the young Wu Tiaowu, who glanced back at him. Returning to the present, Shueyo Jie waved his hand, summoning a massive mouth-like cursed spirit that charged toward Fuhei Shen-er. Wu. Shueyo Jie rushed to the injured, half-kneeling Wu Tiaowu, concern etched on his face. I am fine. Though I couldn't cast my technique in time, it missed my vital organs. I've reinforced my body with cursed energy, so the blade merely grazed me, akin to a safety pin passing through a sweater. Wu Tiaowu rose, a smile gracing his lips. I assure you, I am truly fine. Do not mind me. Prioritize protecting Lizzie. Leave this fellow to me. Wu Tiaowu stretched his body and continued. Jie, you and the others should head to Tianyuan. Shueyo Jie observed Wu Tiaowu, then glanced at Lizzie and Heiji. Resolutely, he declared, Wu, do not let your guard down. Let us go, Lizzie. Simultaneously, Fuhei Shen-er sliced through the massive mouth-like cursed spirit, purple blood raining down from the sky. With the soul-devouring blade resting on his shoulder, he was drenched in blood. A grotesque cursed spirit with storage capabilities perched on his shoulder, and merely observing his stance conveyed an aura of terrifying strength. I intended to finish you off with that knife. Fuhei Shen-er lamented, has my skill waned? Wu Tiaowu fixed his gaze on the man before him. The bounty on Lizzie has been rescinded, you fool. It was I who did it. Always so eager to show off. Fuhei Shen-er retorted. To deal with someone as flawless as you, one must be cautious and set up several deceptive endpoints. If the bounty had no time limit, you would not reveal your technique until the very last moment, would you? This Fuhei Shen-er, seemingly carefree, possessed a cautious mind indeed. He appeared formidable. Could Wu Tiaowu truly prevail against him? Even through the screen, Guoqilan felt a tinge of fear at the man on the big screen. I believe victory is possible. After all, if Wu Tiaowu dies, there will be no more seasons featuring him, and his techniques have yet to be fully developed. If it were Wu Tiaowu from the first season, I trust he could dispatch this fellow in an instant. Li Qi hesitated, countering, even as Wu Tiao was die-hard fan. I cannot confidently assure victory. The imposing presence of the Fuhei Shen-er portrayed by An Jijia was too overwhelming. The rumors of him potentially killing the protagonist were not to be taken lightly. In response, Guoqilan found himself at a loss for words. You make a valid point. Indeed, Wu Tiaowu, without a hint of hesitation, opted for the offensive, raising a hand toward the void. A powerful shockwave surged toward Fuhei Shen-er. With a leap, Shen-er easily dodged it. So swift. It's not just speed. Something feels off about this guy. Wu Tiaowu's expression turned serious as he pondered. It appears he possesses no cursed energy. It must be a physical talent of the heaven and binding. In the next moment, Shen-er darted like lightning through the forest, then swiftly turned, aiming a strike at Wu Tiaowu's face. Wu Tiaowu raised a hand, directing his focus at Fuhei Shin'er. A formidable shockwave surged toward him, sending debris flying from the ground. Shin'er was propelled hundreds of meters away, crashing into a temple. Those who understand my technique would never act recklessly. Wu Tiaowu, hands in his pockets, approached the dilapidated temple, his mind racing for a strategy. He glanced in the direction Shin'er had vanished. Is that cursed tool your prized possession? Unfortunately for you, you shall not approach me, not even a step. In the following moment, Wu Tiaowu was taken aback. Through the swirling dust, Shin'er had already vanished. Wu Tiaowu surveyed his surroundings. He lacks cursed energy. I cannot sense his presence, relying solely on instinct. This tactic should prove effective. The cursed spirit wrapped around him can be tracked by its energy. On another note, his speed is astonishing. As he spoke, Wu Tiaowu's hands spun in a Tai Chi motion, releasing waves of azure energy that converged into a basketball-sized sphere of azure energy. Maximum output. As Wu Tiaowu's hands moved, the azure energy sphere whirled violently, drawing in surrounding stones and wood. Song. The moment the words left his lips. The azure energy sphere, akin to a black hole, engulfed everything within 100 meters of Wu Tiaowu. At this moment, the effects worth 3 million were fully realized. The audience was filled with an overwhelming surge of emotions. This scene also allowed their anxious hearts to relax somewhat. Although the formidable character of Jin Er appeared immensely powerful, Wu Tiao Laoshi possessed an equally formidable strength, and he was not to be underestimated. The outcome of the confrontation was still uncertain. Deprived of cover, Jin Er could not execute a surprise attack. Wu Tiaowu surveyed his surroundings, but could not locate Jin Er. He pondered to himself, could he have hidden in the forest? Suddenly, from behind him, a swarm of cursed spirits resembling giant mosquitoes erupted into the air, densely filling the sky. This scene would nauseate even those without a fear of crowds. Flyheads. Wu Tiaowu was momentarily stunned, gazing at the swarming cursed spirits. In an instant, he found himself encircled by these fly-headed curses. Were they nurtured within that cursed spirit? Were these curses merely distractions? This would hinder my ability to pinpoint his location. Moreover, there were blind spots now. Wu Tiaowu calmly assessed the battlefield. It seemed he could only cast Song once more. Chapter 81. The Torturous Demise of Wu Tiaowu. Zhang Ruiyun's anticipation. Suddenly, wait. Wu Tiaowu paused, as if recalling something. That fellow's target is Riko. Wu Tiaowu swiftly turned to look in the direction where Riko and Ziyuji had departed. Yet the next moment, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and he instantly turned back. There stood Fubai Jin Er, like a ghost, already poised to strike him from behind with his blade. In cinemas across the nation, tens of millions of viewers witnessed this moment, their breaths seemingly suspended. Your instincts are keen enough to detect my empty hands. Fubai Jin Er thrust his knife towards Wu Tiaowu's back, the sharp blade glinting ominously, while he analyzed, moreover, with your 6 eyes. It is impossible for you to overlook the peculiar cursed energy emanating from my cursed tool, but you have finally begun to rely on your techniques for defense. The strategic confrontation within their minds had undergone countless transformations, yet all transpired in an instant. The cursed tool known as Tian'ai Bo had already pierced Wu Tiaowu's throat. This strike seemed to have struck a vital artery, and blood gushed forth like a spring. With a swift motion, Fubai Jin Er drew the Tian'ai Bo downwards along Wu Tiaowu's neck, continuing the cut down to his thigh. As Fubai Jin Er withdrew the blade, he relentlessly stabbed Wu Tiaowu's thigh several more times. This scene struck like a bolt from the blue, reverberating throughout cinemas nationwide. All the audience members were left in shock. Astonishment, confusion, stupefaction. The expressions on the faces of over 10 million viewers shifted dramatically. Subsequently, a single unified expression remained: disbelief. How could this be? That man, who appeared so powerful and nonchalant, was slain in such a brutally cruel manner, bordering on execution. In the cinema where the cast of Qin Yunyan 2 was present, chaos erupted. Even though the audience was typically composed and discussions were usually subdued, a cacophony erupted within the viewing hall. What the hell? Wu Tiaowu is dead? Impossible. This cannot be happening. What is going on? The protagonist was killed outright? No way. Wu Tiaowu was perfectly fine in the first season, right? Did he win the resurrection match? Haha. This must be a dream. Yes. I must be having a nightmare. Roaring, huh? I'm done for. This show is simply incredible. The casting is phenomenal. Although I am an ardent fan of Wu Tiaowu, I must admit, this villain Jin Er is ruthless and cool, a true embodiment of a silent but deadly adversary. Such antagonists are rare in domestic dramas. Indeed, I concur, a great film thrives on the synergy between the protagonist and the antagonist. Only the strongest opponent can highlight the might of the strongest protagonist. This is too ruthless. I just counted. Fubai Junair struck 9 times. Each cut gushed blood. Truly a fierce individual. What the hell? The male lead is dead? Finished? Damn it. I want a refund. While most viewers believe that Wu Tiao Wugo would not perish, after all, how could he die if he was alive and well in the first season? The gruesome spectacle still sent chills down their spines. Just as the viewing hall for Jiushu Huijian, Huayupian erupted into chaos outside. The ticket sales attendant thought a fire or earthquake had occurred due to the noise. After confirming it was not an earthquake, she instructed another part-time worker to keep an eye on the situation and rushed into the viewing hall. Upon entering, she saw Wu Tiao Wugo, portrayed by Jiang Chun, sprawled on the ground, blood gushing everywhere. She was utterly taken aback. As a university student working part-time, she was a devoted fan of Jiushu Huijian, and more specifically, a loyal admirer of Wu Tiao Wugo. Now, she stood frozen in place, mouth agape, her mind blank, entirely oblivious to the surrounding audience. Having completely forgotten her original purpose, this scene would leave her with lasting psychological trauma. If she did not see the subsequent episodes, she might find herself haunted by nightmares for the next month. When the ticket sales attendant regained her composure and confirmed there was no fire, her legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering her unable to move. On the big screen, the horrifying scene continued. At this moment, Wu Tiao Wugo had become a bloodied figure. With a swift motion, Fubai Junair sheathed his blade and delivered a sweeping kick, sending Wu Tiao Wugo crashing to the ground. Thud! Another stab came. The soul-biting knife plunged once more into Wu Tiao Wugo, piercing through his forehead and straight into his brain. The cursed tool, Tian Ni Bo, possessed the effect of forcibly nullifying any techniques in play. Fubai Junair grinned ominously, swinging the soul-biting knife, letting the blood drip off. I've regained a bit of my touch. The camera shifted and zoomed in on the ground, from head to toe. There was not a single part of Wu Tiao Wugo that remained intact. A pool of blood gathered beneath him. The camera zoomed in on Wu Tiao Wugo's face, where his eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to close even in death. His silvery hair fell across his forehead, and even in death, he resembled a stunningly beautiful statue. I refuse to believe it. Wu Tiao Laoshi cannot be dead. Li Jin covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. At this moment, her eyes told her brain that Wu Tiao Laoshi had been so brutally cut that he could not possibly survive. Yet her brain insisted to her eyes, if Wu Tiao Laoshi dies, what is left for the first season? Xin Jilai interjected from the side. Indeed, Ji Jie's performance has been exceptional. The sense of oppression is unmatched. A true professional villain. Ultimately, Wu Tiao Laoshi was simply too careless. Guiqilan could not help but exclaim, with deliberate intention against oblivion, Teacher Wu Tiao is not unjustly defeated. After a prolonged silence, Teacher Chun Daoming finally spoke. I too believe that Wu Tiao has not perished. He likely comprehended a new technique, thus resurrecting himself after an arduous battle to vanquish the antagonist. As a prominent figure in the film industry and president of the Film Association, his words carried considerable weight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun cast a furtive glance at Teacher Chun Daoming, harboring serious doubts about whether he had perused the script. Subsequently, Chun Daoming frowned slightly and remarked, however, from the current perspective, although Jiang Chun portrays Wu Tiao as the protagonist, the focal point lies entirely with the villain played by Njijia. Jiang Chun may very well stumble this time. The crowd pondered over his words, grasping Chun Daoming's implication. It is well known that in many contemporary dramas, if the protagonist falters, a competent supporting character may seize the spotlight. Currently, this is precisely the situation. Should Jiang Chun's portrayal of Wu Tiao be overshadowed by Njijia's performance, it is likely that a significant portion of Wu Tiao's immense popularity may be absorbed by Njijia. The onlookers shook their heads in disappointment, recognizing the tragedy of it all. After all, Jiang Chun is the director of this very production, having crafted a formidable character, now poised to be surpassed by another. Teacher Chun, I believe we should let the bullets fly for a while longer before reaching any conclusions, Zhang Ruiyun finally interjected. Chun Daoming, unfazed by Zhang Ruiyun's rebuttal, merely smiled in silence, exuding an air of authority. Observing his composed demeanor, the others began to lean more towards his earlier sentiment. Jiang Chun's talents were indeed being overshadowed by Njijia. Noticing this, Zhang Ruiyun ceased his commentary, though the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of an AK, betrayed his inner thoughts. He eagerly anticipated the moment of revelation. Would his colleagues be left bewildered as to who truly plays the antagonist, Fuhei Xin or Teacher Wu? Chapter 82. The most powerful duo under the midsummer sun. The death of Rico. and Jijia's acting is undeniably commendable. Jiang Chun had contemplated this very aspect initially. Just like the character Gao Qiqiang in his past life's dramatic work Kuang Biao, whose villainous aura was overwhelming and whose character design was invincible. This one role catapulted Zhang Sungwen from obscurity to stardom, significantly elevating his market value into the millions. In contrast, Zhang Yi, who played an Xin, despite being the lead, did not partake in this lucrative success. To speak candidly, Zhang Yi, an award-winning actor, found his fortunes eclipsed by Zhang Sungwen. Furthermore, an Xion's character faced scathing criticism from keyboard warriors, who deemed him unrealistic and hypocritical, even insinuating moral superiority. Conversely, Gao Qiqiang emerged as a heroic figure. Of course, the actions of the characters do not reflect on the actors themselves. Zhang Sungwen remains a delightful individual. However, an Xion's character has been rendered too weak. Yet, Jiang Chun harbors no fear of being overshadowed. Instead, he is invigorated, for Wu Tiao is not an Xion. On the grand screen, the scene shifts. Shoyo Jie and Riko have exited the elevator. Lady Riko, this is where I shall leave you, Shoyo Jie stated. As he observed the tears welling in the eyes of Kuro Jing, clearly reluctant to part. Lady Riko, I have always cherished you, and will continue to do so. Riko dashed toward Kuro Jing, tears streaming down her cheeks, echoing her sentiments. I have always adored you. Kuro Jing responded, her own tears beginning to fall. Shoyo Jie watched the two in emotional turmoil, his expression complex. The audience was equally moved by their poignant exchange. After their separation, Shoyo Jie led Riko to a magnificent underground palace, the domain of Tian Yuan. Shoyo Jie gestured toward a luminescent giant tree at the center. This is the primary foundation of domestic barriers, the main hall of Hongxing Palace. Descend the stairs, pass through that door, and reach the roots of the great tree. Unlike the barrier surrounding Gaozhuan, this is an internal special barrier, accessible only to invitees. Tian Yuan will safeguard you until the assimilation is complete. Riko listened intently, her expression somewhat somber. Suddenly, to the astonishment of all viewers, Shoyo Jie shifted his tone. Or, you might choose to return the way you came, alongside Miss Kurojing. His words, though delivered with a calm demeanor, struck the audience like a boulder, stirring a tempest of emotions. Did Shoyo Jie and Wu Tiao not fear the repercussions of such actions? Would they not provoke upheaval within the realm of sorcery? Riko turned to the man beside her, disbelief etched on her face. Their mentor had referred to the task of assimilation as obliteration, suggesting a sense of guilt. With a warm smile, Shoyo Jie reassured Riko. Our mentor often engages in convoluted matters despite his muscle-bound intellect. Before meeting you, Wu and I had already deliberated. The scene shifted to a memory where Wu Tiao and Shoyo Jie strolled along a shaded path. What if the star-like spirit refuses assimilation? Wu Tiao tossed a coin in the air, seriousness etched on his features. Then we shall refrain from assimilation. Shoyo Jie chuckled. Perhaps we might even incite a conflict with Tian Yuan. Wu Tiao turned, teasing, are you afraid? Rest assured, there will always be a way, Shoyo Jie replied. In the present reality, we are the strongest, Shoyo Jie declared earnestly. Regardless of the choice you make, we shall ensure your future. At that moment, the audience in the screening hall erupted in fervor. We are the strongest. The proclamation ignited their passion like a flame. I love it. Wu Tiao and Shoyo Jie are the finest duo in existence. Absolutely. We are the strongest. To hell with Tian Yuan. To hell with the equilibrium of the sorcery realm. Who dares to obstruct the aspirations of the Renjian, Yu Wu CP? Brothers upstairs, what do you mean Renjian Yu Wu? Don't ruin my CP. Wu Tiao is such a proud enigma. He presents a carefree facade, often disparaging Riko, while secretly contemplating the future of others without ever having met them. Truly, an angel. Oh no, I am in tears. Just thinking about my Yu Tiao CP's impending rift makes me want to cry. I love it. The Yu Tiao CP is the best pairing in the world. Li Qi. Fueled by the audience's discussions and the sight of the two figures standing together under the midsummer sun on the grand screen, could not contain her excitement as she proclaimed. I raise the flag for the Yu Tiao CP. Who dares to confront them? Wu Tiao Wu and Xiao Jie. May you both live well. This surpasses all. That cursed Fu Haitianer. I shall come to your aid. Li Yi, as a fervent enthusiast, couldn't help but exclaim loudly, her voice resonating in the already fervent cinema. However, amidst the collective excitement of the audience, her outburst was not particularly conspicuous. Beside her, Zhang Ruoyun furtively glanced at Li Yi, whose face was flushed with enthusiasm. This sister is truly obsessed. Help. Their friendship is too delightful. Who understands? Wu Tiao merely suggested an idea, and despite the serious consequences, Xiao Jie readily agreed. Yang Mi, her eyes sparkling, gazed at the two on the grand screen, appearing utterly enchanted. The usually reserved Liu Shi murmured excitedly, "We are the strongest. I believe teacher Wu Tiaowu is definitely alive." Not just the two of them, but others from Josh and company also wore flushed expressions. No matter how many times they watched, they would be enthralled. The camaraderie of Youtiao CP is simply extraordinary. Even Hua Ba, who had seen the plot, was enveloped in pink bubbles of excitement. After all, the live footage and the edited video are distinctly different. On the grand screen, a melodious and upbeat, yet slightly melancholic BGM began to play. Since birth, everyone has said I am special, different from others. Li Zi attempted to suppress her emotions, yet her voice carried a hint of sorrow. To me, this uniqueness has become rather commonplace. I strive to avoid danger. Living for this day, I can hardly recall the moment of my parents' passing, nor do I feel sadness or loneliness. Even if I assimilate, parting from everyone is inconsequential. No matter how painful it may be, one day, sadness and loneliness will gradually dissipate. As Li Zi's true feelings were articulated, the screen transitioned to her childhood. Beneath the azure sea, sunlight filtered through. She had always been alone, enduring solitude akin to the vast ocean enveloping her. Yet friends, classmates, and Heiji were the happiness she yearned for. Li Zi extended her hand beneath the sea, desiring to grasp the simple joys that are so ordinary to others. Simultaneously, the film's BGM shifted to a passionate crescendo. But I truly wish to spend more time with everyone. Tears streamed down Li Zi's cheeks as she wiped them away, crying. I want to explore more places and witness various sceneries together. Xiao Jie revealed a gentle smile as he looked at the girl before him. Extending his hand, "Let us return, Li Zi." Li Zi beamed with happiness, responding as she reached out. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Blood splattered forth, blooming like a glaring red rose on the girl's head. Chapter 83. The strongest duo is defeated. Fear not, for there is a twist. Xiao Jie's pupils constricted as he gazed upon the fallen girl. She had just expressed her heartfelt desires, yearning for happiness. Yet, all of this vanished like a fleeting dream. In that moment, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. The previously restless cinema fell into an eerie silence. Just a second prior, this unfortunate girl was on the brink of a blissful future. In the next moment, her beautiful life was forever halted at that instant. Such a stark contrast left the audience momentarily stunned. A silent, sorrowful emotion began to spread and envelop their hearts. Li Zi and Xiao Jie could scarcely believe it. The camera zoomed in on Li Zi's wide eyes, blood trickling from her temple. At least, you endured. A man's voice emerged from behind. Fu Haishiner, brandishing a handgun, spoke nonchalantly. Dissolve, dissolve. Xiao Jie turned to face Shiner, disbelief etched across his features. Why are you here? Why? Fu Haishiner revealed a sinister smile, his white teeth glinting. Wu Tiaowu is already dead at my hands. Xiao Jie fell silent, his actions speaking louder than words. Two terrifying cursed spirits surged forth from behind him. Is that so? Xiao Jie's rage reached its zenith. Simultaneously, a massive white dragon with yellow eyes snapped its jaws shut. The two cursed spirits and a man aligned in formation, ready for battle. With a frigid expression, Xiao Jie declared decisively, die. Thus, at last, across cinemas nationwide, the silent sorrow of millions of viewers erupted in that singular moment. I want Fu Haishiner dead. I can't take it anymore. Roaring to the heavens. Damn screenwriter, I will kill you. Jiangchen, can you be human? Li Zi finally on the verge of happiness, and you pull this stunt? Healing? It's too much healing. Really, I am going insane, haha. I am no longer human. I am the king of the changes of the universe. Wah wah wah. Li Zi, my beloved Li Zi. I want her resurrected. Screenwriter, I beg you, can you be my father? Please bring her back. Has that damn Fu Haishiner gone mad? Who can stop him? I want to see him torn to pieces. Shiner, as a man, I think you are very handsome and cool, but isn't this just infuriating? In the imperial capital, within a certain cinema, the Jiang family sat together. Dad, why are you crying? Jiang Tingxue wiped a tear from her little pearl-like eyes, looking at her father Jiang Tianqing beside her. Yesterday, their mother Suwan had heard that Jiang Chen's movie was set to premiere tonight. After all, this was her son's first film, and as a mother, she had to come support him. Thus, she called Jiang Tianqing and Jiang Tingxue to watch together. However, due to a work-related issue, Jiang Tingshue's schedule had been pushed to 1 in the morning. Jiang Tianqing's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet he stubbornly insisted. You little girl, I am not crying. Don't say such things. Beside them, Suwan had long lost her composure, weeping uncontrollably. That little scoundrel Jiang is simply too hateful. What has he filmed? Does he wish to take the audience's lives? Hearing her mother's sobs, Jiang Tingxue couldn't help but chuckle. Mother, although my younger brother's plot is truly detestable, one cannot deny that the audience's emotions have been thoroughly captivated. With that, Jiang Tingxue shifted the conversation. Jingzhou Huizhan's first season has achieved remarkable success abroad. If this film Hua Yupian receives a good response, its overseas release will likely yield astonishing box office results. Suwan shot her daughter a glance. What time is it? And you are still thinking about work? You are such a workaholic. I am currently worried about Jiang Qin. Judging by Ji Jie's performance as the antagonist, he is truly formidable, and your younger brother may not be able to withstand it. Jiang Tingxue awkwardly chuckled. I am considering the company, after all. Moreover, I believe in my younger brother. Although Ji Jie is impressive, my younger brother is no slouch. Though Jiang Tianqing said little, the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. How could a father endure seeing his son being overpowered? The plot continued. Die. Xiao Jie's expression hardened as he waved his hand. The enormous white dragon charged toward Fu Hei Shen'er. Yet, after only a few exchanges, Fu Hei Shen'er successfully evaded and caused the Bai Long to vanish. The Hongxing Palace and the Jiku are concealed barriers. Fu Hei Shen'er remained unhurried, casually conversing as he walked. There is no way to station someone at the entrance, so as long as I discern the location of the door, it can be easily breached. During this time of year, the Gaozhuan is notably less busy, and with the chaos outside, I lack cursed power, making me akin to a transparent being. However, I carry cursed tools imbued with cursed energy, which would still expose me. Fortunately, I possess a cursed spirit that can store items, which I have ingested, thus ensuring my concealment. This is also the basis for my audacity to challenge the Six Eyes. Xia Youjia interjected. Enough, I understand. Much like sorcerers, revealing information can enhance one's abilities. My inquiry pertains to how you came to know the door of the Hongxing Palace? Shen'er chuckled. Humans leave traces, such as scents and footprints. My senses have been heightened due to the heavens and constraints, allowing me to discern this. Xia Youjia continued. You must have encountered a woman along the way. Where is she? That maid. I do not intend to kill her. But neither do I plan to spare her life. If luck is on her side, she may still be alive. Shen'er replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Xia Youjia remarked. As expected, you should die. No sooner had he spoken, the enormous Bai Long reappeared, its gaping maw lunging towards Shen'er. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, Xia Youjia unleashed a barrage of cursed energy projectiles towards Shen'er. In an instant, Shen'er was evading constantly, while the Hongxing Palace suffered continual destruction. The audience watching this clash of effects could not help but exclaim in excitement. Xia Youjia executed splendidly. Let us deal with this damned Shen'er. However, in the next moment, Shen'er seized the opportunity in midair, delivering a decisive blow. A long gash was carved into the abdomen of the Bai Long. This was the highest intensity of the Hong Long. Xia Youjia looked on in astonishment. As the Hong Long dissipated, another imagined cursed spirit manifested. I inquire, am I beautiful? The humanoid cursed spirit, resembling a vengeful spirit, questioned. I shall respond directly. You are not to my taste, Fu Hei Shen'er stated without hesitation. In the next instant, the imagined cursed spirit was cleaved into fragments by the Tian Ni bow. Meanwhile, Xia Youjia approached the back of Shen'er, intending to absorb the storage cursed spirit residing on Shen'er's shoulder, thereby taking control of his arsenal. However, Shen'er had already anticipated this. With a swift motion, Shen'er's Tian Ni bow sliced in an X shape, retracting his blade. Instantly, a large spout of blood erupted from Xia Youjia's chest as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the audience could not help but concede. This fellow wields a blade with remarkable flair, yet he is utterly detestable. Subsequently, Shen'er, wishing to avoid further complications, refrained from killing Xia Youjia, as doing so could incite chaos among the cursed spirits he controlled. At this point, the audience felt their minds nearly short-circuiting. What on earth is happening? Who could possibly defeat Shen'er? This fellow is utterly rampaging. Just as the audience's nerves frayed, in a sudden scene change, beneath the body of Wu Tiao Wu, his hands, stained with blood, began to ripple with waves. This moment jolted the audience. Could there be a twist? Chapter 84. Wu Tiao Wu revives. The protagonist more villainous than the villains. On screen, the body of Li Zi was brought by Shen'er to the headquarters of the Panqing sect. Through the dialogue between Shen'er and the members of the Panqing sect, the audience learned that they merely believed it unwise to allow Tian Yuan and the Xingjiang Ti to merge, deeming the Xingjiang Ti to be a filthy entity. The Panqing sect exists solely due to Tian Yuan's purity, and thus cannot allow the existence of the Xinjiang tea to undermine their purpose. In response, the audience collectively raised their middle fingers, expressing their anger and disdain, as if anyone cared about merging with Tian Yuan. How shameless. Why not kill the maid at that time? Did I not say? Just take her far away and dispose of her. Shen Er walked alongside the suited man, his expression somewhat displeased. The suited man explained, "At that moment, I had already grasped your plan. I determined that the relief from successfully rescuing the maid would outweigh the tension of failing to do so, thus weakening that fellow's spirit." The two conversed for a while. "With this commission, let us dine. I shall treat." Fu Hei Shen Er suddenly declared, "Take me to your usual client establishment." "No need. You will not treat men," the suited man replied with a laugh. "Unless there is work or a hellish matter, I will never associate with you." The audience, witnessing this, inexplicably felt that Shen Er was somewhat pitiable and lonely. Even when he actively offered to treat, no one wished to accompany him. Truly, a pitiful person must possess something detestable. Just as the audience's frustration peaked, on a small road, Fu Hei Shen Er walked alone. The clouds above gradually dispersed, and sunlight radiated golden beams, enveloping the earth in a veil of gold. Shen Er squinted and continued on his path. Suddenly, whether it was an illusion or not, he blinked, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Ahead stood a figure clad in a black uniform, tall and slender, with silver hair stained with crimson blood. Wu Tiaowu. Upon seeing Wu Tiaowu, portrayed by Jiang Chun, reappear, the audience in the viewing hall collectively held their breath. At that moment, they nearly believed they were witnessing a hallucination. "Long time no see," Wu Tiaowu smiled, greeting as if nothing had transpired before. "Is this real?" Fu Hei Shen Er expressed disbelief. "Indeed." Wu Tiaowu continued to smile, brushing aside his bangs to reveal the scar left by a previous attack. "I am still full of life." Witnessing Wu Tiaowu's robust health, and even hearing him speak with a hint of mischief, the audience finally exhaled the breath they had been holding for several seconds. Now, they were certain this was not the ghost of Wu Tiaowu. He had truly revived, even though they understood Wu Tiaowu was unlikely to die. After all, as Li Si stated, if Wu Tiao dies, where would the first season come from? Seeing Wu Tiaowu, who had been so brutally cut down by Fu Hei Shen Er, now alive and well before them, was still a breathtaking visual shock. In an instant, the audience in the viewing hall erupted into fervor. "Wow, Teacher Wu Tiao has truly revived. This time, Fu Hei Shen Er, you owe me a debt. How shall you repay it?" Hands on hips. "What can be used to repay? Of course, it is with your life." Laughing to death. Look at Fu Hei Shen Er's expression, as if he has seen a ghost. "Haraha, I knew Teacher Wu Tiao would revive. Although he lost to Shen Er, he still won the revival match. Even the Grim Reaper is captivated by Teacher Wu Tiao's charm. After Teacher Wu Tiao's revival, he will surely wreak havoc. Not even Jesus can stop him, mark my words." 3 years have elapsed. It is time for Wodiashi to return to his position. A voice, perhaps belonging to a youthful enthusiast, echoed through the screening room, igniting a chorus of fervent shouts from the audience. What was initially an electrifying atmosphere quickly transformed into a scene of unexpected humor. On the screen, Fushiguro Zenin expressed disbelief, murmuring the words "reversal technique?" "Correct." Wu Tiaowu continued to smile, though his grin widened. "The moment you pierced my throat, I ceased my counterattack and focused entirely on executing the reversal technique. Cursed energy is negative energy. It can enhance the physical body but cannot regenerate it. Thus, by multiplying two negative energies, we create positive energy. This is the reversal technique." Wu Tiaowu displayed a gleaming set of teeth, arms outstretched, head held high, exuding a rather peculiar demeanor. At that instant, the audience perceived a transformation in Wu Tiaowu, as if he had morphed into a different being. No, rather, he seemed somewhat villainous. His gradually deteriorating smile was undeniably unsettling. Wu Tiaowu continued his discourse, his pace quickening, his azure pupils dilating as if under the influence of a stimulant. "It sounds simple when spoken, yet I have never succeeded." Fushiguro Zenin, with a grim expression, fixated on the man before him, noted his increasing excitement. The camera zoomed in on Wu Tiaowu's eyes, which, resembling the clear sky, now reflected madness. "Your downfall lies in not severing my head, and in failing to utilize that cursed tool when you pierced my skull." At this moment, Wu Tiaowu's gaze was not on Zenin. It seemed as if he inhabited a world of his own. "Downfall?" Fushiguro Zenin scoffed, drawing his weapon, the Tenjin. "The battle is only just beginning, is it not?" "Indeed." Wu Tiaowu raised his arms, tilting his head back, and with an exuberant shout declared, "Perhaps." Could it be that Wodiashi had lost his sanity? Yang Mi, who had been reaching for popcorn, froze at this spectacle. The villainous nature of that smile was overwhelming. Lu Shirshir, captivated by Wu Tiaowu's frenzied state on the big screen, felt her heart race. After a moment, she remarked, I can't shake the feeling that Wodiashi is more villainous than the actual villains. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi found herself at a loss for words. Those who had watched the first season of Jujutsu Kaisen knew Wodiashi was a protagonist. Yet, juxtaposing Zenin's grim countenance with Wu Tiaowu's madness, one might easily mistake Wu Tiaowu for the true antagonist. In the theater where the Qing Yunyan 2 crew gathered, this performance was undeniably extraordinary. My initial assessment was incorrect. Although Zhang Jijia's acting was commendable, Jiang Qin's portrayal of Wu Tiaowu transcended all expectations. Chen Daoming observed the young actor's smile on the big screen, sending chills down his spine. The surrounding cast members were equally astonished. They had already been impressed by Jiang Qin's performance, but this moment heightened their astonishment. While filming Qing Yunyan 2, Chen Daoming had only offered the young actors the highest praise of not bad. Even seasoned veterans like Wu Gang and the actor portraying Deng Ziyue had received mere acknowledgement for their standout moments. Now, however, hearing Chen Daoming utter the word invincible was astonishing. Guiqilan, curious, questioned, is a mere smile worthy of such a claim? Not only Guiqilan, but others also expressed their doubts. Chen Daoming, smiling, explained, this performance reminds me of someone. Seeing that Chen Daoming was being cryptic, Li Fan anxiously inquired, who do you have in mind, Teacher Chen? Slowly, Chen Daoming articulated, Joaquin Phoenix. Chapter 85. In Heaven and Earth, I alone am supreme. The battle for deification. At these words, those around him were momentarily taken aback. Joaquin Phoenix. Who is he? The man who won the 92nd Academy Award for Best Actor for Joker. The scene of him dancing madly on the stairs became legendary worldwide, solidifying his status as an idol for countless actors. Now, Chen Daoming was comparing Jiang Qin to Joaquin Phoenix? For a moment, others fell silent, turning their attention back to the screen, captivated by the man's iconic performance. In the visuals, Fushiguro Zenin moved without hesitation, launching himself like a projectile toward the frenzied Wu Tiaowu. With the Tenjin raised from below, Wu Tiaowu deftly evaded, the weapon narrowly missing his face. Zenin's expression twisted with rage as he repositioned the Tenjin for another strike. Unlike his earlier panic, Wu Tiaowu remained calm and collected, his movements swift as light. In an instant, he appeared behind Zenin, executing the technique, reversal technique. Hey! A small sphere of dark red energy, imbued with terrifying power, shot forth. Zenin attempted to deflect it with his weapon, but the impact sent him crashing against the building. Slumped against the wall, blood trickling from his mouth. He gazed ahead to see the man suspended in golden sunlight, embodying both divinity and demonic essence. At that moment, the audience truly forgot who the villain was, Zenin or the man before them. Such a godlike state of mind was utterly unfathomable. This monster, Fushiguro Zenin rose, planting the Tenjin into the ground, stretching his arms. That shockwave just now, was that the limitless curse technique, reversal technique? Hey? The positive energy generated by the reversal technique was infused into the limitless technique etched upon you. 1. Power of stasis, maintaining the vacant state of the limitless curse technique. 2. Attractive force, the enhanced limitless curse technique, song. And 3. Rebound force, reversal technique. Hey! All are accounted for. Analyzing Wu Tiaowu's prowess, Zenin regained his confidence, still believing the advantage lay with him. With a flourish, Zenin drew chains from the cursed spirit, connecting them to the Tenjin, and began to swing them. He looked up at the man hovering above. Something fell off, Zenin muttered to himself. Wu Tiaowu met his gaze, devoid of any emotion, no anger, for Zenin had just brutally slain him. No, this was preferable. I shall kill you. With that, Zenin forcefully swung the chain blade. Twice he struck, yet Wu Tiaowu effortlessly evaded by mere millimeters. Wu Tiaowu's azure gaze was fixed upon the clouds, emanating a golden radiance. I am not angry with you, Rico, nor do I harbor resentment towards anyone. A majestic eagle soared above him. His eyes, pure and unblemished, revealed his inner state. At this moment, I find immense joy in this world. The scene unfolded with dewdrops glistening on the leaves, green butterflies fluttering, and a lake's surface, kissed by sunlight, gleaming like gold. In that instant, the gentle and melodious piano notes resonated once more, mirroring Wu Tiaowu's tranquil heart, desireless, serene, and transcendent of self. High above, he leaned back at a 45-degree angle, his left hand resting upon the earth and his right arm reaching towards the heavens, facing the divine light pouring down like rays from paradise. In heaven and on earth, I alone am exalted, he whispered softly. At that moment, the audience was completely entranced by the figure displayed on the screen. This image diverged from the animated portrayal. Wu Qiaowu faced upward, while Jiang Qin was depicted at a 45-degree angle, his demeanor radiating madness. Unsurprisingly, the audience was left in awe, gazing at Wu Qiaowu, reborn from the ashes, resembling an emperor reigning supreme. In comparison, all surrounding people and objects appeared to exist in a different realm. The term madness scarcely sufficed to encapsulate his essence. At that moment, he transcended humanity, embodying a mortal who had stepped into the divine domain, transforming into a god-king who surveyed the world with disdain. Jiang, you look extraordinarily handsome, almost godlike. If I encountered such a person in reality, I would surely bow down. Su Wan gazed at the unfamiliar figure of her son on the big screen, as if she did not recognize him at all, involuntarily uttering these words of astonishment. Is this still a human? Has this boy ascended to divinity? Jiang Tianqing similarly stared in shock at Jiang Qin on the big screen, the golden light surrounding him akin to the divine illumination bestowed by the Creator. Brother, you are truly my brother. This film is destined for greatness. At this moment, Jiang Tingxue began to ramble incoherently, as Jiang Chun had inadvertently elevated his status. Yet, these matters paled in comparison to her burgeoning excitement for Zhoushu Huizhan, Hua Yupian, anticipating the monumental impact it would have upon its global release. The screen depicted the advantages of inherited techniques with established usage instructions, while the drawbacks lay in the vulnerability of the technique's information to leaks. Wu Qiaowu introspected on the battlefield, displaying an unparalleled calmness. Even as the stones launched by Fu Haitian circled him, he remained unfazed. Wu Qiaowu regarded the incessantly attacking Fu Haitian. You hail from the Zenin clan. Do you not? You possess a profound understanding of limitless curse techniques. However, the Fu Haitian's tenacious thrust approached him rapidly. Simultaneously, Wu Qiaowu extended his right hand. Fingers aligned. Only a select few within the Wu clan are privy to this. As the dew on the leaves began to fall, the gentle piano notes quickened. Seagulls soared in the sunlight, and at that moment, it seemed as though all existence had come to a standstill. Only the blue and red energy orbs intertwined seamlessly, intertwining and colliding, birthing a hypothetical mass released into the ether. Wu Qiaowu's gaze was devoid of emotion, as purple, red, and white orbs materialized at his fingertips, radiating brilliance akin to a newly formed supernova. Xu Shi, Z. With his voice echoing, the entire world was enveloped in hues of purple, red, and white. Chapter 86. The innate Fu Haitian holy body. Wu Zhu versus Wu Qiaowu. Something was amiss. Fu Haitian's eyes widened, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the purple, red, and white light. I refuse to work for no pay. Normally, I would say this and walk away. However, witnessing an awakened user of limitless curse techniques before me, I fear he has become the strongest sorcerer of our time. I suddenly wish to deny, to attempt to overthrow, to repudiate my Zenin family, the sorcerer world, and its apex, to affirm my own existence. In that moment, I had already lost. On screen, Fu Haitian stood frozen. A massive gaping wound in his abdomen. His chains clattered to the ground, and he reached for his hollow belly. Fu Haitian's pupils flickered downward. Hadn't I thrown away my pride long ago? In his memories, a beautiful short-haired girl cradled an infant. To disrespect myself and others. Is this not the way I have chosen to live? As the carousel of memories played on, the audience felt a twinge of sadness. Indeed, Fu Haitian deserved his fate, yet from a cinematic perspective, he was an admirable adversary. Do you have any final words? Wu Qiaowu descended from the air, his expression impassive as he regarded Fu Haitian. The camera drew closer, revealing Fu Haitian's profile, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. He recalled the proud and untamed young boy, Fu Heika. Fu Haitian's expression softened, his lips moving. In 2 or 3 years, my child will be sold to the Zenin family. Do as you wish with him. A faint smile graced Fu Haitian's lips, adorned with a small scar. This mark was entirely indistinguishable from the makeup applied to actors. It must be said, Onjijia truly brought Fu Haitian to life, setting aside his unique villainous charm. The remarkable coincidence lay in Onjijia himself, who bore a similar scar, a remnant of a past injury sustained during his acting career. Thus, it was no mere application of makeup. When Jiang Qin first encountered Onjijia, he marveled inwardly, recognizing him as the very embodiment of the innate Fu Haitian holy body, even the scar occupying the same position. As Fu Haitian uttered his final words, his head dipped slightly. The camera zoomed out, revealing a man who stood resolute in this world until his dying breath. At that moment, the audience's animosity towards Fu Haitian had somewhat diminished from its initial intensity. Of course, from the instant he took Riko's life, it was inevitable that the audience wished for his demise. He indeed deserved it. Yet for reasons unknown, the sight of Fu Haitian, though lifeless, still standing, stirred profound emotions. He was neither a competent father nor a worthy husband, but perhaps he could be deemed a capable assassin. He also represented Wu Tiaowu's first formidable opponent in a strict sense. At this moment, the audience's feelings were intricate. It echoed the adage, those who are pitiable must possess their share of loathsome traits. Across countless cinemas nationwide, millions of viewers began to voice their opinions. Some believed Fu Haitian deserved death. Others felt pity for him. Still, many perceived him as both deserving of death and pitiable. Of course, there were even more who thought Jiang Qin's portrayal of Wu Tiao was simply extraordinary. Fu Haitian heir, who understands? I pierced his neck. I struck him in the head. His entire body was riddled with holes. Yet he stood up, proclaiming, in heaven and on earth, I am the only one. And with a single strike, he dispatched me. Is this what humans do? Fu Haitian heir is truly a little sun, like the rising dawn. However, to speak the truth, Fu Haitian heir is undeniably handsome. He embodies the qualities that a true villain should possess, fierce and reserved, a merciless assassin devoid of emotions. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one. Ah, how magnificent. I have already captured this scene. From now on, I shall cradle my phone while I sleep. Goodness, is Fu Hei really the villain, or is Gojo Satoru the true antagonist? Those who have not seen the series might think that Teacher Gojo is a mentally unstable villain, but honestly, he is simply breathtaking. Just now, my great-grandmother, even from her coffin, sprang up to exclaim, Teacher Gojo is so handsome, it's killing me. My mother has been shocked for 5,000 years. Teacher Jiang Qin's acting has reached divine heights. Whether it's in heaven and on earth, I am the only one. Or that maniacal smile, I was in ecstasy throughout. No way, my friend. If Jujutsu High is this powerful, how formidable must the undergraduate be? My goodness, he truly is striking. From the moment Gojo Satoru uttered those 8 words, Li Qin dared not breathe heavily. Only after Fu Haitian heir was dispatched did she finally exhale. Xing Lei remarked, Teacher Gojo appears so carefree, seemingly uninterested in anything, yet he still accepted Fu Hei Hui as a student. I'm genuinely moved to tears. While saying this, Xing Lei glanced at Dong Mengshi, who had remained silent. Unable to resist teasing, she said, as the embodiment of Wu Zhu, you are quite similar to Gojo Satoru. Upon hearing this, Dong Mengshi excitedly pointed at himself. Am I really that similar to Gojo Satoru? Am I truly that handsome? Xing Lei replied. Look, Gojo Satoru is blindfolded, and so are you. Dong Mengshi was momentarily speechless. Zhang Ruoyun patted his shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. At least both of you possess formidable strength, though, of course, the fact that you are a robot sets you apart. Upon hearing this, Dong Mengshi was even more at a loss for words. You are not human. Your entire family is not human. Oh, it's trending. Yang Mi, in excitement, secretly opened her phone, wishing to share her thoughts in the dead of night. Preparing to post on Weibo, she wrote, Jujutsu Kaisen, the Huayu arc is truly invincible. Super enjoyable, not a bit dull. The friendship between Suguru Geto and Gojo Satoru is delightful. It's definitely worth a watch. Just as she posted this, she noticed that within mere seconds, the trending topic had surged to the top 10, trending at number 1, in heaven and on earth. I am the only one. Trending at number 2, the strongest villain Fu Haitian heir versus the most deranged villain Gojo Satoru. Chapter 87, the Huayu arc debuts. Suguru Geto begins to darken. Late at night, around 2 o'clock. On major social media platforms like Bilibili, Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and Weibo, the trending topics read, in heaven and on earth. I am the only one. These 8 words firmly occupied the top of the trending list, consequently igniting a frenzy among millions of night owls leaving comments. Among them were viewers seated in theaters and fans at home rewatching the first season of Jujutsu Kaisen. Of course, the videos and images trending were merely edits based on the official trailers, devoid of any spoilers. Meanwhile, the staff at Jiaxing Company, upon hearing Sister Mi's words, quickly checked their phones. They were astounded to see the first place on Weibo's trending list and the astonishing statistics below it. They were dumbfounded. 9.99 million shares. 9.99 million comments. 9.99 million likes. My goodness, at 2:30 in the morning, are these night owls not sleeping? Could they possibly be bots? Their typing speed is astonishing. Meanwhile, on the big screen, the image faded to black, and 3 white characters appeared, the Huayu arc. The audience was momentarily taken aback. Huayu? Yuzha? What does it mean? While they pondered, the plot continued to unfold. The restored Suguru Geto arrived at a branch of the Starry Sky cult. The moment he pushed open the door, a sparse applause echoed throughout the space. The room was filled with members of the Starry Sky cult, all donned in white uniforms. Most suffocating was the synchronized smiles of those clapping, resembling emotionless robots. As these members parted to make way, Gojo Satoru walked in with his head bowed, cradling the lifeless body of Riko, wrapped in white cloth. You are quite late, Geto. Gojo's voice was low, but no, it's actually quick. Considering there are several facilities of the Starry Sky cult within. Suguru Geto's pupils suddenly contracted as he gazed at Gojo, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. You're Satoru, right? Gojo's azure eyes were filled with coldness, completely contrasting his usual carefree demeanor. You've met Shoko, right? I asked her to help me treat you. I'm fine. Even if I'm not, it's of no consequence. It's my fault. You were not in the wrong. Suguru Geto replied, let us go back. Geto, Gojo suddenly asked calmly, shall we kill these people? The camera pulled back, revealing Gojo holding Riko's body, as the members of the Starry Sky cult clapped apathetically, resembling emotionless beasts. At this moment, I probably feel nothing. Gojo's expression was indifferent. Suguru Geto looked down. No need, it's meaningless. It seems only the ordinary members are present. The mastermind of the jujitsu world should have fled by now. This organization has always had issues and will likely disband soon. Meaningless. Gojo walked toward the exit. Is that really necessary? Listening to the applause around him, Suguru Geto clenched his right hand into a fist. It is quite significant for sorcerers, especially important. He raised his gaze, a hint of confusion flashing through it. This statement seemed less like a persuasion aimed at Gojo and more like a self-conviction. The audience felt immense sympathy for Gojo and Suguru Geto upon witnessing their expressions. These people truly deserve to die. It must be said, thus far, Jiang Chen's acting has left me with no criticisms. This film is destined for success. I was wrong before. Chen Daoming gazed at the indifference in Jiang Chen's portrayal of Gojo on the big screen, marveling. His attitude has transformed from initial skepticism to being astounded by Gojo's superlative performance post-resurrection. Now, Chen Daoming has fully immersed himself in the experience. Others around him have also completely absorbed themselves, ignoring Chen Daoming. Zhang Ruoya noticed this scene as well. Since Chen Daoming mentioned that Jiang Chen's acting was being suppressed, he has been eagerly awaiting everyone's reaction, especially after hearing Chen Daoming admit his mistake. He is currently reveling in silent satisfaction. In fact, according to the original animation, the Yuzha commences with the 5th episode. Yet Jiang Chen has chosen to place this scene here. He believes that the transformation of Xia Yojia's mindset was indeed seeded from this very moment. Time flies swiftly. 1 year later, within the confines of the school, Wu Tiaowu showcases his remarkable abilities to Xia Yojia and Xiaozi. His unlimited void has transitioned from manual control to an automatic mode. In gaming terms, this equates to a shift from an active skill to a passive skill, which can also autonomously discern the level of danger posed by various objects. As a result, Wu Tiaowu can maintain the unlimited void in an activated state while utilizing minimal energy, alleviating concerns about mental burnout. As the reversal technique can replenish and repair at will, mastery over both Song and He has been achieved, and the next challenges lie in domains and long-distance teleportation. Wu Tiaowu elucidates to the two. He has become the strongest. Xia Yojia gazes at Wu Tiaowu with a smile. Yet a hint of melancholy lingers in his eyes. He is capable of completing all tasks alone, and since Xiaozi never ventures out on perilous missions, his solitary moments have naturally increased. That summer was particularly busy. The audience, upon witnessing this, felt a palpable tension. They sensed an ominous foreboding, recognizing the impending danger. Though they were aware of the outcome, the unfolding events were nonetheless difficult to bear. The narrative then shifts to Xia Yojia's perspective, echoing the scene at the beginning of the film. Perhaps influenced by last year's rampant calamities, cursed spirits surged forth like maggots, incessantly purging and absorbing the cursed energy. Reminiscent of the stench of vomit. Whom is this being done for? The scene transitions to Xia Yojia in the shower, clearly in a northern-style public bathhouse, where honesty prevails. The audience, captivated by Zhang Ruoyun's well-defined physique following his rigorous training, could not help but swallow hard. It was their first glimpse of Zhang Ruoyun's bare skin. This moment alone was worth the price of admission. Yet, they could not help but fantasize about Wu Tiaowu. Since that day, I have continually endeavored to convince myself that what I witnessed was nothing extraordinary, merely the well-known ugliness. The camera zooms in on Xia Yojia's water-soaked visage. dark circles prominent, exuding an air of exhaustion. His gaze is heavy with gloom and suppression. Xiaojia recalls the scene from a year prior, the sparse applause and the emotionless faces. Stupid monkey. Shortly thereafter, his junior, Huiyuan, appears, greeting Xiaojia. The two engage in cheerful conversation as they are set to embark on a mission the following day. Huiyuan, brimming with excitement, inquires if Xiaojia would like him to bring back some local specialties. Xiaojia forces a gentle smile, replying, understood. Do you prefer sweet or savory? Huiyuan continues to ask, perhaps Wu Tiao would enjoy something sweet, so let us go with that. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively gasped. The sweetness between the two was palpable. Suddenly, Xiaojia poses another question. Huiyuan, have you found your path as a sorcerer to be smooth? Do you ever find it arduous? Huiyuan rests his chin on his hands, seriousness etched on his face. As I rarely delve deeply into such thoughts, I find it exhilarating to fully commit to what lies within my capabilities. Huiyuan turns to Xiaojia, his eyes aglow with brightness and joy. Really? Xiaojia appears momentarily taken aback, then his expression dims. That's true. Suddenly, a series of footsteps interrupts. Are you Xiaojia? A woman clad in jeans and a black short-sleeved sweater with golden locks enters. Chapter 88. Xiaojia, sentenced to death. What type of woman do you prefer? The woman inquires. When the audience sees her, they are momentarily stunned. Isn't this D'Artagnan? Initially, they nearly failed to recognize her, as her appearance was a stark contrast to her previous roles. The allure of a mature woman is fully realized, exuding strength and confidence. Her biceps and bust appear larger than any character Tang Yen has portrayed in the past. The audience cannot help but remark, did our Tang perhaps enhance her assets? Wow, sister looks stunning. No, I meant fierce. Our Tang is breathtaking, hard eyes. That figure is simply exquisite. Is that padding I see? Honestly, Tang Yen, how many layers did you wear? Our beloved wife is beautiful. Let us hang out sometime. Oh, isn't that our Tang? Yangmi, munching on popcorn, teasingly glances at Tang Yen, saying, how many layers did you add? She provocatively eyed Tang Yen's figure and straightened her posture, puffing out her chest. Heh, it's nothing extraordinary. Tang Yen rolls her eyes, retorting without mercy. I'm not sure who is speaking, but you couldn't outshine me in auditions. You're only larger in certain aspects. Have you heard of the phrase big chest, no brains? Yangmi scoffs. I think you're just jealous. I was merely careless before. I'll definitely take the lead in Jiang Chun's next project, believe it or not. With that, Tang Yen glances at her figure. Yangmi spits in mockery. Heh, it's clearly envy. I'm too lazy to argue with you. On screen, Xiaojia, puzzled, asks, may I know who you are? I prefer girls with a hearty appetite. Huiyuan cheerfully replies. Soon after, Xiaojia and Gojo Yuji sit together, engaging in conversation. Who are you? A special technique sorcerer. Gojo Yuji. Xiaojia expresses astonishment. You are the one. Gojo Yuji, brimming with excitement, interjects. Which one? Just as she believes Xiaojia is about to acknowledge her renown, Xiaojia states. You are the one who, despite being special grade, shirks responsibility and idles abroad. I detest high-ranking specialists. Gojo Yuji clarifies. What we do here is symptomatic treatment, while I advocate for treatment of the cause. Xiaojia inquires. Treatment of the cause? Not merely exterminating cursed spirits? Gojo Yuji, with utmost seriousness, responds. It's about creating a world devoid of cursed spirits. Xiaojia's pupils constrict. Let me impart a lesson. Ultimately, what are cursed spirits? They are the cursed energy that seeps from humanity, accumulated over time. Correct. Gojo Yuji affirms. Therefore, to create a world free from cursed spirits, there are two methods. 1. Eradicate all human cursed energy. 2. Enable all humans to control their cursed energy. I believe the first option is quite appealing. Moreover, there are precedents, such as Zen and Mazamichi. I find the first option impractical. Hence, I believe the second option may hold merit, namely, allowing all humanity to wield their cursed energy. Gojo Yuji ultimately concludes that enabling all humans to control their cursed energy is the most effective approach. Sorcerers can harness cursed energy, thus preventing it from leaking, which in turn averts the birth of cursed spirits. Upon hearing this, Xiaojia bows his head in contemplative silence. Then, wouldn't it suffice to eliminate all non-sorcerers? Xiao, alongside Jishiju Yuji, concurred, stating that this notion is quite feasible, or rather, this is the simplest approach akin to Darwin's theory of natural selection, utilizing crises to foster humanity's evolution, much like how birds evolved wings. Regrettably, I do not possess such madness. Do you harbor disdain for non-sorcerers? I am uncertain. Xiaojia's gaze lowered. I previously believed that Gojo existed to protect non-sorcerers. However, recently, the standards of value regarding non-sorcerers in my heart have begun to waver. The nobility associated with weakness, the ugliness inherent in weakness, I can no longer discern or accept these notions. The contempt I feel towards non-sorcerers, as well as the denial of this sentiment, marks the conclusion of a marathon named Sorcerer. And the vision at this end is too murky for me to comprehend which represents my true thoughts. Upon uttering these words, the audience felt an ominous shift. Goodness. In just this conversation, it seems Xiao Jie is showing signs of a descent into darkness. Could it really be? Tong Yinjie, though you are quite beautiful. It has been ages since we last saw you on screen. However, could you kindly keep silent? Neither of these thoughts reflects your true self. Jishiju Yuji continued. You have not yet reached that stage. The contempt you harbor for non-sorcerers and the denial of this thought, both are possibilities you have conceived. The decision lies ahead, based on your choice. Before departing, let me mention one final matter. Jishiju Yuji, seated upon a motorcycle, stated, do not concern yourself with the star matter. At that time, there may have been another star entity, perhaps a new one has already emerged, and the Tianyuan has stabilized. I believe so as well. Xiao Jie's expression became somber. Images flashed in his mind. Memories of Lizzie resurfacing. That girl who once reached out in pursuit of happiness, perished in her prime. Upon seeing this image, the audience could no longer contain their emotions. Whoa, my 999th wife met such a tragic fate. The screenwriters are merciless. Beware, screenwriter, lest Fuhei Shin'er invade your dreams. No, wait, Jime, the screenwriter seems to be Wu Tiaoli. Forget it, let him invade my dreams. Miss Jiang Yi is so beautiful. I am filled with unfulfilled desires. Whoa, the scene shifts. Hui Yuan has fallen in battle. Despite being a first-class warrior, he reported as second-class. Chihai looked up, his face filled with resentment. Chihai, focus on resting. Wu will take over the task. Xiao Jie gazed at the junior who had recently shared laughter with him, the darkness in his eyes deepening. Why not leave everything to him to handle? Chihai seemed to succumb to despair. In this marathon named Sorcerer, what if the end is a mountain of fallen comrades? As Xiao Jie's inner voice resonated, the scene transitioned. Xiao Jie arrived at a prison. Simultaneously, the screen displayed a report. Investigation target, third-year student Xiao Jie. Dispatching Xiao Jie 5 days later to confirm the deaths of 112 villagers in XXX village. The scene returned to Xiao Jie, observing 2 unfortunate twin girls imprisoned within the prison. A dark expression crossed his face. The countenance of the non-sorcerer humans surrounding him filled him with disgust. Merely because the twin sisters differed from them, they endured various abuses and confinement. Recalling the conversation with Jishiju Yuji, Xiao Jie smiled at the village chief. Let us step outside for a moment. Subsequently, the entire village was slaughtered. The final page of the investigation report stated, according to the examination, determined to be Xiao Jie's Joshu manipulation. Approved. The criminal is sentenced to death. Chapter 89. If you wish to kill, then do so. Your choices hold significance. Death penalty. Upon seeing these words, the audience felt a jolt in their hearts. In truth, since the conclusion of the battle with Fuhei Shin'er, the atmosphere has been quite oppressive, subtly hinting at Xiao Jie's betrayal. Yet, the audience remained reluctant to believe that the one who once proclaimed noble ideals in the gymnasium to protect the weak could, in less than a year, shift to empowering the strong. It is truly lamentable, especially when considering the emotions shared between Wu Tiaowu and Xiao Jie. How could he bear it? Moreover, the portrayal of Xiao Jie by Zhang Ruiyun has garnered significant popularity. In an instant, the viewing hall erupted. Xiao Jie is too ruthless. To annihilate all of humanity? Is this a plan for human eradication? I believe Jishiju Yuji must bear full responsibility for this. Perhaps Jishiju Yuji's words were the direct catalyst for Xiao Jie's ideological transformation. However, the seed had already been sown in his heart from the moment Lizzie died. Perhaps now, or in 3 years, trouble will inevitably arise. Xiao Jie thwarted Wu Tiaowu's descent into darkness at the Panqing religion, yet unexpectedly, he himself has succumbed to darkness. How tragic and lamentable. I do not believe so. In truth, from the beginning, the one more easily swayed has always been Jie. Wu Tiaowu, in essence, possesses a divine nature within his character. He may appear nonchalant in speech, yet his heart remains steadfast. Brothers, do not be disheartened. Xiao Jie will still appear in the latter part of the first season, transitioning from brother to rival. Watching him act alongside Wu Tiao will be quite interesting. Perhaps we can even ship them. Indeed, I am also eagerly anticipating the second season. The confrontation between Xiao Jie and Wu Tiaowu. It will undoubtedly be delightful. However, why do I feel that something is off about Xiao Jie in the first season? Does he have strange stitches on his head? What? Do not make me repeat myself. Jie has slaughtered all the villagers. Yi looked at Wu Tiaowu, a look of helplessness on his face. I heard everything clearly. Wu Tiaowu, astonished, exclaimed, so what was I supposed to reply? Jie's hometown is now deserted. Yi continued, judging by the bloodstains and filth at the scene. His parents have likely also met a tragic fate. Absolutely impossible. Wu Tiaowu declared loudly, his face filled with disbelief and anguish. Yi covered his forehead, equally pained. I do not understand how this has come to pass. Do you need a lighter? On a spacious commercial street, Xiaozi was about to light a cigarette. But the lighter refused to spark. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. Turning her head, she saw Xiao Jie, who greeted her with a smile, saying, "Hi." Xiaozi inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling smoke. Although she did not express much emotion, the act of smoking alone conveyed profound sentiments. Is this not a criminal? Do you need something from me? Xiaozi jested lightly. Xiao Jie leaned against the railing beside her, merely trying my luck. Xiaozi inquired further, may I ask, are you wrongfully accused? Regrettably, that is not the case. Xiao Jie replied, may I ask again, why are you doing this? I wish to create a world solely for sorcerers. Haha, I do not comprehend what that means. I am not a child. I do not expect everyone to understand me. To assume that no one can understand oneself and to willingly descend into depravity, such a notion is rather childlike, is it not? Xiaozi took out her phone and dialed a number. Wu Tiao, Xiao is here. Moments later, just as Xiao Jie was about to depart. Let me explain, Jie said suddenly, as Wu Tiao Wuyo's voice rang out. You must have heard from Naozi, right? Jie, with his back turned to him, did not look back. So you intend to kill those outside of the sorcerers? Wu Tiao Wuyo exclaimed in disbelief, even parents? Jie replied, surely we cannot grant special treatment to parents alone? Besides, my family extends beyond just them. That's not the question I was asking. Wu Tiao Wuyo snapped, his irritation evident. Did you not claim to abhor senseless killing? How could such an act possess any meaning? Jie countered, there is indeed a purpose behind my actions, as well as a greater significance. Absolutely not. Wu Tiao Wuyo retorted vehemently. You wish to eliminate non-sorcerers and create a world solely for sorcerers. How could such a thing ever be accomplished? The audience reflected on their debate, reminiscent of the discussions they had in the gymnasium, albeit with entirely opposing viewpoints. Such small-mindedness is utterly unattainable. It is devoid of meaning. Wu Tiao Wuyo nearly shouted in frustration. What arrogance! Jie still did not turn around, adding, if it were you, would it be possible? Wu Tiao Wuyo, clearly conflicted, raised his hands, assuming a fighting stance as the crowd continued to shift. If you wish to kill, then do so, Jie's voice echoed. Your choices all carry significance. At this proclamation, tears welled up in the eyes of the more sensitive viewers. The anguish and sorrow were palpable as they recalled the bond they once shared as brothers, now diverging paths that might lead to future conflict. Initially, on social media platforms such as Weibo and Douyin, there existed a ranking of the most despised characters in Jiushu, with the top being a real person and the second being Jie Naihua. Yet now, despite their intentions, they found it impossible to harbor hatred for this darkened character. The narrative shifted, capturing the entertainment industry in Longhua, as a voice praised, Rin. Your portrayal of this rift was truly remarkable, Chun Daoming remarked, his eyes narrowing in admiration. Li Shaoran teased. No wonder it feels like your acting in Qin Yunyan too has improved. It seems you have been trained by Jiang Chun. Guiqilan expressed a hint of envy. I had heard that actors who performed under Jiang Chun gained invaluable experience, achieving a qualitative leap in their acting. I plan to audition there as well. His words were sincere. As the young master of Diyun society, he sought to enhance his acting skills in the film industry. Li Zhen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I too had heard that Zhang's crew is likened to the Huangpu Military Academy of the film industry. I initially thought it was a jest, having played Princess Yuanchun in Chu Xiaozhuan. Her acting was commendable, yet she felt she had hit a plateau. Now, she intended to inquire whether director Jiang had any new projects after Qin Yunyan 2 concluded. On the steps beneath the setting sun, Yi turned to Wu Tiao Wuyo, who sat nearby, and asked, are you certain you wish to inquire about this? Wu Tiao Wuyo, resting his chin on his hand, appeared quite disheartened. No, forget it, Yi replied. It was my fault, teacher. Suddenly, Wu Tiao Wuyo asked, I am quite strong. Am I not? Indeed, exceedingly so, Yi affirmed. However, it seems my strength alone is insufficient. Wu Tiao Wuyo reflected seriously. The only ones I can save are those ready to accept salvation. At this moment, The audience comprehended the depth of his words. It became clear why. In the first season, Wu Qiaowu had recounted his dreams of transforming the sorcery world through education while gazing at Yuji's lifeless body. The story approached its conclusion as Jie established his own organization. Let me reiterate, I detest monkeys. Obey me without question. This is my genuine intent, he declared. As he swiftly eliminated a dissenting member, his gaze filled with disdain. The audience noted that despite Jie's transformation, he retained an undeniable charm, contrasting with his previously gentle demeanor. The scene shifted again, revealing Wu Qiaowu under the sunset. You must be Fubuki's little brother, right? Who are you and what is that face? A rebellious young boy responded, unmistakably resembling a younger Fubuki. Wu Qiaowu, taken aback, exclaimed in a comical expression. It's nothing, merely a striking resemblance, he remarked, adjusting his sunglasses. Upon seeing that face, memories of Jin'er flooded back. Subsequently, Wu Qiaowu began to enlighten Fubuki. Regarding your father, you are meant to be the ultimate trump card against the Zenin family, which must be quite vexing, no? Furthermore, your father is one I killed. Initially, the audience expected Fubuki to harbor resentment towards Wu Qiaowu, but instead, he calmly stated, I have no interest in knowing his whereabouts. It has been years since we last met, and I scarcely remember his appearance. Sumiki's mother has also been absent for ages. They have likely forgotten us, living their carefree lives. Witnessing the child's nonchalance, Wu Qiaowu could not help but tease. Is this truly a first grader? Ultimately, Wu Qiaowu ruffled Fubuki's hair, saying, leave the rest to me. It may be a bit tough for you, but strive to become stronger. Strong enough that I won't abandon you. In the final moments, Wu Qiaowu awoke to find Fubuki, Yuji, and Ye in front of him. So, teachers also take naps? He questioned, bemused. Of course, what nonsense are you talking about? As Wu Qiaowu gradually opened his eyes, he beheld the familiar faces of Fubuki, Yuji, and Ye. Observing the playful interactions between Yuji and Ye, a smile of contentment spread across Wu Qiaowu's face. Although he faced away from the audience, his genuine happiness was palpable. This moment resonated with the earlier scene of Wu Qiaowu rediscovering a younger Fubuki. He had begun to realize his dream, having gathered a remarkable group of students. In an instant, the audience felt a surge of joy for Wu Qiaowu. Though Jie is no longer present, Wu Qiaolaosher continues to strive diligently, unwilling to witness the emergence of another Jie in this world. The ticket price of 555 yuan for this production is truly worth every penny. Tomorrow, I shall bring my wife's son's aunt's entire family for a second viewing of this remarkable performance. Although Fuhai Shun remains taciturn, I sense he still holds concern for Fuhai Hui. He is gambling, wagering that Wu Tiao will care for his son, and he has succeeded. However, Shun remains rather pitiable. Dear friends, this production has undeniably achieved legendary status. Just yesterday, I watched Mo Du Bao Lai, and the performance by Lu Han was utterly incomprehensible. The plot was nothing short of a travesty. Thankfully, this evening, I viewed Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, Hua Yupian to cleanse my eyes. This is the finest film I have encountered this year. No, it is the best film I have seen in a decade. To encapsulate it in a single phrase, in heaven and earth, I reign supreme. What are you laughing at? Fuhai Hui inquired, bewildered. Nothing, Wu Tiao replied, turning his back. As the final credits rolled, signaling the conclusion of the film, the audience did not depart immediately. They felt as though a piece of their hearts had been hollowed out, prompting them to linger and view the credits to soothe their spirits. As the cast list scrolled by, Wu Tiao, Jiang Chun, Xia Youjia, Zhang Rin, Fuhai Shen and Jijia, Li Zi, Jiang Yi, Zhuziuji, Tang Yin, special appearance. Di Li Ri Ba, director, Jiang Chun, assistant directors, Dong Daping, Xin Yu, screenwriter, Jiang Shen, martial arts director, Jiang Chen, production company. Shenzhou Yuzhou Entertainment, director Jiang Chun is truly extraordinary. Is there anything he cannot accomplish? Li Chun gazed at the name Jiang Chun repeatedly flashing on the screen, nearly overwhelmed. This, however, is not the crux of the matter. Beside him, Chun Daoming appeared somewhat dazed. The most astonishing aspect is that Jiang Chun's contributions are executed to near perfection. This is genuinely frightening. He could not help but exclaim. It seems the film industry in Longhua is poised for a transformation. Guiqilan also gazed at the large screen, his eyes filled with reluctance. Has the time spent watching this film passed too swiftly? It was utterly unsatisfying. Zhang Riyun rested her chin on her hand, lamenting the hardships of Xia. Chapter 91. Leaving the audience with a sweet memory in April. On the grand screen, as the concluding images unfurled, the figures of Xia Youjia and Wu Tiao intertwined. The audience, already feeling hollow, seemed to experience yet another emptiness. Simultaneously, the lyrics of the ending song Deng echoed throughout the viewing hall. Some attentive viewers immediately became agitated by certain details. Did anyone notice? The opening featured two fledglings soaring through the sky, yet the ending showcased only one fledgling growing and ascending, while the other vanished. Does this not foreshadow the impending separation of Wu Tiao and Xiaoyojia? The ending mirrors the opening, portraying two fish swimming, one a blue-eyed betta representing Wu Tiao, and the other a black lion betta symbolizing Xiaoyojia. For context, betta fish are renowned for their vibrant colors and graceful forms, yet they are fiercely territorial. Thus, keeping two male bettas together leads to relentless conflict until one perishes. Is this not hinting at the fate of Wu Tiao and Xiaoyojia? Moreover, during their parting, only Xiaoyojia did not look back, remaining shrouded in shadow. Such lighting techniques subtly foreshadow character destinies. The one truly destined to depart will never look back. Wow, you are remarkably perceptive. I can understand Xiaoyojia. It is akin to a person consuming 3 pounds of excrement daily for the sake of humanity. Who could endure such a fate? Not quite. While your statement holds truth, it lacks subtlety. As the film concluded, the audience exited the hall, still engaged in discussions about the film, reminiscing over its intricate details. However, most displayed a certain melancholy. The Spring Festival release included Mo Du Bao Lai, Lao Pao, and Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, Hua Yupian. Many patrons emerging from Mo Du Bao Lai and Lao Pao were equally dismal expressions. Their displeasure stemmed from the fact that this science fiction film was abysmally poor, a complete waste of ticket money and time. Upon encountering those who had just exited Zhou Shu Hui Zhan, the former felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the adjacent Zhou Shu Hui Zhan was also a failure. Instantly, balance was restored in their hearts. Hey, why are you two here to watch a movie as well? A couple, having just finished Mo Du Bao Lai, met another pair of acquaintances, equally couples, and eagerly struck up a conversation. Among the couple watching Mo Du Bao Lai, the female was an ardent fan of Lu Han, compelling her boyfriend to comply with her wishes to view this film first. Why do you seem so downcast? Is Zhou Shu Huizhan not enjoyable? The girl curiously inquired. It was dreadful. Those who died perished. Those who betrayed betrayed. What do you think? The girl opposite responded, utterly exasperated. Her final remark was uttered in frustration, not necessarily indicating that the film was bad. However, the girl misunderstood, finding solace in the sentiment. After all, Jiang Chun had recently gained immense popularity, seemingly surpassing her beloved Lu Han. Although she enjoyed Zhou Shu Huizhan, her admiration for Lu Han remained unwavering. If Jiang Chen's film flopped, her beloved brother would not seem as diminished. As the groups parted ways, the girl felt increasingly cheerful on her return journey. After all, she had been a devoted critic of Jiang Chen before, only to have her stance shift after witnessing his portrayal of Wu Tiao. Suddenly, her boyfriend interjected. Xiao Hong, I promise to accompany you to watch Shanghai Fortress tonight, and tomorrow you shall join me for Zhou Shu Huizhan. Regardless of its quality, I must sample it. She nodded, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, her eyes filled with anticipation. All right, let us see how splendid your cherished Jiang Chun's self-directed Zhou Shu Huizhan truly is. The following day, merely 2 days after its release, Zhou Shu Huizhan surpassed 1 billion in box office earnings. This achievement shattered the record for the fastest film in Longhua to cross the 1 billion mark. Since its release, Zhou Shu Huizhan has maintained multiple records. On the platform of eFactory Video, it achieved the highest trending value of 36,000. The total clicks reached a staggering 45 billion, setting records for both speed and total volume. Given that it was the first day, the promotional campaigns for Mo Du Bao Lai, Lao Pao, and Rila Gun Tang were extensive, with investments significantly higher than that of Zhou Shu Huizhan. After all, Jiang Chun possesses a system that enables him to save substantial funds on both shooting time and special effects production. In this instance, he spent just over 100 million, while other films incurred costs several times higher, even dozens of times greater. The director of Lao Pao is Feng Xiaojing. Mo Du Bao Lai is heralded as a major Chinese sci-fi blockbuster. Rila Gun Tang is also full of hype, with director Zhao Ling losing £100 to create this film. On the first day, its screening rate did not significantly differ from that of Jiang Chen's film. Thus, the box office disparity on the opening day was minimal. However, by the second day, the clarity of the audience's judgment became apparent. The screening rate for Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian, surged to 50. As the acclaim for Zhou Shu Hua Yupian continued to grow, 2 actors benefited immensely from the film's success, including Jiang Yi. After Jiang Chen assisted her with company matters, he inquired if she would join his company. After proposing favorable terms, Jiang Yi readily accepted. Currently, numerous producers and directors are approaching her. Having been a child star, her career was hindered by company issues, and she now seeks an opportunity to showcase her talent. The role of Li Zi has made her a beloved figure in people's hearts, revitalizing her acting career. In just 5 days, the box office for Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian has soared to 30 billion. Given this momentum, many media outlets predict that this film may set a box office record in Longwa's history. In addition to the favorable reception of Zhou Shu Huizhan Season 1, the contrasting performances of competitors play a significant role. For instance, audiences remain eager to rewatch Hua Yupian, often returning for their third or fifth viewing, discovering new details each time. Conversely, films like Modu Ballet, Lao Pao, and Rila Gun Tang leave viewers disinterested after a single watch, as any further viewings feel like a disservice to their own eyes. Amidst the fervent discussions online about Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian, Jiang Chun found himself entangled in contemplation. He aspires to create a cinematic universe akin to Marvel, envisioning films like Si Hua Hai, Zhou Shu Huizhan, Jinji de Ju Run, and One Hao Yi Quan. He dreams of launching a variety show or film that unites these popular anime characters to witness the chemistry that unfolds. While this endeavor may be challenging and the journey lengthy, Jiang Chun recognizes the need for careful thought. For now, he wishes to develop a healing-themed series, drawing inspiration from works like Wei Wen Hua Ming, Enai de Ming Zi, and Si Yu Shi Enai de Huang Yan. After deliberation, Jiang Chun glanced at the calendar, noting it was early February. With a sense of urgency, he believed he could release it by April, ensuring a delightful memory for the audience during that month. Chapter 92, Morning Girl? No, this is what we call healing. In the days following the triumphant release of Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian, during a film promotional event, a media outlet interviewed director Feng Xiaojiang of Lao Pao. The interviewer inquired about Feng's thoughts on the recently thriving director Jiang Chun, noting that Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian had already surpassed other films in box office, nearing 40 billion within just a week. A particularly incisive female journalist posed the question of whether the lackluster performance of Lao Pao might be attributed to the superior quality of Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian, which had commandeered market share. It was evident that the journalist implied Feng's work paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaojiang was immediately incensed. This film represented his return after a 2.5-year hiatus, during which he had not produced any successful films. He had hoped Lao Pao would serve as a triumphant comeback, especially considering the involvement of two of the hottest young stars. The budget for this film, primarily to secure those popular actors, had reached nearly 2 billion, with total costs amounting to at least 8 billion. Typically, the film industry holds that a movie must earn 3 times its production costs to be profitable. They had initially projected a box office of at least 30 billion, yet after a week, the dismal earnings stood at only 6 billion. The thought of this failure was a painful blow to Feng Xiaojiang. Although he had not watched Jiang Chen's work, he believed that youthfulness offered room for growth, and learning from predecessors was undoubtedly beneficial. However, his remarks appeared to undermine Jiang Chen's experience, suggesting that his success was merely a matter of luck. The journalist, undeterred, pressed on. However, on Dubon, a preliminary rating has emerged after just a week. Currently, Lao Pao holds a score of 59, while Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian boasts a score of 88. How do you view this disparity? The harshness of her question pierced through Feng Xiaojiang, who responded defensively. How do I view it? I see it with my feet. He turned abruptly and stormed off in anger. Truthfully, he had long held disdain for the younger directors, believing only Chen Kaiga and Zhang Yimou could rival him. This arrogance led him to criticize without having seen the films in question. 7 days after the release of Zhou Shu Huizhan, Hua Yupian, Jiang Chun commenced his filming plans for Si Yu Shi Enai de Huang Yan, with the support of the system and his oversight. The company was set to achieve perfection in terms of location and props. The most critical aspect remained the selection of actors. Jiang Chun first conducted internal interviews within the company to determine the lead role of Gong Yuan's son. After all, it was preferable to cast someone from his company if suitable, rather than search elsewhere. Female actors such as Zhao Liang, Jiang Yi, Bai Lu, and Zhou Yuhan were considered. Jiang Yi and Zhou Yuhan had signed with his company after completing filming for Zhou Shu Huizhan. Jiang Chun had already pinned several scripts for them. For instance, Bai Lu recently wrapped up filming for Zhou Shengru Gu, which was expected to be released soon. After conducting the interviews, Jiang Chun felt a lingering sense of imperfection, as none met his ideal standard. Perhaps his impression of Gong Yuan's son from Si Yu Shi Enai de Huang Yan was too vivid. She represented a resilient, cheerful, and thoughtful character, which seemed almost fantastical. Ultimately, Jiang Chun decided to conduct nationwide auditions. The next day, Shenzhou Universe Entertainment announced the upcoming production of a new drama titled Si Yu Shi Inai de Huangyan, stating that auditions would be held in Hengdian to select actors from across the country. This announcement, made during the peak popularity of Zhou Shu Huizhan, Huayu Pian, sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry, silencing previous doubts regarding Jiang Chun's directorial capabilities. Now, the Zhou Shu Huizhan Huayu Pian has shattered their doubts. Numerous renowned actors have begun to stir with anticipation. Recently, netizens have even taken to jesting, for it seems that anyone who has appeared in Jiang Chun's films and television dramas, regardless of their role, has become a sensation. This is particularly true for the leading male and female roles, such as Bai Lu, Zhao Liying, and Jiang Yi. Their remuneration has skyrocketed to match that of top-tier stars. Consequently, netizens have whimsically dubbed these leading ladies as the Chen Nulong. A few days later, at 6 in the evening, within a hotel conference room at Hengdian Film City, one cannot help but wonder who will meet the demands of our esteemed director Jiang. Zhao Liying, seated beside Jiang Chun, gazes at the extensive array of actor profiles in his hands, reflecting on the recent selection process. Just a couple of days prior, when Jiang Chun was choosing the leading lady, Gong Yuan Xuan, he presented them with the script of Siyue Shi de Huangyan, affectionately labeling it as a healing drama. This television series narrates a poignant tale. A girl, harboring love for a boy for 12 long years, weaves a fabric of lies declaring, "I do not love you" throughout an entire April, yet her 12 years of affection ultimately culminate in a fragile farewell letter. After perusing the script, she, along with Jiang Yi and Zhou Ye, found themselves in tears. Their eyes were red, half from the blade of sorrow, half from indignation. How can one call this healing? Such audacity! Despite their grievances, they dared not voice their discontent, for Jiang Chun remained their superior. Subsequently, those who were enamored with the script auditioned, yet after 2 exhausting days, Jiang Chun remained dissatisfied and opted to seek a new batch of candidates. The leading lady is paramount. It is, after all, a narrative centered on a strong female lead, thus requiring careful consideration. Jiang Chun diligently examined the profiles, articulating his thoughts. It is a peculiar obsession, for even with the system's assessment indicating he could cultivate these actors to S-level standards, they still did not fulfill his vision. Additionally, the filming schedule is pressing. It is already mid-February, with a release set for April. The time for auditions is rapidly dwindling. Perhaps it is time to relinquish this peculiar fixation. Just as Jiang Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation, a commotion erupted at the door. "Excuse me, miss. It is now 6:10. The audition time has passed, and you are late. As an adult, you must bear the consequences." A staff member, observing a girl dressed in a somewhat unconventional manner with striking golden hair attempting to enter, swiftly intervened. "I am truly sorry. I sincerely apologize." The girl repeatedly bowed, tears glistening in her eyes as she pleaded, "I was delayed due to circumstances beyond my control. I realize I have overstepped, but I simply wish to try." Chapter 93. The Chosen Leading Lady, Gong Yuan Xuan. A casting that astonishes all. "Let her in." Jiang Chun's train of thought was interrupted by this voice, prompting him to call out. The staff member, the casting director, upon hearing Jiang Chun's command, scrutinized the girl before instructing, "You stand there and do not move." He then approached Jiang Chun, his expression somewhat grim. "Director Jiang, it is not that I do not wish to allow this girl to audition. She has some issues." He gestured to his head. "Is she mentally unstable?" Zhao Liying looked on, somewhat taken aback. Jiang Chun, equally puzzled, regarded the casting director with intrigue. No, you misunderstand." The casting director waved his hand, offering a wry smile. "I previously spent 5 years in Hengdian, leading extras to auditions. Essentially, I was an extra intermediary. This girl is named Xia Xiaoqing. I met her a year ago, and since then, she seems to have developed a condition known as acute nerve inflammation, affecting her brain and spinal cord. Major hospitals have deemed her untreatable. I cannot explain it well, but it resembles a well-known illness now, ALS. Xia Xiaoqing was once a talented actress, rising from an extra to a featured performer. But this illness has caused her to collapse intermittently. While not fainting, she often finds herself unable to rise, requiring assistance from crew members. The director even fears she might perish on set one day. The casting director sighed. Since then, after a few incidents, no crew in Hengdian dares to hire her. Nevertheless, she continues to audition daily, though she faces relentless rejection. It is baffling how little Zhao allowed her to slip through the cracks during the selection process. Zhao Liying listened intently to Xia Xiaoqing's story, her heart heavy with empathy. That girl is so unfortunate, but indeed, It must be incredibly challenging to work with such a condition. Yes, we are all unfortunate souls, the casting director nodded in agreement. Just when they presumed Jiang Chun would relent, he unexpectedly remarked, his eyes alight with fervor, very well, let her come in for an audition. At this, both Zhao Liying and the casting director were taken aback. The casting director quickly gathered himself and went to summon her. Upon Jiang Chen's gaze falling upon Xia Xiaoqing standing before him, his eyes sparkled with even greater intensity. Her flowing golden locks, delicate and exquisite features, and the radiant smile upon her face made it hard to believe she was a girl afflicted by a terminal illness. Hello, director. I am Xia Xiaoqing. I am 19 years old. The girl beamed with a bright smile, though a hint of nervousness was discernible in her voice. Xia Xiaoqing possessed an ardent passion for acting. After graduating from high school, upon learning of her diagnosis with acute nerve root inflammation, she chose to suspend her studies at the prestigious Daidu Film Academy. She wished to seize the limited time available to pursue her aspirations. However, it was not truly a dream. It was rather an interest that fell between the realms of passion and ambition. After all, throughout her life, she had never found herself particularly captivated by any one thing until she encountered acting, which illuminated her path from the darkness. Thus, she resolved to experience the art of performance in the quickest manner possible, naturally by coming to Hengdian. Initially, it proved to be quite challenging. Although Hengdian provided meals, working 12 hours a day yielded a mere 100 yuan. Moreover, extras had little opportunity to showcase their talents. Yet, her tenacity eventually bore fruit. After half a year, she successfully ascended to the role of a featured actress. However, not long after, her condition began to deteriorate. The frequency of her symptoms escalated, and the countdown to her life quickened. Yet she remained unafraid. Her only sorrow stemmed from the fact that no production team dared to hire her anymore. Xia Xiaoqing gazed at the young man before her, her anxiety mounting. After all, he was the illustrious actor portraying Wu Tiaowu in Zhou Huizhan, and a director who had secured first place in the CCTV drama competition. Furthermore, his latest directorial work, Zhou Huizhan Hua Yupian, had taken the internet by storm. It was also rumored that it had begun screening overseas, garnering exceptional acclaim. At present, Jiang Chun has become a global sensation. Faced with such a legendary figure, how could Xia Xiaoqing not feel anxious? Xia Xiaoqing, oh Xia Xiaoqing, what is there to be nervous about? After all, what is the worst that could happen? No, wait, I seem to be rather close to death already. At this moment, Xia Xiaoqing silently ridiculed herself. Yet, upon this reflection, she found herself considerably more at ease. Director, may I inquire if I can audition? After noticing Jiang Chen's prolonged silence, Xia Xiaoqing mustered her courage and asked, audition? Jiang Chen was taken aback, then chuckled, there is no need for an audition. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoqing stood frozen. Had she been rejected once again? However, this was hardly surprising. After all, considering her condition, to aspire for the leading role was indeed a fanciful dream. What are you dawdling for? Jiang Chen's smile grew broader. You've passed. The casting director will arrange the specific workflow for you shortly. First, he will send you the script for a thorough review. Initially disheartened, Xia Xiaoqing turned to leave. However, upon hearing the words you've passed, her pupils dilated in disbelief. She rushed to Jiang Chen's desk, hands pressing against it, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and excitement. Did I hear you correctly? Director Jiang, I've passed. Indeed. You have, Jiang Chen repeated, somewhat helplessly. Observing the exhilaration radiating from the girl before him, he couldn't help but smile. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to the nervousness she exhibited upon entering. This young lady possessed quite the disparity in her character. Yet, this aspect seemed to align perfectly with the persona of Gonyuan's son. Listening to their exchange, Zhao Liying and the casting director stood nearby, utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? Chapter 94, Four Flusters commences filming. The outbreak of Xia Xiaoqing's condition. Jiang Chen's decision to select Xia Xiaoqing stemmed from three primary reasons. Firstly, the character design of the female lead in April Is Your Lie had not been disclosed, leaving the auditionees unaware of what Gonyuan's son was like, thus preventing them from intentionally mimicking her. Xia Xiaoqing's personality, appearance, and even her illness mirrored that of Gonyuan's son. She was, in essence, a natural embodiment of Gonyuan's son. Secondly, according to the system's evaluation, Xia Xiaoqing's compatibility with Gonyuan's son was rated an S. Previous individuals assessed by the system had only achieved a maximum of A. Even with his guidance, they could only reach S at best. However, Jiang Chen speculated that, under his tutelage, Xia Xiaoqing might even attain an SSS level. Thirdly, and most crucially, was Xia Xiaoqing's condition. Jiang Chen was able to manage it through the system, ensuring she would not be in a state of paralysis at all times. Earlier, Jiang Chun learned that acute radiculitis was an illness caused by the immune system attacking the surrounding nerves. Mild cases could leave patients with weakness in their limbs and muscle atrophy, while severe cases could lead to complete paralysis and respiratory difficulties. Although it wouldn't directly cause death, the torment was, in many ways, worse than death itself. Gonyuan's son in April, Israeli suffered from this very illness. Hence her desire to avoid living a life constrained by it. Previously, she lacked the courage to undergo surgery since the illness wouldn't lead to immediate death. Yet the operation posed a 50% risk of mortality. However, for the sake of Gongsheng, she summoned the courage to accept the surgery. Subsequently, Xia Xiaochen explained to Jiang Chun and the others why she was late. It turned out that just hours before the audition, she had been in the hospital, hoping to stabilize her condition enough to arrive on time. But ultimately, she was still delayed. Frustrated, she decided to take a chance. Jiang Chun naturally accepted her explanation. The casting director, a recent recruit of Jiang Chen's, had initially intended to elaborate further but, upon witnessing Jiang Chen's resolute gaze, decided against it. In his view, while Xia Xiaochen perfectly matched the character's design, she was essentially a ticking time bomb. One could never know when she might find herself back in the hospital, which posed a challenge for filming. The production team for April Is Your Lie was swiftly established. The female lead was Xia Xiaochun, and the male lead was Jiang Chun. A month prior to filming, Jiang Chun intentionally gained weight, resulting in a slightly fuller face, which, combined with his acting and makeup effects, made him more closely resemble the original male lead's character. After several days of shooting, the crew members quickly bonded with the cheerful Xia Xiaochen. Simultaneously, they became aware that this girl was battling a terminal illness, leading them to treat her as the cherished pet of the group. Given that this was Xia Xiaochen's first time playing the female lead, she felt quite nervous. However, under Jiang Chen's guidance, she swiftly found her footing. One particular scene depicted the male lead, Gongsheng, encountering Gonyuan Sun for the first time in a park beneath the blooming cherry blossom trees. Surrounded by children, Gonyuan Sun played her vertical flute, her melodious and lively notes reaching Gongsheng's ears. He stood entranced, gazing at the girl before him, who resembled an exquisite painting. As she turned to look at him, a tear slipped from her eye. This moment was utterly breathtaking. All the crew members were captivated. The scene felt as though it had sprung to life directly from the script. Moreover, the crew had initially assumed that the flute would require post-production dubbing. However, they were astonished to discover that Xia Xiaochen had learned numerous instruments in her childhood, including the violin, piano, and vertical flute. She had even won a national youth competition in violin. In an instant, everyone admired Jiang Chen's discerning eye. Was this not as if Gonyuan Sun had truly stepped out of the script? As the filming progressed steadily, Xia Xiaochen's condition remained somewhat uncontrolled. After one shooting session, she collapsed on the ground, her legs feeling entirely numb. Despite the efforts of those nearby to assist her, she could not stand. Fortunately, Jiang Chun had prepared a stretcher and a wheelchair. After spending a night in the hospital, the next day, at 6 in the morning, Xia Xiaochen was the first to arrive on set. Arriving this early? Did you rest well? Jiang Chun arrived at the set at 7:30. Finding Xia Xiaochen chatting with the crew, and expressed concern. To his surprise, Xia Xiaochen replied with a sweet smile, "I'm fine, I want to die. I find the hospital so dull. Being here is far more enjoyable." "Very well," Jiang Chun teased, "but let it be known, if you arrive this early every day, I want to be increasing your pay." "Humph." Xia Xiaochen placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger. "Heartless boss. I shall report you." Seeing her playful demeanor, Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh. When Xia Xiaochen first signed the contract, Jiang Chun had discussed her remuneration, inviting her to propose a figure. She had cheerfully responded, "As long as my meals and accommodation are covered, I need nothing more. I am simply thrilled to be playing the lead under director Jiang. It's all over the internet. I'm now considered H&N girl." To this, Jiang Chun refrained from further discussion and directly provided her with a remuneration package. "The remuneration shall be set at 1% of the profits from this television series." "Director Jiang, this is rather excessive." Xia Xiaoqing promptly declined. To her knowledge, a successful long-format drama in the current market typically generates a profit of only 2 to 300 million yuan. For a series like theirs, consisting of a mere 10 episodes, the maximum profit would be around 60 to 70 million yuan. Therefore, 1% of the profits translates to approximately 6 to 700,000 yuan. As a minor guest actor embarking on her debut as the lead, accepting such a hefty fee weighs heavily on her conscience. If Jiang Chun were to learn of her thoughts, he would likely be rendered speechless. According to his estimations, although this drama comprises only 11 episodes, It is projected to yield a profit of at least 5 to 10 billion yuan. This implies that Xia Xiaoqing could potentially receive a minimum of 500,000 yuan. At present, despite Jiang Chen's system being able to manage her condition, it is only effective during working hours. Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff at the system, pondering if it was playing mind games with him. It seemed that he could only control her health during work hours, making him appear as a heartless, exploitative employer, which he certainly is not. However, the system did convey some encouraging news. Once Xia Xiaoqing completes filming this drama, it would enhance her surgical success rate to 100%. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Chen begrudgingly forgave the system. Yet, when informed that he was required to expend 500,000 prestige points, he was incensed. So, it was waiting for me all along. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen acquiesced, as he was fully confident that this series would achieve remarkable success. At that point, not even 500,000 prestige points would be a trivial amount. 1,000,000 prestige points would be merely a drop in the bucket. Chapter 95, The Wrap, a real-life reversal technique. As the filming progressed at an astonishing pace, surpassing everyone's expectations, even Jiang Chen found himself somewhat astonished. From mid-February to the end of March, in just a month and a half, they had already reached the wrap-up day. However, upon reflection, Jiang Chen found it not so surprising. He recalled how, under the direction of Wang Jing and Xiang Jiang, the film King of Pranks starring Zhou Xingqi and Lu Dehua was completed in merely 20 days, with a hastily written script, only to be released shortly thereafter, achieving impressive box office results. With the assistance of the system, coupled with his innate talent for script writing and the improvements made during filming, completing the project in a month and a half seemed quite reasonable. As the production team finalized costumes, makeup, and props, they prepared for the last scene, where the male lead, Yuma Gongsheng, and the female lead, Gonyuan Sun, would perform a duet from a distance within a grand performance hall. Upon learning that Jiang Chen would be filming there and that the hall had no scheduled performances, the relevant authorities swiftly granted approval. Just before they were about to start shooting, a couple in their 50s, graying and weary, approached. "Mom and Dad, what brings you here without letting me know?" Xia Xiaoqing greeted them eagerly. "My dear, I just learned from the doctor that you've been working tirelessly, neglecting your rest, and you fell ill a couple of days ago." Xia's mother, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Xia Xiaoqing, looked strikingly worn and aged beyond her years. Not only Xia's mother, but also her father appeared equally haggard. Xia Xiaoqing felt a pang of guilt as she said, "Mom, if I had told you I joined the crew, you would never have approved. So I had to keep it from you." Xia's mother frowned and said, "I've always said that I can support my daughter. Even if you don't work, I will take care of you for life." Xia's father nodded in agreement, gazing at his daughter with affection. Due to her illness, the family had exhausted their savings, nearly reaching the point of selling their home. Yet, they still hesitated to let their daughter work. Xia Xiaoqing shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. "Mom, you know this is the only thing that truly interests me right now. If I cannot pursue what I want to do, it feels akin to death. Please don't pressure me. This is my final scene. Once it's over, I will return with you." Hearing this, Xia's mother hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right. I will wait for you to finish filming today." Xia Xiaoqing, her face resolute and determined, replied, "I will return with you. I want to undergo the surgery." "Surgery?" Upon hearing these words, Xia's parents were immediately taken aback. Not undergoing surgery carries a high probability of survival, but undergoing surgery poses a significant risk to her life. Before her parents could respond, Xia Xiaoqing cheerfully reassured them, "Mom and Dad, I am fine. This past month has been the happiest time of my life. Even if the surgery fails, I have no regrets." Just like Gonyuan's son, she has the courage to undergo surgery because she has something she wishes to accomplish. "I too want to pursue what I desire. I want to stay with you. Let me finish filming, and we can discuss this further. Please think it over as well." The crew of Your Lie in April. Scene 10. Take 12. Action. With the clabbered signal, the final scene commenced. This scene depicted Gonyuan's son lying in a hospital bed, unable to attend the male lead's performance due to her impending surgery. In an effort to uplift her spirits, the male lead began to play various pieces. Simultaneously, the female lead seemed to sense this, leading them to engage in a transcendent duet across time and space. However, since the hospital scenes had already been filmed, the two would perform together, with the hospital scenes interspersed during editing. This segment had minimal dialogue. It primarily focused on the emotional resonance and inner thoughts of both characters. In the previous script, due to psychological barriers, the male lead could only play the piano briefly. This moment was Jiang Chen's opportunity to truly showcase his prowess. Having previously exchanged for a heavenly instrument technique, his piano skills would leave even renowned pianists like Lang Lang in awe. During this time, Jiang Qin also provided guidance to Xia Xiaoqing on her violin technique. Particularly for the final piece, Xia Xiaoqing had practiced no less than 200 times within a month. As the final scene approached, the harmonious blend of piano and violin created a perfect symphony, as if they were performing the melody of life itself. The audience was enraptured by the ethereal sound, feeling as though they had been elevated to a higher state of being. Xia's parents, initially troubled by their daughter's impending surgery, ceased their anxious thoughts upon hearing the music. They closed their eyes, their furrowed brows relaxing as they listened intently to the duet. As the piece concluded, the scene was flawlessly captured in one take. With the sound of the director's voice echoing, the crowd remained silent for a moment before sporadic applause erupted. Moments later, all 100 crew members, with tears in their eyes, joined in a synchronized round of applause. The vast performance hall resonated with thunderous applause. The staff of the renowned performance hall were also present. Although they had witnessed numerous performances in this illustrious venue, this particular occasion was undoubtedly the most moving experience they had ever encountered. It transcended mere performance, resonating deeply with the soul. As Xia Xiaoqing stepped off the stage, she immediately approached her parents, her proud expression seemingly awaiting their praise. "I agree," Xiao Mama said with difficulty. "Agree? You agree to my surgery?" Xia Xiaoqing's face radiated excitement and joy, as if the 50% mortality rate was a mere fabrication. 50% mortality rate, Xiao Baba remarked, his lips trembling as he spoke. Xia Xiaoqing cheerfully replied, "But there's a 50% success rate too. We cannot focus solely on the mortality rate. Many surgeries carry risks of death." As she spoke, Xia Xiaoqing nestled closer to her parents, wrapping her arms around them with a smile. "I believe that someone as adorable as me will not be forsaken by the heavens." At that moment, her parents managed to muster a reluctant smile, exclaiming, "You, at this time, still have the heart to joke." Jiang Qin, having enhanced his physical constitution, had developed acute hearing and had long been privy to their conversation. Over the course of more than a month, he had grown quite fond of this little girl. Alas, fate often plays cruel jokes. A splendid entity poised for destruction. "System, can you tell me whether Xia Xiaoqing will ultimately succeed or fail if she proceeds with the surgery?" Jiang Qin pondered internally. The system responded, "Failure." Jiang Qin fell silent. In his view, the doctor's assertion of a 50% probability was utter nonsense. It was a matter of success or failure. Even if the success rate were a mere 1%, if it ultimately succeeded, that rate would equate to 100% for the patient. Jiang Qin continued to inquire, "By the way, what method do you suggest to elevate the success rate to 100%? The system replied, "Previously, there was a hint that after filming a manga adaptation, the host could acquire character abilities, including those of supporting characters." Supporting characters? Jiang Qin was taken aback. The system elaborated. Characters such as Nao, Itadori Yuta, and the reversal techniques of Fushiguro Megumi possess formidable healing abilities. Furthermore, there is another individual whose healing prowess surpasses even these. "Who?" Jiang Qin queried. The system answered, "Sukuna." Chapter 96 Four Flusters is about to premiere. Audiences yearn for healing. The four nurturing figures of Jujutsu Kaisen. Sukuna's healing capability is unparalleled. His ability, Idle Death Gamble, can influence the soul and reshape the body, far exceeding mere wound healing. It can even remedy various internal ailments. For instance, in the second season, when Mekamaru sought to restore his human form, he had no choice but to barter with Sukuna. It is evident that the side effects of Mekamaru's heaven and cursed binding rendered him neither human nor ghost, yet Sukuna managed to cure him, illustrating the terrifying healing potential of Idle Death Gamble. Following the completion of Your Lie in April, Jiang Qin occasionally treated Xia Xiaoqing. The system informed him that utilizing Idle Death Gamble for treatment required 3 cycles, a total of 3 treatments, once a week. The process was quite straightforward, necessitating 10 seconds of physical contact. By early April, after finalizing post-production work, the official review proceeded swiftly. Your Lie in April was directly scheduled for mid-April. Simultaneously, the promotional trailer was released, featuring several prominent labels: healing, touching, heartwarming. The official Jujutsu Kaisen also conducted a collaboration, vigorously promoting Four Flusters. Upon learning that Jiang Qin was the director and lead actor of this series, and given the continuing popularity of the tale of the mysterious Jade, it immediately piqued the interest of numerous viewers. Your Lie in April? What a peculiar title for a drama, and it's a healing type. But I wonder just how healing it truly is. I don't think I've heard of this female lead before. Could she be a newcomer? She must possess exceptional qualities to be chosen by director Jiang. I watched the trailer, and it seems Jiang Qin has become a bit rounder and is sporting thick glasses. He appears to be an entirely different person. I feel the same. This is nothing like Wang Yi or Gojo Satoru. I anticipate Jiang Chen's performance, not only the character, but his previous works were all action films. This seems more like an art film. I'm starting my senior year soon and feeling the pressure. I've heard this drama is quite healing, and I hope it can mend my weary spirit. As the audience's anticipation grew, April arrived. Your Lie in April officially premiered. At the Imperial Capital Film Academy, at 7 in the evening, thousands of students gathered outside several multimedia classrooms. To an unknowing observer, it might appear as if the students were fervently passionate about their studies. However, they were eagerly awaiting the debut of the drama Your Lie in April. One might wonder why such a large crowd had gathered. The answer lies in Jiang Kiki and Jiang Yi, who had fervently promoted Jiang Chen's new work for flusters within the school. Furthermore, ever since Jiang Chen accompanied students to watch Jujutsu Kaisen, and particularly after learning that Jiang Kiki was his biological sister, many classmates were eager to join Jiang Kiki in watching Jiang Chen's latest creation. Of course, beyond this reason, there was another pivotal factor, Jiang Yi. Her portrayal of Riko in the Spring Festival release of The Tale of the Mysterious Jade had left a lasting impression on everyone. Now witnessing Riko alive and standing before them, watching a drama together, surely felt like a triumph of fandom. Thus, upon discovering that Jiang Yi and Jiang Kiki would also be watching the show, the students went utterly wild. It was rather exaggerated. Given that a classroom could only accommodate 50 to 60 individuals, yet over 2,000 had reserved spots, one can imagine the difficulty in securing tickets. Consequently, due to the overwhelming number of attendees, apart from Jiang Kiki's few fixed friends, everyone else had to make reservations in advance. Being a film academy, the institution appreciated the students' enthusiasm for analyzing film and television works, thus accommodating the request by opening 10 additional multimedia classrooms. Naturally, the classroom occupied by Jiang Kiki remained the most booked. Rest assured, this film is incredibly healing, perfect for students and overworked individuals under pressure. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Kiki reiterated her promotion to her classmates. Hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, director Zhang's Jujutsu Kaisen, The Tale of the Mysterious Jade, had taken the internet and the world by storm during the Spring Festival. I watched The Tale of the Mysterious Jade 5 times during the Spring Festival, said Wu Lei, his tone brimming with pride. I watched it 12 times. Jiang Yi chimed in. As the classmates around me heard these words, they all raised their thumbs in admiration, and several approached to engage in conversation. I am so glad to see you alive. During the Spring Festival, I told my friends that you were my classmate, and we sat together. They were all envious. Excuse me, could I possibly get your autograph? My brother insisted on begging me for it. I simply had no choice. When I thought you had died, I cried all night after returning home. My face was swollen. The next day, my mother even asked if I had been hit. I still cannot accept Riko's death. I heard you say that Si Huang is a very healing drama. It will surely cleanse my wounded heart. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, Si Huang officially premiered. With a total of 11 episodes, each approximately 40 minutes long, 3 episodes were aired on the first day, followed by 1 episode daily, completing the series in 9 days. As Jiang Chen's first artistic film, it encompasses themes of campus romance. Not only students, but numerous viewers and industry peers were also curious about this transformative work from Jiang Chen, wondering if it could reach the level of action-packed films like Zhou, Shu Hui Zhani Renjixia. And so it began. Wow, how beautiful! As the visuals unfolded on the screen, the scene of cherry blossoms falling in the academy was simply breathtaking. Many viewers were captivated. For the filming locations, Jiang Chen meticulously selected several schools and ultimately chose a prestigious high school named Long Ying near Wuhan, coinciding with the peak blooming period of cherry blossoms. Upon arriving at Long Ying High School, Jiang Chen was immediately enchanted by the stunning display of blossoms, leading to his decision to film there. When viewers first saw Jiang Chen portray Arima Kusei, they almost failed to recognize him. His acting skills, combined with his new look and charisma, made him appear drastically different from his previous roles. This certainly attests to Jiang Chen's remarkable acting prowess. The plot commenced by delving into the childhood trauma of the protagonist, Arima Kusei. His mother had always aspired to cultivate him into a world-renowned pianist. Kusei lived up to these expectations, winning numerous piano competition awards during his elementary school years. However, tragedy struck when his mother passed away during his participation in a European music competition at the age of 11. As the audience witnessed the young Kusei being scolded by his mother, who was in a wheelchair and wielded a cane, they could hear her admonishing him. "You must perform on the European stage for me." Although her face was somewhat blurred, her stern expression was unmistakable. "As long as you can be happy and recover quickly, I will do my best. The young Arima Kusai, smiling through tears, displayed a mixture of eagerness and determination that tugged at the hearts of many viewers. I cannot tolerate such a mother. Transferring her unfulfilled dreams onto her child is utterly excessive. Poor Kusai, come here for a hug. Wow, this has me in tears. That young actor's performance is astonishing. The harsh parenting style in our country has ruined too many children. Even though Kusai loves playing the piano, it's no wonder he grew to despise it after such treatment. Just as Kusai lost interest in everything, a girl appeared, Miyazono Kaori. Chapter 97. The charming contrast of Miyazono Kaori. What a healing campus romance drama. As Kusai awaited in a park, he learned that a childhood friend, Tsubaki, and a friend, Watari, had planned to meet up. Along with a new acquaintance, a girl who secretly admired Watari. What was this? When Kusai saw a pair of yellow high heels and black leggings, he exclaimed, "Where did those pants come from?" As the melodious tune of a recorder wafted through the air, Kusai was instantly captivated. Stepping onto the fallen cherry blossoms, he walked towards the girl. When he saw her barefoot, standing on a structure while playing the recorder, with doves swirling around her, the scene was nothing short of picturesque. The beauty of the girl, the scenery, and the sound harmonized perfectly. When the audience saw Miyazono Kaori, portrayed by Xiaoqing, with her smooth, jade-like feet tapping rhythmically to the melody, she resembled a radiant fairy queen. It was simply too beautiful. The viewers were spellbound. Who is this actress? Does anyone know her? I want to follow her. She's stunning. Oh my goodness. She's absolutely breathtaking. What a vibrant spirit. Such a lovely girl. This single moment is incredibly healing. No wonder the first tag for this film is healing. If I had such a beautiful girl during my school years, it would surely have dazzled my entire life. Wow, wow, wow. This must be the moment when the male and female leads meet and gradually fall in love, spending their lives together. Just thinking about the upcoming plot heals my wounded heart. I hope this drama can heal me. A few days ago, my girlfriend cheated on me, and I'm feeling really down. As Kusai watched the girl perform, she turned her gaze toward him, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Although the audience was unaware of what transpired, they felt an inexplicable heaviness in their hearts. As the girl continued to play, Kusai, enchanted by this picturesque scene, instinctively took out his phone to capture the moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, lifting the girl's pale pink skirt. When Kaori noticed Kusai filming her, the scene froze. The audience couldn't help but laugh. However, as Kaori discovered that Kusai was also holding her pantyhose, she became furious and began to chase him. "You voyeur. I will not forgive you." Kaori's anger ignited as she pointed her recorder at Kusai in a fierce reprimand. The audience observed the stark contrast between Kaori's serene beauty as she played the recorder moments before and her fiery demeanor as she pursued Kusai, captivated by this drastic shift in character. Soon after, Watari arrived. It turned out that the girl chasing Kusai was the one secretly infatuated with him. Kusai noted the stark difference in the girl's demeanor towards Watari compared to her attitude towards him, internally mocking, "What a rapid change of expression. How embarrassing to see her so enamored with him." Tsubaki introduced Kusai to the girl, stating, "This is friend A." The girl turned to Kusai, flashed a sweet smile, and immediately approached, saying, "I'm really sorry about earlier." Just as the two faced each other, she transformed into a little devil, warning, "If you dare say anything, I will take you down, you voyeur." The audience, witnessing their playful banter, couldn't help but smile. Young love is often this simple. Many viewers anticipated that the two would bicker and inadvertently develop feelings for each other. After learning that the girl was going to perform the violin, they discussed going to the performance hall together. However, Kusai was reminded of his past performances there, feeling sentimental and reluctant to go. Yet, before he could refuse, Kaori took his wrist and cheerfully said, "You should come too." In the original animation, the characters were set at the age of 14. Jiangchen has been transformed into a 17-year-old, currently in her second year of high school, a change that facilitates the filming process. As the girl takes the stage to perform, she is originally required to adhere strictly to the musical score. However, her more personalized interpretation of the piece draws criticism and reproach from the judges. Unexpectedly, the overwhelming cheers from the majority of the audience affirmed the girl's exceptional talent. Not only the spectators on screen, but those beyond the screen are captivated by the sight of her cascading golden locks, illuminated softly by the stage lights as she gracefully wields her violin, producing melodies that enchant the soul. The audience is profoundly moved by her artistry. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, in a prestigious hospital, Xia Xiaoqing sits in her hospital room, gazing at the television where April Is Your Lie is being aired. Accompanying her are her parents, Xia Ba and Xia Ma, who appear somewhat reserved, especially in the presence of the renowned director, Jiang Chen. Since the filming concluded, Jiang Chen has treated Xia Xiaoqing once, and today marks their second encounter. Previously, their frequent interactions made it easier to find reasons for his visits, but now, he simply uses the pretext of checking on Xia Xiaoqing's well-being. Jiang Chen has also learned of the family's financial difficulties and thus has transferred 1 million to Xia Ba and Xia Ma's account in advance. Initially, they were reluctant to accept, but upon Jiang Chen revealing a contract stipulating a mere 1% profit, they reluctantly acquiesced. Nonetheless, they discern that Jiang Chen is genuinely performing an act of kindness and maintain their stance that it is excessive for their daughter, as a novice actress, to receive such a substantial payment. They only desire enough compensation to cover her medical expenses. Faced with their persistence, Jiang Chen can only offer perfunctory reassurances. As April is Your Lie commences, Xia Ba and Xia Ma watch their daughter on screen with great pride. Subsequently, Jiang Chen discusses the script with them. Upon discovering that the character, Gong Yuan Xuan, suffers from the same illness as their daughter, they are momentarily taken aback. They cannot help but wonder if Jiang Chen has specially written this script for Xia Xiaoqing. In the midst of their musings, Jiang Chen contemplates how, if the audience were to learn that both Gong Yuan Xuan and the actress portraying her share the same affliction, it would create a poignant parallel. In the animation, Gong Yuan Xuan undergoes a failed surgery, while in reality, Xia Xiaoqing's operation is successful, thereby perfectly embodying the theme of healing. In Chapter 98, the campus romance drama unfolds sweetly. On screen, following the conclusion of the performance, Gong Yuan Xuan dashes towards the male lead, brimming with joy, asking, "What did you think? I was quite impressive, wasn't I?" Although Arima initially intends to offer a mere polite response, upon noticing the tremor in her right hand, he earnestly states, "It's my first time seeing someone receive flowers in the preliminary round." He glances at the two children behind her and adds, "And you don't know those kids, do you? They didn't prepare flowers for you. It must have been unforgettable for them to rush out and buy flowers after hearing your performance." "See, that's the kind of performance," Gong Yuan Xuan exclaims, bouncing happily towards the exit. Arima observes her retreating figure, reflecting on how her actions starkly contrast the rigid expectations once imposed by his own mother, stirring deep emotions within him. Following the audience's adoration, Gong Yuan Xuan successfully advances to the next round. In the days that follow, Arima finds himself haunted by visions of the girl, yet he dismisses any notions of affection, convinced that she would never reciprocate his feelings. The audience shares a knowing smile at Arima's timid demeanor, recognizing that every boy's youth holds a cherished secret crush. At the Imperial Capital Film Academy, Jiang Kiki, with her straightforward personality, questions Arima's hesitance, remarking, "If it were me, I would have confessed by now." "No wonder you're still single," Jiang Yi responds, bemused. "I once read a comment that highlighted the difference between boys and girls. Boys tend to wait until everything is perfectly in place, concocting various excuses like feeling inadequate or lacking financial stability, only for the girl to end up with someone else. Meanwhile, girls often think, if you truly like me and I like you, we should simply be together." However, from a realistic standpoint, boys do face greater societal pressures than girls. And there is no right or wrong in the perspectives of both genders. Open communication is essential to achieving balance, thus preventing regrets. A theoretical master. "I am impressed," Jiang Kiki exclaims with a grin. Previously, when her identity was undisclosed, she appeared somewhat reserved, but now her personality shines through as more vibrant and genuine. "But you're single too, aren't you?" Jiang Kiki continues cheerfully. Jiang Yi falls silent, hastily clarifying, "I just don't want to date, understand? Do you have someone you like? Perhaps a secret crush like Arima?" Jiang Kiki teases, her gaze fixed playfully on Jiang Yi. As Jiang Yi recalls someone, her cheeks flush. "Oh dear." Jiang Kiki jests, "You do have a crush, don't you? It can't be on my brother, can it?" "Haha, just kidding. Go away," Jiang Yi retorts, her face reddening further as she playfully pinches Jiang Kiki's thigh, eliciting a yelp from her. On the screen, as the school day wraps up, Arima yearns to see her once more, yet hesitates. Just then, beneath a cherry blossom tree, the girl truly appears before him. "Friend A," Gong Yuan Xuan exclaims, greeting him with a smile. This moment feels dreamlike, leaving the audience in awe, marveling at Gong Yuan Xuan's beauty. Who could resist harboring a secret crush on such a girl during their youth? "Are you wearing our school uniform? Is it really from our school?" Arima inquires, scrutinizing Gong Yuan Xuan with curiosity. "What are you looking at? Planning to take a sneaky photo? Pervert." She playfully pretends to be frightened, stepping aside. Arima hastens to clarify, "I'm not trying to take a photo. Liar. You want to post it online, don't you?" "Not at all," Gong Yuan Xuan retorts, with a hint of vanity. But whatever, it would only make me more famous. The audience cannot help but chuckle at her playful arrogance. Yet, they perceive no exaggeration in her words. With her looks and talent, she would undoubtedly shine online, far surpassing the myriad of lesser-known female streamers. Subsequently, Gong Yuan Xuan explains that she is waiting for Du Liangtai. The male lead interjects, stating that he is engaged in a club activity and advises against interrupting. Ultimately, the girl concedes and suggests that the male lead serve as her stand-in. Observing this, the audience begins to harbor doubts. Although Gong Yuan Xuan performs exceptionally well, they sense a peculiar familiarity between her and Arima, as if she regards him with a different gaze. Soon after, Gong Yuan Xuan invites Arima to accompany her on piano for the second preliminary round. After a relentless plea, Arima ultimately agrees. As the competition approaches, Arima Kusei remained exceedingly anxious, nearly on the verge of fainting from his trepidation. "We can undoubtedly achieve this," whispered Mozart from above. "Embrace the journey," urging us to venture forth without fear of judgment, allowing us to indulge in our antics. United in this endeavor, Arima found solace in the encouraging presence of Miyazono Kaori. As their performance approached, the golden lights illuminated the stage where Kaori stood, adorned in a delicate makeup and a white dress, her golden locks adorned with charming hair clips, radiating a breathtaking beauty. As the music commenced, Kusei initially played smoothly. However, midway through, the haunting shadows of his past rendered him unable to hear the piano, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. To his astonishment, Kaori too ceased her performance, patiently awaiting Kusei. Upon meeting her gaze, filled with encouragement, Kusei rekindled his spirit, and together they conjured an extraordinary melody. In that moment, Kusei began to shatter the shackles once imposed by his mother. Previously, he had sung like a mere automaton for her pleasure, but now, the notes he played began to resonate with newfound freedom. Just as the audience was moved by this transformation, an unforeseen incident occurred. Kaori suddenly collapsed to the ground. At the Jiaxing Company, Yang Mi, Riba, Tang Yin, Lu Shishir, and Zhu Shujing gathered. As soon as Jiang Chen's new drama aired, the absence of work would prompt them to unite in watching the series, a tradition that had almost become ingrained in the company culture. "How sweet," exclaimed Riba, surprised by the charm of Jiang's portrayal of a campus romance. Witnessing Kaori's efforts to redeem Kusei, while Kusei secretly harbored feelings for her, stirred emotions within the group. "Indeed, it's so sweet. It makes me yearn for love again." Yang Mi's smile was unmistakably maternal. "Yearning for love again? Feeling restless?" Tang Yin teased from the side. "Who is feeling restless?" Yang Mi shot a glare at Tang Yin, then mischievously tickled her, leaving Tang Yin in fits of laughter. "I was wrong. I was wrong." Tang Yin waved her hands, chuckling. "To be fair, this drama is indeed sweet. I never expected Jiang to venture into a campus romance. It's quite uncharacteristic of him. I eagerly anticipate whether they will confess to each other and end up together. It will surely be delightful." Zhu Shujing chimed in with excitement. However, upon witnessing Kaori's sudden fainting, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth? It feels like a knife is involved here. Chapter 99. Is the actress portraying Kaori afflicted with the same illness? In recent days, Jiang Chun had been monitoring the online reception of Four Flusters. Aside from viewers questioning whether hidden knives were lurking, the majority regarded it simply as a light-hearted campus drama. In comparison to high-investment productions like Jujutsu Kaisen and Irinji Xia, with their top-tier effects and intense battles, it might not be as captivating. Nevertheless, the exquisite scenes from the first 2 episodes, alongside the breathtaking visuals of Kusei and Kaori harmonizing in the performance hall, outshone 99 of domestic youth dramas. Interestingly, when Four Flusters first aired, a curious incident occurred. On December 29, 2015, during a program in Sakura Country, Eiichiro Oda, the creator of One Piece, revealed through a survey that the work he envied most was Your Lie in April. He praised its exceptional plot and structure, noting its ability to convey the sensation of hearing music through manga, a remarkable feat. Following Oda's expression of envy on January 27, 2016, the news spread online, leading to a surge in sales. Bookstores across Sakura Country faced shortages, prompting an emergency reprint announcement. From Jiang Chen's perspective, aside from the impending emotional turmoil, the most intriguing aspect of this drama was its unique ability to communicate with the audience through music, allowing them to immerse themselves in the protagonist's emotional landscapes. As Four Flusters progressed into its 6th episode, the second performance approached. Kaori reassured Kusei that her fainting was merely due to low blood sugar and urged him not to worry. She feigned vulnerability during her hospitalization, compelling Kusi to agree to participate in a piano competition. In preparation, Kusi practiced tirelessly from dawn till dusk, but struggled to express his own interpretations of Bach and Chopin. At this juncture, two formidable rivals, Aizawa and Ikawa, emerged, once Kusi's subordinates, now determined to avenge their past defeats by vanquishing him in the competition. Having been profoundly impressed by Kusi's performances in their youth, Ikawa had chosen to study piano in his honor. Now, viewing Kusi's presence at the competition invigorated their determination. Each showcased their individual styles of Chopin, earning thunderous applause from the audience. Finally, it was Kusi's turn to perform. However, Kaori could not attend due to her illness. Upon learning this news, a cloud of dread settled over the audience. They had sensed a looming tragedy, and now they were convinced that Kaori's condition was far more serious, possibly terminal. This time, Kusi is on his own. As the competition commenced, Kusi initially played flawlessly. Yet, memories of his mother's passing overwhelmed him, and once again, he could not hear the music. His performance descended into chaos, leading to an interruption. However, recalling Kaori's words of encouragement and the unwavering support she had shown during their previous competition reignited his resolve. At that moment, he finally expressed his unique style, no longer a puppet controlled by his mother. Amid his performance, memories of his mother's past surfaced. Regardless of the circumstances, you have gone too far. You have pushed the child to the brink. Kusi's friend exclaimed. Does such a mother even exist? Kusi's relentless efforts were solely for your happiness. Hearing these words, Kusi's pale mother, seated in a wheelchair and receiving treatment, finally broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears, exclaiming, "Of course I know. But I have no more time. The only thing I can do now is ensure he adheres to the score and plays accurately. As long as he possesses this skill, he can at least survive. Even if I am harsh, once I depart from this world, as long as Kusi can support himself, I will have no regrets." With Kusi's continuous performance, the haunting memories resurfaced amidst the piano's background music. As the mother lay on her sickbed, barely clinging to life, her thoughts were consumed with regret. I am a failure as a mother, having left nothing for my child. Can he brush his teeth by himself in the morning? Will he catch a cold from sleeping anywhere he pleases? He is not skilled in sports. Will he suffer serious injuries? Oh, how I long to accompany him as he grows. With the piano accompaniment echoing like a final exhalation of life, the mother poured out her last sentiments. My darling, will you find happiness? The audience, having witnessed the poignant relationship between Yuma and his mother, felt a surge of anger. Yet, upon learning the truth, they were overwhelmed with tears. Many viewers began to wipe their eyes, expressing their grief online. I can't take it. Yuma's mother is so tragic. The depth of love leads to profound considerations. She is a good mother. I can't handle this. I never expected such a backstory. She truly loves you. And Yuma would understand if he knew. Damn it. This screenwriter has drained 2.5 years worth of my tears. Following the conclusion of this episode, the fervor for Si Huang surged. The consensus was that this was not a healing drama, but rather a deeply melancholic one. Soon after, a significant revelation emerged. The actress portraying the lead, Xia Xiaocheng, who plays Gonyuan's son, was found to be suffering from the same terminal illness. Chapter 100, A Timeless Duet. A TikTok user claiming to be part of the April Is Your Lie crew shared a heartfelt post. Xia Xiaocheng, who portrayed Gonyuan's son, was once an extra in Hengdian and was selected by Jiang Chun to become the lead in April. The post quickly gained traction, with a well-known extra confirming its authenticity, having previously acted alongside the lead. This revelation skyrocketed to the top 3 on TikTok's trending list. The first trending topic, Gonyuan Sun's actress Xia Xiaocheng is afflicted by a terminal illness, acute radiculitis, a condition akin to ALS, with a surgical mortality rate as high as 50%. The second trending topic, reports indicate that Xia Xiaocheng is currently hospitalized at the People's Hospital in Shanghai, preparing for surgery in a week. The third trending topic, let us pray for Xia Xiaocheng, hoping she will emerge from surgery as successfully as Gonyuan's son. Beneath these trending topics, numerous netizens expressed their well wishes in unison, wishing for Xia Sun's successful surgery, wishing for Xia Sun's successful surgery, wishing for Xia Sun's successful surgery. In a moment, millions of online users became invested in Xia Xiaocheng's condition. While some contemplated visiting her in person, they feared disturbing her and affecting her surgery. Many even offered to donate funds. Not long after, Xia Xiaocheng herself shared her thoughts online. Thank you for your affection. I am very happy right now. Regardless of the outcome of the surgery, I have no regrets after completing Si Huang, and I am confident that the surgery will be successful. Upon reading her update, netizens felt she was setting herself up for disappointment, questioning how she could claim no regrets. Thus, she revised her statement to, "Thank you for your affection. I am very happy, and I am confident that the surgery will be successful. By the way, the compensation from Director Jiang has fully covered the surgery costs. So there is no need for donations. Everyone should take care of themselves and enjoy life." Upon seeing this update, netizens were moved to tears. Xia Xiaocheng was truly thoughtful. Conversely, many netizens were pressing Jiang Chun for updates on whether Gong Yuansun's condition had improved. Observing the fervent emotions of the netizens, Jiang Chun could only remain silent. Thus, during the nightly broadcasts of Si Huang, viewers not only followed the drama, but also kept abreast of Xia Xiaocheng's recent updates. She consistently shared snippets of her daily life on TikTok and Weibo, seemingly reassuring viewers not to worry about her well-being. However, while Xia Xiaocheng was momentarily at ease, Gong Yuansun's condition continued to deteriorate. After several days without a visit from Yuma, Gong Yuansun took the initiative to call and demand to know why he had not come to see her. After resolving their misunderstandings, she joyfully strolled down the hospital corridor, only to suddenly collapse. The lower half of her body lost all sensation. "Stand up. You are my legs. Stand up. Stand up." Gong Yuansun pounded her legs in despair, her voice choked with tears as large droplets streamed down her cheeks. She knelt on the ground, burying her head in it, weeping uncontrollably. The audience, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts wrench in agony. What a beautiful girl. Why must she endure such a fate? Inevitably, thoughts of Xia Xiaocheng arose. Was she not also suffering in her own way? The pain was unbearable. Si Huang progressed rapidly. 5 days later, it reached its grand finale. That day also marked the day of Xia Xiaocheng's surgery, as she was scheduled for the operation in the afternoon. The doctor conducted a final examination. Once completed, she would proceed directly to surgery. While the audience hoped for Xia Xiaocheng's successful surgery, the finale of Si Huang premiered. The public prayed not only for Gong Yuansun's successful surgery, but also for Xia Xiaocheng's. This episode coincided with Yuma's competition day, a contest that Xia Sun had encouraged him to enter, though she could not attend due to her surgery. Under the glaring lights, Yuma, portrayed by Jiang Chun, sat at the piano. 2 lines of text appeared on the screen. Nocturne in G minor, Op. 37 by Chopin. At this moment, all of Yuma's friends were watching him. Though he did not look at them, he was acutely aware of their attention. Those who had called him back to the stage were watching. He had to respond. Images of friends and family flashed before him, and the beautiful piano accompaniment rose and fell, melodiously resonating. This was the music left to me by my mother. It was the music revealed to me by Adu. It was the music that Xiao Chun helped me discover. It was the music born from the competition between Xiangzhua and Jingchuan. As the melody soared, on the other side, Gong Yuansun was undergoing surgery. Just as Yuma broke free from his constraints, closed his eyes, and began to immerse himself in his own musical world, he opened his eyes to find the entire world transformed into a cerulean sky, dotted with clouds. This scene was breathtaking, akin to a fairy tale. Yuma performed amid the sky, playing notes that floated down like feathers in a heavy snowfall. He reminisced about the moments spent with that girl. In the next instant, the snowfall abruptly ceased. The silhouette of that girl appeared in his world once again, as stunning as ever. She wore a delicate makeup, a flowing white dress, and adorably adorned her golden locks with charming hairpins, exuding an angelic presence. Gong Yuansun gazed at Arima, offering a gentle smile as she lifted her violin. Arima's lips curled downward, overwhelmed by an impulse to weep. Chapter 101, The Great Blade. The letter from Gong Yuansun. As the two began their transcendent duet, the moment transformed. The snowflakes descending from the heavens ceased to be monotonous white, morphing into a vibrant spectacle of colorful snow spirits, reds, blues, greens, and purples, all remarkably beautiful. At that instant, although only the two of them played together, it rivaled the grandeur of a mighty orchestra. This was no mere duet. It was the intertwining of two souls, a blossoming from the depths of their spirits. As the performance neared its conclusion, Gong Yuansun was on the brink of vanishing. She looked at him, her smile radiant as it had been upon their first encounter. Arima watched as the girl, enveloped in shimmering light, gradually faded into transparency. "Wait, please don't go. I need you to ask for more candles. Call me to pass the time. Even being friend A would suffice. Don't leave. Don't leave. I plead with you. Don't abandon me here." As the pace of the piano background music quickened, the notes burst forth like the light of life, blooming more vibrantly, yet disappearing all the more swiftly. Like sand slipping through one's fingers, the tighter one grasped it, the faster it flowed away. Gong Yuansun tilted her head back, emanating a white glow. Arima's eyes brimmed with despair as he beheld that elusive light. At that moment, The scene seemed to freeze. Finally, the girl revealed a faint smile, imbued with profound reluctance. Her figure transformed into petals of pink, drifting away. Arima was pulled from his world back to reality. He continued to play the piano, yet tears had already blurred his vision. With the final note resonating, the audience fell into a hushed silence. Farewell. Upon hearing those last two words, the audience sat in stunned silence, not from a lack of desire to speak, but from being rendered speechless by the emotional blow. It was akin to the silence inflicted by a skill that completely silences one's voice. This piano performance unmistakably foreshadowed the failure of Gonyuan Sun's surgery, particularly those last two words, an unambiguous declaration that Gonyuan Sun had died. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, one audience member could no longer contain themselves. They stood abruptly, pounding on their desk in frustration. Others followed suit, furiously smashing their keyboards or even brandishing chairs in a fit of rage, unleashing their fury. They cursed vehemently. May the writer's winter nights be marred by cold showers. May they discover a lack of toilet paper at the most inconvenient moments. May their phones crash during important gaming tournaments. In Jiaxing company, tears streamed down as one lamented. This cut was too cruel. A handkerchief in hand, wiping away tears. Another muttered, the writer is truly despicable. This is heartbreaking. Director Zhang's segment was masterfully crafted. It was unbearably poignant. At this moment, Yami could not hold back her tears either. One must acknowledge the profound skill of director Zhang Chun. Through the piano performance and the portrayal of Arima's inner world, along with the continuous flashbacks of Gonyuan Sun's memories, despite the challenges of filming, Jiang Chun managed to weave them together almost flawlessly. It was truly heart-wrenching. I cannot bear it. Director Zhang's approach to this school romance drama is starkly different from the typical happy endings we see today. Tang Yin exclaimed, dabbing at her tears. Lu Shishir nodded in agreement, her voice thick with emotion. In ordinary romance dramas, there might be challenges during school, leading to separation, and then years later a reunion. But Jiang Chun's execution is simply ruthless. Aside from these few, Zhang Yunlong, Zhu Zuling, Zhuang Dafei, and others were all in tears. As the story approached its conclusion, on a snowy day, in a graveyard, the parents of Gonyuan Sun presented a letter to Arima, expressing, if you don't mind, please take this. Thank you for embellishing Xiao Sun's life. Upon returning to school, Arima looked at the park where he first met the girl and the cherry blossom tree where they had their second encounter. He opened the letter, which narrated the entire sequence of events. The voice of Gonyuan Sun echoed, Dear Arima Kozii, writing to someone who has just shared a moment together feels rather strange. You, my dear, are exceedingly reckless. When I first met you, I was merely 5 years old, attending the performance of a piano showcase. The scene shifted to a young Gonyuan Sun, her short hair framing her face as she sat in the audience, watching Arima perform. A clumsy child took the stage, barely managing to sit on the chair, eliciting laughter from the crowd. When he faced the grand piano and struck the first note, he became my aspiration. The melody was as rich and vibrant as a 24-color palette, and the tune began to dance. Suddenly, a little girl nearby burst into tears. It was Ike Kawasumi. The sight startled me. Despite everything, you abandoned the piano, having profoundly influenced the lives of others in such a manner. Young Gonyuan Sun returned home to the family cake shop, pleading with her parents, please buy me a violin. I want to play the piano. I want to play the violin. Why not the piano? Her father inquired, curious. I want Arima to play the piano for me. Young Gonyuan Sun exclaimed with excitement. The scene transitioned years later, as Gonyuan Sun enrolled in the same university as Arima. She watched him, along with Wataru Ryo and Kobayashi, frolicking together. Feeling a pang of sorrow, knowing we attend the same university, I was elated and couldn't sleep a wink that night. How can I strike up a conversation with you? Should I buy a sandwich at the convenience store too? Yet, I merely observed from afar. As you all seemed so perfectly matched, I felt utterly unable to intrude. The scene shifted to a hospital. I underwent surgery as a child and had to visit the hospital regularly. In the first year of junior high, I fell ill, and thereafter I frequently found myself hospitalized, spending increasing amounts of time there and hardly attending school. The room was dimly lit, as Gonyuan Sun sat alone on her bed, gazing out into the dark night. Chapter 102. Have I moved into your heart? I came in without even taking off my shoes. I am acutely aware of my physical condition, which is rather bleak. One night, while in the waiting room of the hospital, I beheld my parents weeping, and it dawned upon me that my time was running short. In that moment, a red ribbon fluttered by, and Gonyuan Sun let her hair down and began to run forward. I too commenced my own run. Unwilling to let regret haunt me in the afterlife, I ran freely, donned terrifying contact lenses, disregarded concerns about my weight, and devoured an entire cake. I ignored the pretentious sheet music and played in my own manner. Then, I uttered a falsehood. Gonyuan Sun harbored feelings for Du Liangtai. Such a lie, which ensnared a person, led Arima Kusei to me. The scene reverted to the first meeting of the two. Gonyuan Sun turned to glance at Arima, a tear gliding down her cheek. The audience finally comprehended why Gonyuan Sun wept at that moment. This belated boomerang. It pierced the hearts of viewers like a sharp knife. From the outset, during Gonyuan Sun's confession, tears flowed incessantly, and sobs filled the air. Please apologize to Du Liangtai on my behalf. However, he will likely forget me soon. Won't he? He is quite amusing as a friend, yet I prefer someone who is devoted. Also, please convey my apologies to Xiaochun. I am but a fleeting passerby, unwilling to leave any peculiar entanglements. Therefore, I cannot directly ask Xiaochun for help. Yet, even if I did ask her to connect us, I doubt she would agree. For Xiaochun adores you the most. Everyone knows this, except for you and Xiaochun herself. After deceiving you with a convenient lie, I discovered you were unlike my imagination. You were darker, more obstinate, and a stubborn voyeur. On the school rooftop, Arima gazed at the words, a smile gracing his lips. However, the voice was even deeper than I had envisioned, more masculine than I imagined, yet as gentle as I had envisioned. Jumping from the Tuliang Bridge into the river must be both refreshing and comfortable, right? Stealing glances at the moon above the music room, it looked so delectable. Like a steamed bun. When racing against the tram, I genuinely thought I could win. Under the dazzling starry sky, we joyfully sang Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, didn't we? Surely. There are strange things lurking in the nighttime school. The snowflakes resemble cherry blossom petals, don't they? I am indeed a musician, yet my thoughts wander to matters beyond the stage, which feels rather strange. The unforgettable scenery consists of trivialities. Isn't that peculiar? But what of you? Arima retorted internally. Do I dwell in anyone's heart? Indeed, do I reside within your heart? I entered without even removing my shoes. Hearing Arima's response, at that moment, perhaps some viewers had managed to hold back their tears. In this instant, no matter how stoic, everyone's defenses crumbled. The audience before the screen could scarcely suppress their sobs. Too overwhelmed to even post comments, consumed by tears. At the Tokyo Film Academy, do I dwell in your heart? I entered without even removing my shoes, exclaimed Jiang Kikiai, listening to the dialogue on screen. Tears flowed like a flood, bursting forth uncontrollably. Your brother is too cruel. With this script and these lines, be a human. Jiang Yi couldn't help but curse while crying. At this moment, it was not just Jiang Kikiai's classroom. Thousands of students in the school watching the drama succumbed to tears. Within the teaching building, sobs echoed from within, particularly from numerous boys' dormitories, where many male students had already cried until their faces were drenched, shouting, My Gonyuan Sun! My Gonyuan Sun! Don't die! You scoundrel! You heartless screenwriter! Gonyuan Sun's confession continued, and the climax of the narrative arrived. Even for a moment, have you thought of me? In the scene, beneath the cherry blossom tree, Arima and Gonyuan Sun met once more, smiling at each other. If I forget, someone will surely become a monster. You must not reset everything. How could I? Don't forget me. Yes, we made a promise. Indeed, I am fortunate to have chosen you. Can you hear me? It would be wonderful if you could. Arima Kusei, I like you. I like you. I like you. The girl, with a radiant smile, shed tears while expressing the love in her heart. Camille, I apologize for not finishing it all. I'm sorry for always hitting you. I regret my capriciousness and have many apologies to make. The audience, who had slightly regained composure, found themselves unable to hold back their tears once more upon hearing this. I can't bear it. My tears are nearly exhausted. When I wake up the next day, my eyes will surely be swollen from crying, believe it or not. This is such a sweet school romance drama. When my roommate recommended it, they said it was directed by Jiang Chun, a sweet school romance. I desperately want to fly over and give this child a good slap. If only a girl like that would confess to me. In the scene, the girl stood at the intersection, turned her head, and smiled radiantly. Thank you. Arima approached that intersection, looking at the empty street, muttering to himself. You really know how to talk to yourself? I should be the one expressing gratitude. Arima opened the letter, retrieving an item from within. If you don't need it, just tear it up and throw it away. Just then, Xiaochun arrived beside Arima. She kicked him and pointed, resolutely declaring, Don't think you can live alone, Kusei. I will cling to you like a spirit, forever and always. Be prepared. Arima stared at her in a daze, a wave of emotion swelling in his nose, suppressing the urge to cry and smiling faintly. Spring is approaching soon. Our fateful encounter with spring is almost here. As a tram whizzed by, a black cat stood nearby. The camera panned to the sky, where a flurry of cherry blossoms appeared. A spring without you is approaching. The scene shifted, and the final frame settled on a picture frame, featuring a childhood photograph of Gonyuan-sun and Arima. It was their only photograph together. Chapter 103. In this life, no regrets in April. In the next life, let us remain friends. As the soundtrack Radiance began to play, with the heartfelt confession of Gonyuan-sun, the audience was moved to tears. This was not akin to the typical tragic television dramas. When the female lead met her demise, a poignant scene was presented, followed by a segment featuring the male lead's anguished cries. Throughout, there was no depiction of the female lead's surgical failure, yet everything was subtly implied. Particularly poignant was the moment when Ma read that letter. This kind of restrained and implicit love struck the audience like a dull knife, breaking through their defenses. As the final scene unfolded, the words Shuriwesher and I da Huanyan appeared, allowing the audience to gradually regain their composure. They began to reminisce about the first day, a delightful campus romance. By the 5th day, they were lamenting the cruel scriptwriter. On the 10th day, tears flowed uncontrollably, and the audience could not suppress their urge to curse. The affection for Wutai is Sun's deception, indifference is Gongxing's lie, the younger brother is Chun's falsehood. Frivolity is Wutai's pretense, and severity is Mother's illusion. Everyone is deceiving, either out of shyness, kindness, or reluctance. Ultimately, these emotions reveal the fragrance of life, warm, beautiful, and heartwarming like the cherry blossoms scattered in April. Thank you to the scriptwriter for allowing me to witness such a masterpiece in April. Please do not disturb the return of the angel. Her arrival is merely to accompany him through the darkest journey. I have loved you for 10 years, yet spent the entire April weaving a lie that I do not love you. What you perceive as coincidence has been my long-planned scheme, sobbing. In this life, I have no regrets for entering April. In the next life, let us still be friends. It is unknown which divine being crafted such a verse. Suddenly, the entire barrage was filled with red, green, blue, and white. In this life, I have no regrets for entering April. In the next life, let us still be friends. As the grand finale of Shuriwesher and I da Huanyan aired, netizens were primarily concerned with the condition of Xia Xiaocheng. Was the surgery proceeding smoothly? Gonyuan-sun had passed away. Xia Xiaocheng must not meet the same fate. Many celebrities and influential figures began to share articles related to Xia Xiaocheng's condition, praying for her successful surgery. Pianist Lang Lang. I just finished watching Shuyue. Director Zhang's piano skills are truly remarkable. I hope we can exchange techniques together. At the same time, I wish Xia Xiaocheng a successful surgery. This comment sparked considerable discussion. Even an international pianist like Lang Lang acknowledged that Jiang Chen's piano skills were worthy of collaboration, which speaks volumes about Jiang Chen's prowess. Jiang Chen is practically a prodigy. Not only does he dabble in various fields, but he also excels in them all. Is he even human? While the entire internet was eagerly anticipating updates on Xia Xiaocheng's condition, a wave of viewers flocked to Jiang Chen's self-media account. Jiang Chen, why did you stab me? Why? Last week I was just heartbroken, hoping to find solace in a drama, and then you did this? Actually, I am quite grateful to director Jiang. This drama taught me to cherish those around me. I just confessed to the girl I secretly admire. She hasn't replied yet. If I succeed, I'll change my profile picture to Gongsheng. I don't understand what friend A means. Can director Jiang explain? I'll immediately go out and streak otherwise. I weigh 300 pounds and am 1 meter 50 tall. Dude, what are you talking about? Are you cursing me? Jiang Chen was surfing the internet, observing the audience's reactions. He had just watched the finale himself, and even after 3 or 4 viewings, it still felt like a knife. Especially in the past. Every time April arrived, thoughts of this drama would send shivers down his spine. He noticed a comment requesting a reply. Otherwise, the commenter would streak. Curiously, he clicked on the person's profile and was taken aback by their appearance. Truly unattractive and overweight, resembling a ball, with features nearly obscured by flesh. If this person were to streak, it would surely detract from the city's aesthetics. If they claimed to be a fan, that would be utterly embarrassing. Thus, he responded, friend A has 2 meanings. One refers to the male lead, Gongsheng, who initially served as a supporting character for Wutai and Sun alongside Chun, but later became enamored with Sun's free-spirited nature, though he could not forget that he remained merely a friend A. The second refers to the female lead, Gonyuan-sun, who admired Gongsheng since childhood. When she discovered they were in the same school during middle school, she felt unable to approach him, as there was no space for her to integrate near him. From beginning to end, Sun expressed in her letter that she believed she was but a passerby in Gongsheng and others' lives. The term friend superficially refers to Gongsheng, but, in reality, signifies Gonyuan-sun herself. Furthermore, friend A carries a deeper meaning. One cannot let you know or like me, so I must approach you as a friend, allowing me to remain by your side forever. Upon reading Jiang Chen's explanation of friend A, netizens could not help but break down in the comment section. The overweight individual even posted a video, crying pitifully.